We're accepting disciples. We're accepting disciples. The future first sect of the galaxy realm, Wuji Dao, is accepting disciples. Say hello to a master, and I'll give you a future. All the beautiful fairies passing by. Come have a look. In the galaxy realm, Mian province, there was a huge crowd of people in front of the gate of Yunk Fairy Palace, and there was an endless stream of people seeking immortality. As the first fairy sect in Mian province, there are many young talents who come here every year. However, only a few can pass the strict assessment, and most people can only leave sadly. At this time, at a fork in the road at the foot of the mountain, a young man held a wooden sign engraved with Wuji Dao accepts disciples, only beautiful women, and shouted at the top of his voice like a vendor. The young man was about 20 years old, wearing a dusty coarse cloth short coat, and his skin was bronzed due to wind and sun. He didn't look like a cultivator at all, but a farmer. The immortal seekers passing by saw this and couldn't help but look sideways. Who is this Wuji Dao? How dare he snatch people right under the nose of Yunk Immortal Palace? Isn't he afraid of being punished by the Immortal Palace? Punishment? He's just a clown. What's there to punish? I heard that the boy holding the sign is called Lin Yan. He came to the Immortal Palace to become a disciple 3 years ago. Because he was a useless spiritual root who couldn't practice, he was rejected by the Immortal Palace and went crazy since then. He built a straw hut on a mound at the foot of the mountain, saying that he wanted to create his own sect and even gave it a name, Wuji Dao, and even boasted that he wanted to make it the largest sect in the Xinghe realm. For 3 years, he has been recruiting disciples at the foot of the mountain every day. He has become a joke in the Immortal Palace. As the insider explained, the onlookers sighed. There was also a bit more mockery in the eyes looking at the young man. A useless spiritual root who can't practice cultivation actually dreams of establishing a sect. This guy's really sick. If he can establish a sect, then wouldn't I be the co-leader of the 7 holy places? Look, his sign says that he only recruits beautiful women. A toad wants to eat swan meat, but he is ugly and useless. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Which beautiful woman would like him? The immortal sect allows him to rob people here. I'm afraid it's also to warn everyone that those with weak minds will not be able to do anything wrong. Don't cultivate immortality, or you will end up like this guy and make yourself crazy. In addition to ridicule, some people also advise the young man. Brother, listen to my advice. Don't waste your time here. While you're still young, go home and buy some land, cultivate it well. Maybe you can even marry a good wife. You could talk about cultivation when you start over in your next life. Faced with the ridicule of the crowd, the young man didn't care, still holding his shabby wooden sign and shouting hard. When he got tired of shouting, he would lean on his bamboo chair to drink some water and take a break. When the crowd saw that he didn't respond, they didn't have the interest to continue to ridicule and gradually dispersed. So when the sun was about to set, no one was interested in the stall recruiting people. The man named Lin Yan sighed helplessly. Another day of getting nothing. Damn system, you really screwed me to death. 3 years ago, he traveled to this world, and after being rejected by Yunk Immortal Palace, he awakened a sect cultivation system. The task given to him by the system was to establish a sect near Yunk Immortal Palace that only accepted beautiful disciples, and he would be rewarded for each disciple he accepted. Disciples can also get rewards when they grow to the corresponding stage. But the tricky thing is, he is a useless spiritual root, and he can't even practice by himself. How could anyone be willing to worship under him? Therefore, for 3 whole years, he didn't recruit a single disciple, even if someone came to him for consultation because they were rejected by the Immortal Palace. They would roll their eyes at him, curse what the hell, and leave after learning that he only recruited beautiful women. If he hadn't opened up a piece of wasteland around his residence and planted some food and vegetables, I'm afraid he would have starved to death before he could recruit any disciples. Forget it. You can't even cultivate yourself. Why would you hire a disciple? Go home and rest as soon as possible. Lin Yan stood up from a chair and stretched. Then he put away his sign and prepared to leave. Just then, he suddenly saw a group of Immortal Palace disciples in white robes holding green swords, driving a girl down the mountain. Qin Yu, you have been in the Immortal Palace for many years, consuming countless natural treasures of the Immortal Palace, but your cultivation has been declining again and again. Now your spiritual energy has dissipated and your chi si has dried up. Elder Mo did not ask you to compensate the Immortal Palace for the loss of your training, but just expelled you from the sect, which is already a special favor. Why do you have to stay here and make trouble? If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. If you don't listen to my advice, don't blame us for being ruthless. The leading Immortal Palace disciple was a woman who looked to be in her 20s and looked pretty, a rare beauty. However, there was an indescribable vicious and seductive look in her eyes. There was also an air of superiority between her eyebrows. The girl they drove away was wearing a red dress, with a refreshing, shoulder-length hair, bright eyes and white teeth, and a bright look. On her petite back, she carried a heavy black iron sword that was very disproportionate to her figure. In terms of appearance alone, this girl named Qin Yu was far superior to the female disciple of the fairy palace. She was definitely a beauty that could topple a country and a beauty that could make fish sink to the bottom of the water and geese fall to the ground. But at this time, she gritted her teeth and stared at the disciples of the fairy palace. Her beautiful face was full of anger. You are shameless. Although I have practiced in the Immortal Palace for many years and consumed a lot of natural treasures. But over the years, the treasures my Qin family has presented to the Immortal Palace are more than 10 times what I have used. Now that my Qin family has just fallen into trouble, you are eager to expel me from the sect. How can such behavior be worthy of the reputation of the Immortal Palace? Get Qin Yu. The leading Immortal Palace woman looked down at Qin Yu. She raised her eyes and said proudly, "If you were still the genius who practiced Qi at the age of 5, built foundation at the age of 10, and reached the peak of foundation at the age of 15, even if the Qin family was destroyed, the Immortal Palace would not treat you unfairly. But what about now? Although the immortal path is long and full of wonders, I have never heard of anyone whose cultivation gets worse and worse. Since you cultivated to the 9th level of the foundation stage, your realm has actually begun to decline. It only took 3 years to fall from the 9th level of the foundation to the 1st level of Qi refining. You're no different from a waste now. Even if you stay in the sect, what can you do?" Chapter 2. Do not underestimate a young girl's misfortune. Upon hearing the words of the white-clad female disciple, Qin Yu clenched her delicate fists, her beautiful eyes betraying an unmistakable resentment. Once, she was the cherished jewel of Qin Tianba, the lord of Qian City, the foremost city of Muyun Prefecture. As the white-clad disciple had aptly articulated, she began her cultivation at the tender age of 5, established her foundation by 10, and at 15, she reached the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, a prodigious talent in the realm of spiritual practice. Her family devoted countless treasures to ensure her success, sending her to the esteemed young Immortal Palace. She did not disappoint, achieving the 9th layer of foundation at just 15, on the brink of forming her golden core. Should she succeed, she would become the youngest golden core practitioner in the history of the palace, with boundless prospects ahead. Yet, fate can be cruel. 3 years prior, a mysterious force invaded her body, voraciously devouring the spiritual energy within her. No matter how she endeavored to replenish it, she could not reverse the damage. As her spiritual energy continued to dwindle, she plummeted from the pinnacle of foundational cultivation to the 1st layer of Qi refinement, rendering her inferior even to the most menial of servants in the Immortal Palace. From a celebrated genius to a figure of ridicule, the disparity was enough to plunge her into despair. As if calamity were not enough, not long ago, the master of the Bone Erosion Forest, one of the 5 great demon domains of the Star River realm, launched a sudden attack on Qian City. Her father led their kin in defense, only to be ruthlessly slaughtered by the master. The Qin clan subsequently fell into ruin. Just as news of this tragedy reached the Immortal Palace, Elder Mo, responsible for the outer sect, expelled her from the sect without hesitation. Though the expulsion from the sect stung, Qin Yu accepted it with a heavy heart. Her gaze shifted to a man standing beside the leading female disciple, and with a voice laced with venom, she confronted him. "Shenfeng, we had a prior engagement. Your admission into the Immortal Palace was facilitated by my family's generous support. Now, in light of the palace's treatment towards me, you remain silent, yet conspire with them to cast me down the mountain. Has your conscience been consumed by a beast?" Shenfeng, addressed by Qin Yu, was the son of the lord of Qianji City. Although Qianji City was merely a small town, and Shenfeng was born with a spirit root weaker than even the most mediocre. The close camaraderie between his father and Qin's led the Qin family to invest significant resources in enhancing his spirit root. They even went so far as to send him and Qin Yu to the Immortal Palace together and arrange their engagement. Thus, confronted with Qin Yu's accusations, Shenfeng showed signs of unease. However, upon glancing at the leading female disciple, he quickly regained his composure and retorted with malice. Qin Yu, spare me your pity. Your family expended resources willingly. Your father did so of his own accord, not because we sought your assistance. Ultimately, it was your own family's folly. As for the engagement, for years, you have prided yourself on being a genius, looking down on me. When have you ever regarded me as your fiancé? Now, I am the young master of Qianji City and a disciple of the outer sect of the Immortal Palace. It won't be long before I ascend to the inner sect, with a future that is immeasurable. What qualifications do you, a destitute and utterly powerless individual, possess to discuss matters of betrothal with me? To speak candidly, the engagement between us has been annulled by my father, and I have already sought the hand of senior sister Wanner. Thus, I advise you to recognize the situation and promptly depart from the Celestial Palace. Otherwise, do not blame me for my merciless ways. How splendid is the Celestial Palace! And how remarkable is the Shin family! Qin Yu's heart brimmed with indignation. In her fury, a palpable aura of menace emanated from her, causing the heavy sword of black iron at her back to emit a low hum. I shall remember this humiliation, Qin Yu vowed. 30 years on the West River. 30 years on the East River. Do not underestimate a girl in poverty. When my cultivation reaches its pinnacle, I shall surely exact 100-fold retribution. What an intriguing plot twist. Originally intending to return home, Lin Yan now reclined leisurely in a bamboo chair, crossing his legs and watching the unfolding conflict with keen interest. The phrase "do not underestimate a girl in poverty" has emerged. Is this not a classic trope of the downtrodden rejecting an engagement? This girl named Qin Yu surely possesses a ring harboring an ancient master, does she not? As Lin Yan mused internally, a notification sound from the system abruptly interrupted him. Ding! The system has detected the owner of the undying body, Qin Yu, who is yet to join a sect. Triggering the special storyline task "Do not underestimate a girl in poverty." Task requirements: assist Qin Yu in standing up for herself and take her as a disciple. Upon task completion, a divine artifact reward will be bestowed. Divine artifact? Lin Yan gasped, nearly toppling from his bamboo chair. Ever since the system had assigned him a novice task 3 years prior, it had remained dormant, as if lifeless. Now, it had suddenly sprung to life, promising a divine artifact as a reward. Could it be that fortune is finally smiling upon him? His heart raced, and his gaze instinctively turned towards Qin Yu. The undying body, just the name alone exudes an overwhelming aura. No wonder the system has set such a high price. If he were to miss this opportunity, would he not invite calamity upon himself? With this thought, he slapped his thigh and leapt up from the bamboo chair, exclaiming, "What a magnificent celestial palace! What a prestigious sect!" His voice resonated with vigor, instantly capturing the attention of all present. When she is a genius, you all curry favor and accept her as a disciple. When she falls into misfortune, you turn your backs, leaving her with no path to escape. He strode purposefully towards Qin Yu, shielding her with his broad frame, confronting the disciples of the Celestial Palace. With such conduct, do you even deserve to be called the foremost celestial sect of Muyan Prefecture? Preposterous. Faced with Lin Yan's sudden emergence, the disciples of the Celestial Palace were all filled with fury, especially the male disciple named Shinfeng, who unsheathed his sword with a sharp sound, his eyes glinting with menace. The audacity of the unrefined wild dog to slander the Celestial Palace at its very foot is astonishing. It seems you are courting death. Humph. Has my mere utterance of truth ruffled your feathers? In the face of the menacing disciples of the Celestial Palace, Lin Yan couldn't be bothered to lift his eyelids. He casually thrust an old wooden plaque into the ground and turned to Qin Yu, inquiring, "Fair maiden, what if you forsake the Yunke Celestial Palace and join my Wuji sect? Our sect boasts countless profound techniques and treasures far superior to your paltry Celestial Palace. Should you choose to become my disciple, I vow to elevate your cultivation to unparalleled heights. Dealing with these insignificant pests would be as effortless as plucking a flower. Your arrogance is tantamount to seeking your own demise." Just as Lin Yan finished speaking, Shinfeng, having drawn his sword, roared in fury. With a flick of his wrist, a beam of sword light shot toward Lin Yan, the blade shimmering ominously, as if to pierce his heart. However, as the sword approached the wooden plaque, it emitted a faint golden glow. Though weak, the light dissipated Shinfeng's sword strike as effortlessly as boiling water melts snow. "HM?" Shinfeng's expression shifted slightly at this sight. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to strike again, only to be restrained by the leading female disciple in white. "Enough, junior brother." This white-clad woman was Jiang Wanner, the very one Shinfeng sought to wed. She cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yan, her lips curling into a mocking smile. A waste of a person without even a spiritual root, endlessly babbling at the foot of this mountain. The Celestial Palace has shown mercy by sparing his life. Why should you stoop to his level? Furthermore, as distinguished disciples of the Celestial Palace, to lay hands on a mere mortal would tarnish our reputation. Let us not forget our mission is to drive this waste down the mountain, not to engage in idle verbal sparring with a madman. Upon hearing Jiang Wanner's words, a fawning smile immediately spread across Xin Feng's face. Yes, sister, your reprimand is most astute. It was indeed my lapse in demeanor. Yet, his eyes glinted with venomous hatred, wishing nothing more than to pin Lin Yan to the ground. At that moment, Jiang Wanner raised a delicate brow. She cast a condescending glance at Lin Yan before turning to Qin Yu, producing a flash of white light from her sleeve. Qin Yu instinctively raised her hand to block, only to have a jade tablet fall at her feet, shattering into 2 pieces. This is the life token you left behind when you entered the palace. Now that you have been expelled from the sect, it can no longer remain with you. From this day forth, you have no further ties to the Yunke Celestial Palace. Should you find today's events unacceptable, you may challenge me 3 years hence during the 5 Veins Martial Assembly. If you can defeat me then, I, Jiang Wanner, shall take my own life to atone for my actions. But if not, a trace of disdain flickered in her eyes, her lips curling into a more pronounced sneer. If you lack the means, I suggest you relinquish your dreams of cultivation and settle down with a commoner. Raising a family, that is your true destiny. Having spoken, Jiang Wanner waved her hand and addressed the gathered disciples. Let us depart. The disciples turned to leave. Just then, Lin Yan's voice rang out once more. Wait. Unbeknownst to them, he had already approached the group of Celestial Palace disciples, carrying a wooden sign that attracted only beautiful women. With a mischievous glint in his eyes, he remarked, My dear lady, are you aware that the words you just uttered may easily come back to haunt you in the future? What do you mean? Jiang Wanner arched her brows, her eyes emanating a chilling aura. Are you implying that I would lose to this worthless fool? That's utter nonsense. Lin Yan smirked, silently musing. This girl named Qin Yu possesses an indestructible body, and she wields the script of the protagonist. If she does not defeat you soundly in 3 years, I shall change my surname. He pondered how she could dare to challenge the protagonist when she had nothing better to do. With a resigned sigh, Lin Yan earnestly advised Jiang Wanner, Trust me, my lady. In terms of talent, if Qin Yu is akin to a celestial phoenix soaring through the 9 heavens, you would be, at best, a mere domesticated chicken. Should you wager your life against her, your demise is all but assured. You seem to possess beauty. Why not come under my wing and become my pupil? If you do, I can not only ensure your boundless future, but also safeguard you through this tribulation. What say you? Scoundrel. Jiang Wanner's eyes glinted with murderous intent upon hearing his words. Although her innate talent did not match the extraordinary prowess of Qin Yu 3 years prior, she was still one of the few geniuses within the Celestial Palace. A true paragon among stars. How dare this mad fool insult her with such words? In a swift motion, she raised her delicate hand, unleashing a fierce surge of spiritual energy towards Lin Yan's chest. However, upon striking him, the energy rebounded back onto herself. She stifled a groan, barely managing to steady herself as her internal energy surged chaotically. Meanwhile, Lin Yan stood unfazed, his demeanor still cheerful. How curious, Jiang Wanner thought, her pupils constricting in surprise. Although she had not unleashed her full strength, her attack was sufficient to severely injure an average person. Yet this fool not only remained unharmed but had also managed to reflect the energy back at her. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Senior sister. Perhaps it is best to let this go, a fellow female disciple gently tugged at her sleeve, speaking in a hushed tone. This madman is quite peculiar. Last time, when Senior Brother Wu attempted to discipline him for setting up his stall here, he not only failed, but ended up suffering a hidden loss himself. Very few within the sect are aware of this embarrassment enough. Jiang Wanner snapped coldly, casting one last penetrating glance at Lin Yan before ultimately refraining from further confrontation. Let us depart. Once the members of the Celestial Palace departed, Lin Yan exhaled deeply. The reason he had the audacity to speak up earlier was due to a boon granted by the system after its activation. This boon ensured that prior to formally accepting a disciple, he would be immune to harm from those under the Celestial Palace. Otherwise, given his persistent calls at their mountain for the past 3 years, he would have been eliminated long ago. Did he truly believe that these disciples were benevolent and virtuous? Now, the hidden task of assisting Qin Yu should be considered accomplished. As for accepting her as a disciple, Lin Yan turned to Qin Yu, who remained rooted in place, her expression one of stunned disbelief. He cleared his throat and said, beautiful lady, have you given any thought to my earlier proposal? The Celestial Palace may be blind to your worth, but I am not. Your extraordinary talent, with proper refinement, promises boundless achievements. If you agree to take me as your master, I will diligently teach you, ensuring you can avenge today's humiliation. What do you say? Qin Yu slowly lifted her gaze, her crimson eyes shimmering with unshed tears, yet she resolutely held them back. She stared at Lin Yan for a prolonged moment before suddenly kneeling before him with a thud. This act not only stunned Lin Yan, but also prompted the nearby disciples of the Celestial Palace to turn back in unison. Jiang Wanner's face briefly reflected astonishment, which swiftly morphed into a mocking sneer. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together, a wastrel paired with a madman. However, Lin Yan paid no heed to their derision. At this moment, his mind was racing with system notifications. Ding. Congratulations, host, on receiving your first disciple. The establishment of your sect is successful. The disciple recruitment reward has been granted. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10 Dao fruits. Due to the completion of the special storyline task, do not mistreat the poor girl. The host receives an additional reward of a supreme grade item, the Heaven and Earth Creation Pod, in the 9-turn universe hull. The host's cultivation level has been elevated to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. The prestige of the Unbounded Dao sect has increased by 10. With spiritual energy rising by 10, and a 3-year novice protection period has commenced. During this protection period, non-sect members are prohibited from using any spells or treasures within the sect's premises and may not harm sect personnel or assets. Chapter 3. Shouting until hoarse is futile, dear disciple. This is our sect. On a small earthen mound beside the Cloud Palace, a solitary thatched cottage stands. A crooked wooden plaque hangs precariously on the door, inscribed with the 7 characters of the Infinite Dao sect. Qin Yu gazes at the swaying plaque, her heart a tumult of emotions. Master, our sect's grand hall seems rather too humble, does it not? She had just been expelled from her master's tutelage at the Celestial Palace and had faced verbal humiliation at the hands of Jiang Wanner and Shinfeng. It was this brash youth named Lin Yan who had come to her aid, and perhaps out of gratitude or indignation, she had unwittingly accepted him as her master. She had presumed that his audacity to establish a sect near the Celestial Palace indicated extraordinary merit. However, the reality of this place was indeed rather austere. Observing the expression on Qin Yu's fair face, akin to one who had swallowed a fly, Lin Yan discerned her thoughts. Yet, he remained unfazed, waving his hand with unrestrained generosity, saying, our sect is merely in its infancy, still at the nascent stage. A touch of simplicity is only to be expected. In the future, when we become the foremost sect in the Star River realm, we shall surely renovate this place splendidly. At that time, I will erect a statue of you before the Grand Hall, so that every disciple who joins our sect may admire your grace. After all, you are my first disciple and the senior sister of our sect. Well, I truly appreciate it, Master. Qin Yu managed an awkward smile, 3 dark lines forming on her forehead. The foremost sect in the Star River realm? What a jest. Even the prestigious Cloud Palace of the Muyu State does not rank highly across the entire Star River realm. She could hardly fathom from where this ragged, farmer-like youth derived such audacity to utter such grandiose claims. Could it be he truly is as mad as Jiang Wanner and the others suggest? A growing unease settled in Qin Yu's heart. In recent years, despite her cultivation at the Cloud Palace, her proud nature left her friendless. Coupled with her relentless focus on combating the decline of her abilities, she remained unaware of Lin Yan's burgeoning reputation that had echoed throughout the Celestial Palace. Nevertheless, she perceived something amiss about him. By the way, Master, Enough, disciple. Before Qin Yu could pose further inquiries, Lin Yan raised his hand to interrupt her. I have called out for you all day at the foot of the mountain and am somewhat fatigued. Familiarize yourself with the surroundings near our sect. If there is nothing pressing, please tend to the vegetable garden. I have stumbled upon a fragment of heavenly insight and must meditate on it. With that, Lin Yan entered the thatched cottage, leaving Qin Yu in a whirlwind of confusion in the wind. Upon entering the cottage, Lin Yan immediately settled cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes in concentration, allowing his spirit to flow like a gentle stream within, examining the changes within his own inner landscape. Before him, his dantian no longer appeared as it once did, barren and depleted. Instead, it brimmed with an abundance of spiritual energy, now coalescing into a vast sea of qi. The gaseous essence gradually compressed and condensed, transforming into a liquid form, akin to clouds coalescing into rain. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yan could not help but feel an overwhelming joy within his heart. The 9th level of Qi refinement. Indeed, he had reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. O heavens, O earth! After being stifled for so many years, I have finally become a cultivator. After surveying his sea of Qi, Lin Yan hastily turned his attention to his spiritual root. However, he was met with disappointment, despite the system elevating his cultivation to the 9th level of Qi refinement. His spiritual root remained lifeless, resembling a withered branch devoid of vitality. It was still a useless spiritual root. Lin Yan could not suppress a sigh within. It seemed that the system had only enhanced his cultivation without mending his spiritual root. This implied that unless he continued to complete the tasks assigned by the system and incessantly take on disciples, he would be confined to the 9th level of Qi refinement, unable to progress further due to his defective spiritual root. Upon exiting the inner scene, Lin Yan reopened the system space. The items rewarded by the system floated within the inventory. His gaze swept across the items, and their detailed descriptions immediately materialized. Item name: Enlightenment Fruit. Item quality: Celestial. Item effect: when consumed by disciples of the Wuji path, it can enhance their cultivation. Note: this item is ineffective for sect leaders. Item name: Heavenly Transformation Pot. Item quality: Divine. Item effect: when used to water plants, it promotes growth and transforms decay into vitality. Item name: 9 Transformation Cosmic Hoe. Item quality: Divine. Item effect: when used to till the soil, it enhances the spiritual energy of the land, promotes plant growth, and transforms decay into vitality. What on earth are these items? Lin Yan gazed at them with a furrowed brow. In the Starry River realm, treasures are categorized into 6 levels: mortal, earth, heaven, celestial, divine, and sacred. The rewards bestowed upon Lin Yan were indeed the promised divine treasures, and in terms of quality, they were undeniably precious. After all, in the Starry River realm, the higher the quality of a treasure, the rarer it becomes. Divine treasures, even within the 7 sacred grounds of the Starry River realm, could be regarded as hidden gems. However, from the descriptions of these items, their utility appeared rather limited. The Heavenly Transformation Pot was meant for watering land, while the 9 Transformation Cosmic Hoe was intended for tilling soil. The only item that could enhance cultivation, the Enlightenment Fruit, he was unable to use himself. Could it be that the system intended for him to engage in farming within the sect? As Lin Yan pondered deeply, he suddenly heard Qin Yu's voice calling out, "Master, save me. Someone has intruded." Amidst the night, outside the thatched cottage, a white figure stealthily crept along the wall, the golden sigils of the Yunke Immortal Palace flickering at the hem of their robe. The figure stealthily approached the window, quietly sneaking up behind Qin Yu. At this moment, Qin Yu sat on the grass outside, eyes closed in meditation. Her dark tresses cascaded over her shoulders, and she was completely oblivious to the movements of the white figure nearby. A glint of malice flashed in the eyes of the figure, who suddenly drew forth a chillingly gleaming chain from within their garment, seizing the opportune moment to swiftly ensnare Qin Yu's neck. She felt an icy chill at her throat, and before she knew it, immense force had thrown her to the ground. Struggling to lift her head, she was met with a familiar yet contorted visage. "Shun Feng, my little beauty, I have finally caught you." Shun Feng sneered, his eyes brimming with avarice. Qin Yu's pupils constricted, her voice trembling. "Shun Feng, what are you doing here?" "Ah, my dear little beauty, what do you think I am here for?" Shun Feng leered, one hand brutally pressing down on Qin Yu's shoulder while the other roamed indiscriminately across her form. "We have been betrothed for years, yet I have not even touched your fingers. Do you have any idea how much I have longed for you?" He leaned closer to her ear, his voice cold and triumphant. "Now that the Qin family has fallen, and you have lost your cultivation, expelled from the sect, you wander about like a lost dog. Rather than drift aimlessly, why not follow me and become my alchemical furnace for dual cultivation? From now on, you will have protection. Wouldn't that be splendid? You are shameless." Upon hearing Shin Feng's words, Qin Yu felt a surge of both shock and fury. She attempted to summon the spiritual energy within her dantian, striving to break free from his grasp. Alas, her energy channels had run dry, leaving her cultivation at the Qi refining stage no different from that of a mere mortal. Consequently, no matter how she struggled, she could not extricate herself from Shun Feng's clutches. In desperation, she cried out, "Master! Master, please save me!" Ha ha ha! Qin Yu's cries not only failed to deter Shin Feng but instead invigorated him further. As he began to tear at her garments, his face contorted with malice, he taunted, "Qin Yu, I advise you to save your strength. When I arrived, I thoroughly scouted the surroundings. Within a radius of 10 miles, there is not a single living soul. Even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will come to your rescue. Is that so? A voice, laced with intrigue, echoed. The door of the grass hut creaked open slowly. Bathed in moonlight, Lin Yan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. On my territory, you dare to harm my disciple. Have you sought permission from the sect master? Chapter 4. The divine might not to be offended? Who do I think I am? It turns out to be you. As Lin Yan emerged from the thatched cottage, Shin Feng straightened up from beside Qin Yu. Yet, he did not loosen the chains binding Qin Yu in his grasp. He cast a disdainful glance at Lin Yan, letting out a derisive snort from his nostrils. It seems I underestimated the situation and overlooked this worthless fool. He lightly tapped the chains with his fingertips, producing a crisp metallic sound. Today, you publicly insulted Sister Wanner in the Immortal Palace. I have yet to settle this score with you. Had it not been for Sister Wanner's intervention, I would have dispatched you on the spot. Now, encountering me, you do not even scurry away with your tail between your legs. Yet you still dare to show your face? At this point, a sinister curve graced his lips. He then leaned down, gripping Qin Yu's chin with his fingers. His eyes glimmering with lewd intent. Qin Yu, do you know who your esteemed master is? Qin Yu, struggling fiercely, felt a shiver run through her heart. Who is he? Really? Ah, he is most renowned. Shin Feng erupted into an exaggerated bout of laughter, spittle flying. 3 years ago, he sought to enter the Immortal Palace but was expelled due to his worthless spiritual roots. And what happened then? After being cast out, he constructed a shabby hut on this dirt slope, aspiring to establish his own sect. The more he spoke, the more exhilarated he became. A ghastly flush appearing on his face, a mere waste who cannot even cultivate chi dares to establish a sect. Truly, it is preposterous. This incident has long become a laughingstock within the Immortal Palace, with everyone regarding him as a mere clown. But who could have imagined? Shin Feng suddenly raised his voice, excitement causing it to tremble slightly. You, Qin Yu, once a prodigy of the sect, a paragon of the heavens, have actually taken this clown as your master. This is indeed a sensational tale that could shake the entire Star River realm. Saying this, he leaned closer to Qin Yu, whispering with a suppressed malice that was unmistakable. Do you know, Qin Yu? The news of your apprenticeship to this fool has already spread throughout the Immortal Palace. You and this simpleton shall both be immortalized in history. Ha ha, ha ha, you all shall perish. Qin Yu's pupils dilated, a mix of shame and rage overwhelming her. Though she had sensed something amiss with Lin Yan for some time, she never anticipated it would be to such a deplorable extent. The mere thought of having taken a master with worthless spiritual roots, becoming the jest of the entire young Immortal Palace, filled her with a burning shame. Simultaneously, a sense of despair welled up within her. Before she was expelled from her sect, Shin Feng had already advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Now, with only the first layer of chi cultivation and devoid of spiritual energy in her dantian, she was no different from an ordinary mortal. As for Lin Yan, he was a veritable commoner. How could they possibly contend against Shin Feng, who was at the foundation establishment stage? Could it be that today she is truly to be subjected to the whims of Shin Feng? The more Qin Yu pondered, the deeper the sorrow enveloped her heart. Shin Feng, with an air of triumph, lifted his gaze and called out to Lin Yan. Today, I am inclined to engage in something splendid. And I have no desire to squabble with you, you cur. If you know what is good for you, vacate the premises and do not disturb my refined pursuits. Otherwise, Lin Yan, unfazed, calmly retorted, otherwise what? Humph. Shin Feng sneered, forming a spell with his fingers, as a flickering azure light of a sword erupted forth. He flicked his fingers intending to launch the sword light at Lin Yan to impart a lesson. Yet, to his astonishment, the blade flickered and extinguished like a candle caught in a tempest. What? Shin Feng gasped, bewildered. The sword light he had meticulously summoned dissipated, a phenomenon he had never encountered before. In a flurry, he endeavored to summon the power from his dantian once more, seeking to manifest the sword light anew. However, the spiritual energy within his dantian felt ensnared in a quagmire. No matter how earnestly he tried, he could not muster even a fragment. What is happening? The sudden turn of events left Shin Feng in a state of panic. He recalled the peculiar incident from earlier that afternoon when he had attacked Lin Yan, and an ominous premonition began to stir within him. Yet, before he could comprehend what was amiss, Lin Yan brandished a hoe, seemingly conjured from thin air, and struck him fiercely upon the head. Bang! Shin Feng's skull met the blow with a resounding thud, propelling him like a marionette severed from its strings. hurtling through the air for several paces before crashing heavily to the ground. Had it not been for his foundational cultivation, which shielded his mind with spiritual energy, this blow might well have claimed his life. Ah! Shen Feng groaned, clutching his head as he staggered back to his feet, his visage contorted with rage. You dare to strike me? If I do not teach you a lesson today, you will never comprehend the sanctity of celestial might. As he attempted to channel his spiritual energy once more, he found it stagnant, like a still pond, refusing to circulate within his body, rendering him incapable of invoking any spells. At that moment, Lin Yan's hoe descended upon him once again. Bang, bang. Bang, the hoe rained down upon Shen Feng like a torrential deluge, each strike swift and precise, creating afterimages in the air. Shen Feng cried out in agony, while Lin Yan, invigorated by the thrill of the confrontation, murmured incessantly, feeling an unprecedented exhilaration within. A mere jester, is it? Aiming for eternal fame, are we? Celestial might is not to be trifled with, is it? How boastful you are. The swiftness of Lin Yan's strikes was bolstered by the spiritual energy coursing through him. Though he had never practiced any formal techniques, the energy within him was undeniably real. The strength of a ninth-layer cultivator surged through him, quickening the pace of his strikes with the hoe. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Today, I shall undoubtedly put an end to you. Shen Feng's eyes were bloodshot from the beating. Unable to summon the spiritual energy within him, he acted in desperation, pulling an ancient copper bell from his shumi ring. This bell, imbued with a faint, ethereal glow, was inscribed with profound runes. It was the earth-grade magical artifact, the empty mountain bell, gifted to him by Qin Tianba during his engagement to Qin Yu. Once rung, the sound waves would penetrate the very depths of one's being, severing meridians or, in more severe cases, causing internal organs to rupture. Even cultivators at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm would find it challenging to fully withstand its might. It was his ultimate life-saving treasure. Die! Shen Feng raised the empty mountain bell, shaking it wildly at Lin Yan, the clear chime resonating throughout the surroundings. He envisioned Lin Yan bleeding profusely from his 7 orifices. His inside shattered. However, after a long while, Lin Yan remained vibrantly alive, wielding a hoe and mercilessly striking him as if utterly unaffected. The bell in Shen Feng's hand was sent flying by a single blow from Lin Yan. What on earth is happening? As he felt the bruises covering his body and the protective spiritual energy beginning to dissipate, Shen Feng's composure finally shattered. Clutching his head in pain, he began to plead for mercy. Stop! Stop! I concede, spare my life. At that moment, Qin Yu, who had been pinned to the ground by Shen Feng, staggered to her feet. She cast aside the iron chains that bound her, staring in astonishment at Lin Yan as he pummeled Shen Feng, her pupils trembling slightly. Her heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Wasn't Lin Yan supposed to be a waste of spiritual roots, utterly incapable of cultivation? Yet now, he exuded spiritual energy like a dragon, wielding the hoe with the swiftness of a tempest, each strike imbued with a disquieting force. He bore no resemblance to a mere mortal. Although her spiritual reservoir was entirely depleted, rendering her unable to probe Lin Yan's true cultivation level, she was acutely aware of Shen Feng's prowess. As a foundation establishment cultivator, he possessed several magical artifacts bestowed upon him by the Qin family. Even at her peak, subduing Shen Feng would require considerable effort. Yet at this moment, Shen Feng was reduced to a state of despair, clutching his head and crying out in agony, devoid of any means to retaliate. This surely required at least the cultivation level of the Golden Core realm to accomplish. Could it be? Qin Yu's mind raced with thoughts. Could it be that the rumors were false? My master is not a waste of spiritual roots, but rather a formidable being concealed near the Celestial Palace? Chapter 5, Celestial Prowess? Once this thought took root, it spread within her heart like a wildfire. Indeed, indeed. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled as clarity washed over her. The Immortal Palace is the foremost sect in Muyun Prefecture. How could her master dare to establish a school here without possessing transcendent abilities? Suddenly, another realization struck her, and a flush of crimson graced her alabaster cheeks as she murmured, moreover, she only accepts female disciples. The so-called wasted spiritual roots must surely be a deliberate facade concocted by her master. By masquerading as one with wasted spiritual roots and remaining near the Immortal Palace under the guise of founding a sect, her master must have ulterior motives. Everyone in the palace has been deceived by her master's crafted illusion. The more she pondered, the more convinced she became. Simultaneously, a wave of shame surged within her. Just moments ago, when Shen Feng had mocked Lin Yan as a fool, she had nearly succumbed to that fallacy. In retrospect, those who regarded Lin Yan as a simpleton were the truly foolish ones. Lin Yan continued to wield the hoe tirelessly. The sound of the blade slicing through the air resonated beside the thatched cottage. Shenfeng, like a broken sack, tumbled upon the ground. The robust physique of a foundation-building cultivator had now become a source of torment, unable to feint for relief, yet incapable of resisting the torrential blows. His left shoulder bore the brunt first, as the sharp edge of the hoe cut through his ornate robe, carving a 3-inch gash into his flesh. A sickening crack echoed from his collarbone, uncertain whether it was the hoe handle that had shattered the bone or the sound of his protective aura fracturing. His right leg endured 3 successive heavy strikes, and the dark purple bruises immediately seeped through his silk trousers, blooming into grotesque patterns upon the moonlit fabric. With a splutter, blood erupted from Shenfeng's mouth, several shattered teeth mingling with the crimson foam that fell into the dust. He attempted to push himself back with his elbow, only to discover that his right arm had become utterly weak, likely due to a fracture of the ulna sustained while blocking an attack. The hoe swooped down once more, instinctively. He tilted his head to evade it, yet it struck his right shoulder. The excruciating pain of a shattered scapula surged through his mind, compelling him to cry out in agony. However, the sharp edge of the hoe pressed against his throat, the icy sensation rendering Shenfeng completely rigid. He beheld the shadow of Lin Yan looming over him, a sinister grin spreading across his face, reminiscent of the King of Hell. Just moments ago, you proclaimed that I should understand the sanctity of celestial power? No, no, no. Shenfeng shook his head frantically, blood and broken teeth spilling from the corners of his mouth. I am but an ant. You, esteemed sir, are the true immortal. It is your celestial might that cannot be trifled with. Suddenly recalling something, he trembled as he removed the shumi ring, stammering. Here are 3,000 low-grade spirit stones, 6 bottles of spirit-gathering pills, and numerous treasures, all of which I offer as tribute to you. As tribute to you. Humph. Do you think such trifles can buy you your life? Is it truly that simple? Lin Yan lifted the ring with the hoe, then turned to Qin Yu. Disciple, this fellow is your acquaintance, and he has come here today for you. How would you like to deal with him? Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Shenfeng clutched at the chance for salvation, dragging his broken leg towards Qin Yu, repeatedly bowing his head. Today's events are my fault. I should not have harbored greedy thoughts towards you. For the sake of our betrothal and our childhood friendship. No. For the sake of the long-standing ties between the Qin and Shen families. Please spare me. Shenfeng bowed his head fervently. Qin Yu watched her once mighty senior brother, now reduced to a pitiful heap in the blood-soaked ground, and felt an overwhelming sense of absurdity. Earlier that day, he had stood high above with other disciples of the Immortal Palace, casting her out with disdain. Yet now, he knelt before her. Observing Shenfeng's woeful state, she bit her lip and clenched her fists, wavering between rage and pity. Shenfeng had so humiliated her, igniting within her a desire for vengeance. However, he was still a disciple of the Cloud Pavilion Immortal Palace, and they stood beneath its very feet. Should he perish here, the palace would undoubtedly seek retribution. Although she was unaware of her master's true intentions in establishing the sect, she feared that if her personal grievances led to discord with the palace, she would become the true villain. With a sigh, Qin Yu finally relented, saying, "Very well, master. Let him go." Oh, her words momentarily stunned Shenfeng. He then gazed at Qin Yu, curiosity glimmering in his eyes as he inquired, "You truly wish to spare this man who not only sought to harm you in your time of need, but also harbored ulterior motives against you? You genuinely intend to let him go?" Disciple, though I have enmity with him. Qin Yu took a deep breath, as if steeling herself. She then clasped her hands in front of Lin Yan, her tone grave and sincere. But the grudge I hold against him, I wish to avenge myself. Therefore, I implore you, master, to grant him clemency. When I have attained mastery, I shall personally sever this scoundrel's head. Very well. Gazing into Qin Yu's fervent eyes, Lin Yan helplessly shrugged his shoulders. He remained oblivious to the intricate thoughts swirling within her mind. Believing her assertion that she wished to defeat Shenfeng personally in order to vindicate herself, he mused to himself, "This girl is indeed worthy of her role as the protagonist in a tale of broken engagements. She insists on exacting her own revenge, displaying a fiery spirit. Thus, he lazily shrugged and waved his hand, saying, 'Since my sudden disciple has spoken, you may depart.'" Suddenly, he cast a sidelong glance at Shenfeng, his tone shifting abruptly to one of icy severity. "However, remember this day well. Should you dare provoke anyone from the Wujidao again, beware of your life." Yes. Thank you, Master Lin." Thank you, junior sister Qin. Shen Feng bowed deeply, as if granted a reprieve, before he painfully hoisted his battered body, scrambling away and quickly vanishing into the night. Once Shen Feng had departed, Lin Yan put away his hoe and prepared to return to his humble abode. At that moment, however, Qin Yu's eyes suddenly glistened with unshed tears as she knelt before him. I am deeply sorry, master. I have caused you trouble? Chapter 6. Rewards for meritorious performance. Qin Yu knelt upon the damp, muddy ground, her slender back trembling slightly. Clad in a flowing red dress, she resembled a rose. Frostbitten yet resilient. The night breeze tousled a stray lock of hair, revealing the redness in her eyes. Her fingertips sank deeply into her palms, her nails nearly piercing the flesh, yet she remained oblivious to the pain. Master. Her voice was barely audible, almost swept away by the wind, tinged with a subtle quiver. Your disciple has failed and caused you trouble. Lin Yan, who had been shouldering a hoe, halted in his tracks. He furrowed his brow, gazing at Qin Yu in confusion. Why are you kneeling? Get up and speak. However, Qin Yu stubbornly remained on the ground, her delicate fingers gripping the hem of her dress. The night breeze stirred her hair, unveiling her reddened eyes. Master. Her voice was as soft as a whisper. Today, I have brought trouble upon you. Lin Yan planted the hoe firmly into the earth and strode forward, crouching before her. He extended his rough fingers, gently lifting her chin to compel her to meet his gaze. In the moonlight, he took in the breathtaking beauty of his female disciple. Her visage was enchanting, breathtaking enough to take one's breath away. Beneath elegantly arched brows, her almond-shaped eyes glistened with unshed tears, their outer corners slightly raised, exuding an innate charm. The redness around her eyes, a result of her weeping, only enhanced her poignant allure. This stunning face alone could make countless heroes and warriors swoon. As he drew closer, a waft of the unique fragrance of youth enveloped Lin Yan, causing him to inhale deeply, lost in a dreamy haze. Master. As Lin Yan crouched closer, gripping her chin and gazing intently into her eyes, a hint of dazed admiration flickered across his expression. Qin Yu's cheeks flushed crimson, her heart racing wildly, her breath quickening involuntarily. Cough. Qin Yu's soft call jolted Lin Yan back to reality. The sight of this young girl was indeed captivating, enough to momentarily distract him. He quickly cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. Then, adopting a serious demeanor, he asked in a low voice, explain clearly. What do you mean by causing trouble? Upon hearing this, the blush on Qin Yu's face swiftly faded. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and a single crystalline tear rolled down her smooth cheek. Shen Feng is an outer disciple of the Immortal Palace. Today, Master intervened on my behalf and severely injured him. I fear the Immortal Palace will not let this matter rest. Just one day after entering the sect, I have brought such calamity upon you. I am truly deserving of death. Is this the trouble you refer to? Lin Yan inquired, to which Qin Yu gently nodded. Ha ha ha. Lin Yan suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his boisterous mirth startling Qin Yu, causing her delicate frame to shudder. That brat dared to trespass upon my mountain and insult my disciple. Do not claim that he harbors animosity towards you, even if there is no enmity between you two. I shall not spare him. Furthermore, as the leader of a sect, if I cannot even protect my own disciples, what right do I have to establish a sect or a school? As for the young Immortal Palace, if they seek trouble, let them come forth. At this juncture, Lin Yan waved his hand with a demeanor of disdain for the world. I dare to establish a sect here, which signifies that I do not regard them with any seriousness. Regardless of whether they are Yuaniing experts or Huashan ancestors, if they dare to come, they shall find themselves unable to return. It is well known that the path of cultivation is divided into 11 realms. Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, Yuaniing, Huashan, Lianxiu, He, Deshang, true immortal, Shenxian, and Jingxian. Crossing the Deshang realm invites the thunder tribulation, allowing one to transcend the Star River realm and ascend to higher planes. The young Immortal Palace is the foremost sect in the Muyu state, yet when viewed in the context of the entire Star River realm, it is merely a second-rate power. Nevertheless, within the sect, there are still numerous elders at the Yuaniing and Huashan levels holding sway. Such realms are dreams unattainable for countless cultivators throughout their lives. Yet Lin Yan scoffs at the Yuaniing and Huashan powers? A storm of bewilderment surged within Qin Yu. Could it be that her master has broken through to the Huashan realm, reaching the Lianxiu stage to rival the head of the Immortal Palace? However, she was unaware that Lin Yan harbored a different scheme. The system had clearly stated during the reward distribution that Wujidao is currently under a 3-year novice protection period. Within these 3 years, except for disciples of this sect, no one is permitted to wield spells or magical artifacts within the boundaries of his sect, nor may they cause harm to the sect's property or personnel. The fact that he had just soundly thrashed Shin Feng, who was unable to retaliate, proved that the novice protection period had indeed taken effect. Under such circumstances, what does it matter if a Yuanying or Huashan, even a true immortal, were to arrive? In this territory of mine, they would only be met with blows. Having spoken such grand declarations, Lin Yan then retrieved several fruits from his robe and tossed them to Qin Yu. Master, this is. Qin Yu instinctively caught them. And as her fingertips brushed against the fruit skin, a wave of gentle spiritual energy coursed through her meridians, enveloping her in a refreshing breeze. The once parched energy sea within her began to unconsciously gather spiritual power. Lowering her gaze, she observed that the fruits were lustrous like jade, with fine golden patterns shimmering upon their surfaces as if they possessed life. The fragrance was crisp and invigorating. Just a gentle whiff cleared her mind, sharpening her senses. Could this be a spirit fruit of superior quality? Qin Yu's pupils constricted, her voice trembling. As the daughter of the city lord of Qian City, she was certainly knowledgeable. In her past, when she broke through from Qi refinement to foundation establishment, her family had exhausted their resources, scouring the entire Muyu state to procure a seed of an immortal grade spirit fruit for her. It was precisely because of this seed that she not only managed to successfully break through, but also experienced a significant enhancement in her cultivation thereafter. Thus, she was quite familiar with the aura of spiritual fruits above the celestial grade and instantly discerned the quality of the fruit in her hand. Lin Yan, however, casually produced 4 or 5 complete celestial grade spiritual fruits. Such a display would surely astonish even the head of the Cloud Tower Immortal Palace. Qin Yu carefully cradled the fruits in her hands, feeling an intense heat radiating from her fingertips. Lin Yan, unfazed, remarked, "You are my first disciple, and there's little I can offer you. Though these fruits are not rare treasures, they will greatly benefit your current cultivation. Consume them now." What? How could this be? At his words, Qin Yu trembled, her pupils narrowing in shock. She knelt once more, lifting the fruits above her head with both hands, her voice quavering. Celestial-grade spiritual fruits ripen only once in a millennium, and their growing grounds are invariably guarded by ferocious beasts. Even a transcendent being would not dare to tread lightly. Such a precious item, I cannot possibly accept. Just a few fruits, what is there to hesitate about? Lin Yan nonchalantly replied. For the fruits he had bestowed upon Qin Yu were, in fact, the Dao fruits rewarded by the system, as he had no use for them himself. He felt no remorse in gifting them to her. Observing her demeanor of trepidation, he raised an eyebrow dismissively. I have plenty of these fruits. Just obey and train diligently. If you perform well, I shall reward you further. Chapter 7 Is the dog system suitable? Qin Yu's hands, cradling the spiritual fruit, trembled slightly. First, establishing a sect at the foot of the Cloud Palace, she showed utter disregard for its authority. Then she effortlessly produced several celestial spiritual fruits, treating even the formidable transformation masters with disdain. Who exactly is her master? How profound is her masteress background? Disciple expresses gratitude to her master. Observing Lin Yan's calm demeanor, Qin Yu ceased her pretenses. Taking a deep breath, she lifted a spiritual fruit and gently placed it into her mouth. Instantly, the sweet juice erupted within, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged through her limbs, clearing the stagnation in her meridians. The once withered Qi Sea was suddenly filled with an overwhelming influx of spiritual energy, which continued to compress and liquefy. Remarkably, her cultivation began to ascend directly, from the first layer of Qi refinement, to the second layer, to the third layer, to the fourth layer. With just one spiritual fruit consumed, Qin Yu's cultivation skyrocketed from the first to the fourth layer of Qi refinement. This was no mere indulgence in fruit. It was akin to devouring a vein of spiritual stones. Overwhelmed with excitement, Qin Yu consumed several more. Her realm ascended continuously. 5th layer, 6th layer, 7th layer, 8th layer, 9th layer. Foundation establishment. 1st layer of foundation establishment. 2nd layer, 3rd layer. As Qin Yu's realm continually rose, a cacophony of system notifications rang in Lin Yan's ears. Congratulations, your disciple Qin Yu's realm has advanced to the 2nd layer of Qi refinement, rewarding you with 2 enlightenment fruits. Congratulations, your disciple Qin Yu's realm has advanced to the 3rd layer of Qi refinement, rewarding you with 2 enlightenment fruits. Congratulations. Your disciple Qin Yu's realm has advanced to the 4th layer of Qi refinement, rewarding you with 2 enlightenment fruits. Congratulations! Your disciple Qin Yu has completed foundation establishment, rewarding you with 5 enlightenment fruits, the technique 8 desolations battle method, and a sect upgrade token. Sect residence prestige 10. Spiritual energy 10. Due to the elevation of your disciple's realm, the host's cultivation is raised to the 5th layer of foundation establishment, granting the host a passive skill, playing the pig to eat the tiger. 8 desolations battle method is a heavenly grade technique, a comprehensive physical cultivation method. Practitioners of this technique become increasingly formidable in battle, able to unleash several times their usual combat power in a short period. Note: this technique cannot be cultivated by the Supreme Master of the Infinite Path and can only be bestowed upon disciples of this sect. Playing the pig to eat the tiger is a special skill granted by the system. Those possessing this skill have their true cultivation obscured, making it undetectable. The sect upgrade token is a special item issued by the system. Using this token can elevate the sect's level. Congratulations, your disciple Qin Yu's realm has advanced to the 2nd layer of foundation establishment, rewarding you with 3 enlightenment fruits. Congratulations. Your disciple Qin Yu's realm has advanced to the 3rd layer of foundation establishment, rewarding you with 3 enlightenment fruits. The fruit that Lin Yan tossed to Qin Yu was none other than the Dao fruit awarded to him by the system. Upon consuming 5 of these fruits, Qin Yu was astounded to find that her cultivation had inexplicably returned to its former pinnacle, which was the 9th level of foundation establishment. How could this be possible? She murmured to herself, her voice trembling with disbelief. After 3 years of relentless torment, during which even the elders of the Immortal Palace were at a loss regarding her regression in cultivation, she had managed to reverse her fate in an instant with just a handful of spiritual fruits. The power of these immortal-grade fruits was indeed terrifying. She abruptly looked up at Lin Yan, her eyes filled with shock and reverence. However, she found her master merely standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing indifferently into the distance, entirely unfazed by the earth-shattering transformation she had undergone. It was as if this were merely a trivial matter to him. Initially taken aback, Qin Yu soon realized that her master, capable of casually producing 5 immortal-grade fruits, must have anticipated this entire sequence of events. To him, the restoration of her cultivation likely did not even merit a second glance. Contemplating this, her admiration for Lin Yan deepened. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Yan was not dismissive of her restored cultivation. Rather, he was engrossed in examining the rewards the system had bestowed upon him. Damn it! Can't this wretched system provide me with something truly useful? The rewards seemed plentiful at first glance, yet most were of little practical use to him. It had given him a plethora of Dao fruits that he could not utilize, a divine-level technique that he could not employ, and a sect upgrade talisman that was solely meant for enhancing the sect, the specifics of which remained a mystery to him. Although Qin Yu's breakthrough had elevated his own cultivation from the 1st to the 5th level of foundation establishment, he found himself perplexed. Qin Yu had already reached the 9th level, while he remained at the 5th. What did this signify? Was his disciple now stronger than her master? Was this how the system chose to play? Could it not at least grant him the golden core? The only reward that held some semblance of utility was the passive skill of playing the fool to catch the tiger, which would at least help him conceal his true level of cultivation from Qin Yu. Thus, while Qin Yu reveled in her newfound joy, Lin Yan felt a sense of helplessness. Well, it is what it is. One cannot rush a hot meal. I shall find a way to continue accepting disciples. With a deep sigh, Lin Yan spoke to Qin Yu. It is getting late. I must rest. You should also take some time to recuperate. When dawn breaks, I shall impart a technique to you. Once learned, you must practice diligently and not disappoint me. With that, Lin Yan did not wait for Qin Yu's response and retreated back into the grass hut. Meanwhile, at the Immortal Palace's outer hall, Shenfeng lay sprawled on the jade floor, bloodied and battered. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, stood before him with a gloomy expression. His hands clasped behind his back. His countenance was as grim as iron, his garments unfurling without a breeze, an aura of imperious pressure subtly radiating from him. Indeed, it was Elder Mo Tianan of the Outer Sect. Blood streamed from Shenfeng, who weakly implored, Elder Mo, I beseech you to advocate for me. Today, at your behest, I expelled Qin Yu from the mountain gates. To my astonishment, that wretched woman, before her departure, audaciously seized my ancestral treasure. Upon realizing this, I hastened to pursue her. Yet not only did she refuse to return it, but she also conspired with the scoundrel Lin Yan, a disgraceful outcast of our sect, to inflict grievous harm upon me. They dared to commit such an atrocity before the gates of the Immortal Palace, clearly showing disdain for the dignity of Yunke Immortal Palace. I earnestly implore Elder Mo to deliver justice personally, to descend from the mountain and capture that vile Chinyu and the fraudulent waste of space at the foot of the mountain, and to impose the most severe punishment upon them. Chapter 8. Mo Tianwen's dark sleeve robe suddenly fluttered, causing the candlelight in the hall to dim by a third. His piercing gaze fell upon Xin Feng's pale visage, as if attempting to see through him. Xin Feng involuntarily shivered under that scrutinizing stare. Do you think I have grown senile? Mo Tianwen's voice dripped with disdain. In the past, you managed to enter the Immortal Palace due to the Qin family's influence. The elixirs and treasures you have since utilized were largely supplied by them. Now that the Qin family has fallen, instead of seizing the opportunity to appropriate Qin Yu's treasures, you dare to claim that she has pilfered from your family? What treasures could your family possibly possess that would tempt Qin Yu? Truly a farce. Furthermore, Qin Yu's cultivation has regressed to the first level of qi refinement, and her energy C is depleted. In a confrontation, she is inferior to even an ordinary person. As for that Lin Yan, I have heard of him too. He is nothing but a complete waste incapable of cultivation. With your foundation establishment level of prowess, how could you possibly be defeated by those two? At this point, Mo Tianwen's expression suddenly darkened, and he coldly demanded, now speak. How did you sustain your injuries? Elder, please see the truth. Xin Feng, trembling on the ground, spoke weakly. I was indeed injured by Qin Yu and Lin Yan. The two of them employed some method to confine my energy C, rendering me unable to use spells or treasures, leaving me at their mercy. Moreover what? Mo Tianwen pressed, his voice growing impatient. Xin Feng's voice dwindled to a near whisper. Struggling to raise his head, he met Mo Tianwen's cold, abyss-like gaze, causing his heart to tremble and a cold sweat to break out on his back. And that Lin Yan, the so-called waste, has somehow succeeded in refining his qi. Although I could not employ spells, I used my spiritual sense to probe his cultivation, and it seems to be around the 9th level of qi refinement, on the brink of foundation establishment. If not for this level of cultivation, even with my spiritual power and treasure sealed, I would not have been so thoroughly defeated. Oh, Mo Tianwen's brow arched slightly, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. Seeing that Mo Tianwen appeared affected by his words, Xin Feng felt a slight relief and quickly nodded. It is absolutely true. I would not mistake it. That waste. No, that Lin Yan's aura is exceptionally profound, entirely unlike that of someone merely beginning their cultivation journey. Rather, it seems as though Xin Feng swallowed hard, murmuring, as if it had been concealed for a long time, only now revealing itself. The hall fell into silence, the flickering candlelight casting shadows that danced across Mo Tianwen's inscrutable expression. He slowly rose, his hands clasped behind him as he paced a few steps, the dark fabric of his robe shimmering faintly in the candlelight. A waste spirit root, yet at the 9th level of qi refinement, he mused softly, a hint of peculiar interest lacing his voice. He then turned around, his dark sleeves swirling as he produced a pill from his robe and tossed it to Xin Feng. This was the revitalizing pill. Though merely a mundane item, it was sufficient to heal your injuries within 3 days. His voice was icy, devoid of any warmth. Once you have recovered, keep a close watch on those two. Every movement they make must be reported to me without fail. Furthermore, you are forbidden to speak of today's events to anyone. Should even a whisper of this leak, I shall not spare you. Do you understand? I understand. Xin Feng hurriedly replied. He quickly swallowed the revitalizing pill and scurried out of the grand hall. A waste spirit root can actually cultivate to the 9th layer of qi refinement. How intriguing. After Xin Feng departed, Mo Tianwen stood alone in the center of the hall. As the candlelight flickered, a cold smile suddenly crept across his sinister face. He was the elder in charge of the outer sect of the Immortal Palace, wielding the power of life and death over thousands of disciples. During his inspection today, he fortuitously encountered the bloodied and disheveled Xin Feng returning to the sect, prompting him to bring Xin Feng in for questioning. Initially, he believed Xin Feng had engaged in a private fight with his fellow disciples, resulting in his current state. Little did he expect that he had actually fallen victim to two worthless individuals outside the sect. Mo Tianwen was not particularly interested in Xin Feng's sealed energy C. Qin Yu, the daughter of the Lord of Qi City, once the most prosperous city in Muyun Prefecture, possessed artifacts capable of sealing Xin Feng's energy C, which was not surprising. What truly piqued his interest was that boy named Lin Yan, a waste spirit root, Yet he managed to cultivate to the 9th layer of chi refinement. Such a phenomenon was unheard of. After all, spirit roots of superior quality could be enhanced through the refinement of rare materials, much like Shinfeng's. This was because spirit roots of higher grades were alive and could naturally sense the spiritual energy of the world. Enhancing what is already alive, though challenging, is still achievable. In contrast, a waste spirit root is utterly lifeless and cannot sense any spiritual energy. Reviving something that is already dead is akin to making an iron tree blossom, an endeavor more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Thus, for a waste spirit root to reach the 9th layer of chi refinement is nearly impossible. Unless Mo Tianwen's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Unless that boy named Lin Yan stumbled upon an extraordinary opportunity. The thought of opportunity ignited a fervor within Mo Tianwen's heart. His spirit root was of heavenly quality, and he had reached the 9th layer of the nascent soul stage, a mere step away from the transformation stage. Yet that step felt as insurmountable as a vast chasm. Over the years, regardless of how diligently he practiced or how many rare pills he consumed, he had been unable to break through that barrier. He sensed that without an enhancement in the quality of his spirit root, he might never glimpse the path to the transformation stage in this lifetime. However, heavenly quality spirit roots were already a rarity among cultivators. To ascend further and attain the legendary celestial grade spiritual root, the resources required, heavenly materials and earthly treasures, are virtually incalculable. Even if one were to exhaust the entire foundation of the Cloud Palace, it would likely prove insufficient to bear such an expense. Moreover, he is merely an outer sect elder, a mid-tier cultivator in the eyes of the inner sect stewards and peak masters who have reached the transformation stage. How could the sect possibly deplete its resources for just one individual? Yet, Lin Yan, a seemingly useless individual burdened with a defective spiritual root, has remarkably managed to cultivate to the 9th layer of chi refinement. Could it be? The gleam in Mo Tianwen's eyes surged, and his hands instinctively clenched. Could that lad named Lin Yan be the opportunity bestowed upon me by the heavens for a breakthrough? As this thought crossed his mind, an uncontrollable surge of heat flooded his heart. However, as he contemplated this, his fingers brushed against a jade token hanging at his waist. The icy sensation surged through his meridian straight to his spiritual platform, extinguishing the flame of fervor within him. Recently, I am on the verge of accomplishing significant matters and find myself temporarily stretched thin. Should this endeavor succeed, the rewards would be akin to breaking through to the transformation stage. Let that lad live a few more days then. Chapter 9. What is a fierce battle? Several days later, at the Wuji Dao sect, as the dawn light gently illuminated the misty mountains, a young girl clad in a crimson robe, wielding a heavy black iron sword, gracefully displayed her martial prowess akin to a phoenix unfurling its wings. Her skin was as flawless as snow, and her features were as picturesque as a painting, particularly her enchanting phoenix-like eyes, which sparkled with a hint of heroism. The heavy sword seemed weightless in her hands, tracing exquisite arcs in the air with each turn and step she took. Break! A clear shout echoed as the sword suddenly erupted in a dazzling golden-red glow. The surging spiritual energy of the golden core stage coalesced at the sword's edge, forming a tangible sword aura. In an instant, the air within a Tenjong radius was disturbed, swirling into a visible vortex of spiritual energy. Lin Yan lounged in a nearby chair, nonchalantly crossing his legs while fanning himself with a tattered palm fan. Observing Qinyu. Surrounded by a whirlwind of spiritual energy and exuding an unstoppable aura, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. This girl, indeed, was a manifestation of the undying body. In just a few days, she had mastered the 8 Desolations fierce battle technique to such a remarkable level. Her talent was truly astounding. Just days prior, he had bestowed upon Qinyu several enlightenment fruits to aid her breakthrough to the golden core stage, while also imparting the 8 Desolations fierce battle technique given by the system. This martial art seemed tailor-made for her. He had anticipated that she would need a substantial amount of time to grasp its essence. Yet, to his astonishment, she had effortlessly mastered it in mere days. It was indeed astonishing. Naturally, with Qinyu's ascension to the golden core stage, the system rewarded Lin Yan as well. In addition to the usual enlightenment fruits and an increase in the sect's prestige and spiritual energy, he received a sect upgrade token. Furthermore, the system elevated Lin Yan's cultivation to the 9th level of foundation establishment, just one step away from the golden core stage. However, this slight gap meant he remained one realm behind Qinyu. Gazing at the golden core true energy circulating around Qin Yu and comparing it to the stagnant foundation establishment liquid in his own dantian. Lin Yan couldn't help but curse the system under his breath. Master. At this moment, Qin Yu had completed a full demonstration of the 8 Desolations fierce battle technique. She eagerly approached Lin Yan, a faint blush adorning her fair cheeks, likely from her recent exertions. With eyes sparkling like stars, she radiated an excitement that was impossible to conceal. How did I perform with this technique? Well, it was satisfactory, Lin Yan replied, adopting an air of inscrutability as he observed her enthusiasm. He nodded slightly and, in a deliberately lowered tone, remarked, however, you were still 3 parts away from truly grasping the essence of the 8 Desolations fierce battle. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's bright eyes dimmed slightly, her rosy lips instinctively pursing. Master, did I practice incorrectly in any way? Lin Yan felt a pang of unease. He had no understanding of the true essence of the 8 Desolations fierce battle technique. He merely wished to preserve his own dignity as a master, indulging in empty braggadocio. Although he had observed Qin Yu practicing this technique closely, the rapidity of her movements rendered many of her techniques indistinct. Beyond appreciating her deftness and the elegance of her motions, he gleaned little else. How could he articulate what was amiss? What could he possibly convey? Ahem. Lin Yan cleared his throat, dramatically waving his sleeve and gazing into the distance. Pray tell, what constitutes fierce combat? Qin Yu tilted her head in contemplation. The disciple believes it embodies valor and relentless advancement. Does it not? Superficial. Lin Yan abruptly turned, his voluminous sleeves billowing in the wind, startling even himself with the force of his own presence. And he quickly steadied his thoughts. The essence of fierce combat lies in nurturing oneself through battle, growing bolder with each encounter. When you transitioned from the 3rd to the 7th form, your breath was unsteady, and you were overly deliberate in the 8th's conclusion. This is hardly fierce combat. It is clearly. At this juncture, he faltered, beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Damn it, his earlier bluster had left him at a loss for words. Yet, Qin Yu, captivated, mistook his pause for a test of her capabilities and promptly bowed in respect. Please enlighten me, master. In a moment of inspiration, Lin Yan produced the 9 transmutation heavenly hoe from his sleeve and thrust it into the ground. The path of cultivation lies in comprehension. Today, I shall impose upon you the task of using this hoe to cultivate the spiritual fields on the back mountain, so you may sincerely grasp the true meaning of fierce combat. Qin Yu accepted the hoe. Though unsure of its deeper significance, she recognized her master's enigmatic nature and thus solemnly replied, the disciple obeys. At the edge of the spiritual fields on the back mountain, Qin Yu raised the 9 transmutation heavenly hoe high. With a gentle shout, the blade of the hoe traced a silver arc in the sunlight, sinking deeply into the earth. The rocks beneath yielded as if they were mere tofu. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she gazed at the expanse of cultivated spiritual fields, lost in thought. Just half a month prior, she had been a discarded failure, expelled from her sect after depleting her energy reservoir. Yet now, she had achieved the coveted golden elixir. Most astonishingly, since her arrival at the sect, the vortex within her that had previously devoured her spiritual power had not reemerged. Without her master, how could she have attained her current accomplishments? In the past half-month, the residents of the Wuji sect had undergone a remarkable transformation. What had once been a simple thatched hut had, overnight, metamorphosed into a quaint edifice of blue bricks and white tiles. While not grandiose, it exuded a unique charm of its own. On either side of the main hall, 2 auxiliary structures had materialized. The eastern side housed an alchemical chamber filled with fragrant herbs, while the western side offered resting quarters for the disciples. Additionally, another alchemical room and a dormitory for disciples had appeared flanking the main hall. At first glance, these buildings appeared unadorned, indistinguishable from the ordinary dwellings of the mortal realm. Upon closer inspection, one can discern that the bricks used in constructing the house shimmer with a lustrous glow, subtly exuding an aura of spiritual energy. Each tile upon the roof is inscribed with intricate runes of the Tao, while even the unassuming cornerstones conceal patterns that embody the profound truths of heaven and earth. Remarkably, the materials employed for the revered Wenshan platform of the Celestial Palace pale in comparison to these bricks and tiles. She recalled having read in an ancient tome that the principal halls of the 7 sacred sites in the Star River realm were fashioned from celestial materials forged from fallen stars. Yet, these seemingly ordinary blue bricks and white tiles evoked a sense of mystery that far surpassed those legendary materials. What astounded her further was that these 3 edifices had risen overnight. After merely taking a nap, she awakened to behold the sight of these blue-tiled, white-walled structures, with not a single trace of construction left behind, as if they had stood resolutely in this place since time immemorial. Such celestial craftsmanship deepened Qin Yu's reverence for Lin Yan, while simultaneously igniting her curiosity regarding the true identity of this enigmatic master. She found herself instinctively turning towards the courtyard, where she saw Lin Yan sprawled across a bamboo chair, indulging in a leisurely slumber. In that moment, his appearance was devoid of any grace, yet to her, it radiated an unfathomable depth. Who exactly is this master? Qin Yu felt her heart racing, a warmth enveloping her chest, as admiration sparkled in her eyes. After a while, she gently caressed her pounding heart, then patted her flushed cheeks, murmuring softly to herself, "Qin Yu, what are you doing? The master has instructed you to cultivate the spirit field for your training, not to indulge in fanciful thoughts. If you continue to be so distracted and lax, wouldn't that betray the master's expectations?" Chapter 10. Advancement of Physical Conditioning. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu suppressed the myriad thoughts swirling in her mind. The 9 turns of heaven and earth hoe elegantly traced a beautiful arc in her palm, its blade carving a silvery streak of light in the morning glow. Suddenly, an idea sparked within her. The 8 Desolations battle decision emphasizes the principle of nurturing through combat. Is not the cultivation of spiritual fields yet another form of fierce struggle? If that is the case, could I not gain insight by integrating the techniques of the 8 Desolations battle decision into the process of cultivation? With a flick of her wrist, the hoe traced a mysterious trajectory through the air. This time, she did not merely exert force. Instead, she infused the hoeing method with the principles of the 8 Desolations battle decision. The spiritual energy of the golden core surged through her meridians, flowing along a specific path into the hoe. The first technique, the mountain splitter. The hoe descended with the might of thunder, cleaving the air like a giant axe splitting a mountain, leaving a heavy, earthy afterimage. In her mind she could envision the majestic spectacle of towering mountains being split asunder. Is this the power of mountain splitting? Qin Yu's heart trembled. Enlightenment struck her, and with a graceful turn of her body, the hoe flowed forth like a swimming dragon. The second technique, the swimming dragon. This time, as the hoe danced, it resembled a dragon emerging from the sea, weaving through the soil. Those stubborn stones buried deep beneath the surface were reduced to powder beneath the edge of the hoe, akin to prey crushed by a true dragon. Qin Yu began to grasp the essence of the 8 Desolations battle decision, which harmoniously melded strength and gentleness. As each hoeing technique unfolded, a faint golden aura gradually enveloped Qin Yu. With each swing of the hoe, she aligned herself with the profound truths of the universe. A spiritual field that would ordinarily take half a day to cultivate was now expanding at a visible pace. Most astonishingly, when she infused her spiritual energy into the 9 turns of heaven and earth hoe, the moment it touched the earth, it would return to her a whisper of profound Taoist resonance. These resonances flowed into her golden core like a gentle stream, making the newly formed golden core shine even more brilliantly, its surface beginning to manifest ancient patterns reminiscent of those on the hoe. Initially, these patterns were faint, but they grew increasingly vivid, ultimately resembling the rising sun, illuminating her entire aura with golden brilliance. Even more astonishing was the fact that the surrounding spiritual energy seemed to be summoned by the runes, spontaneously coalescing into a vortex around her. The rich spiritual essence surged into her body like rivers converging into the sea. Such patterns began to shimmer with increasing brightness, eventually reflecting the brilliance of the dawn, casting a radiant glow upon her entire aura. What a supreme artifact, imbued with the true essence of the Tao. Qin Yu's spirit surged with astonishment. At this moment, she truly realized the extraordinary nature of the 9 turns of heaven and earth hoe in her grasp. She had never anticipated that a simple hoe, tossed to her casually by her master, would possess such boundless potential. No wonder her master insisted she use this hoe to cultivate the spiritual field. Suppressing the shock within her heart, Qin Yu, having gained insight, dared not to be complacent. She quickly recalled Lin Yan's critiques in her mind. As she pondered, a profound clarity enveloped her. The master remarked that the transition from the 3rd to the 7th form was hindered by an unstable breath. Was it not simply a reflection of my reliance on sheer force and my ignorance of subtlety? Upon grasping this truth, her technique unexpectedly transformed in her hands, harmonizing strength and gentleness, carving a perfect arc in the earth that embodied the principles of yin and yang. Simultaneously, the golden core within her stirred with her epiphany, its surface patterns radiating a dazzling brilliance. Those previously elusive lines now fully revealed themselves, manifesting as 9 golden phoenix patterns that circled around the golden core. Each phoenix pattern contained fundamentally distinct truths of the great Tao, some embodying ferocity, others gentleness, swiftness, or weightiness. Could it be the third layer of the golden core? She was incredulous as she examined her dantian. Typically, it would require at least a decade of arduous cultivation for an ordinary practitioner to progress from the first to the third layer of the golden core. Yet, following Lin Yan's instructions, she had merely cultivated a few acres of spiritual fields and, within a mere half-day, had transcended 2 realms. Even more astonishing was the fact that her golden core was more than 3 times the size of an average practitioneress. With the 9 phoenix patterns on its surface being utterly unprecedented, a surge of spiritual energy coursed through her meridians, and each cycle brought about subtle transformations in her physical form. Ding dong, your disciple Qin Yu's realm has ascended to the third layer of the golden core, awarding 4 Tao fruit. As your disciple comprehended profound insights while cultivating the spiritual fields, her physique, the indestructible body of eternal calamity, has upgraded to the immortal divine phoenix body, triggering additional rewards. Rewards include 10 to the prestige of the Wijideo sect, 10 to spiritual energy, 30 saplings of the Tao fruit tree, and 20 seeds of the Lingxi grass. Her cultivation has been elevated to the first layer of the golden core. A series of system notifications erupted in Lin Yan's mind, startling him to the point of leaping from his bamboo chair. In the distance, a 9-colored radiance soared into the sky above the spiritual fields, coalescing into a pillar of light that pierced the heavens. Dense spiritual energy formed a visible vortex, tinting the clouds and mists within a 100-mile radius with a spectrum of colors. This. Lin Yan's jaw dropped, and the fan he had been holding clattered to the ground. He rubbed his eyes, confirming he was not mistaken, and could not help but exclaim in disbelief. What the hell? I merely let her tend to the fields, and she breaks through, and even upgrades her physique? Frantically, he tugged at his hair, gazing at the lengthy list of rewards on the system panel, suddenly feeling that this world was utterly devoid of reason. Meanwhile, Qin Yu was immersed in the enigmatic realm. Her technique shifted once more. This time, the 9 transformations of the universe host seemed to come alive, autonomously guiding her movements. Each stroke flowed seamlessly, each dig resonating with the Tao. The spiritual fields beneath her feet expanded continuously, with various common and earth-grade spiritual herbs sprouting spontaneously from the freshly turned soil. Even more astonishingly, these herbs emerged with an age of a century, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance. Suddenly, an inspiration struck Qin Yu, and she thrust the hoe into the ground. The 8th form, the return to the void form. In an instant, the entire spiritual field illuminated with intricate array patterns. All the spiritual herbs simultaneously burst forth with brilliance, their powers transforming into a myriad of colorful rays that soared skyward, intertwining in midair to form a vast celestial map. This starry tapestry slowly rotated, showering countless specks of light. These luminescent particles descended into the soil, elevating the quality of the entire spiritual field to an unprecedented level. With a deep exhale, Qin Yu stood upright, her hoe in hand. To her astonishment, she discovered that her spiritual awareness had expanded over tenfold, allowing her to discern even the minutest details of flora and fauna from several dozen miles away. The spiritual energy within her was now as profound as the ocean, vastly stronger than before her breakthrough. Thank you, Master, for bestowing treasures and guidance. She bowed deeply toward the direction of Lin Yan, her eyes filled with gratitude and reverence. However, at that very moment, the heavy black iron sword strapped to her back began to hum ominously at an unusual frequency. Simultaneously, its blade manifested a sinister, blood-red pattern. What could possibly be happening? The sudden turn of events caused Qin Yu's heart to quicken. This sword was a treasured heirloom of her family, and she had never heard of it exhibiting such behavior. Just as she was about to draw the sword from her back for inspection, Lin Yan, who had been previously complaining, furrowed his brow in concern. Urgent mission, 200 miles northeast of the sect, there are abnormal fluctuations in spiritual energy. The host may take disciple Qin Yu to investigate, as there may be unexpected rewards. Note, this task is a randomly hidden mission with an extremely high level of difficulty. Given the host's current strength, there is a 70% probability of death upon accepting this task. The host may choose to forfeit this mission without any penalties. Chapter 11. Hidden Mission Goodness. The system's notification sounded in Lin Yan's ears, eliciting a blend of excitement and anxiety upon his countenance. A hidden mission, and one of extraordinarily high difficulty. Those familiar with the game are well aware that such sudden, challenging hidden missions often herald exceptionally generous rewards. A gamble here might yield an extraordinary opportunity. However, the system indicated that upon participating in this mission, the probability of death loomed at a staggering 70%. This was akin to dancing on the edge of a razor. Master, look. At this moment, Qin Yu dashed over, brandishing her humming heavy sword. Lin Yan cast a glance at the weapon and immediately furrowed his brow. Although his true cultivation fell short of Qin Yu's, having only recently formed his golden core, he nonetheless discerned something amiss. He had seen this heavy sword before. It was a celestial spirit artifact exuding pure energy. Yet now, the sword's blade was adorned with ominous crimson markings, radiating a chilling aura. Simultaneously, the blade continued to hum and vibrate restlessly, as if responding to some unseen summons. Recalling the system's mention of the opportunity to accompany Qin Yu to investigate the anomaly, a thought flickered through Lin Yan's mind. Could the humming of the Xian iron-heavy sword be connected to the current hidden mission? A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Lin Yan's eyes. Qin Yu was a character who held the script of a protagonist destined to break off an engagement. Even tilling the fields could lead to her advancement. Any matter concerning her was surely significant. This could very well be a monumental opportunity. Should he let it slip away? He might find himself seething with regret in the future. As for the daunting 70% mortality rate, he chuckled softly, deciding to first accompany Qin Yu to investigate. If danger truly loomed, he could always find a way to retreat. Lin Yan resolved in his heart, then smiled enigmatically at Qin Yu, saying, "You heir. Come with your master for a journey." 200 miles northeast of the Immortal Palace lay a village named Qingniu. At that moment, Qingniu had been reduced to scorched earth, with dozens of corpses sprawled amidst the crumbling remains of structures. Most unsettling were the corpses, all appearing grotesquely shriveled, as though drained of their very essence by some malevolent force. The air was thick with the stench of blood, mingled with an acrid decay. Above Qingniu, the skies darkened ominously. Immortal Palace stood suspended in the void, his dark robes billowing around him. He was performing an esoteric incantation. With an ancient bronze mirror hovering above his head, casting a brilliant azure light that ensnared a crimson demonic spirit within its grasp. Blood fiend old demon, exert more strength. Immortal Palace's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. The wretched creature was on the verge of breaking free. Beside him, a gaunt old man clad in a blood-red robe grinned maliciously. The elder summoned a skeletal banner, from which a foul, bloody mist surged. As he chanted incantations, the mist coalesced into 9 chains, wrapping around the demonic spirit. "Rest assured, my friend Imo, with my 9 nether soul-locking chains, this beast shall not escape." However, before he could finish his words, the crimson demon spirit emitted a piercing shriek, its form swelling ominously. Within the azure light, it surged left and right, each collision causing the ancient bronze mirror to tremble violently, with fine cracks appearing upon its surface. As the demon spirit grew increasingly frenzied, the fissures on the mirror spread like a spider's web. Immortal Palace's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed urgently, "Blood fiend, old demon, if you continue to hide your secrets, we shall both meet our demise here today. Quickly, use that blood river diagram of yours." Upon hearing this, the blood fiend old demon's eyes flickered with crimson light, and he replied ominously, "Imo, my friend, you jest. I possess no blood river diagram." "Nonsense," Immortal Palace retorted in fury. "Over these past years, how much spiritual energy have you pilfered from my immortal palace, and how many lives have you consumed nearby? Do you truly believe I am unaware of your actions? If you are not cultivating the blood river diagram, what else could you be doing?" He bit his tongue fiercely, spitting a mouthful of essence blood onto the ancient bronze mirror, stabilizing the situation momentarily, and then spoke sternly. "The creature we are to refine today is a formidable demon of the void refinement stage. Even if sealed for a millennium, its power is not to be trifled with by us mere nascent soul cultivators." At this point, Immortal Palace suddenly bellowed, his spiritual energy surging dramatically. "If you continue to withhold, we shall both be doomed." The blood fiend old demon's expression shifted between light and darkness, his withered fingers tightening around the bone banner. He was well aware of the perilous situation. Yet, the blood river diagram was his life's work, forged over a century through the slaughter of countless beings. And it was his final trump card for survival. Should he employ it, and afterwards Immortal Palace turned against him, it would bode ill for him. Observing the blood fiend old demon's indecisiveness, Immortal Palace scoffed coldly and said, Your reluctance to use the blood river diagram is merely due to your fear of my potential betrayal. If that is the case, as he spoke, a glimmer of golden light suddenly shone from his brow, and a 3-inch tall ethereal figure of a nascent soul materialized. The miniature figure bore a solemn expression, forming seals with its hands, and inscribed a blood-colored vow upon its translucent body. I vow with my nascent soul, Immortal Palace declared forcefully. If I act unfavorably towards my friend Blood Fiend today, I shall suffer the torment of inner demons, and my nascent soul shall shatter and perish. The Blood Fiend Old Demon's pupils constricted. This nascent soul blood oath was the most solemn vow a cultivator could take. To violate it would invite the wrath of heaven. The sinister look on his face gradually faded, replaced by a steely resolve. Very well, since you are so sincere, I shall wager this old body of mine. He tore open his chest, revealing a ghastly blood-red tattoo. This tattoo depicted a sanguine river, filled with countless floating corpses, dark energy billowing upwards. With a series of hand seals and incantations, the tattoo came to life, transforming into a rolling scroll of blood waves that hovered in the air. Blood river diagram, activate. In an instant, a torrent of blood waves surged through the heavens, engulfing the crimson demon's spirit entirely. Die beast. In the blood river diagram, waves of crimson surged forth, revealing countless grotesque faces that emerged from within, emitting chilling wails as they ravenously tore at the scarlet spirit's corporeal form. With each wave that swept by, strands of pure demonic energy were stripped from the spirit. The essence of a formidable demon in the void refinement stage is indeed extraordinary. The Blood Fiend Elder's eyes glowed a fierce red, and a morbid flush spread across his face. He could distinctly sense the blood river diagram expanding at an astonishing pace. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The spirit abruptly ceased its struggles, and its crimson form began to ominously collapse. In an instant, it transformed into a blood-red spear, its tip coalescing with a heart-stopping aura of destruction. This is bad. The Blood Fiend Elder's countenance changed dramatically. The blood-red spear suddenly thrust forth, and as it passed, the myriad vengeful souls within the blood river diagram melted away like snow in the sun. With a resounding crack akin to tearing fabric, a massive gash was ripped through the blood river diagram. The Blood Fiend Elder let out a piercing scream, blood spurting from all 7 orifices. The damage to his natal treasure inflicted a severe blow upon him. The spirit reemerged, but its size had diminished by more than half, and its radiance had significantly waned. Clearly, this strike had drained much of its power. Observing this, MO Chapter 12, The Manifestation of Demons, The Fall of Magic. The Song of the Phoenix Azure Light cascaded like the Milky Way, enveloping the demon spirit completely. Imo Tianwen's hands formed seals at such a rapid pace that afterimages appeared, and the ancient bronze mirror split into 12 ethereal shadows, creating an intricate web of confinement. The demon spirit emitted a reluctant howl, its form twisting and distorting within the azure light. Seal. With a thunderous shout from Imo Tianwen, the 12 copper mirrors began to whirl frantically around the demon spirit, their radiant azure light continuously dissolving the malevolent aura within the creature. The demon's size diminished steadily, and its once frenzied demeanor gradually calmed. What a beast, finally subdued. A trace of barely concealed joy flickered across the sinister visage of the Blood Fiend Old Demon. In my attempts to refine this beast, my blood river diagram has suffered damage, costing me centuries of cultivation. Mo, my friend, when we divide the essence of this creature, do ensure that I receive a larger share. Naturally, Mo Tianwen replied nonchalantly. However, at the very moment the Blood Fiend Old Demon let his guard down, a silver light suddenly shot forth from Imo Tianwen's sleeve, swift as lightning, directly targeting the demon's dantian. The Blood Fiend Old Demon's pupils constricted in shock and rage. A mouthful of black blood erupted from him as he staggered back, glancing down to find a bloodied hole punctured in his abdomen. Imo Tianwen. What are you trying to do? Imo Tianwen stood with hands clasped behind his back, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. You have already attained the Yuaning realm. Yet you remain so naive. I am an elder of the Cloud Palace. How could I condescend to associate with a fiend like you? Today, slaying you here shall serve as an act of righteousness. You intend to kill me? The Blood Fiend Old Demon's eyes bulged with rage and disbelief. You have sworn the Yuaning blood oath. If you kill me, you too shall face retribution. Is that so? Mo Tianwen sneered. Before the words had left his mouth, The yawning apparition above his head suddenly melted away like wax, swiftly vanishing without a trace. You truly are a fool. Tianwen's voice turned icy. His gaze filled with murderous intent. The demon spirit still harbors a significant amount of malevolent energy. It is just right to refine it further with the malevolence from your yuaning. Once I have drained your cultivation, it shall be completely tamed. Upon finishing his words, Tianwen clenched his fingers, and the blood fiend old demon's dying form was instantly seized by an invisible force, its withered body twisting and curling like a rag. He inhaled deeply, forcibly extracting a yuan-ing imbued with a blood-red aura from the demon's dantian, which floated above his palm. The yuan-ing, a small figure, contorted in agony, emitting a silent shriek, only to be silenced completely as Tianwen casually crushed its spiritual awareness. Refine. With a flourish of his sleeve, a pitch-black cauldron materialized out of thin air. The cauldron shimmered with vibrant colors, and its mouth exhaled ethereal blue flames, unmistakably a treasure of extraordinary quality. Tianwen cast the blood fiend's nascent soul and the languid demon spirit into the furnace, the lid crashing shut with a resounding thud. Boom. A deep, thunderous roar erupted from within the cauldron as the blood fiend's nascent soul and the demon spirit writhed violently amidst the spectral flames, each attempting to gnaw and consume the other. The blood-red aura of the blood fiend clashed with the demon's power, coalescing into a swirling vortex of crimson within the furnace, from which faint, anguished wails could be heard. Seated cross-legged, Tianwen formed hand seals, his spiritual energy surging into the cauldron like a tidal wave. A flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes as he murmured to himself, with the nascent soul as the guide, refining the ethereal demon spirit as the material. Once my divine consciousness is forged, the future of this master shall transcend mere transformation into the divine realm. My long-cherished wish shall finally be fulfilled. 15 years prior, while patrolling the mountains, he chanced upon an ancient seal laid a millennium ago. This seal, enduring the passage of 1,000 years, still radiated a heart-stopping oppressive aura. Within it lay imprisoned a formidable demon of the ethereal phase. Initially, he believed this seal to be a closely guarded secret of the sect. Yet upon extensive investigation, he discovered that not a single soul, from the sect leader to the heads of various peaks, nor even the inner elders, was aware of its existence. As the millennium waned, the seal had considerably weakened, and the imprisoned demon had been reduced to a state of extreme frailty. Meanwhile, he had languished at the 9th level of the nascent soul for many years, unable to find a path to breakthrough. Thus, he pondered, if he could refine the divine soul of this great demon and consume it, not only could he aspire to enter the divine transformation realm, but even to challenge the ethereal phase might not be beyond the realm of possibility. Yet he understood well that even with the seal compromised and the great demon in a state of weakness, the friliest camel still outweighs the horse. Alone, he could scarcely hope to refine such a demon, let alone break the seal. Hence, he set his sights on the blood fiend. He deliberately allowed the blood fiend to infiltrate the celestial palace through a jade token at his waist, leveraging the fiendish energy of his cultivation to gradually erode the seal while simultaneously sapping the demon's power. Years passed, and under the relentless assault of the fiendish energy, the seal waned, and the demon's strength was nearly extinguished. Apart from a slip 3 years prior when he and the blood fiend inadvertently allowed a trace of demonic energy to escape, the entire process was remarkably seamless. Now, the ethereal demon spirit had become a fixture within his cauldron, and the blood fiend served as his catalyst. In just half an hour more, the demon spirit would be entirely refined. This celestial pathway would thus be realized. Tianwen focused intently on controlling the alchemical cauldron. Yet at that very moment, whoosh, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air suddenly assailed him from behind. Tianwen's hair stood on end, his instincts as a nascent soul cultivator prompting him to instinctively evade to the side. A heavy sword of dark iron grazed his temple. The fierce wind it generated leaving a crimson line upon his cheek. Who? He bellowed, unleashing 12 azure talismans from his sleeve, forming a defensive array around him. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the heavy sword tracing a blood-red arc in the air, returning steadily to the hand of a graceful figure not far away. It is you. Tianwen's brow furrowed tightly, a flicker of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Under the moonlight, Qinyu, clad in a flowing crimson garment, brandished a heavy sword of dark iron that glimmered with a blood-red radiance. What astonished him further was the aura that enveloped Qinyu. Ethereal energy swirled around her, with golden light flickering subtly. The overwhelming fluctuations of spiritual power unmistakably signified that she had reached the realm of golden core cultivation. You have actually crossed into the golden core stage? His voice trembled with barely concealed astonishment. This was utterly absurd. Nearly half a month prior, he had personally investigated and found that her dantian was nearly depleted, her cultivation having plummeted to the first level of chi refining. It was precisely for this reason that he had ordered her expulsion from the sect. Yet now, in just a fortnight, she had ascended to golden core? How could this be possible? The chasm between chi refining and golden core was as vast as that between an ant and a dragon. A distinction as stark as heaven and earth. No matter how gifted she might be, how could she defy the natural order to such an extent? Furthermore, she was a discarded disciple whom he had deemed utterly devoid of potential. What truly sent shivers down his spine was the spiritual energy surrounding Qin Yu, which was far beyond what an ordinary golden core cultivator could possess. While the spiritual power of typical golden core practitioners was refined, it was ultimately akin to a rushing river, whereas at this moment, the energy enveloping Qin Yu resembled an immense, suffocating ocean. Even more bizarre was the subtle sound of a phoenix's call interwoven within her flowing spiritual power, as if an ancient divine bird lay dormant within her, poised to take flight at any moment. He had encountered countless golden core cultivators and even nurtured several talented disciples himself, yet he had never witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon. The strength of a golden core's spiritual power, no matter how formidable, remained within the limits of human capability, yet within Qin Yu's energy, there seemed to be a trace of divinity. Thanks to you, Qin Yu, wielding her heavy sword, coldly addressed Immortal Palace. After you expelled me from the sect, I encountered my master. Not only did my cultivation cease to decline, but I also ascended into the realm of golden core. Without your facilitation, I would not have achieved my current success. Master? Immortal Palace's pupils constricted, a flicker of incredulity crossing his face. Just then, a tall figure emerged slowly from behind Qin Yu, clad in a simple, homespun tunic. The individual exuded the air of a humble farmer. A faint, enigmatic smile curled at the corners of their mouth, yet their eyes betrayed no warmth whatsoever. It has been a long time, Elder Imo. Do you still remember me? Chapter 13. We are here for a spring outing. Immortal Palace's gaze sliced through the air as it scrutinized Lin Yan. Yet he could not recall where he had encountered this individual before. It was hardly surprising. 3 years prior, during the recruitment of disciples by the Immortal Palace, Lin Yan was merely an inconspicuous figure among the throngs, while he held the esteemed position of an outer sect elder. To him, Lin Yan had been as insignificant as an ant, making it impossible to remember his features. However, during a recent interrogation of Shenfeng, the young man had indeed mentioned that after Qin Yu was expelled from the mountain, she had taken on a master, a swindler named Lin Yan. Could it be that this man before him was the charlatan spoken of by Shenfeng, the one who had cultivated from a useless spiritual root to the 9th level of chi refinement? Immortal Palace furrowed his brow. He discreetly unleashed his spiritual sense, aiming to probe the depths of Lin Yan's cultivation. To his astonishment, Lin Yan's aura was shrouded in layers of mist, presenting a bewildering enigma. With his cultivation at the 9th level of the nascent soul, he could not decipher the true depths of Lin Yan's abilities. Shenfeng had claimed that Lin Yan's cultivation was merely at the 9th level of chi refinement. If he truly was at that level, why could Immortal Palace not perceive it? Had Shenfeng deceived him? Immortal Palace's heart was beset with uncertainty. To achieve the events of today, he and the blood-fiend old demon had exerted tremendous effort, first luring the demon spirit from its seal and deliberately enticing it to this location. They had even set up a grand array in a 5-mile radius to prevent any leakage of spiritual energy, thereby avoiding detection by the Xian Palace during the refinement of the demon spirit. Unexpectedly, instead of the Xian Palace personnel arriving, these two individuals had appeared. Was this merely a coincidence? Immortal Palace's expression darkened as he coldly inquired of Lin Yan and his companion. What brings you two here? Just out for a spring outing. Lin Yan replied, adopting a languid posture and stretching. Behold this splendid weather, the sun shining brightly and the sky clear. My disciple and I, with nothing pressing on our minds, decided to take a leisurely stroll and fortuitously encountered Elder Imo. He suddenly elongated his tone, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. Indeed, it is fate. With that, his gaze fell directly upon the darkly shimmering cauldron before Immortal Palace, feigning astonishment as he exclaimed, "Oh, what precious treasure is Elder Imo refining within this cauldron? It seems quite extraordinary. As the saying goes, Meeting is a matter of destiny. Since we are so fortunate, why not open this cauldron and allow us juniors a glimpse? Seeking death. A murderous intent surged in Mo Tianwen's eyes as he abruptly waved his sleeve, unleashing a sharp stream of spiritual energy that cut towards Lin Yan like a blade. Master, be careful. Qin cried out, her figure darting like lightning as she instantly positioned herself before Lin Yan. With all her might, she swung the heavy sword of dark iron in her hands. Boom. The clash of spiritual energies sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Qin let out a muffled grunt, staggering back several steps while Mo Tianwen's expression darkened. By all logic, as a cultivator at the 9th level of the nascent soul, you should have easily overpowered her. Even with a casual strike, as the disparity between their realms was vast. However, he had just emerged from a fierce battle, his spiritual energy depleted by more than half, and he bore injuries of moderate severity. Moreover, the spiritual energy within Qin Yu was exceedingly peculiar. Not only was her energy several times more robust than that of an ordinary golden core cultivator, but upon collision, it unleashed a magnificent phoenix-like aura, sweeping forth like tumultuous waves crashing against the shore, utterly unstoppable. Consequently, with this single strike, Mo Tianwen felt an unexpected sense of inadequacy. Mo Elder, at that moment. Lin Yan's languid voice resonated once more. As a venerable elder of the Celestial Palace and a yuaning stage cultivator, to engage with us juniors seems rather beneath your dignity, does it not? He abruptly shifted his tone, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Or perhaps, you are feeling guilty, worried that your collusion with malevolent cultivators and the refinement of demon spirits might be exposed, prompting you to silence us? With these words, Lin Yan turned to pat Qin Yu's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Where, today I shall impart another lesson. In this world, power knows no distinction between righteousness and malevolence. It is the intent behind its use that defines its nature. Thus, those so-called righteous sects are not necessarily above reproach, while those labeled as demonic cultivators may not all be villains. His gaze lingered meaningfully on Mo Tianwen as he continued with a knowing smile. Take our dear Mo Elder before us, who appears to be a paragon of righteousness on the surface, yet in truth, his character is even more reprehensible than that of a wicked cultivator. In the future, should you encounter such individuals, be sure to remain vigilant and do not be deceived by their ostensibly virtuous facade. I understand, Master, Qin Yu replied obediently, nodding her head. Yet, Mo Tianwen was incensed by Lin Yan's words, his fury boiling over. Impudent. Who do you think you are? I just stated it plainly, did I not? Lin Yan shrugged with a smile. We are merely here to enjoy the scenery. Seeking death. Mo Tianwen's rage reached its zenith, his spiritual energy surging violently. The oppressive force of his yuan-ing peak cultivation descending upon the land like a mountain, causing the very earth to tremble. However, just as he was about to strike, crack, a faint sound of shattering emanated from the furnace behind him. Mo Tianwen's pupils constricted suddenly. The demon spirit he had sealed within the furnace was frantically struggling, exhibiting signs of attempting to break free. In that moment, he could no longer afford to confront Lin Yan and hastily turned to perform hand seals. With swift motions, he formed intricate seals, golden runes surged forth from his palms, entwining around the violently trembling furnace like chains. Seal. He bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. The spiritual energy of his yuan-ing 9th layer surged into the furnace, causing the cracked lines on its surface to begin healing slowly. A gleam of brilliance flickered in Lin Yan's eyes as he whispered, Where? Now is the time. Use the 8 desolations battle decision I have taught you and eliminate this old scoundrel. Qin Yu understood immediately, her heavy sword radiating with resplendent light. Like a flash of lightning, she swiftly approached within 3 feet of Mo Tianwen, her sword carving a blood-red arc through the air. The sword moved with a swiftness akin to a thunderclap, wielding the formidable power to shatter mountains and cleave peaks, aimed directly at the heart of Mo Tianwen. Before the blade reached its target, the fierce sword aura had already carved a deep trench into the ground. Observing Qin Yu's decisive action, Lin Yan, who was watching from a distance, felt a surge of tension. Following an urgent alert from the system, he had hurriedly made his way here alongside Qin Yu. At that moment, Mo Tianwen was preoccupied, engaged in a siege with the Blood Fiend Elder against a formidable demon spirit, thus oblivious to their presence. Upon hearing Mo Tianwen mention that they were encircling a demon spirit of the virtual refinement stage, Lin Yan was instantly filled with exhilaration, reassured that he had not erred in his decision. However, having been cautioned by the system about the perilous nature of this hidden mission, with a mortality rate of 70%, he refrained from recklessness, concealing their presence alongside Qinyu, quietly lying in wait. It was only after witnessing Mo Tianwen successfully outmaneuver the Blood Fiend Elder and begin to refine the demon spirit alone that he resolutely decided to reveal themselves. Although Mo Tianwen was an adept of the nascent soul stage, he was now but a shadow of his former self, distracted by the task of refining the demon spirit. Together with Qinyu, Lin Yan believed they had a chance to vanquish this old rogue. If they could eliminate this foe, the demon spirit of the virtual refinement stage would undoubtedly be theirs. Chapter 14. He feels pain for me. The edge of Qinyu's sword sliced through the air. The golden sword energy surging forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, aimed directly at Mo Tianwen's heart. This strike encapsulated the essence of the first form of the 8 wilderness battle decision, known as the mountain-splitting style. Even before the sword reached its target, the fierce intent had already shattered all vegetation within a Tinjiang radius. Mo Tianwen's expression shifted dramatically. At this moment, he was fully occupied suppressing the rampaging demon spirits within the cauldron, leaving him no time to divert his attention. As the sword energy approached, a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. With his left hand maintaining the suppression incantation, he suddenly tore a jade pendant from his waist with his right hand and crushed it violently. Bang! As the pendant shattered, a phantom identical to Mo Tianwen materialized behind him. The apparition formed a hand seal, conjuring a blue light shield that barely withstood Qinyu's sword energy. Boom! The clash between the sword energy and the light shield erupted in a deafening roar. The shockwave sent debris flying within a Tinjiang radius, carving deep rifts into the ground. The illusory body jade? Qinyu's pupils contracted as she recognized this as a life-saving treasure only obtainable by elder-level figures of the Cloud Palace. Capable of manifesting a doppelganger with 70% of the owner's current power, albeit for a mere incense stick's duration. Mo Tianwen's lips bled slightly, clearly indicating that managing both the cauldron and the doppelganger had exacerbated his injuries. Simultaneously, a surge of anger welled up within him. This illusory body jade was exceedingly precious and could only be used once. It was one of his last resorts for survival. To have to employ such a method against a mere Golden Core Jr. was infuriating beyond measure. His cold gaze swept over Qinyu. You wretched girl. I should have ended your life with a single strike back then. Before his words could fade, the doppelganger attacked. The phantom's hands came together, and 7 golden chains shot forth from its sleeves, coiling around Qinyu like venomous serpents. The chains shimmered with runes, specifically designed to counter physical cultivation techniques, the sealing spirit chains. Qinyu hastily retreated, her heavy sword sweeping in an arc as she unleashed 3 sword energies in a fan shape. However, upon contact with the chains, the energies were absorbed as if they were but a drop in the ocean, and the chains continued their relentless advance, swiftly sealing off all her escape routes. The second form of the 8 wilderness battle decision, the swimming dragon style. With nowhere left to retreat, Qinyu hesitated not a moment. The momentum of her sword suddenly shifted. What had been an unyielding strike transformed into a gentle drizzle, her figure weaving like a dragon through the gaps between the chains. Her garments billowed as she evaded each seemingly perilous strike with impeccable timing, leaving the 7 chains momentarily unable to touch her. Seeing this, Mo Tianwen let out a cold snort, and the doppelganger abruptly changed tactics. The chains suddenly retracted, intertwining in the air to form a golden net, while dozens of earth spikes erupted from the ground, launching a simultaneous assault from above and below. In a critical moment, Qinyu bit her tongue, her blood spraying onto the sword. The heavy sword glowed crimson with power, and she plunged it forcefully into the ground. Boom! Centered on the sword's tip, a wave of blood-red ripples rapidly expanded. Wherever they passed, the earth spikes crumbled, and the golden net was momentarily shaken apart. Qinyu seized this fleeting opportunity, her form darting forth like an arrow, with her sword aimed directly at the essence of Mo Tianwen. This sudden turn of events unfolded too swiftly, leaving the doppelganger unable to mount a defense. Mo Tianwen was compelled to divert one hand to counter, thus exposing vulnerabilities in the incantation that suppressed the cauldron. The cauldron trembled violently, and from a fissure emanated a chilling aura of demonic energy. How dare a mere Golden Core practitioner act so brazenly before me? With his hand now free, Mo Tianwen unleashed a palm strike towards Qinyu. This seemingly light blow contained the profound spiritual power of a nascent soul cultivator. Before the wind of the strike reached her, Qinyu felt the air around her compress like an iron wall, rendering her nearly immobile. Gritting her teeth, she summoned all her spiritual energy and activated the dragon's movement technique, narrowly evading the palm strike. However, the phantom that had been pursuing her closed in. The specter's assault was relentless, delivering a second and then a third palm strike, each precisely sealing off her escape routes. Bang! Ultimately, Qin Yu could not evade entirely, and was grazed on the shoulder by a palm, sending her flying into an ancient tree, which splintered with a thunderous crack. A metallic taste filled her throat, and a trickle of blood escaped her lips. Yue! Lin Yan felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, his gaze fixated on the unfolding battle. He had initially believed that by ambushing Mo Tianwen during his refinement of the demon spirit, he could eliminate this foe. Yet, it now appeared that even in his weakened state, Mo Tianwen's prowess remained unfathomable. Although Qin Yu had been the sole combatant against Mo Tianwen thus far, Lin Yan had refrained from intervening not out of cowardice, but because he understood that with his true cultivation level being merely that of the golden core, he would be of no assistance to Qin Yu and might even expedite her downfall. After all, his actual cultivation was only at the first layer of golden core, and he had not practiced any formidable techniques. In a true confrontation, Mo Tianwen could likely crush him with a mere pinky. Yet now, Qin Yu was clearly outmatched. What was to be done next? Retreat? Given the state of the battle, extracting oneself would not be a simple task. Cursed be this situation. Lin Yan cursed inwardly, though he had not lost his composure. Beads of sweat had begun to form on his forehead. No wonder the system had assigned a 70% mortality rate for this mission. It was indeed not a trivial matter. If all else fails, fleeing might be the only option. After contemplating for a moment, he finally shouted to Qin Yu, "Where? If you feel overpowered, retreat at once. Do not continue to engage him." "Master, I am fine." Qin Yu wiped the blood from her mouth, gripped her heavy sword, and rose once more. She glanced back at Lin Yan, unaware of the turmoil within him. Yet seeing him standing there, hands clasped behind his back and his demeanor calm, a warm sense of comfort blossomed within her. "The master has commanded me to withdraw." Undoubtedly perceiving that I am no match for Mo Tianwen and fearing for my safety, wishing instead to personally deal with this old rogue. He is concerned for me. This thought flitted through her mind, causing her heart to warm slightly. Ever since being cast out from the Cloud Palace, it was the master who took her in, imparted teachings, and consistently supported her. Now that she finally has the chance to alleviate her master's burdens, how could she falter due to a mere injury? Moreover, with her master standing resolutely behind her, what is a mere nascent soul cultivator? She tightened her grip on the sword, the heavy sword of dark iron seemingly resonating with her intent, emitting a low, throaty hum. Remarkably, at the moment this thought arose, the golden spiritual energy within her sea of qi began to undergo a transformation, gradually morphing into a fiery, crimson hue. The crimson energy surged through her meridians like molten lava, as if refining her flesh and bones anew in its wake. An ancient, indomitable aura awakened within her, reminiscent of a phoenix reborn from the flames, exuding the might to incinerate all that stands in its path. Qin Yu's heart trembled violently, bolstered by this newfound energy. Her fighting spirit soared, transforming her into a blazing torch, her eyes ablaze with fervent battle intent. "Fear not, master. Your disciple shall never disappoint you," Qin Yu silently vowed, her eyes reflecting a tempestuous will to fight. She no longer recoiled, but instead charged boldly toward the avatar of Mo Tianwen. The heavy sword trailed a magnificent tail of fire, akin to a phoenix spreading its wings, vowing to incinerate all obstacles in its way. Mo Tianwen, witnessing this, sneered. Seeking death, his avatar formed hand seals, unleashing 7 chains once more. Yet this time, Qin Yu's sword technique had transformed. Eighth style of the 8 Desolations battle decision, breaking the army. At the moment the heavy sword was swung, a scarlet sword aura shot skyward. Within the sword aura, faint phantoms of thousands of galloping steeds surged forth, its momentum so overwhelming that even Mo Tianwen as true form was taken aback. Chapter 15 The Might of the Divine Artifact. How could this be? Mo Tianwen, as an elder of the outer gate of the Immortal Palace, was well versed in the ways of the world. He naturally recognized the cultivation technique practiced by Qin Yu, which was the celestial grade technique 8 Desolation battle decision. In the Star River realm, celestial grade techniques were exceedingly rare and profoundly intricate, with many nascent soul cultivators only able to achieve minor success. Yet, the momentum displayed by Qin Yu with this sword was unmistakably a sign of minor success. How could a mere golden core junior comprehend such a level of mastery? The golden net shattered inch by inch before the blood-red sword energy, and the spiritual barrier hastily conjured by his doppelganger was cleaved through by a single strike. The residual force of the sword continued unabated, striking directly at the doppelganger's chest. Act! The doppelganger let out a scream that was far from human, its form violently trembling. A gaping wound appearing on its chest, spiritual energy gushing forth like a breached dam. Immortal main body let out a muffled groan. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. When the doppelganger was injured, the main body would also suffer backlash. Immortal fixed his gaze on the heavy sword in Qin Yu's hand, which flickered with a blood-red brilliance. He could hardly fathom that a mere golden core junior could inflict harm upon his doppelganger. He silently gritted his teeth, his knuckles turning white. At this moment, the wound on the doppelganger's chest continued to leak spiritual energy, its once solid form becoming increasingly translucent. Meanwhile, Qin Yu felt her blood boiling like molten lava. When she unleashed that strike, she distinctly sensed an unprecedented transformation within her spiritual energy. What had once flowed like a gentle stream now surged like a raging tide, roaring through her meridians. This sensation filled her with an overwhelming intent to kill. So this is the true essence of 8 Desolation battle. Her hand gripped the sword with a slight tremor, not out of fear, but exhilaration. Where the sword pointed, even the air quivered slightly. At the same time, the key tenets of 8 Desolation battle decision blazed within her consciousness like a fierce flame. This technique was born for battle, and the more perilous the situation, the more it could awaken the power buried deep within her bloodline. Now, the bloodline that had awakened within her was propelling the might of this technique to unprecedented heights. Once more, Qin Yu exclaimed, her sword intent shifting again. This time, she simultaneously executed the formidable mountain splitter and the agile drifting dragon. Her swordplay alternating between grand openings and intricate maneuvers, forcing Immortal's doppelganger to retreat step by step. Immortal's complexion turned ashen. He could never have imagined that he, a dignified nascent soul cultivator, could be driven to such a dire state by a golden core junior. To make matters worse, distracted by his confrontation with Qin Yu, the demon spirit within the cauldron struggled more violently, and the cracks on the cauldron were widening. Damn it! Immortal ground his teeth in frustration. He bit his tongue once more, spraying a mouthful of essence blood onto the doppelganger. Instantly, a surge of blood light enveloped it, and its power soared. You little wretch. To force me into such a position, you may take pride in yourself. Immortal declared in fury. However, your life ends here. The blood-colored doppelganger surged with an overwhelming momentum, striking with a palm that momentarily stilled the air within a Tenjong radius. Qin Yu felt as though a colossal mountain was descending upon her, rendering her breath nearly impossible. Yet, she neither retreated nor defended herself. The crimson hue in her eyes intensified, and a proud smile curled at the corners of her lips. In the chaotic battles of the 8 Desolations, one must attack without defense. With a forceful stomp, she shattered the ground beneath her, her figure soaring upward like a blood-red meteor. Her heavy sword radiating a blinding crimson light. Where the sword's edge passed, the air was cleaved open, creating a vacuum rift. The ferocity of her swordsmanship surpassing her previous strength by a third. Boom. The blood-red heavy sword collided fiercely with Immortal's palm print, and in that instant, dazzling spiritual light erupted, sending violent shockwaves that obliterated the surrounding rocks into dust. Under the intense impact, Qin Yu let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from her lips. Her body slowly descending from the air. Seizing the opportunity, Immortal's true self, while refining the demon spirit, flicked his sleeve towards Qin Yu, unleashing a silver beam like a venomous serpent strike, aimed directly at her heart. Be careful. Lin Yan, from a distance, felt his pupils constrict as he witnessed the lethal silver light closing in on Qin Yu, who was unable to evade due to the recent shock. In that critical moment, he could no longer afford to conceal his strength, instinctively grasping the 9 turns Qian Kuan Ho from the system's space. Go. With a thunderous command, the seemingly unremarkable Ho transformed into a shadowy brilliance, arriving just in time to intercept the silver light that was about to pierce Qin Yu's heart. Clang. The moment the 9 turns Qian Kuan Ho clashed with the silver light, it emitted a resounding echo akin to a great bell. The lethal silver beam shattered like thin ice, revealing its true form, a stake imbued with a sinister blue venom. Even more astonishingly, after the Ho shattered the stake, its momentum remained unabated, expanding into a dark light that surged towards Immortal's already semi-transparent doppelganger. Immortal's pupils dilated in shock as his doppelganger hastily formed a defensive seal, yet upon contact with the dark light, it felt as if struck by lightning. Boom. The defensive barrier released by the doppelganger was shattered by the Ho, and the weapon pierced through his chest, spiderweb-like cracks instantly spreading across his body. Mo Tianwen's true self suddenly coughed up a mouthful of black blood, horrified to discover that the spiritual connection with his doppelganger was being forcibly severed by some unknown force. This is the power of a divine artifact. Gazing at the Ho suspended in midair, Mo Tianwen's voice trembled. In that moment, as the Ho penetrated his doppelganger, he distinctly sensed an eternal divine aura. This essence was ancient and primordial, as if it had existed since the dawn of creation. Even the seemingly chaotic and rudimentary patterns on the Ho appeared to embody the cyclical nature of the sun, moon, and stars, containing profound truths of the cosmos. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Mo Tianwen trembled all over, his voice quaking. As an outer elder of the young Immortal Palace, he understood all too well what a divine-level treasure signified. In the vast expanse of the Muyu state, only the treasured artifact of the Destined Palace, the 9-heaven star map, could barely meet the divine standard. Yet, the Ho before him pulsated with an essence of chaos, clearly indicating that it had transcended the divine realm, stepping into the sanctified domain of supreme artifacts. Should such a relic come to light, it would not merely incite turmoil within Muyu state, but would unleash a tempest of bloodshed throughout the entire Star River realm. Astonishingly, this extraordinary treasure, capable of stirring a maelstrom in the cultivation world, was now wielded by a young man who bore the appearance of an ordinary farmer. As the Ho deftly returned to Lin Yan's palm, Mo Tianwen was suddenly gripped by a chilling sensation that coursed up his spine, reaching the crown of his head. Could it be a terrifying thought detonated in his mind? Was this Lin Yan merely playing the role of a simpleton, concealing his true identity as a hidden ancestor from one of the 7 sacred grounds? The notion of being a waste of spiritual roots might just be a facade for him to navigate the mortal realm. Cold sweat drenched Mo Tianwen's back as he realized, at this moment, that he may have provoked a fearsome existence, one capable of rendering him utterly irredeemable. Chapter 16. I'm sorry you must die? Boom. While Mo Tianwen was lost in thought, his avatar shattered completely at that moment. Simultaneously, his true self expelled a mouthful of fresh blood, which astonishingly shimmered with a hint of golden light, his life essence. The backlash from the destruction of his avatar exceeded all expectations, causing his cultivation to plummet by 2 minor realms in an instant. Master. At this moment, Qinyu retracted her mysterious iron sword and returned to Lin Yan's side. With her head bowed, she resembled a child who had erred, pouting with her small face flushed with shame. I couldn't defeat that old thief. I've embarrassed you. Lin Yan was still immersed in shock, struggling to regain his composure. He never anticipated that, in a moment of desperation, merely tossing aside a Ho would save Qinyu and even shatter Mo Tianwen's avatar. It is worth noting that his cultivation was only at the first level of the Golden Core stage, inferior even to Qinyu. How formidable was this Ho bestowed by the system? As Lin Yan sensed Qinyu's proximity, he finally returned to reality, observing his stubborn yet remorseful disciple. A gentle light flickered in his eyes as he reached out to tenderly ruffle her hair. It's all right, it's all right. That old man is a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, while you are merely at the Golden Core stage. The fact that you could contend with him to this extent is already remarkable. I encouraged you to engage him in battle to temper your character through life and death struggles. Your performance in today's battle brings me great satisfaction. Having spoken these words, Lin Yan stepped forward, shielding Qinyu securely behind him. He held the seemingly ordinary Ho in one hand, his gaze fiercely locked onto the beleaguered Mo Tianwen. At that moment, Mo Tianwen exuded none of the imposing presence characteristic of a high-level nascent soul cultivator. Bloodied and disheveled, he resembled a tiger stripped of its fangs. Lin Yan weighed the Ho in his hand, a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Initially, he had intended for Qinyu to be the main force in this battle. After all, she bore the indomitable divine phoenix body and had cultivated the supreme technique, the 8 Desolations combat decision. In terms of combat prowess, she far surpassed him. A master who had practiced no techniques and was merely at the first level of the Golden Core stage. To his astonishment, this Ho provided by the system was remarkably potent. Since that is the case, I shall not hold back. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Yan's eyes as the Golden Core within him began to rotate slowly. He stepped forward, muscles taut. As surging spiritual energy flowed into the 9 turns Qianku and Ho, causing the dark light on its surface to swell dramatically. I shall see how many strikes this nascent soul elder, now barely clinging to life, can withstand. Just as he was about to unleash this lethal blow, Mo Tianwen, sensing the imminent danger, felt his legs give way and sank to his knees. His voice trembled with an unprecedented fear, his formerly dignified visage now marred by terror. Though he knelt before the imposing figure, his hands strained to uphold the precarious cauldron, his blood-stained robe fluttering in the wind. From which sacred land did Elder Lin emerge? His voice was hoarse, his words tumbling forth in haste, fearful that Lin Yan might hurl that terrifying hoe before he could finish. A mere mortal, blind to the grandeur of the mountain, had dared to offend an esteemed elder, a transgression deserving of death. Since childhood, he had devoted himself to the path, laboring diligently for a century to attain the nascent soul. Such an achievement was no small feat. The demon spirit being refined within the cauldron, while precious, was but a trifle to an elder of Lin's stature. His forehead struck heavily against the void, producing a dull thud. I implore you, Elder Lin, in light of my arduous cultivation, grant me this one reprieve. Should you show mercy, I would willingly pledge a blood oath of the nascent soul. From this day forth, I shall gladly serve as your loyal hound, unafraid of the flames or waters ahead. At this moment, Immortal had already concluded that the youth wielding the divine hoe was undoubtedly a peerless being from a hidden sacred realm. He trembled uncontrollably, his forehead striking the void with a resounding echo, desperately seeking to stir a modicum of compassion within the elder's heart. Yet Lin Yan merely scoffed. Pointing disdainfully at the corpse of the blood demon, he remarked, another blood oath of the nascent soul. My dear Elder Mo, the last one who believed your blood oath lies right there, and his bones are yet to cool. Moreover, you, being old and unseemly, what value would you bring should you fall under my command? Why would I require your servitude? Lin Yan's words were not intended as deliberate humiliation. His intent was to convey that the system governing him permitted the acceptance of only female disciples. Individuals like Immortal, being aged and unappealing, would yield no rewards from the system, even if taken under his wing. However, Immortal misconstrued Lin Yan's meaning. He believed Lin Yan deemed him too dull-witted and a mere nascent soul practitioner, unworthy of serving him. With a clenched jaw, he defiantly raised his gaze and exclaimed, why must the elder speak thus? While the blood oath illusion may deceive fools like the blood demon, with your cultivation, should I dare to deceive you, you would see through it with a mere glance. Why harbor such concerns? As for serving you, he paused, his voice low yet resolute. I am aware of my own limitations. My meager nascent soul cultivation indeed does not merit your companionship. Yet, if I can refine this demon spirit, I shall break through to the godly transformation. At that point, presenting myself as a transformed deity to your esteemed self. Even if you are a formidable being of the integration stage, would not tarnish your reputation, would it? Noting Lin Yan's continued silence, a flicker of determination crossed Tianwen's gaze as he lowered his voice further. If the elder still looks down upon me, I possess other value. I have overseen the outer sect of the Cloud Palace for many years. I know where many techniques and treasures are concealed within the palace. As long as the senior is willing to spare a life, I am more than willing to collaborate with him to procure these treasures. Upon finishing his plea, Immortal lifted his bloodied visage, his eyes glimmering with a flicker of hope. He gazed intently at Lin Yan's countenance, striving to detect any subtle shift in expression that might betray a hint of wavering resolve. In his estimation, the terms he proposed were exceedingly enticing. Although the young man before him, who appeared to be a mere farmer, might very well be a reclusive master wielding a divine artifact from a sacred ground, such an entity would undoubtedly be at least at the pinnacle of the void refinement stage, if not an unparalleled powerhouse in the integration stage. Yet, even cultivators of such exalted realms could not resist coveting the treasures of the Cloud Palace. Established for millennia, the Cloud Palace's extensive heritage, while perhaps not rivaling that of the 7 great sacred lands, was still sufficient to incite envy among any integration stage expert. After all, even elders hailing from sacred lineages could not monopolize all resources within their sections. However, in response to his desperate supplications, Lin Yan ultimately raised his hoe and shook his head. I am sorry, but you must perish. Chapter 17, The Final Struggle. Why? Lin Yan's icy words shattered Tianwen's last glimmer of hope. The nascent soul cultivator knelt in the void, his face contorted with anguish as he let out a hysterical scream, a sound infused with the desperation of a dying beast. Tianwen, kneeling in the emptiness, was on the brink of emotional collapse, his voice rising in a frantic shout. Clearly, the demon spirit within this furnace holds no significance for a being of your cultivation level. Spare my life, and the benefits you would reap far outweigh the act of slaying me. Why? Why will you not grant me a path to survival? Observing Tianwen's unraveling state, Lin Yan sighed with a hint of resignation. If I were truly the formidable being you speak of, perhaps I might show mercy and relinquish it to you. Alas, I am not. The demon spirit in the refining void stage is indeed quite alluring to me. Therefore, I regret to inform you that I must bid you farewell to the afterlife. With a swift motion, Lin Yan hurled the hoe. The 9 turns to chaos hoe. Imbued with the might of a divine artifact, sliced through the air, causing ripples to dance in its wake. Mo Tianwen's eyes widened with fury. In a moment of life and death, he bit down on his tongue, unleashing a spray of vital blood upon his chest. Mystic Heaven's heart-guarding mirror, manifest. A radiant beam erupted from his bosom, instantaneously transforming into an ancient copper mirror that hovered before him. The mirror shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, its edges inscribed with profound mystical patterns. This was a treasure he had acquired at the cost of his life during his first year as an outer sect elder, within a forbidden area of the sect. Though this mirror barely met the threshold of a divine artifact, it was still a treasure capable of inciting bloodshed across the entire Star River realm. It is worth noting that even among the exalted elders of the young Immortal Palace, reputed as the foremost sect in the Muyu state, few possessed divine artifacts. Thus, for Mo Tianwen, a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, to possess such a treasure was indeed extraordinary. The mystic heaven's heart-guarding mirror was his greatest reliance and his final lifeline. Clang! The thunderous clash of metal echoed through the heavens as the home met the copper mirror. In that instant, a tempest of violent spiritual energy surged outward, reducing the surrounding mountains to mere dust within a 100-foot radius. Even as Qin Yu, standing behind Lin Yan, raised her heavy black iron sword in defense, she was still thrust back over 10 feet by the force of the shockwave. As the dust settled, to their astonishment, Mo Tianwen remained kneeling in place. Although the brilliance emanating from the copper mirror had dimmed considerably and fine cracks had begun to form upon its surface, it had somehow withstood the fatal strike of the 9 turns to chaos hoe. Could it be that it has blocked the attack? Lin Yan's pupils constricted. He had expected that this blow would shatter Mo Tianwen, only to find that it had been thwarted by a heart-guarding mirror. With trembling hands, Mo Tianwen gently caressed the already materialized bronze mirror, suddenly erupting into a fit of manic laughter. Ha ha ha. A celestial treasure, truly worthy of its status. His laughter echoed amidst the swirling dust. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, a fleeting glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Although he had been entangled in a struggle with Qin Yu and had pleaded for mercy after Lin Yan's intervention, he had never relinquished his endeavor to refine the demon spirit within the cauldron. At this moment, he distinctly sensed that the refinement of the demon spirit had reached a pivotal juncture. If he could endure just a little longer, the spirit would be fully refined. The Shantian heart-protecting mirror had already withstood a blow from the hoe. If it could endure one strike, it should be able to withstand a second. As long as he could complete the refinement of the spirit and successfully consume it before the mirror shattered, he could harness the spirit's power to break through to the divine transformation. In that moment, fueled by the burning essence of his blood, even if Lin Yan were in the integration stage, he would have a chance to escape unscathed. Contemplating this, a fierce determination flickered in Mo Tianwen's eyes. He suddenly struck the top of his head, causing a fissure to appear in his crown. A wisp of his soul fire emerged from the crack, glowing with an ethereal blue light as it entwined around the Shantian heart-protecting mirror, causing its surface to ripple oddly. His hands formed seals with such speed that they left after images as he intoned incantations, soul as the guide, mirror as the medium, the 9 heavens guard my truth. The ancient inscriptions on the back of the heart-protecting mirror illuminated one by one, projecting a 36-layered star array into the void. Mo Tianwen's figure gradually became ethereal within the array, as if even his soul had been temporarily extracted from this realm. Simultaneously, Lin Yan heard a notification chime from the system in his ears. Ding! The system has detected that Mo Tianwen has activated the Celestial Protective Formation. The hidden mission has entered a critical phase. Please, host, shatter the formation and eliminate Mo Tianwen within 1 minute. Failure to do so will result in the mission's failure and no rewards will be granted. The countdown began. 60, 59, 58, 57. Damn it, Lin Yan exclaimed, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he beheld the countdown before him. He could no longer afford to hesitate. Taking a deep breath, he gripped the 9 turns universe hoe tightly, his golden core swirling with fervor, and in a flash, he arrived at the side of the star array. Break for me, he commanded. The hoe transformed into a streak of golden light, descending with the force of thunder upon the star array. However, the 36 layers of the array began to twist, and turn as if alive, each layer dissipating part of the force. The hoe struck the array, igniting a shower of starlight, yet only causing cracks to appear in the outermost 3 light screens. 45, 44, 43. The system's cold countdown resonated like a death knell. Lin Yan dared not relent, his eyes burning crimson, channeling all his strength into the hoe, which transformed into a myriad of afterimages, raining down upon the star array like a torrential storm. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike from him sent tremors through the ground within a 100-foot radius. Yet, despite his ferocious assaults, he could only shatter more and more light barriers, failing to completely dismantle the formation. Cracks on the bronze mirror spread at a visible pace, yet it stubbornly maintained the operation of the array. 30, 29, 28. Damn it. Is this turtle shell merely an artifact of celestial grade? Why can't my divine tool shatter it? After delivering a relentless barrage of strikes, Lin Yan began to breathe heavily. A question arose from deep within him, but he quickly arrived at the answer. Although the 9-turn universe hoe is a divine item, his cultivation was merely at the first level of golden core. Meanwhile, Immortal was a genuine Yuaning elder. A defensive barrier upheld by a Yuaning cultivator's celestial artifact is not so easily breached. Faced with a celestial barrier fortified by a Yuaning practitioner, breaking through would not be a simple task. In other words, if it weren't for the terrifying might of that previous strike that had intimidated Immortal into a defensive stance, he would likely have had no opportunity to stand here swinging his hoe. After all, the true combat prowess of Qin Yu, who was far superior to him, had nearly succumbed to Immortal's hands. 20, 19, 18. The countdown was nearing its end. Lin Yan fixated on the increasingly ethereal figure of Immortal within the star array, only to suddenly discover that the latter's body was enveloped in a layer of eerie blue flames. This flame was strange and frigid, unlike ordinary spiritual energy, resembling instead the power derived from some forbidden technique that consumed life force. This fellow is desperate. Though Lin Yan possessed limited cultivation knowledge and could not comprehend the origin of the ghostly flames, he could sense that Immortal was forcibly sustaining the formation at a tremendous cost while hastening the refinement of the demon spirit. Damn it, there's no time to ponder. Lin Yan cursed inwardly, gripping the 9-turn universe hoe tightly, his muscles taut, as he channeled spiritual power frantically into the hoe, which then swung down with the force of 10,000 pounds, striking the formation with ferocity. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening roars echoed through the heavens and earth, each blow causing the ground to tremble and waves of energy to surge. The countdown provided by the system incessantly stimulated Lin Yan's nerves. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom. The final strike, imbued with the might of thunder, descended, shattering the 36 layers of light barriers like glass. And the Xiantian heart-guarding mirror shattered into 2 halves with a crack, blood spewing from Immortal's 7 orifices, his expression twisted in agony. Yet, at the moment the countdown reached 0, boom, the cauldron before him suddenly exploded, a brilliant spiritual light soaring into the sky. The demon spirit had materialized. Immortal laughed maniacally towards the heavens. The already refined demon spirit ascended into the sky, only to be drawn into his mouth. Chapter 18. Benevolence exceeds hatred. It was over. Lin Yan watched helplessly as the ethereal spirit was devoured by Immortal. A wave of unwillingness and helplessness surged within him like a tidal wave. He raised his gaze to Immortal, who hovered in midair. Observing the surging spiritual energy surrounding him, his aura steadily ascending. Lowering his eyes to the dimly glowing 9-turn universe hoe in his grasp, a bitter smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. In the end, it was still not enough. This endeavor had been in vain. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Just as Immortal, having absorbed the spirit, let out a maniacal laugh, his inflated figure suddenly convulsed violently. The wild grin on his face froze instantly, replaced by an expression of disbelief and terror. What is happening? A hoarse roar escaped from his throat as he gripped his neck tightly, the veins in his hands bulging. The spirit had clearly been refined by me. How could it still? At that moment, the spiritual energy within him became chaotic. The previously soaring momentum seemingly choked by an invisible hand. Even more terrifying was that the spirit, which should have been completely refined, was now rampaging through his meridians. Immortal let out a heart-wrenching scream. A blinding stream of blood suddenly erupted from his 7 orifices. Following this, thousands of eerie red lights burst forth from his body, illuminating him like a shattered lantern. His skin bulged with countless grotesque tumors, writhing as if they possessed life. desperate to break free from the confines of his flesh. Simultaneously, the heavy black sword behind Qin Yu began to tremble violently, emitting a piercing hum. The ancient patterns on the sword glowed one by one, radiating an otherworldly red light. What is this? Before Qin Yu could react, a crimson beam shot skyward from the sword. In that very instant, Mo Tianwen's chest exploded with a thunderous roar. The spirit that had been consumed burst forth as a cerulean meteor, tracing a tragic arc through the air before colliding with the crimson beam. Boom. At the moment of their convergence, a wave of energy, mingling crimson and azure, swept outward in all directions. The clouds within a 1,000-foot radius were obliterated, revealing a clear blue sky. The space at the center of the collision even developed spiderweb-like cracks, faintly echoing the sound of shattering void. "You error, be careful," Lin Yan shouted, rushing to stand before Qin Yu. His brow furrowed deeply as he fixed his gaze on the intersection of the two beams of light, his heart filled with uncertainty. What on earth? Had that spirit been refined by Mo Tianwen already? How could it transform into this system? Come forth and explain what is happening. Lin Yan mentally questioned the system multiple times, yet all he received was an unsettling silence. In the blink of an eye, the energy vortex in the sky suddenly began to collapse inward. The crimson and deep blue radiance, as if molded by an unseen hand, gradually coalesced into a blurred silhouette. A resounding thud reverberated through the heavens and the earth, following which all light abruptly retracted. Suspended in midair was an ethereal figure of a woman, breathtakingly enchanting. 9 fluffy foxtails unfurled behind her, each strand shimmering with the luster of moonlight. She floated barefoot, delicate golden bells entwined around her ankles, producing an alluring chime with each graceful movement. Her exquisitely beautiful face bore slender fox-like eyes that narrowed slightly, their pupils flickering with a fiery golden hue. This was unmistakably an extraordinarily stunning fox spirit. The situation was indeed precarious. The fox spirit lightly covered her ruby lips, emitting a series of melodious laughter akin to silver bells, so sweet it seemed as though it could drip honey. Just a second more, and her corporeal form would have been entirely refined by that old wretch. She languidly arched her back. Once her physical body was destroyed, she wondered how long it would take to see the light of day again. With her laughter, the spiritual energy within a 100-foot radius suddenly surged. Countless pink specks emerged from the void, transforming into a flurry of foxfire. Though these flames appeared beautiful, they instantly reduced Mo Tianwen to ashes. "Hey, Fox." As the system lay dormant, refusing to respond to his inquiries, Lin Yan had no choice but to channel his spiritual energy into the hoe while keeping a vigilant gaze on the celestial fox spirit, wary of any malicious intent from this unexpected apparition. After all, despite her cheerful demeanor, the fox spirit did not seem benevolent. If she were to suddenly turn hostile, Lin Yan feared he might not be able to contend with her. "Who are you, and why have you emerged from Mo Tianwen's body?" "There is no need for alarm," she replied languidly, swirling her foxtails and sweeping Mo Tianwen's remnants into a vortex. "I am known as Lu Qingqing, a descendant of the 9-tailed celestial fox from the kingdom of Qingqiu. A millennium ago, during a contest of magic with the master of the young Immortal Palace, that hypocrite could neither break my tricolored divine abilities nor resist coveting my primordial Lin, seeking to cultivate with me. Thus, he resorted to cunning schemes, trapping me with the Qi Yue heavenly general array, hoping to coerce me into submission. Unwilling to yield, I engaged him within that formation, and to my surprise, it turned into a millennium-long stalemate. Over a decade ago, the forbidden ground sealing me was discovered by this lad named Mo Tianwen. This boy was even more malevolent than his ancestors, intending to refine me alongside an evil cultivator at the nascent soul stage to enhance his own prowess. Had I not, 3 years prior, seized an opportunity to discreetly release my spirit and attach it to the heavy sword borne by that young girl, feeding on the spiritual energy within her sea of Qi to nurture myself, I would have surely met my demise. As the fox spirit recounted her tale, she playfully pointed at Qin Yu, followed by a light-hearted laugh. It seems they might have truly ensnared me, intending to refine me for their purposes. The celestial palace above the clouds is indeed filled with nothing but ill omens. The last words of the fox demon lingered with a saccharine tone, yet her crimson golden slit pupils erupted with murderous intent. Thus it was. Upon hearing the fox demon's words, Lin Yan's brow furrowed immediately. "You are the great demon of the refining void stage that Mo Tianwen seeks to subdue?" "Indeed, that is I," the fox replied with a charming smile. Lin Yan wished to inquire further, but suddenly noticed that Qin Yu's expression had darkened. She stepped forward with fervor, her sword pointed directly at Lu Qingqing. her voice laced with volcanic rage. According to your claims, for the past 3 years, you have been devouring my spiritual energy within my dantian, causing my cultivation to plummet. Is that you? Why, of course, it is me. Lu Qingqing chuckled lightly, her 9 foxtails unfurling elegantly behind her. You, dear girl, possess low cultivation, unable to sense my presence. Moreover, being endowed with the undying body, or rather, the undying divine phoenix body, as it is now called. The speed at which I absorb spiritual energy exceeds that of ordinary cultivators by tenfold or more. Truly, a paradise bestowed upon me. Had it been anyone else, they would scarcely sustain even a fragment of my lingering soul. You. Qin Yu trembled with rage upon hearing this, her fear of the fox demon instantly transforming into a tempest of fury. The Xin Tai heavy sword returned to her grasp, its blade radiating golden light. Do you know that because you have consumed my spiritual energy, I have endured 3 long years? The ground beneath her cracked like spiderwebs where the sword pointed. I have fallen from the peak of the foundation establishment stage to the first layer of the Qi refinement stage. Ridiculed by my peers, expelled from my sect. Do you know how I have survived these 3 years? Foolish girl. Lu Qingqing's form shimmered momentarily. She, once suspended in the void, suddenly appeared before Qin Yu. She extended a delicate finger, lightly resting it upon the tip of the Xian Tai heavy sword. A surge of spiritual pressure enveloped Qin Yu, yet adeptly receded upon reaching Lin Yan. Had it not been for your misfortune, you would likely still be the so-called pride of Yun Quebec. As she spoke, she twirled gracefully, her fluffy foxtail sweeping across Lin Yan's hand, and the 9 turns Qi transforming Ho, producing a crisp chime. How could one have encountered such a remarkable master otherwise? At this juncture, the pressure dissipated abruptly, and Lu Qingqing resumed her languid demeanor. Moreover, even if you had not met Lin Langjun, I had intended to assist you in your cultivation after the reconstruction of your physical form. After all, I am a demon of the refining void stage. With my perspective, I can guarantee that you will reclaim your previous losses within a year. Perhaps even break through to the golden core stage. Lu Qingqing suddenly leaned close to Qin Yu's ear, her breath fragrant like orchids. So, regardless of the circumstances, we are, indeed, greater than enmity. The final 4 words trailed off enticingly, while her 9 tails quietly formed a defensive array. Clearly, she was wary of the enraged Qin Yu's potential retaliation. Chapter 19. You are still young, unable to grasp all right, you err? Lin Yan suddenly grasped Qin Yu's trembling shoulders, the warmth radiating from his palm causing her to momentarily pause. Observing that the fox named Lu Qingqing showed no inclination to attack, Lin Yan gradually relaxed his vigilance. He gently patted Qin Yu's shoulder, saying, "There is some truth to what this fox has stated. Had it not been for your unfortunate experiences, our fates would never have intertwined." Qin Yu's hand, which clutched the sword, quivered slightly, the tip of the blade gradually lowering. She understood this reasoning all too well. However, the humiliation endured over the past 3 years lodged like a thorn in her throat, not easily forgotten. Nevertheless, Lin Yan continued, thrusting his hoe into the ground, causing a circle of spiritual patterns to ripple outward. Even if you claim that the kindness outweighs the grievances. He lifted his gaze to meet the fox demon's golden eyes, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. We must settle our accounts properly. Lu Qingqing flicked her fox tail, the golden bell producing a melodious chime. With a flicker of pink foxfire dancing at her fingertips, she smiled enigmatically. What accounts does the gentleman speak of, and how shall they be settled? First, Lin Yan raised a finger. Had we not been at odds with Mo Tianwen, you would likely be a mere pill within the cauldron by now. You must acknowledge this. Yes? Indeed, Lu Qingqing nodded gently. Secondly, he raised a second finger. Yuera has sustained your divine soul over these 3 years, consuming an immense amount of spiritual energy and enduring considerable grievances. All things considered, we have saved you twice, regardless of the circumstances. You ought to provide us with a token of compensation, don't you think? Lin Yan gazed at Lu Qingqing with a smile, his mind racing with calculations. Now that Mo Tianwen was deceased, the spirit within the cauldron had fused with the divine soul in Qin Yu's heavy sword, transforming into the present Lu Qingqing. Given their abilities, it had taken them considerable effort to defeat a severely weakened Mo Tianwen. Had it not been for the hoe in Lin Yan's hand intimidating the opponent, they might have perished here. Now, standing before Lu Qingqing, who was at the void refinement stage, they possessed no chance of victory. Moreover, the system that usually provided guidance seemed to be utterly silent, offering no hints or assistance. In light of this, it would be wise to extract some advantage from Lu Qingqing. After all, this fox was a formidable demon at the void refinement stage. Surely she possessed numerous treasures and techniques. Having saved her twice, it seemed only just to seek some form of recompense. Facing her saviors. If this fox did not offer up some valuable treasures, would it not tarnish her esteemed reputation at the void refinement stage? Giggle. You make a compelling argument. My lord, I too believe it is only right, Lu Qingqing laughed, her figure quivering like a flower in the wind. Her 9 tails swirling behind her in a dazzling vortex. However, abruptly, Lu Qingqing's mirth vanished, and her 9 tails unfurled like a screen behind her. She gently caressed the cascading tresses that fell before her chest, her eyes shimmering with glistening tears. However, I have been sealed within the grand star formation of the Cloud Palace for over a millennium, and the spiritual treasures upon my person have long since been refined away. Now, I possess nothing of value to repay my lord. Yet, she suddenly darted behind Lin Yan, her rosy lips nearly brushing against his earlobe. Her warm breath tinged with the fragrance of peach blossoms. Nevertheless, my primordial Yin remains intact. If my lord does not disdain it, I would be willing to engage in dual cultivation, offering it to you. The primordial Yin of a celestial fox maiden is exceedingly precious. If my lord possesses it, it would undoubtedly benefit your cultivation. Lu Qingqing's warm breath brushed against Lin Yan's earlobe, igniting a flush upon his skin, causing a delightful tingling sensation throughout his body. The intoxicating aroma of peach blossoms enveloped him, leaving his mind in a state of disarray, almost beyond his control. Indeed, although he had traversed into this realm, his understanding of matters between men and women remained rooted in the adult films of his past life. How could a man who had never experienced such affairs withstand the advances of a stunningly enchanting beauty? How shameless of you, cunning fox, to dare entice my master. As Lin Yan's senses wavered, the indignant Qin Yu, standing beside him, could no longer contain her anger. Her eyes blazed with golden light, and her heavy sword of black iron erupted with brilliant golden flames. As the 8 Desolations War technique activated, the primordial power of the indomitable divine phoenix coursed through the sword's edge, causing the ground to crack with a web of golden patterns. Oh, our little Yuer is quite flustered, Lu Qingqing teased, her sultry tone lingering in the air. Yet, she did not flinch or evade the approaching golden flames. Instead, her 9 fox tails unfurled like a screen, and with a gentle sweep, she dissolved the flames entirely. With a playful smile, she remarked, Little Yuer, are you so anxious? Could it be you harbor inappropriate thoughts toward your master? Leaning closer to Qin Yu, she whispered sweetly, if a disciple were to entertain such notions about their master, it would be a transgression against moral conduct. Such matters are far too stimulating. You are still young, and I fear you may not be able to handle it. You. Upon hearing Lu Qingqing's words, Qin Yu felt as if struck by lightning, her fair face instantly flushing crimson. Although she remained seething with anger, her aura diminished, and the golden light upon her sword lost its former brilliance. She instinctively glanced at Lin Yan, locking eyes with his inquisitive gaze, and was overwhelmed with a mix of embarrassment and rage, her cheeks nearly bleeding with color. In her vexation, she thrust her sword once more at Lu Qingqing. You insufferable gossiping fox! How dare you utter such words? Today, I shall not rest until I tear your mouth asunder. Just as the sword's edge was about to reach Lu Qingqing, Lin Yan swiftly positioned himself between the two. Enough, enough. Let us cease this commotion. Lin Yan obstructed the furious Qin Yu, casting a glare at the charming fox demon nearby, feeling a throbbing in his temples. Sigh. He helplessly rubbed his brow and then addressed Lu Qingqing. Let us postpone the matter of dual cultivation for now. Surely, you possess no magical artifacts or techniques. Alas, I truly have exhausted all my treasures, Lu Qingqing pouted, her delicate fingers caressing her robe. If one were to argue that I possess a magical artifact, this attire might qualify, but should I relinquish it to you, I would be left without garments. Surely, a gentleman like you would not allow me to be unclothed? Lin Yan's gaze wandered over Lu Qingqing, from her fluffy beast ears to her swaying foxtail, every curve exuding an enchanting allure. He felt his throat involuntarily constrict as he swallowed hard. However, after stealing a glance at Qin Yu beside him, he hastily averted his gaze. Yet, his eyes may have strayed, but his mind remained unrestrained, tumultuous thoughts swirling, were it not for Yuer's presence. Perhaps it would be permissible. As for being a gentleman, who claims I am virtuous? I am nothing of the sort. Moreover, my interest in this fox is not carnal. I merely wish to ascertain the quality of a great demon's attire at the void refinement realm. Before his thoughts could fully coalesce, Lu Qingqing continued. As for the techniques, twirling a strand of hair around her finger, her golden eyes sparkled mischievously. What I know are the secret teachings of the Fox clan. Should you learn them, you might sprout a tail. Before she finished speaking, she suddenly took a step back, her skirt blooming like petals, gracefully kneeling before Lin Yan. Since you do not desire my primal Lin, why not consider taking me as your disciple instead? I have heard that you only accept beautiful women as students. She tilted her head, her 9 fox tails fanning out behind her in a dazzling arc. Do you think I am worthy? Come here. A voice echoed in his ear, the system's notification chiming in. Congratulations, host, for completing a random hidden task and receiving a reward. The 9-tailed celestial fox disciple, Lu Qingqing. Accepting Lu Qingqing as a disciple will further enhance the sect's strength, grant artifact rewards, and unlock the hidden main quest path to the Immortal Palace. Chapter 20. Ascending to great heights after much contemplation. Lin Yan realized that the reward for the hidden task was none other than this fox. Upon clearly hearing the system's notification, he began to murmur to himself. Before he could voice his thoughts, Qin Yu, standing beside him, exclaimed in anger, "Absolutely not." Qin Yu stepped forward, her heavy black sword plunging into the ground with a resounding clang, unleashing a golden spiritual flame that erupted skyward like a volcanic explosion. Her eyes shone with golden light as she fixed her gaze upon the kneeling Lu Qingqing, her voice laced with uncontainable fury. "Master, this cunning fox harbors deceitful intentions. You must not take her as your disciple." Lu Qingqing, kneeling on the ground, feigned a pitiful demeanor, her golden eyes glistening with unshed tears as she blinked innocently at Qin Yu, appearing utterly aggrieved. "I have been sealed for 1,000 years and nearly refined into a medicinal pill. Now, with my cultivation diminished, I merely wish to seek the protection of my master." "Just as you do, dear sister. What harm is there in that?" With a sudden uplift of her lips, she revealed a beguiling smile. "Is it possible that you fear? Once master accepts me, I might divert some of your affection?" She deliberately elongated her tone, then lowered her head with an air of feigned submission. "Rest assured, dear sister, though I am but a fox, I understand the rules. You entered the door before me, so I shall always call you sister. In the future, you will soar high while I remain humble, you above, and I below. I will never compete with you. What nonsense are you spouting?" At her words, Qin Yu's face flushed crimson, even the tips of her ears blushing a rosy hue. The heavy sword in her hand resonated with her anger, vibrating and emitting a dragon-like hum. As Qin Yu prepared to strike at Lu Qingqing once more, Lin Yan swiftly interposed himself between the two, shouting, "Enough! Stop this bickering." Seeing Lin Yan intervene, Qin Yu reluctantly sheathed her sword, yet her almond-shaped eyes remained fixed on Lu Qingqing, hostility simmering within them. Meanwhile, Lu Qingqing, with a playful smile, gazed back at Qin Yu, her eyes sparkling with a hint of provocation. Observing the tension between them, Lin Yan felt his temples throb. The system's notification echoed in his ears. Before him stood a furious disciple, while at his feet knelt a mesmerizing fox demon. This was not the acceptance of a disciple, but rather a battleground. All right, Lin Yan sighed, raising his hand in resignation. Regardless, the reward bestowed by the system and the hidden main quest could not be forsaken. With a heavy sigh, he addressed the kneeling Lu Qingqing. "Rise, I accept you as my disciple." Ding! Congratulations to the host for accepting Lu Qingqing as a disciple. You have received a reward of 10 wisdom fruits and an additional hidden task reward, a 5-star 8 trigrams furnace. Lu Qingqing, a member of the 9-tailed fox clan, was once a formidable demon at the void refinement stage. After being suppressed for over a millennium within the Zhoutian star array and subsequently subjected to refinement, her cultivation has sadly diminished to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. The 5 elements 8 trigrams furnace, a divine artifact capable of refining heaven and earth and anything conceivable, holds immense potential. Due to the new disciple Lu Qingqing's prior cultivation at the void refinement stage, an additional reward was triggered upon her acceptance of disciples. The rewards included an increase of 10 in the prestige of the Wujidao sect's residents and 10 in spiritual energy. Furthermore, she received 100 enlightenment fruits and 2 sect upgrade talismans as additional rewards. Among the prizes were a strand of primordial sacred radiance and a single purification elixir, which would elevate the host's strength to the 5th level of the golden core stage. The system's notifications echoed persistently in Lin Yan's ears. He hastily accessed the system space to examine the rewards bestowed upon him. The enlightenment fruits and sect upgrade talismans were familiar items, requiring no further elaboration. The 5 elements 8 trigrams furnace, alongside the 9 revolutions Qian Kuan Ho and the heaven and earth creation pot, were indeed divine treasures issued by the system. seemingly intended for alchemical purposes, a fact that warranted little discussion. What truly ignited his enthusiasm were the two items named Primordial Sacred Radiance and Purification Elixir. With utmost care, he opened the descriptions of these two treasures, which promptly revealed themselves before his eyes. The Primordial Sacred Radiance, classified as a sacred artifact, is said to be derived from the ancient sages who collected the celestial light of the nine heavens. Each strand of this sacred radiance encapsulates the primordial power from the dawn of creation. When 9 strands are gathered, they can invoke the Heavenly Evolution Divine Oracle to infuse a divine artifact with primordial chi, allowing it to transcend the shackles of the mortal realm and transform into a genuine sacred instrument imbued with the laws of the Tao. The Purification Elixir, a sacred elixir, is crafted from the 9 nether profound ice and the true fire of samadhi, collected by ancient sages. Upon consumption, it purifies the internal impurities, cleanses the spiritual roots, and enhances one's innate talents. For those with withered spiritual roots, consuming this elixir can lead to a renaissance akin to spring for decayed wood or brilliance for a stubborn stone, transforming them into ordinary spiritual roots and irrevocably altering their cultivation destiny. This elixir is exceedingly rare, attainable only by those with great fortune. Upon reading the descriptions, Lin Yan could hardly contain his excitement, nearly leaping with joy. The ability of the primordial sacred radiance to elevate a divine artifact to sacred status was already remarkable. After experiencing the prowess of the divine artifacts granted by the system during his battle with Immortal Palace, he could scarcely fathom the terror of upgrading these divine artifacts to sacred ones. What thrilled him the most, however, was the purification elixir. The prospect of transforming withered spiritual roots into ordinary ones, thus obtaining cultivation qualifications, felt tailor-made for him. With just this elixir, he could liberate himself from the confines of needing to accept disciples to enhance his cultivation and embark on a true path of cultivation. While the cultivation prospects of ordinary spiritual roots were indeed limited, they were infinitely superior to his current state. In a moment of fervent excitement, Lin Yan, driven by impulse, disregarded the appropriateness of the moment and swallowed the elixir whole. As the elixir coursed through his abdomen, a refreshing chill, akin to a crystalline spring, erupted from his dantian, swiftly transforming into a searing inferno that engulfed his entire being. He let out a muffled groan, his body quivering, and suddenly, a golden flame erupted from him. Simultaneously, beneath his exposed skin, countless strands of golden light darted like agile dragons. Wherever these golden rays traversed, dark, ink-like filth oozed from his pores, dissipating into wisps of black smoke upon contact with the air. Master? Xinyu, standing beside Lin Yan, gasped in astonishment, instinctively leaping forward, only to be repelled by an invisible barrier. As she staggered back, a delicate hand steadied her shoulder. Do not panic, senior sister. Lu Qingqing's gaze was intensely fixed on Lin Yan, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. Master is likely experiencing an epiphany, on the verge of a breakthrough. Is it true? Xinyu looked at Lu Qingqing with uncertainty, her eyes still reflecting apprehension as they turned towards Lin Yan. At that moment, Lin Yan's body was undergoing monumental transformation. Upon introspection, the once withered spiritual root, resembling a desiccated branch, was now thriving within the golden light, its fragile tendrils piercing through the obstructed meridians, greedily absorbing the essence of the elixir. The formerly dull exterior of the spiritual root began to shed, revealing an inner texture as lustrous as jade. Outside his body, the entire realm suddenly trembled. The heavy clouds above gathered at a visible pace, swiftly coalescing into a colossal vortex of spiritual energy, stretching a diameter of 1,000 miles. At the vortex's center, 7 colored rays cascaded like the Milky Way, enveloping Lin Yan completely. Is this the 9 heavens' enlightenment? Lu Qingqing's 9 fox tails erupted simultaneously, her enchanting peach blossom eyes wide with shock. It was said that such phenomena occurred only when a sacred object recognized its master or when a cultivator at the great ascension stage broke through their realm. Could it be that this seemingly youthful Lin Yan was on the cusp of transcending to become a great ascended immortal? Chapter 21. Do you think this is just a game? Bathed in the radiant glow of dawn, Lin Yan ascended, each pore of his being exuding a kaleidoscope of spiritual mist. The fragment of spiritual root underwent a profound metamorphosis under the relentless surge of vast spiritual energy, ultimately achieving its ultimate transformation amidst the 7-colored radiance, emanating a dazzling brilliance that captivated the heart. After a considerable time, as the vibrant hues dissipated, Lin Yan gently descended to the ground. Master, Qin Yu's delicate visage was etched with concern as she hurried to support Lin Yan. Lu Qingqing performed a graceful bow, proclaiming her congratulations to her master for comprehending the mysteries of the heavens and elevating his cultivation. In this moment, Lu Qingqing held Lin Yan in utmost reverence. Her decision to take Lin Yan as her master was not a mere whim, but rather a well-considered plan. For 3 years, her soul had been intertwined with Qin Yu's Xintai heavy sword, sharing in the trials and tribulations of life and death. She was acutely aware of everything Qin Yu experienced, and having once possessed the cultivation of the void refining stage, her consciousness far surpassed that of Lin Qin Yu, allowing her to perceive many matters with greater clarity than Qin Yu could. When Qin Yu first took Lin Yan as her master, Lu Qingqing, like the other disciples of Yunke Immortal Palace, regarded Lin Yan as a lunatic. At that time, she had discreetly probed Lin Yan's body with her consciousness, discovering that he appeared to be a cultivator with a worthless spiritual root. However, when Lin Yan brought Qin Yu back to the so-called sect's residence, everything took a turn for the extraordinary. First, his aura surged dramatically, leaping to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Subsequently, Lin Yan's aura continued to evolve, swiftly reaching a level that even she could no longer discern. Moreover, the items in Lin Yan's possession left her astounded. The celestial spiritual fruits were a sight to behold. While others regarded these rare treasures as invaluable, in his hands, they seemed as commonplace as mere fruits and vegetables, with him casually producing 4 or 5 at a time. After consuming several celestial spiritual fruits, not only did Qin Yu regain her peak state, but it also replenished the spiritual energy required to nourish her soul, leading her to cease drawing energy from Qin Yu thereafter. Even more astonishing was the fact that the Ho Lin Yan used for tilling and the watering can were artifacts of divine quality or higher. The life force they contained seemed to brush against the threshold of sacred quality. How could someone who treats celestial spiritual fruits as mere snacks and wields artifacts of divine quality for farming possibly be an ordinary person? Yet, what shocked her the most was the construction of the Wuji Dao sect's residence. On the night when the humble grass hut transformed into a grand edifice of blue bricks and tiles, Qin Yu was asleep, but she had been observing with her consciousness. Standing in the open space, Lin Yan merely waved his hand, and the main hall and side halls, suffused with the essence of Dao, rose from the ground and took shape of their own accord. She considered herself a skilled practitioner, having witnessed many extraordinary feats of transcendent beings. Yet, the ability to conjure a hall with a mere wave of a hand, creating wonders as if by divine craftsmanship, was not something she had ever seen or even heard of in ancient texts. In that moment, she resolved that once she extricated herself from her predicament, she would undoubtedly seek to take Lin Yan as her master. Lin Yan had but one criterion for accepting disciples: they must be beautiful. While she did not boast about many things, she was confident that her looks were not inferior to that of Qin Yu, that blonde girl. Now, witnessing Lin Yan receiving the enlightenment of the 9 heavens, she was even more convinced that becoming Lin Yan's disciple was an exceedingly wise decision. In her heart, she even entertained the thought that, given Lin Yan's prowess, she would willingly offer her primordial yin and become his dual cultivation furnace. After all, she was a fox, and the admiration for the strong was deeply ingrained in the bloodline of her beast tribe. To be favored by a master like Lin Yan and to serve as his furnace was, indeed, a splendid opportunity. Yet, a lingering question perpetually haunted her thoughts. Although the Cultivation Palace was the foremost immortal sect in the Muyu state, in the grand scope of the Starry River realm, it was merely a second-rate sect. With Lin Yan's capabilities, he could easily serve as an elder in one of the 7 sacred lands. Why, then, did he choose to establish a sect beside such an insignificant second-rate organization? However, after witnessing the enlightenment of the 9 heavens today, she seemed to have grasped the answer. If Lin Yan truly possessed the cultivation of the late stage of the integration realm, or even the great ascension realm, then his purpose in founding a sect here could only be for that particular matter. That matter, though a closely guarded secret of the Cultivation Palace, had been known to her as she was sealed within the palace for years, her consciousness enveloping the entire area. The palace held no secrets from her. If Lin Yan had indeed come for that purpose, then with his unfathomable cultivation and her own capabilities, success might truly be within reach. At that time, not only could she avenge the 1,000-year grievance of her imprisonment by the palace, but her 9-tailed celestial fox clan might also acquire a place rich in spiritual energy to call home. With this thought, a flicker of excitement flashed in Lu Qingqing's golden-hued eyes. She then knelt on the ground, her voice sweet and delicate, saying, Master's cultivation has advanced significantly, bringing us one step closer to that grand undertaking. If Master does not reject me, I am willing to dedicate myself wholly to assist Master in claiming the title of the Lord of the Sacred Land. The Lord of the Sacred Land? Lin Yan slowly opened his eyes, the light within them subdued. After the refining of the purification and essence cleansing pill, his spiritual root had indeed regained vitality, ascending from a wasted state to that of a mortal grade. This was the first time in his life that he genuinely felt the subtle resonance between the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and his own being. Though this connection was still somewhat tenuous, as his spiritual root had only just been refined to a mortal grade, this unprecedented experience left him entranced. As the spiritual energy flowed through him, every limb and bone felt as if it were bathed in a spring breeze, each meridian soaked in an indescribable comfort. This feeling of complete clarity made him feel as if he had been reborn. However, upon hearing Lu Qingqing's words, he immediately returned to his senses. Though he did not understand the meaning behind her mention of the Lord of the Sacred Land, he had not forgotten the words the system had spoken before. The system has stated that accepting Lu Qingqing as a disciple not only yields rewards but also unlocks a hidden main quest, the path to the Immortal Palace. Could it be that the Master of the Sacred Land, mentioned by Lu Qingqing, is related to this hidden quest? Just as Lin Yan was about to inquire further, Qingyu, who had come to assist her, cast a sharp glare at Lu Qingqing and scolded her with a playful yet fierce tone. "You cunning little fox. First, you deceived my master into taking you as a disciple, and now you claim to assist her in becoming the master of the sacred land. What does this sacred land have to do with my master? I suspect you are merely trying to manipulate her. Sister you." Lu Qingqing responded to Qinyu's rebuke with an air of calm composure. She remained elegantly poised on the ground, lifting her head to smile sweetly at Qinyu, her expression imbued with significance. "Do you not recall that my master once proclaimed her desire to establish the Wujidao as the foremost sect in the Star River realm?" Qinyu let out a huff. "Of course I remember." Lu Qingqing's delicate brows arched slightly. "Then do you believe my master's words were merely spoken in jest?" Qinyu paused, momentarily taken aback by her words. Lin Yan, too, felt a jolt of surprise within. Could it be that my earlier boast, born from the frustration of being unable to take on a disciple, was not just idle chatter? Is it possible that there is more truth to it than I initially thought? Chapter 22. The Secret of the Spiritual Veins. Both Lin Yan and Qinyu widened their eyes in unison, their gazes fixed intently upon Lu Qingqing. Lu Qingqing slowly rose to her feet, a proud expression gracing her features as she addressed Qinyu, saying, "My master has declared that he intends to elevate the Wuji sect to the foremost position among the sects of the Starry River realm. This assertion is not a mere boast. It is the initiation of a grand strategy. His choice to establish a sect beside the Immortal Palace is indeed a pivotal move in this grand scheme. Were it not for this, how could a trifling sect like the Immortal Palace ever be worthy of residing in proximity to my master?" Suddenly, she turned her attention to Lin Yan. Performing a graceful curtsy, her voice transforming into a seductive melody, "Master, am I not correct in my assessment? Is this true?" Lin Yan felt a slight movement in his throat, internally murmuring, "So, my establishment of a sect near the Immortal Palace is part of a grand strategy? How impressive." Even I, the player in this game, was unaware of it. Nevertheless, he recognized that this was likely a consequence of triggering a hidden quest, prompting the system to advance the narrative based on his previous actions. Thus, he chose to remain silent, awaiting the fox to continue unfolding the plot. On the other hand, Qinyu, upon hearing Lu Qingqing's words, gradually adopted a more serious demeanor. She had long suspected that her master, masquerading as one with a feeble spiritual root, was harboring ulterior motives in establishing a sect near the Immortal Palace. Yet, she could not fathom the nature of his schemes. Now it seemed, this fox might possess some insight into the matter. Noticing the silence enveloping Lin Yan and Qinyu, Lu Qingqing assumed her words had received tacit approval from her master. A smirk curling at the corners of her lips, a glimmer of triumph flickering in her eyes. She then turned to Qinyu, her voice sweet, yet edged with a hint of sharpness. "Sister you, do you know what the most crucial element is for establishing a sect? It is the spiritual vein." Without hesitation, Qinyu replied, "The most vital aspect of establishing a sect is seizing a spiritual vein. Spiritual veins are the convergence points of celestial energy. The more superior the vein, the more abundant and enduring the energy it gathers. Practicing in a high-grade spiritual vein for a single day can equate to several days of arduous effort in ordinary locations. Therefore, Only by securing a quality spiritual vein can the disciples enjoy a favorable cultivation environment, allowing the sect to thrive. Thus, despite the availability of countless elixirs and treasures, none can rival the nurturing essence of a single spiritual vein. Only by occupying a high-grade spiritual vein can a sect stand resilient against the tides of time. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing's eyes sparkled with approval, and then she inquired, her gaze shifting playfully, "What, then, qualifies as a high-grade spiritual vein?" Qingyu elegantly raised her hand, a strand of sword energy sketching the ethereal outline of a spiritual vein in the air. A high-grade spiritual vein flows like a gentle stream, its movement visible to the naked eye. Cultivating here allows one to achieve what would typically require several days of labor in ordinary locations. Such veins are often seized by third-rate sects, capable of nurturing cultivators up to the nascent soul realm, yet ultimately, they struggle to reach greater heights. As she spoke, her sword spun, and a surge of sword energy erupted, transforming into a raging river. Even the finest spiritual veins allowed the spiritual energy to flow like a torrent, enabling one to cultivate for a single day here, equivalent to 10 days of arduous effort in ordinary places. This place could already nurture masters of the transformation stage, even those of the void refinement realm. At this moment, the phantom shifted again, morphing into a resplendent galaxy cascading downwards, with supreme spiritual veins. The energy flowed like a river of stars, where one day of cultivation could equate to dozens of days of labor. Such spiritual veins are rarely encountered in a millennium. Once they manifest, they inevitably attract the fierce competition of powerful beings from all realms, potentially sparking sect wars. Qingyu paused for a moment, her expression laden with meaning as she remarked, "The young Immortal Palace has become the foremost sect in the Muyu state, attracting countless cultivators who exhaust their fortunes to join its ranks, precisely because it possesses a supreme spiritual vein." And what of the holy grade spiritual veins? Qingyu inhaled deeply and spoke slowly. Holy grade spiritual veins are not merely accumulations of spiritual energy. They embody the laws of the heavenly Tao. Cultivating here for a single day can equate to 100 days, hundreds of days, or even years in ordinary places. It solely depends on one's comprehension and fortuity. It is said that only the 7 sacred lands and the spiritual veins occupied by the 5 demon domains have barely reached the threshold of holy grade. At this juncture, Qingyu turned to Lu Qingqing, her expression tinged with skepticism. "Are you suggesting that the spiritual vein of the young Immortal Palace is, in fact, a holy grade spiritual vein? Is it true that our master established this sect to seize this vein and create a new sacred land?" Yet before Lu Qingqing could respond, Qingyu herself shook her head, declaring, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The young Immortal Palace has been established for several millennia. If it possessed a holy grade spiritual vein, it would have long since evolved into the 8th sacred land. Even if its disciples were unambitious and did not achieve that status, it would have been overrun and divided by various forces long ago. How could it remain unscathed until now? Sister, you truly are the jewel of the Lord of Qian City. Your insight is indeed remarkable." Lu Qingqing gently applauded, her eyes twinkling with mirth. The spiritual vein of the young Immortal Palace is undoubtedly a supreme spiritual vein, and there is quite a gap from the legendary holy grade. However, what if I told you that in 3 years, the dragon vein occupied by the young Immortal Palace will undergo a transformation, and it is highly likely to evolve from supreme to holy grade? Would you believe me? That is even less plausible, Qingyu replied immediately, shaking her head without a moment's hesitation. Although spiritual veins are gathering places of heavenly spiritual energy, the accumulation of spiritual power is finite. If used indiscriminately, the rate of energy generation cannot keep pace with consumption, and the vein may gradually wither. Thus, since ancient times, we have only heard of spiritual veins declining in grade. Never have we heard of a spiritual vein ascending, especially from supreme to holy grade. Such a notion is utterly absurd. Lu Qingqing, unfazed by Qinyu's words, remained calm and composed. She elegantly gestured with her slender fingers, conjuring a mountain and river chart of the young Immortal Palace in the air using her spiritual energy. She lightly tapped the map a few times, revealing the main peaks of the spiritual spring, while the contours of the mountains gradually became more distinct. "Senior sister, take a look." Lu Qingqing's voice took on an ethereal quality as she pointed to the map and said to Qingyu, "Doesn't the mountain range of the Cloud Quarters Celestial Palace resemble a colossal serpent? The sinuous peaks appear akin to the body of a great serpent, with the 7 principal summits representing its claws, guarding the 4 cardinal directions, while the spiritual spring atop the central flying immortal peak is akin to the serpent's horn. Are you aware of the primary distinction between a serpent and a dragon, senior sister? Without hesitation, Qingyu replied, the difference lies in the number of horns. A serpent possesses but 1 horn, while a true dragon must have 2. Indeed, Lu Qingqing nodded gently. For millennia, this spiritual vein has been regarded as a supreme one, primarily because it possesses only a single spiritual spring as its horn. Thus, from a structural perspective, it cannot accumulate a greater amount of spiritual energy. However, Qingqing suddenly lowered her voice, her fingertip tracing an imaginary line along a particular gorge on the map. Unknown to all, beneath this celestial palace lies an undiscovered vein of earth energy. This vein has never been tapped, and the accumulated spiritual energy has settled deep underground. After thousands, even tens of thousands of years of accumulation, that energy is on the verge of erupting. As she reached this point, she abruptly pressed down 3 inches to the west of flying Immortal Peak, and a burst of spiritual light exploded into a constellation of stars. In approximately 3 years, a second spiritual spring will undoubtedly emerge here. With this declaration, the illusion in the air suddenly quaked violently, and the original image of the single-horned serpent began to twist and transform, 2 crystalline dragon horns gradually taking shape. Qingyu gasped in astonishment. This was clearly an omen of the serpent's transformation into a dragon. By that time, Lu Qingqing gazed at Qingyu with a smile, her voice imbued with an enchanting cadence. Even if this spiritual vein cannot immediately ascend to the status of a sacred item, it will be exceedingly close. Chapter 23, The Grand Scheme of the Master. Is this truly the case? Qinyu's delicate form trembled suddenly, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. She fixed her gaze intently on Lin Yan, seeking to discern the truth of Lu Qingqing's words from her master's demeanor. At that moment, Lin Yan remained in a state of bewilderment. What on earth? How would I know about these matters? I have traversed here without having practiced in your sect nor having perused any ancient texts. To be honest, I am not even entirely certain what the spiritual vein is. So how could I ascertain the veracity of the fox's claims? However, since the hidden quest had already been initiated, it was evident that these were part of the narrative design of that quest. Therefore, faced with Qinyu's penetrating gaze, he could only maintain a composed facade and nod slightly. Heavens! Upon witnessing her master's confirmation, Qinyu could not help but gasp, her slender fingers instinctively tightening around her sleeves. The spiritual vein of Immortal Palace was truly on the brink of evolution, if that were indeed the case. Even if the spiritual vein merely advanced to the brink of sanctity, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among the various powers of the Starry River realm. This place, it may well transform into a purgatory. As Qinyu spoke, a vision of a blood-drenched sky seemed to manifest before her. Lu Qingqing, meanwhile, stifled a laugh, saying, "What else would you think, senior sister, master has come here for?" The impending transformation of the spiritual vein remains a closely guarded secret, even within Immortal Palace. Only the sect leader, the esteemed Yunshan, and the venerable elder, Qingwei Daoist, are privy to this knowledge. Were it not for my being sealed within Immortal Palace for over a millennium, tirelessly scrutinizing every corner with my divine sense, and fortuitously overhearing their clandestine discussions, I would likely remain oblivious to this matter. At this juncture, she paused momentarily, her eyes shimmering with brilliance. However, there are no shortages of adept stargazers and geomancers in this world. For certain formidable beings, even a mere observation of the celestial phenomena could lead them to deduce that the dragon vein of Immortal Palace is awakening. Thus, barring unforeseen circumstances, various sects of the Starry River realm might already be contemplating their designs upon Immortal Palace. When that time comes, this place will indeed be engulfed in a tempest of blood and chaos. As Lu Qingqing spoke, a glimmer of cold light flashed in her golden-hued eyes. Suddenly, she turned her head to Lin Yan, inquiring with a playful smile, "If my conjecture is correct, Master likely chose this moment to establish a sect near the palace, intending to seize the spiritual vein amidst the 5 veins martial assembly, am I right?" Lin Yan found himself increasingly perplexed as he listened. How did this suddenly tie into the 5 veins martial assembly? The more he heard, the more confused he became. Yet, observing the gleam of confidence in Lu Qingqing's eyes, a spark of insight flickered in his mind. Clearing his throat, he adopted an expression of commendation and replied, "You are indeed astute. You have discerned the essence of my plans. You flatter me, master. In response to Lin Yan's praise, Lu Qingqing feigned modesty, lowering her head. Yet her eyes betrayed a hint of undeniable pride. Meanwhile, Qingyu remained utterly perplexed, her brows knitted in confusion as she interjected, "Wait, weren't we just discussing the awakening of spiritual veins? Why are we suddenly mentioning the Five Veins Martial Assembly? What is the connection between the Five Veins Martial Assembly and the awakening of spiritual veins?" "Sister," Lu Qingqing sighed softly, casting a somewhat exasperated glance at Qingyu. "Your comprehension and cultivation is so profound, yet you falter on these matters. You have spent years within the young Immortal Palace. Do you not recall the original purpose of the Five Veins Martial Assembly?" Qingyu paused, momentarily taken aback. "Isn't it merely for the various sects of Muyun Prefecture to gather together and send forth their most talented young disciples for a bit of friendly sparring, ultimately ranking the top 5? Upon hearing this, Lu Qingqing shook her head with a wry smile, replying, "Indeed. The current iteration of the Five Veins Martial Assembly follows that format. However, when it was first established, the situation was quite different. The inception of the Five Veins Martial Assembly was actually a response to a great upheaval within the Muyun Prefecture's cultivation community." Lu Qingqing continued at a measured pace. "In the early days of Muyun Prefecture, as various sects were just forming, the land was abundant with spiritual veins, spiritual mines, and spiritual fruits, all of which were unclaimed. The sects, in their fervor to seize these resources, frequently clashed violently. There were even tragic incidents where entire families were annihilated in the pursuit of resources. These sects, while considering themselves righteous, acted with a ruthlessness surpassing that of demonic cults, which was truly disgraceful. Consequently, the entire cultivation realm of Muyun Prefecture descended into chaos." At this juncture, Lu Qingqing paused briefly. Eventually, the 7 great holy lands could no longer stand idly by and intervened. They established the Five Veins Martial Assembly, mandating that every 5 years, each sect would convene, sending forth young disciples under the age of 30 to represent their sects in competition. Based on the results of these contests, the top 5 would be ranked, and the cultivation resources of Muyun Prefecture would be allocated accordingly. This way, the more powerful sects could secure a larger share, while the weaker sects could still find a viable path, thus averting unnecessary bloodshed. Therefore, the so-called Five Veins Martial Assembly is, in essence, a system for resource allocation. "Ah, I see," Qingyu acknowledged with a nod, her understanding finally dawning. "However, after thousands of years, the strength and influence of various sects have stabilized." Lu Qingqing continued, "Now, it is rare for unclaimed treasures to emerge, and the intense confrontations between righteous sects have mostly ceased, with the absence of conflicts over interests. The Five Veins Martial Assembly has naturally devolved into a mere venue for showcasing the prowess of the younger generation. But," Lu Qingqing's lips curled into a sly smile, "the mere absence of resource distribution does not imply that the functional essence of the Five Veins Martial Assembly has disappeared. Should a coveted treasure, such as a spiritual vein, come to light, it is likely that everyone will fervently compete at the Five Veins Martial Assembly. The awakening of the spiritual vein at the Cloud K Palace cannot be concealed. It is a sacred-grade spiritual vein. The emergence of such a vein would bring about a transformation in the Star River. The entirety of the Muyu province, indeed the whole Star River realm, would vie for it. Even the 7 great sacred lands would inevitably cast envious glances upon this new sacred-grade spiritual vein. Meanwhile, those self-styled righteous sects, particularly the 7 great sacred lands, pride themselves as the leaders of righteousness in the Star River realm. They cannot resort to the same brazen tactics as the demonic sects. Directly seizing the vein, they must have justifiable reasons. The Five Veins Martial Assembly presents them with the perfect opportunity. Should their disciples emerge victorious at the assembly, they could demand the Cloud K Palace relinquish the dragon vein with a sense of legitimacy. With 3 years remaining until the transformation of the spiritual vein at the Cloud K Palace, and coincidentally 3 years until the next Five Veins Martial Assembly, it is a fortuitous alignment. At this juncture, Lu Qingqing's gaze once again fell upon Qingyu. "Thus, my esteemed junior sister, the reason our master established a sect near the Cloud K Palace is to prepare for sending disciples to participate in the Five Veins Martial Assembly in 3 years. This serves as a strategic opportunity to annex the Cloud K Palace. Once we successfully absorb the palace and seize the new dragon vein, our master can leverage its benefits to attract talents from across the realm. In no time, we could elevate Wuji Dao to become the 8th sacred land, or even the foremost sect in the Star River realm. This is the grand scheme our master intends to execute. Do you comprehend?" Chapter 24. The Stern Teacher Marvelous. Truly marvelous. After listening to Lu Qingqing's narration, Lin Yan could not help but applaud inwardly, his heart brimming with admiration. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes, and he suddenly felt enlightened. To think that I have been secretly orchestrating such profound schemes and laying down an intricate game. I was entirely unaware. How remarkable. Yet, amidst his thoughts, Lin Yan was acutely aware of the truth. These strategies and arrangements were, in fact, crafted by the system. Everything unfolded according to the narrative provided by the system. It was merely because he was the host of the system that the credit was attributed to him. At this moment, Qin Yu also grasped the situation, astonished. Her gaze towards Lin Yan was filled with admiration, sparkling like stars. It turned out that what the master had said was indeed true. His purpose in establishing a sect here was genuinely to make the Wujidao the foremost sect in the Star River realm. Upon this realization, a wave of regret surged within Qin Yu. Darn it. This matter had been conveyed to her by the master since the day she entered the sect. Yet she had failed to believe it. Now, she had only come to understand the master's profound intentions through this fox demon-esque revelation. What on earth had she been thinking all day long? Of course, the master's plans were as deep as the ocean, and with her limited intellect, she could only glimpse the tip of the iceberg. Lu Qingqing turned to Lin Yan, her demeanor respectful as she continued. As for how the master intends to proceed with deeper plans, I am unaware. However, there is one matter I do not comprehend. Her tone shifted, a frown appearing on her brow. Mo Tianwen is an outer elder of the young Immortal Palace. Although he cannot be considered a high-ranking figure within the palace, he is indeed a significant personage. His death here today will undoubtedly prompt the palace to investigate the cause. How does the master intend to handle this situation? Will it not affect the master's grand scheme? Lu Qingqing's words left Lin Yan momentarily speechless. Goodness, I merely accepted a hidden task from the system, rushed over with Qin Yu, witnessed Mo Tianwen refining you, and then inadvertently killed him, after which you emerged. I have no plan whatsoever. Now you inquire how I intend to manage this. How should I know? Lin Yan silently voiced his grievances. Just as he was contemplating how to respond, he suddenly caught a glimmer of eager anticipation in Lu Qingqing's eyes. A spark of inspiration ignited within him once more, and, mirroring his previous demeanor, he cleared his throat and said to Lu Qingqing with feigned profundity, "Since you can discern the overarching strategy of your master, this trivial matter should pose no challenge to you. Therefore, rather than relying on the master's arrangements, why not share your thoughts? It would allow me to witness the capabilities of the nine-tailed fox clan." Master, are you testing me? Upon hearing these words, Lu Qingqing's golden-red eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement, her chin lifting proudly. Then I shall present my shortcomings. I am unaware of my master's original intentions. However, I have devised a plan that may be more suitable for the current situation. The matter of Mo Tianwen's demise will undoubtedly be investigated by the young Immortal Palace, and it is likely that it will eventually lead back to my master. Although my master possesses formidable cultivation and skills, rendering him unafraid of a mere Immortal Palace, an early confrontation with them would inevitably expose his whereabouts. At that time, various forces across the Star River realm would be alerted, potentially complicating my master's strategy. In light of this, it would be prudent for me to assume the guise of Mo Tianwen and infiltrate the young Immortal Palace. A glint of cunning flickered in Lu Qingqing's eyes. This approach would serve multiple purposes. First, it would conceal the news of Mo Tianwen's death. Second, I could act as an informant for my master within the palace, providing him with vital intelligence. Third, under the guise of an elder, I could recruit talented disciples from the inner sanctum of the palace to join our Wujidao, thereby strengthening our sect's influence. Furthermore, when the moment of great achievement arrives, I could offer decisive assistance to my master through various orchestrations. As she spoke, a hint of pride illuminated Lu Qingqing's face. Our nine-tailed celestial fox clan excels in both enchantment and transformation techniques, and having been sealed within the young Immortal Palace for a millennium, I am intimately familiar with every detail of the place. If I were to impersonate Mo Tianwen, even his own mother would not recognize him. Master, do you not agree that this is a brilliant idea? After finishing her proposal, Lu Qingqing raised her chin high, her nine tails swaying gently, resembling a little fox eagerly awaiting praise from its owner. Yet, after a prolonged silence, all she received in return was a cryptic smile from Lin Yan. This wooden-headed master. How could he withhold even a word of commendation after I have thought this through so thoroughly? A flicker of grievance stirred in Lu Qingqing's heart, but upon further reflection, Something felt amiss. The nine-tailed celestial fox clan's transformation skills are renowned throughout the realm, a fact well known to my master, a being of extraordinary capability. Moreover, when my master arrived with Chinyu, there were no signs of his previous struggles with Immortal and the blood-fiend old demon. He appeared as if he had anticipated their actions perfectly, arriving directly at this location without hesitation. It was as if he had foreseen that Immortal and the blood-fiend old demon would be refining their physical forms at this precise time and place. Additionally, after escaping his physical imprisonment and merging with his divine soul, he repeatedly mentioned repaying a favor and requesting treasures and techniques from me, ultimately leading to my apprenticeship. In retrospect, given his level of cultivation and prowess, what need would he have for my possessions? This was clearly a maneuver to guide me into voluntarily becoming his disciple. As I connected the various clues, a chilling thought arose in Lu Qingqing's mind. Could it be that everything occurring today is part of my master's grand design? Did he know from the very beginning that I was sealed deep within the Immortal Palace? From the very beginning, he had been observing Immortal, aware that Immortal intended to join forces with the blood-fiend elder to refine himself. However, in order to avoid alarming the Celestial Palace and drawing attention, he had remained in the shadows, biding his time until Immortal released his physical form from the Celestial Palace on the verge of successful refinement. Only then did he strike, eliminating Immortal to free himself from captivity. Subsequently, he proceeded with meticulous caution, first taking Immortal as his disciple, cunningly coaxing her into voluntarily transforming into Immortal and infiltrating the Celestial Palace, thereby laying the groundwork for his next scheme. Thus, everything had been meticulously orchestrated by him from the outset. As she gazed upon Lin Yan's inscrutable smile, a chill of dread crept down Lu Qingqing's spine. Simultaneously, her conviction regarding her inner suspicions grew stronger. How terrifying. Truly, how terrifying. She had initially believed the clever stratagem to be her own spontaneous inspiration, only to discover it had all been part of his grand design. The depth of this man's scheming and the far-reaching nature of his plans were utterly astonishing. Such cunning and machinations were indeed unparalleled throughout history. Fortunately, she held value in his eyes, being an integral part of his scheme. Otherwise, the more Lu Qingqing pondered, the greater her fear became, causing her delicate form to tremble slightly. Meanwhile, Lin Yan heard the voice of the system echoing in his ears. Your disciple Lu Qingqing's reverence for you has reached its zenith. Congratulations on achieving the title Iron-Faced Mentor. This disciple's loyalty to the sect has reached 100, unwavering until death. Reward, 50 Dao fruits. The authority of the Wujidao sect increases by 10, and spiritual energy by 10. Reward, magical artifact, Heart Command Seal. The Heart Command Seal, a divine-grade artifact, allows the user to establish a heavenly Dao contract with a designated target, forming a master-servant relationship. It can be forcibly activated when the target's cultivation level is lower than that of the user, and must be voluntarily accepted when the target's cultivation exceeds that of the user. Note, currently, it can only be used on one target, and the user may select a new target upon release. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, followed by a look of utter bewilderment. What on earth just happened? Chapter 25. The Saintess of the Sword ruins. At this moment, Lin Yan was utterly bewildered. He had not truly grasped the essence of what Lu Qingqing was articulating. To him, regardless of the fox's words, they were merely a component of the hidden narrative orchestrated by the system. Whether he comprehended them or not was inconsequential. Thus, he simply nodded with a smile, adhering to his usual demeanor. How could it possibly lead Lu Qingqing to regard him with such profound reverence? Moreover, he had inadvertently achieved a new accolade, the Iron-Faced Mentor. The system's judgment seemed exceedingly perplexing. What Lin Yan was unaware of was that Lu Qingqing hailed from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, where the value system placed paramount importance on two aspects: absolute strength and profound cunning. Previously, when Lin Yan consumed the purifying essence pill, it triggered a celestial phenomenon, leading Lu Qingqing to erroneously believe that he possessed the strength of a late-stage fusion realm cultivator, or even an immortal ascension stage. This had completely intimidated her regarding his cultivation prowess. Furthermore, she had recently indulged in various flights of fancy, leading her to assume that all that transpired today was part of his intricate scheming. She even believed that her own self-satisfied stratagem was a step he had meticulously orchestrated in advance, concluding that Lin Yan had thoroughly outmatched her in guile. This was what propelled Lu Qingqing's offer him to unprecedented heights. However, all of this was inconsequential to Lin Yan. After all, the system had bestowed its rewards. and he saw no reason to decline them. Moreover, Lu Qingqing's loyalty had inexplicably reached an unwavering degree. He had unexpectedly acquired a devoted disciple, and what was more, she was an exceptionally powerful and breathtakingly beautiful woman. No matter how one looked at it, it was an unmitigated boon. As Lin Yan pondered these thoughts, suddenly, a ghostly blue sword light flashed across the western sky. In the eastern horizon, several brilliant star-like beams of light also appeared. Qingyu, standing beside Lin Yan, changed her expression, solemnly declaring, "Master, something is amiss. We are not alone." Furthermore, the presence of the newcomers was formidable, each surpassing Immortal. It appeared they were all masters of the transformation realm. Upon hearing Qinyu's words, Lin Yan felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Lu Qingqing, however, dismissed her concerns with a playful laugh. "Sister, do not panic. Just now, Master broke through, causing a celestial phenomenon that reached the heavens. Such a significant commotion would surely render the protective array set by Immortal and the blood fiend old demon incapable of containing the aura leakage. The Celestial Palace will undoubtedly dispatch individuals to investigate. With Master present, a mere handful of transformation realm cultivators pose no threat." After uttering these words, Lu Qingqing transformed, assuming the appearance of Immortal. It was scarcely long before the ghostly blue sword light descended near them. As the sword light touched the ground, the earth within a Tinjiang radius instantaneously crystallized into ice. A figure clad in pure white stepped forth upon the frost-laden ground, each step causing six-edged ice patterns to bloom beneath her feet. The figure was a tall woman, her left hand poised lightly on the sword sheath, while her right sleeve, adorned with 9 intricate sword patterns, flowed gracefully. Her dark hair was loosely gathered with a jade hairpin, interspersed with strands of silver. In terms of beauty alone, she rivaled both Qingyu and Lu Qingqing. Yet she possessed an aura of frosty elegance, enveloped in a chilling presence that rendered the space around her inhospitable. A mere glance at her would plunge one into an icy abyss, extinguishing any flicker of desire. The woman surveyed her surroundings before extending her consciousness to scrutinize Lin Yan and his companions one by one. Upon reaching Qingyu, her expression subtly shifted, a glimmer of appreciation flickering in her cold, piercing gaze. However, when her awareness brushed against Lin Yan, her brows furrowed immediately. Subsequently, she clasped her fists in greeting and spoke with an icy tone. "I am Su Qingxue of the Chaos Sword Ruins. It is an honor to meet you, Senior. Was it you who caused the recent celestial phenomenon?" Before Lin Yan could respond, several streaks of starlight shot down from the east, crashing to the ground. As the starlight dissipated, 3 elders donned in crimson robes emerged from the radiance, their attire mirroring that of Immortal, yet exuding a more regal and imposing presence. The foremost elder, with a gaze like lightning, fixated on the figure of Lu Qingqing, who had transformed into the likeness of Immortal, and in a deep voice inquired, "Elder Immo, what brings you here? What has transpired? And what of the celestial anomaly that just occurred?" Qingyu focused intently, immediately recognizing the 3 as Elder Wu Qiyo of the inner sect of Yangxian Palace, Elder Gu Xian of Dongxian Peak, and Elder Jingyan of Ziyun Peak. Their eyes swept across Lin Yan and his companions, but upon catching sight of Su Qingxue, their expressions shifted dramatically. They promptly bowed in reverence, their voices tinged with unmistakable awe. "We are Gu Xian, Jingyan, and Wu Qiyo of Yangxian Palace, here to pay our respects to the saintess of the Sword Ruins. The entire palace welcomes your esteemed presence." The title Saintess of the Chaos Sword Ruins echoed in the ears of Lin Yan and his companions, eliciting markedly different reactions. Lin Yan remained perplexed, merely noting that this so-called saintess, Su Qingxue, was quite striking, though her frosty demeanor left him unmoved. Lu Qingqing's eyes flickered with surprise. Yet upon seeing Lin Yan's nonchalant demeanor, she surmised that he might have anticipated this turn of events. Thus, she was not overly shocked. Conversely, for Qingyu, the impact of these words was akin to a thunderclap. The Chaos Sword Ruins? The legendary one among the 7 sacred grounds? The fact that someone from the Chaos Sword Ruins had arrived here? This girl before her was actually the saintess of the Chaos Sword Ruins? Just as Qingyu grappled with her astonishment, Elder Wu Qiyo of the inner sect glared at Lu Qingqing, who had assumed the guise of Immortal, then coldly proclaimed, "With the saintess of the Sword Ruins in our presence, should you not hasten to join us in paying your respects?" "No need," Su Qingxue interjected, waving her hand dismissively, her tone remaining frigid. "I have been dispatched by my sect to meet with the palace master and chanced upon this celestial phenomenon. I merely wish to ascertain the nature of the recent event that transpired." As her words fell, The three figures from Immortal Palace simultaneously directed their gazes towards Lin Yan and his companions. Elder Guxian of Dongxian Peak furrowed his brow and gestured towards the scene of devastation, saying, "Indeed, Elder Mo, you have yet to respond to my earlier inquiries. What brings you here? What transpired at this location? What was the nature of the celestial phenomenon we just witnessed?" Furthermore, his gaze ultimately settled upon Lin Yan, as he coldly inquired, "Who is this impetuous youth?" Chapter 26. Who is the Good Samaritan? Upon the utterance of Guxian's words, the atmosphere in the room instantly turned frigid. Lu Qingqing, in her guise as Mo Tianwen, glanced at Lin Yan with subtlety before straightening her attire and stepping forward. She first performed a formal sect salute to Su Qingxue, declaring, "Elder Mo Tianwen of the Immortal Palace extends a warm welcome to the saintly maiden." After completing her greeting, she respectfully clasped her fists towards Guxian, gesturing towards the distant corpse of the blood-slaughter old demons, and spoke in a solemn tone. "In response to Elder Gu, during my routine patrol today, I fortuitously discovered that the malevolent cultivator, the blood-slaughter old demon, had set up a barrier here, slaughtering villagers for a blood sacrifice. Upon investigation, it has been confirmed that the recent tragedies in the villages surrounding our sect were all perpetrated by this fiend. When I encountered this villain in the act, I naturally could not stand idly by, thus engaging in combat with him. Little did I know that this demon not only possessed remarkable cultivation, but also wielded a celestial-grade protective treasure. Ultimately, after a fierce struggle, I was able to slay this demon, and the celestial treasure was shattered. The recent phenomena were most likely caused by the leakage of spiritual energy upon the treasure's destruction." As she spoke, she pointed to the shattered Xiantian heart protector lying on the ground. Despite being in fragments, the mirror still shimmered with a radiant celestial light, hinting at its extraordinary heritage. Upon hearing this, Su Qingxue's brows furrowed tightly. The expressions of Guxian and the other two darkened as well. Nonsense. The recent phenomena were a manifestation of the Nine Heavens' blessing. How could the shattering of a celestial treasure incite such an event? Guxian exclaimed, "Elder Mo, are you concealing something?" "Elder Gu, I assure you, every word I have spoken is the truth, and I would never dare to withhold information," Lu Qingqing, in her guise as Mo Tianwen, hastily replied, bowing deeply, a fleeting smirk barely visible beneath her lowered eyelids. She lowered her voice intentionally and continued, "While engaged with the blood-slaughter old demon, I felt the earth's veins surging, as if some mysterious power were gathering here. At the moment of the celestial treasure's destruction, I also observed what seemed to be spiritual energy erupting from beneath the ground, which was quite peculiar. It is precisely this surge of energy that I believe gave rise to such an extraordinary phenomenon. The earth's veins here may very well." Enough. Before Lu Qingqing could finish her thought, Su Qingxue's sharp voice interrupted, her countenance suddenly frosty. Lu Qingqing immediately fell silent, yet a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. "The matter of the phenomena will be discussed with the sect master once I arrive at the Immortal Palace. There is no need for further discussion among you all." Su Qingxue's gaze was as cold as frost, sweeping over the assembled cultivators with an undeniable authority. Her attention then returned to Lin Yan, her eyes icy, as she turned to Mo Tianwen and inquired, "Elder Mo, who is this friend here? This individual?" Mo Tianwen followed Su Qingxue's gaze towards Lin Yan, then smiled respectfully and replied, "This is Lin Yan, the master of the Wujidao sect. The person beside him is his disciple, Qin Yu. Recently, the malevolent blood fiend has been causing turmoil. This old demon possesses a treasure of divine quality for protection. Had it not been for the assistance of Master Lin, I would have been unable to breach his formidable protective formation." The name Wujidao Lin Yan? Su Qingxue furrowed her brow, rapidly sifting through her memories. Yet she could find no trace of this person or this sect. However, the individual before her exuded a concealed aura, his dantian and qi enveloped in a haze, making it exceedingly difficult for even her spiritual perception to discern his true cultivation level. Such a figure is certainly not an unknown entity. Yet why have I never heard of him? Doubts began to arise in her heart as she pondered in silence, when suddenly, the stern voice of Master Jing'an pierced through her thoughts. "Mo Tianwen, what nonsense are you spouting?" Master Jing'an's eyes widened in fury as she pointed a finger at Qin Yu, angrily addressing Mo Tianwen. "Qin Yu is undoubtedly a disciple of my Immortal Palace. When did she become this reckless young man as apprentice? What kind of farcical sect is Wujidao to dare compete with my Immortal Palace for disciples? Qin Yu was once a celebrated genius within the Immortal Palace. with many elders eagerly awaiting her breakthrough to the Golden Core stage to admit her as a direct disciple. Among them, Master Jing'an was the most fervent. Yet, as her cultivation regressed time and again, she lost the opportunity to apprentice under the various peak elders. Nonetheless, the elders of each peak and the inner sect elders still recognized her. Thus, upon hearing Immortal claim that Qin Yu was Lin Yan's disciple, Master Jing'an immediately rebuked him. Observing the enraged Master Jing'an, Immortal clasped his hands and spoke. Elder Jing'an, please quell your anger. It is simply that in recent years, Qin Yu's cultivation has plummeted irretrievably. After consulting with Elder Wu a while ago, we have expelled her from the sect. He continued. Qin Yu, after leaving the Immortal Palace, became an apprentice to Taoist Lin. At this point, he turned to Elder Wu Qiu beside him. Am I mistaken, Elder Wu? You. The named Elder Wu Qiu's expression shifted dramatically, his demeanor fluctuating as he stood frozen, his lips moving yet failing to articulate a rebuttal. The matter of expelling Qin Yu from the sect had indeed been discussed with Immortal. After all, at that time, Qin Yu had fallen from the 9th level of foundation establishment to the 1st level of qi refinement, her qi C nearly depleted. Remaining in the sect would only result in a drain on the sect's resources. Upon hearing this, Master Jing'an was instantly incensed, especially after she used her spiritual perception to examine Qin Yu. Discovering that her cultivation had reached the 3rd level of Golden Core, her fury intensified. Absurd. Qin Yu is the daughter of the Lord of Qian City, and when she entered our Immortal Palace, many great powers bore witness. Even if her cultivation has declined. So what? Our young Immortal Palace has endured for thousands of years. Can we not remedy the cultivation affliction of a disciple? Moreover, just as the Qin family has recently faced upheaval, you expelled Qin Yu from the sect. Does this not invite ridicule from the world of fellow disciples? I shall certainly report today's events to the sect master and demand an explanation. Having spoken, she swiftly approached Qin Yu, reaching out to pull her to her side, and declared in a resounding voice, what Wu Qiu and Immortal have said is of no concern to me. Come with me to Tsuayan Peak, from this day forth. You shall be my personal disciple. The words of Master Jing'an rang with authority. However, Wu Qiu merely snorted in disdain. He thought to himself, the decline in Qin Yu's cultivation has not occurred overnight. You are well aware of it. Why pretend to be benevolent now? Is it not because you see her cultivation has been restored and wish to reclaim her? Nonetheless, he had recently used his spiritual sense to probe Qin Yu's cultivation. Upon discovering that she had already entered the Golden Core stage, he was taken aback. It is essential to note that Qin Yu is merely 18 years old. To reach the Golden Core stage at such a young age, and at the 3rd level no less, is a prodigious talent, even among the 7 great sacred lands. Thus, if Jing'an could seize this opportunity to bring Qin Yu back to the sect, he, as an inner sect elder, would wholeheartedly support it. Simultaneously, he was curious about what methods this girl had employed to not only restore her cultivation, but also advance to such a remarkable level. After all, she had only been away from the sect for a little over half a month. With such thoughts in mind, faced with Master Jing'an's rebuke, Wu Qiu was not angered. Instead, he offered a respectful bow and smiled apologetically, saying, Master, your admonition is just. It is I who have been short-sighted and lacking in consideration. With that, he turned to Qin Yu, his expression filled with the affection of an elder, and gently urged, Where? The earlier decision to have you leave the sect was indeed a misjudgment on my part, and that of Elder Mo. Now that Master Jing'an is willing to make an exception and accept you as a disciple of Tsuayan Peak, this is a celestial opportunity that others can only dream of. He stroked his long beard and continued earnestly, Do not delay in following Master back to the mountain. Such fortune must not be missed. Chapter 27. Double Retribution. Just as Master Jing'an's hand was about to brush against Qin Yu's sleeve, a burst of crimson golden spiritual light erupted from within Qin Yu, forcefully repelling the outstretched hand. Master Jing'an's expression changed dramatically, her eyes flashing with cold intensity. What is your intention? The 2 elder members of the Celestial Palace also darkened their expressions, clearly taken aback by Qin Yu's resolute rejection. Qin Yu's gaze was as frosty as winter, slowly sweeping across the assembly before she clasped her fists in salute and spoke with a voice as frigid as snow. Half a month ago, when Elder Mo expelled me from the sect, it was made abundantly clear Qin Yu has severed all ties with the Celestial Palace, and there shall be no further entanglements in this lifetime. She stood tall and straight, each word ringing with clarity. Since I am no longer a member of the Celestial Palace, what need is there for the notion of returning? Furthermore, she directed her gaze towards Lin Yan. her voice momentarily faltering, warmth flickering in her eyes. Furthermore, I have restored my cultivation under my master's guidance, and I am continuously making progress. The grace bestowed upon me by my master is akin to rebirth. I ought to remain by my master's side, devotedly serving. Thus, Qin Yu acknowledged Master Jing'an's goodwill with a deep bow, her tone resolute as iron. However, having entered my master's fold, there is no reason for me to seek refuge elsewhere in this lifetime. As soon as Qin Yu's words fell, the expressions of the three elders of the young celestial palace turned as dark as water. Disguised as Mo Tianwen, Lu Qingqing's eyes darted around. And then she deliberately raised her voice, loudly scolding, "You audacious girl! You truly do not recognize the favor bestowed upon you. Master Jing'an is a formidable being of the fifth layer of the transformation god realm, her profound strength ranking among the top 5 within the entire celestial palace. Her willingness to take you as her personal disciple is a fortune you have earned over countless lifetimes. What right do you have to refuse? I advise you to obediently return with her, otherwise, do not blame us for taking action against you." Upon finishing her words, Lu Qingqing suddenly radiated a dazzling golden light, the pressure of her nascent soul realm overwhelming Qin Yu like a mountain. Qin Yu's long hair danced wildly, her robes billowing, as a clear phoenix cry resounded from her dantian, and crimson golden spiritual power surged upwards like raging flames. Her eyes ignited with a gilded brilliance, and a faint phantom of a phoenix flickered around her, resisting the nascent soul pressure at a mere 3 feet away. Such remarkable resilience against the might of a nascent soul cultivator with her mere cultivation at the 3rd layer of the golden core realm. What an astonishingly gifted, indomitable divine phoenix body. Su Qingshue's cold eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance, a trace of astonishment flitting across her gaze. The elders of the young celestial palace were left speechless, their eyes now burning with fervor as they regarded Qin Yu. The talent and strength she displayed seemed to transcend their expectations. However, as they observed Mo Tianwen preparing to take action and forcibly remove her, the 3 elders simultaneously furrowed their brows. Under normal circumstances, forcibly taking Qin Yu away would not be a significant issue. After all, the young celestial palace is the foremost sect in the Muyu state, on their home ground. No one dared to challenge their authority over any disciple or treasure they set their sights upon. However, at this moment, the saintess of the sword ruins, Su Qingxue, stood before them, observing with a cold gaze. Previously, they had expelled Qin Yu from the sect, and now, after her cultivation had been restored, they sought to bring her back, an act lacking in reason. Should they forcibly take Qin Yu, how are they any different from thieves? After all, they were a prestigious sect. To forcibly seize someone before the saintess of the sword ruins was a loss of face they could not afford. Reflecting on this, they stole a glance at Su Qingxue. Indeed, as they noticed Mo Tianwen preparing to act, Su Qingshue's expression darkened, indicating she might intervene. The faces of the 3 elders from the Cloud K Palace shifted dramatically. If the saintess were to intervene, it would be a disgrace of monumental proportions for their sect. Thus, the previously silent Guxian suddenly stepped forward and spoke. "Enough, Tianwen. The path of cultivation is one of free will. How can we impose our will upon others?" As he spoke, he donned a fade of a benevolent elder, his face adorned with a warm smile. "Moreover, Yuer insists on remaining under the tutelage of this Lin Daoist solely to repay the kindness shown to her through his medical expertise, a testament to her filial piety. As elders, we should offer our support." Having said this, he walked over to Lin Yan, clasping his fist in a solemn gesture. "Lin Daoist, your medical skills are profound. Able to cure Yuer of her affliction, I am truly in awe. This kindness shall not be forgotten by our sect." He then shifted his tone to one of earnest appeal. "However, although you are the master of your own sect, our Cloud K Palace has a history spanning thousands of years, with profound resources and teachings that would undoubtedly serve Yuer better in her cultivation. For the sake of her future, I hope you can bear the pain of parting and allow her to return to our palace. Should you consent, our sect is willing to repay you double the value of the rare materials spent on her treatment. Furthermore, we shall remember this favor, and should you ever require assistance in the future, our entire sect will strive to aid you." Guxian's approach was not only clever, but also astute. He deliberately avoided mentioning the past expulsion of Qin Yu, instead framing her reluctance to return as an act of gratitude. In doing so, he deftly sidestepped the most tenuous aspect of their position, a skillful maneuver indeed. He, along with Wu Qiu and the nun Jing'an, had long resided deep within the Cloud K Palace, unlike Mo Tianwen, who managed the outer sect and had little contact with the outside world. and thus had not heard of the name Wuji Dao. To him, Lin Yan was likely the leader of a nascent sect, a small establishment easily crushed like an ant by the might of the Cloud K Palace. Having offered Lin Yan double the benefits and acknowledged a debt of gratitude, he was confident that Lin Yan would not be so foolish as to refuse Qin Yu's return to the sect, as long as Lin Yan is willing to relent. His disciple Qin Yu would have no reason to refuse. This would not only preserve the dignity of the Immortal Palace but also provide a graceful exit for both parties. Truly a win-win situation. Even Lu Qingxing, who had transformed into Imotianwen, couldn't help but inwardly sigh after hearing Gu Xian's words. This old fellow is even more astute than I am. Very well. Facing the smiling Gu Xian, Lin Yan nonchalantly spread his hands and said, in my efforts to nurture Yue, I have indeed utilized some treasures on her. If you are truly willing to return double, allowing her to accompany you back, it is certainly a possibility. Master. Lin Yan's words caused Qin Yu to instantly pale, her eyes filled with alarm. However, Gu Xian let out a hearty laugh, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his gaze. Indeed, my friend Lin is a person of reason. I wonder how many spiritual artifacts you have used on Yue? I can promptly compensate you with double. His words were generous, yet internally he scoffed. After all, how could a mere sect leader dare to contend with the Cloud Palace? A little sweetness, and they willingly bowed their heads, since this individual is so perceptive. Once he reveals the amount, I shall reward him with additional benefits, thereby maintaining the dignity of the Immortal Palace. As Gu Xian was contemplating this, he noticed Lin Yan lazily raised 2 fingers, casually stating, 20 celestial-grade spirit fruits. I haven't used many on Yue, so that is the amount. Since you, my friend Gu, have mentioned returning double, then I shall request 20 in return. 40 celestial-grade spirit fruits, and I will release her immediately. How does that sound? Chapter 28. Retrieving the 40 celestial spirit fruits. Gu Xian's smile abruptly froze, and the corners of his eyes twitched, as if he doubted he had heard incorrectly. Beside him, Wu Qiu and Master Jing'an's expressions shifted dramatically, a flicker of anger igniting in their eyes. Celestial spirit fruits? 40 of them? Surely this man must be mad. Even as esteemed elders of the Cloud Palace, only upon breaking through to the divine transformation realm could they partake in a single complete celestial spirit fruit. This reckless individual dares to demand 40 at once. Does he think celestial spirit fruits are mere trifles to be nibbled on after meals? Lin Dayu. Gu Xian's voice grew somber, though his smile lingered. It now bore an edge of warning. We are sincerely here to discuss matters with you. I hope you will refrain from speaking recklessly. Beside him, Wu Qiu snorted coldly, sweeping his sleeve with a flourish, his tone ominous. Celestial spirit fruits are exceedingly precious, and even our palace has accumulated only a mere handful over thousands of years. You audaciously propose 40 at once. Do you intend to mock us? Master Jing'an, though silent, glared frostily, her fingers tightening around her whisk, a subtle flow of spiritual energy emanating from her, clearly harboring murderous intent. Despite the trio's aggressive demeanor, Lin Yan remained unfazed, even casting a playful glance at the 3 of them as he leisurely remarked, What? Was it not Elder Gu who personally promised to return double? Now that I have stated the quantity, do you intend to retract your words? To speak frankly, the number of spirit fruits I have utilized on Wei is certainly not less than this, but rather more. I perceived your sincerity in offering me double. Hence I have rounded down the amount, and yet you now claim I am demanding too much. Gu Xian's expression darkened, a flicker of shadow crossing his eyes. His tone now utterly frigid. Lin Daoyu, our Cloud Palace treats you with courtesy, and I advise you to cease your obstinacy. Do you comprehend what 40 celestial spirit fruits signify? How can you substantiate that you have used such an abundance on Wei? If you do not believe me, you may inquire with Yue. Lin Yan shrugged, then turned to Qin Yu beside him. Yue, am I deceiving them? Without hesitation, Qin Yu shook her head, her voice resolute. What my master has said is entirely true. Enough. Master Jing'an suddenly shouted in fury, declaring, I see this boy possesses no sincerity whatsoever. He is merely toying with us. What kind of absurd sect has he come from that would possess celestial spirit fruits? And he dares to request dozens of them? Why not ask for 40 bottles of sacred jade dew instead? How can Wei's future be allowed to dwindle in the hands of such a deceitful charlatan? Today, I shall take Yue away, and we shall see if you can stop me. As the voice of Master Jing'an fell, the duster in her hand transformed into a myriad of silver rays, piercing through the air toward Lin Yan. Each silver thread of the duster was infused with the terrifying spiritual power of a transformation stage cultivator, causing the space it traversed to shimmer with fine cracks. Hold on. Junior sister, Gu Xian called out, rushing forward to intervene, but he was still a moment too late. Lin Yan retrieved the 9 turns universe hoe from the system space, channeling his own spiritual energy into it before hurling it toward the incoming duster. Clang! In a resounding clash of metal, a breathtaking scene unfolded. The seemingly ordinary hoe collided with the duster, generating a visible ripple of spiritual energy. Master Jingin's expression shifted in surprise. Under the impact, the silver threads of her duster began to shatter, cascading to the ground like snow. However, Lin Yan felt a backlash of spiritual energy surge against his chest, shaking his insides and causing his blood to churn. The sensation nearly made him vomit blood, but he managed to suppress his discomfort. Inwardly, he cursed, "Damn it. This old witch of the transformation stage is indeed far more formidable than Immortal. What a force!" At that moment, the 9 turns universe hoe transformed into a streak of light, landing steadily back in Lin Yan's grasp. Watching from the sidelines, Su Qingshue's eyes sparkled with brilliance upon seeing the unassuming hoe. Could it be that this hoe is a treasure of surpassing quality? As the holy maiden of the Chaos Sword Ruins, Su Qingshue's knowledge far exceeded that of the other cultivators present. She immediately recognized that the hoe in Lin Yan's hand was indeed a treasure of exceptional caliber. Such treasures are exceedingly rare, typically possessed only by the great Holy Lands. This young man, appearing as a mere farmer, not only possessed profound cultivation, but also wielded a treasure beyond the realm of divine quality. A wave of astonishment washed over Su Qingxue. Who exactly is he? Why is he near the Immortal Palace? Could it be that his purpose is the same as hers? As Master Jingin prepared to strike again, she swiftly positioned herself like frost and snow between the two, her cold voice imbued with undeniable authority. "Hold on. Both of you are esteemed masters of the righteous sects, individuals of great standing. Is it truly necessary to resort to conflict over a single disciple?" As Su Qingxue spoke, the unique icy sword aura of the Chaos Sword Ruins enveloped the area, locking everyone present in its grasp. The expressions of Guxian, Wu Qiu, and Master Jingin all changed dramatically. The Holy Maiden of the Sword Ruins had silently established a domain of swords. Master Jingin, Su Qingxue addressed, after successfully halting both parties. With frosty eyes and a voice still as cold as ever, she continued, "Regardless, this young lady, Miss Qin, is ultimately a disciple of Lin Daoyu. It is only natural that Lin Daoyu would not yield, and no one can justly blame him. If the Immortal Palace were to forcibly take this young lady away, it would be akin to seizing someone as beloved. Surely, this is not the proper conduct for our righteous sections." Confronted by Su Qingshue's inquiries, the furious Master Jingin gradually regained her composure. It was not that she feared the young lady before her. Both she and Su Qingshuo were at the same transcendent realm, and should a confrontation ensue, the outcome remained uncertain. However, the formidable Chaos Sword Ruins behind Su Qingshuo were a force to be reckoned with, and thus, when faced with her questioning, she opened her mouth, but ultimately refrained from speaking. Beside her, Guxian shot a scathing glance at Jingin. "Why can't you maintain your composure?" he thought. The decision to send Qin Yu back to the Immortal Palace was already ill-advised, and now with Su Qingshuo present, any attempt to forcibly abduct her would surely provoke the intervention of the Holy Maiden of the Sacred Land. As it stood, unless they were prepared to sever ties with the Chaos Sword Ruins, it was inconceivable that they could leave with Qin Yu today. With this realization, he suppressed his inner turmoil and clasped his fists towards Su Qingshuo, a look of contrition upon his face. "Holy Maiden, please temper your wrath. My junior sister is merely motivated by a fondness for talent. She fears that the gem that is yours may be squandered within a lesser sect, hence her impulsiveness. I beseech you, Holy Maiden." At this juncture, he turned his head to Lin Yan, offering another respectful gesture while a glimmer of coldness flickered in his eyes. "And I hope, Taoist Lin, that you do not take offense." "Rest assured," Lin Yan replied nonchalantly, retracting the 9-turned Qian Kuan Ho into his spatial realm. "As a dashing and refined young man, I certainly would not stoop to the level of a temperamental non. You." Master Jingin was on the verge of erupting once more, but Guxian's sharp interjection quelled her. He then bowed to Lin Yan. "I apologize for today's indiscretions, Taoist Lin. We must now escort Holy Maiden Su back to our sect, and thus we must take our leave. If you could kindly inform us of your esteemed abode, we shall certainly pay our respects in the future for today's missteps." As he spoke, Guxian's gaze was as fierce as a blade, his murderous intent unmistakably evident. Chapter 29. Unable to forge? My location is easy to find. Lin Yan, unfazed by Gu Xian's menacing gaze, calmly gestured towards Mo Tungwen beside him and said, "Inquire with him upon your return. He will enlighten you." "Very well." Gu Xian shot Lin Yan a chilling glare. "Let us meet again." Turning to Su Qingxue, his demeanor shifted to one of reverence. "Saintess, we acknowledge our missteps today. We seek your forgiveness. The esteemed Master Yunshan of the Immortal Palace awaits your presence in the Grand Hall. We kindly request you accompany us." The frosty Su Qingxue nodded slightly. Retracting her sword domain, the elders of Yunk Immortal Palace, visibly relieved, cast Lin Yan disapproving glances before casting a begrudging look at Qin Yu, then transformed into streaks of starlight, swiftly departing to the east. Before leaving, they collected the shards of the Xiantian Hargard mirror. Su Qingxue's figure flickered and transformed into a sharp beam of sword light, trailing closely behind. Remarkably, this icy beauty offered a fist salute to Lin Yan, a rare gesture of respect. Meanwhile, the disguised Lu Qingxing playfully winked at Lin Yan, secretly transmitting, "Master, I desire the immortal spirit fruits you gave to senior sister Yu. I do not need 40, 30 will suffice. Please prepare them for me. I shall return to the sect to collect them in due time." That cunning vixen. The enchanting voice echoed in Lin Yan's mind, prompting him to shake his head with a bemused smile. Once the crowd had dispersed, Qin Yu cast a furtive glance at Lin Yan, timidly inquiring, "Master, having offended those elders of the Immortal Palace, what shall we do next? They won't come seeking trouble, will they? Let them come." Lin Yan had just clashed with the formidable Jing'an, sustaining a hidden injury that left his chest constricted. He had assumed that wielding the 9 turns of the universe would shield him from any repercussions, even against a transformation stage cultivator like Jing'an. After all, he had just utilized this to shatter Mo Tianwen's immortal grade artifact. However, he was astonished to discover the vast disparity between the transformation stage Jing'an and the pinnacle of the nascent soul, Mo Tianwen. A mere encounter had nearly overwhelmed him. If an actual confrontation ensued, he feared he would be defeated within mere exchanges. This thought sent a cold sweat trickling down Lin Yan's back. Indeed, had it not been for the intervention of the sword saint Su Qingxue, he might have found himself in dire straits. It seemed imperative that upon his return, he must take on more disciples and elevate his own cultivation level. The progress of just Qin Yu and Lu Qingxing was far too slow. Lin Yan mused silently. His gaze then fell upon Qin Yu's timid visage, and he waved his hand dismissively, exuding calm assurance. "Rest assured and return to the sect. Should they dare approach, let them come and never return." In the sanctuary of the sect, the novice protection period was still in effect. Thus Lin Yan was unperturbed by the prospect of trouble from the celestial palace. However, the matter of taking on disciples to enhance his own power certainly needed to be prioritized. With this thought in mind, Lin Yan departed from the location, accompanied by Qin Yu, and returned to the sect. Months passed, and at the residence of the Wuji Dao sect, the sun rose with a golden hue, casting its gentle rays upon the grounds. The rich spiritual energy swirled like a gossamer veil, refracting into a spectrum of colors in the morning light. The various edifices of the sect stood majestically, their eaves arching gracefully, each structure emanating a lustrous radiance, every brick and tile subtly resonating with the principles of the Tao, hinting at the profound rhythms of the universe. The once inconspicuous mound of earth had, unbeknownst to anyone, transformed into a resplendent spiritual peak. The mountain rose sharply, resembling a sword thrusting into the heavens, and one could glimpse spiritual birds soaring amidst the swirling clouds at its summit. The entire mountain radiated a shimmering brilliance, with natural Tao patterns occasionally flickering into view, its grandeur rivaling that of the millennia-old spiritual peaks of the celestial palace. Within the alchemical chamber of Wuji Dao, the 5 elements 8 trigrams furnace was currently belching forth flames of 5 colors, the trigrams embedded in the furnace wall flickering in and out of illumination. Lin Yan sat cross-legged on a mat before the furnace, intently observing the bubbling elixir within. After about a quarter of an hour, the liquid coalesced into a solid form, and a thunderous roar emanated from the furnace. Shortly thereafter, 4 or 5 grayish-green pills shot forth from the furnace opening, and Lin Yan hastily reached out to catch them. However, the surge of spiritual energy he felt in his palm caused his expression to sour. Alas, yet another earth-grade Qi-Ling pill. Why do I keep concocting this sort of thing? Is it truly so difficult to produce a heaven-grade elixir? Since returning to the sect and realizing his insufficient strength, Lin Yan had diligently begun to recruit disciples, hoping that by taking on more pupils, he could bolster his own prowess. With the enhancement of spiritual energy, He no longer faced ridicule when setting up shop outside the mountain gate to solicit disciples. He was no longer ignored. By the end of the day, several individuals would inquire, including a few reasonably attractive female cultivators. Yet, it remained uncertain whether it was due to having taken on Qin Yu and Lu Qingqing that the system had become more discerning in its requirements, or if it simply had higher standards for beauty, even when a few decent-looking female cultivators expressed a desire to become his disciples. The system offered no indication of a successful apprenticeship, nor did it bestow any rewards upon him. Thus, after several months of earnest effort, Lin Yan found himself still accompanied solely by Qin Yu. This left him feeling quite helpless. Since the path of recruiting disciples had proven unfruitful, he resolved to focus on alchemy instead. After all, he now possessed a spiritual root. By consuming elixirs, he could absorb spiritual energy. Relying on pills to elevate his cultivation was undoubtedly a swifter approach than enduring arduous training with a mortal-grade spiritual root. As for the materials, the system had previously rewarded him with a divine-grade 5 elements 8 trigrams furnace. And the wasteland cultivated by Qin Yu using the 9 turns Qian Kuan Ho yielded an abundance of spiritual herbs, all of which were perfect for alchemical endeavors. As for the art of alchemy, to be frank, neither Lin Yan nor Qin Yu possesses such skills. However, this is not considered a significant issue. Lu Qingqing, now a member of the outer sect of the young Immortal Palace, can easily procure a few alchemical formulas from within the palace due to his esteemed status. Moreover, with the several acres of barren land cultivated by Qin Yu, which are daily nourished by the heavenly creation pot, the spirit herbs flourish at an astonishing pace, maturing in just a few days. Thus, the materials are plentiful, and following the formulas should not pose any challenges. However, months have passed, and the elixirs he has managed to concoct consist solely of the mundane gathering qi pills and the earth-grade Qingling pills. On one occasion, in a moment of desperation, he even infused a few immortal-grade Wendaiguo, yet the outcome remained disappointingly similar. The potency of these low-grade elixirs offers scant enhancement to his cultivation level. Lin Yan has nearly consumed them like candy, and after several months, his cultivation has barely advanced from the 5th to the 6th layer of the golden core stage. At this rate, it seems that by the time the 3-year novice protection period concludes, he will still be far from the threshold of the nascent soul stage. Now, witnessing yet another batch of earth-grade Qi-Ling pills emerging from the furnace, Lin Yan is overwhelmed with a sense of nausea. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, cradling her small face in her hands, sits beside him, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazes at Lin Yan, observing her master's despondent demeanor. Her expression is tinged with a mixture of helplessness and amusement. Chapter 30. The intruder approaches. Master, you have just embarked on the art of alchemy. Your techniques are still in their infancy, and your control over the fire is not yet refined. The fact that you have managed to produce earth-grade Qi-Ling pills is truly remarkable, Qin Yu gently reassured Lin Yan, her voice soft and soothing as she cradled her chin. In her eyes, Master seemed to have fallen into an obsession with alchemy, spending nearly every day beside the pill furnace, consumed by an unrelenting fervor. At his most fervent, he neglected even the meticulously prepared tea and snacks she had made for him. What baffled her further was that each time a batch of pills was completed, Master would invariably consume every last one of those lustrous pills. This left her perplexed, as she could not fathom his purpose in ingesting such low-grade elixirs. If he sought to enhance his cultivation, he possessed an abundance of celestial-grade spiritual fruits. Was it not simpler to consume those directly? Why expend such mental energy crafting these trivial concoctions? Moreover, each time the pills were produced, Master would express disdain for their low quality. Even when he succeeded in creating earth-grade Qingling pills, he would regard them with a dismissive air, as if they were mere refuse. This incomprehension troubled her. From her perspective, it was truly extraordinary that Master had been able to produce earth-grade pills after only a few months of practice. Many alchemists, in the entirety of their lives, might not manage to refine even a handful of such elixirs, with the majority of their creations being of mortal quality. Thus, earth-grade pills were indeed valuable treasures. Reflecting on her own experience, during her time in the young Immortal Palace, she had already been considered one of the foremost talents among her peers. Yet, despite this, the palace had only distributed mostly mortal-grade Qi-gathering pills to her each month, with earth-grade Qingling pills being an exceedingly rare occurrence. It was said that even inner disciples could wait half a year or even a year to receive a single Qingling pill. Hence, if these elixirs were to be circulated, they would be regarded as highly precious commodities. Yet, Master held them in such contempt. Upon deeper contemplation, Given Master S level of cultivation, it was somewhat understandable that he would scorn pills of this caliber. After all, to him, such elixirs were akin to mere candy, offering no benefit to his cultivation whatsoever. Lin Yan listened to Qin Yu's comforting words, yet his furrowed brow remained unyielding. After a moment, he sighed in resignation, tossing a few Qingling pills into his mouth. Chewing as he addressed Qin Yu, "Yuer, please gather some spiritual herbs from the spiritual fields for me. I shall prepare another batch." "Very well." Qin Yu pouted slightly but refrained from further protest, obediently turning to leave the alchemy chamber. Once she departed, Lin Yan retrieved a pill formula from his robes. Scrutinizing it intently, his frown deepening as he muttered to himself, "This makes no sense. I followed the procedures and steps outlined in the formula precisely. The materials are all correct. Why can I not produce the pills?" The formula he held was the one Lu Qingqing had procured for him from the Immortal Palace, detailing the recipe for the celestial-grade Xianling pill. Currently, Lu Qingqing holds the esteemed position of an outer elder within the Cloud Palace. Given her current standing and the profound heritage of the Cloud Palace, acquiring a celestial-grade alchemical formula is already a remarkable achievement. And Lin Yan does not harbor any disdain towards this. Yet, the issue lies in the fact that he meticulously followed the alchemical formula, executing each step with precision. Why? Then, did he only manage to produce an earthly-grade elixir? Could it be that the cunning fox deceived him? Surely not. The system had previously indicated that Lu Qingqing's reverence for him had reached its zenith, her loyalty unwavering to the point of death. She would not lie to him. What, then, was the underlying problem? Lin Yan furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Just as he struggled to find clarity, he suddenly heard a sharp voice outside the alchemy room. "You little thief! How dare you attempt to steal from my Wuji sect? Today, I shall make you pay." A thief? Lin Yan's eyes brightened with sudden realization. How fortuitous. In his current foul mood, a thief arriving at his doorstep was akin to courting death. This was the perfect opportunity to unleash his frustrations. With that thought in mind, the 9 transformations cosmic hoe materialized in his hand. In an instant, he vanished from the alchemy room. Lin Yan moved like lightning, swiftly darting to his spiritual field. However, what met his eyes was a shocking sight. At that moment, a plump girl, round as a ball, was joyfully rolling about in his spiritual field. Despite her girth, her movements were astonishingly agile, resembling a bouncy ball of flesh, bouncing between the spiritual herbs. As she rolled, she inhaled the fragrant aroma of the herbs, her expression one of sheer ecstasy, bordering on rapture. Earth-grade spiritual herb, Sanchi herb. Earthly-grade spiritual fruit, fire vein fruit. Heavenly-grade spiritual herb, cataclysmic thunder mushroom. And even spiritual fruits and herbs that appeared to be of an even higher grade than heavenly. How could such a marvelous spiritual field exist in this world? As she continued to exclaim, her excitement culminated in a piercing shriek. Heaven! This place is truly paradise. At that moment, Qin Yu, wielding a long sword, her delicate face stern, moved like the wind, executing the second form of the 8 desolate battle technique, the dragon dance. Her sword light was sharp and unmatched, relentlessly striking towards the plump girl. Yet, the girl was as slippery as an eel, evading each attack at the last possible moment with incredible angles. "Master!" Observing Lin Yan's arrival, the attacking Qin Yu hurriedly called out, "This thief is quite peculiar, her movements are strange, and I cannot subdue her." Seeing this, Lin Yan let out a cold chuckle. The golden light erupted from the 9 transformations cosmic hoe in his hand, and with a powerful throw, the hoe, infused with violent spiritual energy, traced a golden arc through the air, hurtling straight towards the plump girl. Wow, this is truly terrifying. As the hoe descended menacingly, the young woman let out a startled cry, yet she swiftly evaded the blow with a deft roll, as if she had anticipated the attack. The hoe struck the enchanted field with a resounding crash, creating a pit nearly 10 feet deep. Numerous precious spiritual herbs were sent scattering, with several rare celestial-grade medicinal plants uprooted entirely. "Oh, my Jialeji, my Qing Luo Sanyivine," the plump girl wailed in anguish, her round form trembling with indignation. However, Lin Yan did not even lift his eyelids. The spiritual herbs in this field were primarily those that Qin Yu had cultivated after tilling the ground with the 9 turns universe hoe. After watering them with the heaven and earth creation pot, they had blossomed into their current state. To him, these treasures of nature bore almost no cost. Even if they were all destroyed today, Qin Yu could easily restore them to their former glory in a few days. Thus, upon witnessing the first miss, Lin Yan effortlessly summoned the hoe back and, without hesitation, hurled it once more. Boom, boom, boom. Each time the hoe was thrown, the plump girl, with her uncanny agility, narrowly avoided the strikes. Yet, with every throw, a large crater was formed in the enchanted field, as the once pristine field lay in ruin with shattered herbs strewn about. The round girl finally grew desperate. With a voice tinged with tears, she cried out, "Stop, please. These herbs are invaluable treasures. How can you treat them this way?" Her chubby hands flailed helplessly before she finally let them fall dejectedly. I can't keep dodging. I beg you, cease this destruction of these precious beings." Chapter 31. Devouring spirits and consuming pills. Upon concluding her statement, the plump girl truly remained rooted in place, cradling her head with both hands while crouching down. However, her small eyes were still darting about, occasionally glancing furtively at the scattered spiritual herbs, her face a portrait of regret. Observing this, Qin Yu promptly advanced, her sword's tip pressing against the girl's back. "Master, how should we proceed?" Lin Yan, having sheathed his hoe, strolled leisurely closer. He gazed down upon this peculiar intruder and, without warning, pinched her chubby cheeks. "Now speak. What is your true identity?" As he applied more pressure, the girl's face contorted. "Should you dare to deceive me, I shall slay you and bury you beneath this very spiritual field to nourish its soil." "Please, no." The girl whimpered, her words muffled. "I merely heard that a sect was being established here, recruiting disciples, and I thought I might try my luck." Tears glistened in her round eyes as she endeavored to present a sincere expression. No one could have anticipated encountering such a divine spiritual field. "Moreover, I did call out when I ascended the mountain." She pouted in distress. "But your mountain gate lacks even a gatekeeper." I shouted until my voice broke. Yet no one responded, which is why I entered on my own. Stealing a glance at Lin Yan's expression, she cautiously added, "So, this shouldn't be considered trespassing, right? You agree, don't you, esteemed one? Are you truly here to seek apprenticeship?" Lin Yan scrutinized the rotund girl with skepticism. "Did you not inquire about our criteria? I only accept beautiful women here." I am beautiful, esteemed one." The chubby girl wriggled her round form, straining to accentuate her nearly invisible waist with her pudgy hands, attempting to strike a seductive pose. "Just look at me. Am I not both plump and alluring? There is a certain voluptuous charm about me." Upon hearing her declaration, Qin Yu's sword tip quivered slightly, nearly betraying her amusement. Lin Yan's expression darkened. "Voluptuous? You are on the verge of becoming a ball. Speak plainly. What is your purpose here? If you do not clarify soon, I shall not be so lenient." As he spoke, he unconsciously tightened his grip further. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." The girl cried out, tears welling as she beat against Lin Yan's wrist before exclaiming, "Esteemed one. Believe me, I was once a beauty, truly a striking one. However, I fell victim to a peculiar ailment. Unless I consume spiritual herbs or pills with high spiritual energy, I continue to gain weight, resulting in my current state. Look at all the spiritual herbs you possess. You seem unperturbed even when they are destroyed. Should you choose to keep me here and provide me with these herbs, I assure you I will transform into the type of beauty you desire. Is that so?" Lin Yan continued to gaze at the chubby girl with a look of skepticism, evidently unconvinced by her fanciful claims. However, at that moment, the voice of the system suddenly resonated in his ears. "Ding. Detected the owner of the devouring spirit pill body, the beautiful maiden, Luo Li, has sent you an apprenticeship request. Accepting her as a disciple will grant you additional rewards." "What?" Upon hearing the system's voice, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. For the past few months, this dogged system had been as silent as the grave, only occasionally surfacing to present him with a few Dao fruits during Qin Yu's cultivation breakthroughs. Not even when he had summoned several reasonably attractive female cultivators to seek his guidance did it show any reaction. Yet now, it had actively suggested he take this chubby girl under his wing, and it even referred to her as a beauty. Surely, the system's vision had not failed it. Nonetheless, the devouring spirit pill body sounded rather impressive. It could rival Ur's immortal divine phoenix body. With this thought in mind, Lin Yan released his grip on the chubby girl's cheek and, maintaining a stern expression, addressed her. "Very well, you do not appear to be one who speaks falsely. If you genuinely wish to stay, you must bow and pledge your allegiance." "Really?" Luo Li, the chubby girl, exclaimed, her little eyes suddenly sparkling with excitement. Without hesitation, she plopped down onto the ground, her round body bouncing like a ball as she fervently bowed her head to Lin Yan, repeatedly knocking her forehead against the ground. "Thank you, great master. Thank you, great master. Oh no. Thank you, master. Thank you for accepting me." As her plump form quivered with each bow, She resembled a lively dumpling, which made Lin Yan suppress a laugh. Yet, in order to maintain his dignity as a master, he forced a neutral expression and waved his hand dismissively. All right, rise. At that moment, the system chimed in again. Congratulations, host, for accepting Luo Li as your disciple. You have received 10 Dao fruits as a reward. As Luo Li is the owner of the devouring spirit pill body, additional rewards have been triggered. Rewards include sect prestige 10, spiritual energy 10, extra rewards, 20 Dao fruits, 1 sect upgrade token, 20 Dao fruit saplings, 10 Brahma reincarnation fruit saplings, 2 Xuanjia Jinyue generals, and 1 volume of the Technique Shumi Spirit Armor 9 Calamity Scripture. Your strength has been elevated to the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. The Brahma reincarnation fruit is a divine spirit fruit. Even a dying cultivator can regain their vitality to its peak state upon consumption, though excessive intake may result in a backlash from the forces of causality. The Xuanjia Jinyue General is an immortal-grade artifact, crafted with a core of rainbow celestial stone and an exterior of Xiantian golden metal, serving as a protective puppet for the sect. Powered by the spiritual energy within the sect, its potency increases with the density of the spiritual energy. The Shumi Spirit Armor 9 Calamities Scripture is an immortal-grade technique, an unparalleled method for refining the body by absorbing vast amounts of spiritual energy. This technique consists of 9 layers, and each breakthrough requires overcoming a physical tribulation. Thus it is referred to as the 9 calamities. Note, this technique cannot be cultivated by the Supreme Master of the Infinite Path. It can only be bestowed upon disciples of this sect. My goodness, the system has been remarkably generous this time. Lin Yan's consciousness swept through the system's space, and his eyes instantly sparkled with brilliance. The rewards bestowed by the system were indeed abundant and exceedingly beneficial. Not only did it elevate his cultivation to the 9th layer of the Golden Core, but this immediate surge in power was immensely more gratifying than toiling day and night at the alchemy furnace. The 2 formidable Xuanjia Jinyue statues were also invaluable. Judging by the descriptions, these celestial puppets were intended to guard the sect, powered by the spiritual energy of their residents. Thanks to the continuous rewards from the system, the spiritual energy at the sect's base had become quite dense. With these celestial guardians in place, even after the novice protection period had expired, it would not be so easy for others to invade their sect. What delighted Lin Yan the most was the sapling of the rebirth celestial fruit. This item was not only divine, but possessed characteristics that seemed almost like a cheat. Consuming it at the brink of death could actually revert one back to their peak state. Was this not akin to the celestial beings of the immortal realms? It represented a second chance at life for a cultivator. With such a treasure, even in future conflicts, it would be exceedingly difficult for others to extinguish his existence, even if he were to be outmatched. The most crucial aspect was that this fruit did not, like the enlightenment fruit, explicitly state that it could not be used by the Supreme Master of the Infinite Path. This was indeed quite satisfying. However, the item description did caution that excessive consumption would invoke a backlash from the forces of karma. So, how much would be considered excessive? The system was not particularly clear on this matter, which seemed rather unfair. Chapter 32, Truly a Thief. As for the celestial grade technique, the 9 Calamities Sutra of the Shumi Spirit Armor, Lin Yan found himself indifferent as he could not utilize it. After meticulously tallying the rewards from the system, his gaze returned to his newly acquired young apprentice. The plump girl sat cross-legged on the ground, her round face tilted upwards, her large, expressive eyes fixated on him without so much as a blink. Observing her chubby, innocent demeanor, Lin Yan was inexplicably reminded of the character Bear 2 from Bears on the Run, nearly bursting into laughter. He cleared his throat, adopting a grave expression as he addressed her. Since you have taken me as your master, I am now your mentor. Though you may appear plump, your movements seem quite agile. Have you undergone training before? If so, what brings you here to seek my tutelage? I require you to candidly disclose your background, experiences, the techniques you possess, and your current level of cultivation. Should you dare to fabricate any part of your story, you shall not enjoy favorable consequences. All right, all right. The girl eagerly nodded, promptly recounting her origins. According to her, she was originally a farmer's daughter from beneath the Qinyo Mountain in Muyan Prefecture. Approximately 8 years ago, a venerable old man with a white beard discovered her during his travels, proclaiming her to possess a celestial spiritual root and a unique constitution. Thus, he brought her to his sect, aiming to guide her on the path to immortality. The sect was named Xinglan Pavilion, which could only be considered a mid-tier sect within Muyan Prefecture. Upon her admission, the old man first assisted her in successfully refining her qi, then expended considerable resources to expedite her cultivation. However, it was peculiar that despite the increasing quantity of spiritual herbs and elixirs consumed, her cultivation remained stagnant at the first level of qi refinement, showing no signs of breakthrough. As the spiritual energy accumulated in her qi grew more potent, her physical appearance underwent a transformation from a delicate beauty into a round, rotund figure. Furthermore, if she failed to consume spiritual herbs and elixirs periodically, she would endure excruciating pain, and her body would continue to swell. During this time, the old man attempted to impart various techniques to her, hoping she would cultivate and successfully compress the spiritual energy within her qi. Yet, it seemed her qi was solely capable of absorbing and storing energy, possessing no other function, and could not convert or compress the stored energy. Moreover, her qi was extraordinarily vast. Despite consuming numerous spiritual herbs and elixirs and accumulating an immense amount of spiritual energy, it remained unfilled. She spent 3 years at Xinglan Pavilion, akin to an insatiable abyss, exhausting the old man's resources. Ultimately, he could bear it no longer and sold her at a low price to another sect, Huayahai. Huayahai was also a mid-tier sect in Muyuan Prefecture, slightly more prestigious than Xinglan Pavilion. Upon her arrival at Huayahai, due to her celestial spiritual root and limitless potential, the entire sect regarded her as a future prodigy, dedicating abundant resources to her cultivation. Not long after, the inhabitants of Huayahai discovered that her qi was exceedingly peculiar. It could only store spiritual energy and could not compress it, thus her cultivation remained stagnant at the first layer of qi refinement, leaving her unable to advance. Moreover, her qi resembled an endless abyss, as even with relentless meditation day and night, supplemented by various spiritual herbs and elixirs, she could not fill it. Years passed, and despite the considerable investment of rare treasures into her development, Huayahai lost faith in her and demoted her to a menial position, assigning her to tend the spiritual fields while additionally stoking the fires for the alchemical chambers. The elders in charge at Huayahai were foolish, allowing a plump girl to oversee the spiritual fields and alchemical chambers. Akin to appointing the Monkey King to guard the peaches of immortality, how could one expect her not to indulge? At first, Luo Li was compliant, diligently performing her tasks. After all, she harbored no ambitions of ascension, content with simply having a place to eat and sleep. However, as time wore on, her situation became intolerable. Due to her demotion from core disciple to menial worker, the quality and quantity of spiritual herbs and elixirs provided by the sect plummeted. This prolonged deficiency of spiritual energy led to her body gradually swelling, and her suffering increased day by day. Finally, on a pitch-black night, unable to endure the agony any longer, she devoured all the spiritual herbs from the sect's fields and consumed every elixir from the alchemical chambers before fleeing. After all that, you turned out to be a thief. Upon hearing Luo Li's account, Lin Yan's temples throbbed, and he could not help but rub his forehead with a sigh. You emptied their spiritual fields and alchemical chambers and then fled so innocently. Do you think they would let you go? Of course, they did not. Luo Li pouted, feigning innocence as she murmured, as soon as I fled, they sent a whole host of people to hunt me down. However, she suddenly puffed out her round belly, her tone imbued with a hint of pride. Don't let my size fool you. I am quite agile. With my tough skin and ample flesh, even a few golden core cultivators beating me wouldn't inflict a scratch. They chased me for quite some time and never managed to lay a finger on me. I traveled all the way here because I heard that the Immortal Palace is the largest sect in the Muyuan Prefecture. Thinking that with the protection of the Immortal Palace, the people of Huayahai would certainly not dare to trouble me again. Her voice trailed off as she furtively glanced at Lin Yan. However, before heading to the Immortal Palace, I learned that you were recruiting, so I thought I would come and try my luck. Lin Yan massaged his temples, exhaling a weary sigh. He had not anticipated that this seemingly simple-minded girl had a history of running away from debts. As for the sect named Huayahai, he held no fear. He regarded even the Immortal Palace as beneath his concern, viewing it merely as a second-rate sect, hardly a threat. The question now was how to manage this plump girl after accepting her. He rested his chin in contemplation for a moment before turning to Luo Li and inquiring. You claim that you have been cultivating for a full 8 years now, yet you remain at the first layer of qi refinement. The reason for your stagnation in progress is that your qi is excessively vast, unable to be filled by any amount of spiritual energy or elixirs. Am I correct? The plump girl immediately nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain, exclaiming, "Indeed, indeed." It was intriguing, Lin Yan murmured to himself thoughtfully. The system had just informed him that this chubby girl possessed the constitution of the spirit-devouring body. Therefore, he was somewhat unclear about the true nature of this remarkable physique. However, given the formidable name it bore, it was evident that her cultivation method must diverge significantly from that of ordinary practitioners. The most fascinating aspect was that she still remained at the first layer of qi refinement, while the system stipulated that as his disciples' cultivation improved, he would receive rewards. Did this not imply that if he could unravel the riddle of the girl's stagnant cultivation and enable her to advance as swiftly as Qinyu, his own cultivation would consequently rise in tandem? With this thought, Lin Yan smiled slightly and then retrieved 5 or 6 enlightenment fruits from the system space. Luoli's eyes immediately sparkled with the fervor of a hungry wolf, her chubby cheeks quivering with excitement, nearly drooling at the corners of her mouth. These are actually celestial fruits? I have spent countless years in the boundless sea and have never encountered such divine produce. Lin Yan thrust the spiritual fruits into her plump hands and calmly stated, "Did you not assert that your qi sea is too expansive to be filled by any amount of spiritual energy, thus hindering your progress? Consume these fruits. If they are insufficient, I have more. I am eager to discover just how vast your qi sea truly is and how many celestial fruits it can accommodate." Chapter 33. Devour it, O Master, you are truly magnificent. Upon receiving several Dao fruits, Luoli, in a moment of exuberance, leapt forward, puckering her plump little lips to plant a kiss on Lin Yan's face. Lin Yan's expression stiffened. With swift reflexes, he placed a hand against her cheek, gently pressing her round face to the ground. He admonished her, "Just eat. Do not indulge in unnecessary antics." All right. Even with her face pressed down, Luoli responded cheerily. In a matter of moments, she stuffed the Dao fruits into her mouth, devouring them ravenously, reminiscent of a wild boar at feed. As the spiritual fruits settled in her stomach, a shimmering green light began to emanate from her body, though it soon dissipated, raising her chubby face. She beamed a smile at Lin Yan. "Is that it? You finished already?" Lin Yan gazed at Luoli in astonishment. She nodded enthusiastically. Yes. Is there no reaction at all?" "Of course there is." Luoli's eyes sparkled with excitement as she danced in delight. "Master, these divine fruits are astonishing. My qi sea has never felt so full. I feel warm and utterly comfortable." "Is your qi sea full?" "No." Luoli shyly shook her head, admitting she still felt some distance from fullness. "Goodness!" Lin Yan exclaimed in surprise. Beside them, Qinyu looked equally astonished. Earlier, Qinyu had experienced a drop in her cultivation from peak foundation establishment to the first layer of qi refinement, but had swiftly returned to her peak after consuming just 5 Dao fruits. Yet, this chubby girl had consumed the same number without any discernible change. It seemed she was indeed truthful. "Come, continue." Without hesitation, Lin Yan retrieved another 5 Dao fruits from the system space and handed them to Luoli. He had an abundance of these fruits. When he first accepted Lu Qingqing as his disciple, the system rewarded him with a multitude. Over the past few months, Lu Qingqing had taken around 30 of them to restore her cultivation, and as her level rose, the system continuously replenished his stock. Now, he possessed at least 200 Dao fruits, far more than he could ever use. Upon seeing the fruits Lin Yan offered, Luoli's eyes sparkled with delight. She eagerly accepted them and resumed her voracious consumption. However, just like before, a fleeting green glow surrounded her before returning to normal, with no further changes. "Eat more." Lin Yan continued to present her with Dao fruits. Luoli persisted in her gluttonous feasting. The situation mirrored the previous instances until, upon Lin Yan's fourth offering, Qinyu, standing nearby, could no longer contain her astonishment and swallowed hard. This is already the 20th fruit. 20 celestial spirit fruits. Even a formidable being in the void refinement stage should have a filled reservoir of energy. Wouldn't you agree? Just how vast is your reservoir? However, upon the ingestion of the 20th enlightenment fruit, a remarkable transformation commenced. The green radiance enveloping Luoli ceased its previous flickering and began to illuminate more profoundly, akin to a diaphanous veil draping over her form. Beneath her skin, it appeared as though myriad tiny luminous particles were in motion, rendering her an exquisite jade sculpture. Luoli herself sensed the anomaly, raising her chubby arm in curiosity. "Master, it seems I am glowing." Lin Yan's eyes gleamed with intrigue, a subtle smile gracing his lips. How fascinating. Without hesitation, he retrieved 30 more enlightenment fruits from the system space, placing them upon the small table before Luoli. The fragrant essence of the spirit fruits instantly suffused the room, rendering the air thick with the richness of spiritual energy. Continue, Lin Yan commanded succinctly. Luo Li's eyes widened, her mouth agape enough to fit an egg. More? Eat more? What, are you afraid? Lin Yan observed her with an amused expression. Who is afraid? Luo Li, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, puffed out her chest defiantly. I, Luo Li, have never feared food. With that proclamation, she seized an enlightenment fruit and hastily stuffed it into her mouth, her speed surpassing that of before, as if racing against an unseen entity. With each fruit consumed, her green glow intensified, gradually becoming blinding. Qingyu was compelled to squint and step back. Master, is this normal? Lin Yan remained silent. His gaze fixed intently on Luo Li, his consciousness fully expanded to meticulously observe every subtle change within her. In his perception, Luo Li's reservoir, resembling a bottomless pit, was akin to a glass cup continually filled with water, progressively saturating with the abundant spiritual energy from the enlightenment fruits. It was on the brink of overflowing. The 35th, the 40th, the 45th Luo Li's pace of consumption began to decelerate, each swallow appearing increasingly laborious. Her round face flushed crimson, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her breathing quickening. Master, I feel a bit full, she stammered, her voice tinged with evident discomfort. Having always consumed spiritual herbs and medicinal pills without limit, this was her first experience of the arduous sensation of being overfilled with spiritual energy. Lin Yan's expression remained unchanged. Continue. As the 49th enlightenment fruit was swallowed, Luo Li suddenly emitted a pained groan, curling into a ball. The green light emanating from her fluctuated violently, expanding and contracting as if something within her was rampaging. Great Immortal. Master, I can't take it anymore. Her voice trembled with a hint of tears. I truly cannot eat another bite. I insist, consume it. Lin Yan's voice was eerily calm, yet it bore an irresistible power. Tears finally streamed down Luo Li's face. But trembling, she accepted the fruit of inquiry, closed her eyes, and resolutely bit into it as if embracing death. In the very moment the spirit fruit entered her abdomen, an unexpected transformation occurred. Luo Li's body suddenly tensed, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. A brilliant green light erupted around her, forming a towering beam that shot into the heavens. Simultaneously, a powerful shock wave emanated from her, reducing the spiritual herbs in the field to mere powder. Master, save me. Luo Li's voice twisted within the light beam. I am going to explode. Lin Yan gazed at Luo Li within the beam of light. He then turned to Qingyu and said, Go assist her in her cultivation. Me? Qingyu was momentarily taken aback. However, seeing the determination in Lin Yan's eyes, a flicker of resolve crossed her own. She stepped into the beam of light. Though she was uncertain of what Lin Yan meant by assisting Luo Li in her cultivation, she trusted her master. Whatever he instructed her to do must surely be right. Chapter 34. The Resonance of Dual Bodies as Qingyu stepped into the pillar of spiritual energy. A torrent of ferocious power surged through her, slicing like a blade across her entire being. She let out a suppressed moan. A trickle of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, yet she gritted her teeth and pressed on, drawing closer to Luo Li. Suspended at the core of the luminous column, Luo Li's face contorted in agony, clearly enduring immense suffering. However, witnessing Luo Li's torment, Qingyu felt an unsettling confusion within her. Although her master had instructed her to do this, which surely was the correct course of action, she remained uncertain about how to assist this girl in her cultivation. Countless thoughts swirled in her mind, but she could not grasp the essence of the matter. As she observed Luo Li's energy reservoir on the verge of bursting from the overwhelming influx of spiritual energy, Qingyu bit her silver teeth and suddenly experienced a flash of insight. The path of cultivation is fundamentally the process of compressing the spiritual power within the energy reservoir. Transforming the spiritual energy into spiritual liquid could establish a foundation, and condensing that liquid into a pill would signify entry into the golden core stage. Since this girl's energy reservoir was already full, why not seize this opportunity to help her compress the spiritual energy? This must be the true meaning of her master's words about aiding her cultivation, right? What she envisioned was precisely what Lin Yan intended for her. Despite being someone who had traversed from another world and possessing limited knowledge of cultivation, she still understood these fundamental principles. Thus, from the very beginning, he planned to first fill Luo Li's energy reservoir with the fruit of enlightenment, and then have Luo Li compress the spiritual energy. He could not fathom how she would fail to progress under such circumstances. The reason he had called Qin Yu to assist Luo Li after her reservoir was filled was due to his own cultivation being granted by the system. He only grasped theoretical knowledge and had never genuinely compressed spiritual energy. In contrast, Qin Yu had diligently cultivated to her current level, which is why he entrusted her with the task of helping Luo Li compress her spiritual energy. However, he had not communicated this clearly, leaving Qin Yu in a state of hesitation upon entering the luminous column. Nevertheless, having clarified her purpose, Qin Yu no longer wavered. She stepped forward and called out to Luo Li with conviction, "Junior sister, do not panic. Focus your mind and guide the spiritual energy through the run and do meridians." I cannot," Luo Li cried out in distress. "Follow my lead," Qin Yu urged, taking a step closer, enduring the excruciating pain of the swirling spiritual winds, and grasping Luo Li's trembling hands. The moment their energies connected, a terrifying vision unfolded in her consciousness. Luo Li's energy reservoir resembled a raging ocean, with towering waves tearing at the barriers of her meridians. She bit her tongue to remain alert and sent her own spiritual energy, transformed into threads, into Luo Li's body, simultaneously instructing her loudly. The Rin meridian begins at the perineum and ascends to the gums. As she spoke, she attempted to guide Luo Li's spiritual energy through the Rin meridian using her own. Yet, the instant the threads of spiritual energy touched Luo Li's Rin meridian, they were shattered by the violent force. The backlash caused Qin Yu to spit out a mouthful of blood, yet her fingers tightened their grip even further. Before the fragmented threads of spiritual energy dissipated, they ultimately left a faint trace within Luo Li's body. "Senior sister." Luo Li's face was streaked with tears and snot. "I won't die, will I?" "Silence." Qin Yu snapped, her eyes ablaze with a fiery golden flame. The spiritual energy within her surged rapidly, enveloping her in a shimmering golden glow. Simultaneously, a phantom of a phoenix emerged behind her. "Let's try once more," Qin Yu declared as she initiated the second guiding attempt. However, the spiritual energy within Luo Li remained tumultuous, swiftly shattering the energy Qin Yu had channeled into her. The remnants of the storm even penetrated her meridians, leaving them battered and torn. At that moment, an intense heat surged from deep within her dantian, and molten golden spiritual liquid flowed from the shattered meridians. Illusory flames ignited around her, and the severed meridians began to heal at an astonishing rate. This sight evoked a memory in Qin Yu. She recalled Lin Yan's words about Luo Li possessing the imperishable divine phoenix constitution. As the saying goes, the phoenix undergoes rebirth through fire. Could it be that Lin Yan intended for her to assist Luo Li in her cultivation, deliberately harnessing the tempest of spiritual energy within Luo Li to temper her own physique? A flash of realization ignited within Qin Yu, fortifying her resolve. Drawing upon the searing spiritual energy, she channeled more threads of energy into Luo Li. The governing meridian begins at Changqiang and ascends to Baihui. Qin Yu's voice fluctuated amidst the storm of spiritual energy. With each utterance, fresh blood bubbled from her lips, as the forceful tempest not only tore at her meridians, but also inflicted numerous wounds upon her body. Yet, the golden flames would timely mend her injuries. At last, the spiritual energy within Luo Li began to flow slowly along a designated path. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu intensified her guidance. Now that the spiritual energy has completed a full cycle in your meridians, envision your energy sea as a grinding stone, and the energy as grains that need to be ground into powder. I can only imagine a steamer." Luo Li sobbed in response. Qin Yu nearly laughed in exasperation. "Then picture yourself steaming buns. Compact the loose flour." Remarkably, this simple analogy sparked a revelation in Luo Li. The once turbulent spiritual energy began to calm, circulating orderly through the Ren and Du meridians. With each cycle, the energy in the sea of qi condensed further. The overflow of energy transformed into green specks, merging into Qin Yu's body, which in turn invigorated the divine phoenix fire within her. As the divine phoenix fire intensified, her healing accelerated. The golden elixir within her energy sea began to expand at a remarkable rate. "Congratulations. Your disciple Qin Yu has advanced to the 4th layer of the golden core realm. Reward for Dao fruits. Congratulations. Your disciple Qin Yu has advanced to the 5th layer of the golden core realm. Reward for Dao fruits. Congratulations. Your disciple Qin Yu has ascended to the 6th layer of the golden core realm, earning 4 Dao fruits as a reward." A series of system notifications echoed in Lin Yan's ears. Standing outside the luminous column, Lin Yan's eyes widened in astonishment. What is happening? I instructed Yuer to assist that plump girl in her cultivation, yet it seems Yuer has begun to advance on her own. While Lin Yan was taken aback outside the column, within it, Qin Yu had entered a state of profound concentration, no longer requiring verbal guidance. She directly utilized the divine phoenix flame as a medium to construct a complete spiritual energy circulation network within Luo Li's body. Runes began to illuminate both women, one radiating a brilliant crimson akin to the sun, and the other a verdant hue reminiscent of a lush forest. Compression. Qin Yu suddenly opened her eyes, golden light shooting forth from her gaze. Boom. The towering light column abruptly collapsed, and the compressed spiritual energy shimmered with a dazzling emerald glow. Flowing through Luo Li's sea of qi, the residual energy transformed into spiritual rain, causing the previously destroyed spiritual herbs to erupt from the soil once more, growing to half a person's height in the blink of an eye. Chapter 35, Master, save me. Congratulations. Your disciple Luo Li has ascended to the second level of qi refinement, earning 2 enlightenment fruits. Congratulations. Your disciple Luo Li has advanced to the third level of qi refinement, earning another 2 enlightenment fruits. Congratulations. Your disciple Luo Li has reached the fourth level of qi refinement, receiving 2 more enlightenment fruits. Congratulations. Your disciple Luo Li has successfully established her foundation, earning 5 enlightenment fruits and a recipe for the Tai Ching Hua pill. The sect's prestige has increased by 10, and spiritual energy has risen by 10. Due to the enhancement of her realm, the host's cultivation has been elevated to the first level of the nascent soul, and the passive skill feigning pig to eat the tiger has been upgraded to pressure of the great Tao. The host has also been rewarded with the active skill spiritual energy shield. The Tai Ching Hua pill is a celestial grade elixir that boosts one's life cultivation upon consumption. The pressure of the great Tao is a unique skill bestowed by the system. Those who possess it have their dantian shrouded in layers of obscurity, and any attempt to forcibly probe into the wielder's cultivation will result in a backlash from the power of the great Tao. The spiritual energy shield, another unique skill from the system, allows the user to indiscriminately rebound all attacks, but may only be employed 3 times daily. Congratulations. Your disciple Qin Yu has reached the 8th level of the golden core, earning 4 enlightenment fruits. Congratulations. Your disciple Qin Yu has ascended to the 9th level of the golden core, receiving an additional 4 enlightenment fruits. The system's notifications echoed incessantly in Lin Yan's ears. Overwhelmed with joy, he immediately turned his focus inward, discovering a 3-inch tall nascent soul seated within his qi sea, radiating a lustrous, jade-like brilliance. Surrounded by a gentle purple aura, the nascent soul's eyes were slightly closed, hands forming seals, as if it were inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With each breath, the form of the nascent soul solidified, and the surrounding purple aura swirled, creating a miniature cycle of the cosmos. Is this truly my nascent soul? Lin Yan felt the surging power within him. In that moment, he felt as though he could summon the forces of heaven and earth with a mere gesture. An overwhelming exhilaration surged within him. At this instant, I, too, am a nascent soul cultivator. Qin Yu and Luo Li approached him, with Luo Li, once plump, appearing significantly slimmer and her features more refined. Yet, compared to ordinary individuals, she still retained a certain cuteness, resembling a porcelain doll. She waved her arms enthusiastically at Lin Yan, exclaiming with uncontainable excitement, Master, Master, I think I've broken through. The spiritual energy in my qi sea has transformed into water. Have I truly established my foundation? Beside her, Qin Yu's face beamed with joy. She had merely followed Lin Yan's guidance to assist Luo Li in her cultivation, yet unexpectedly, her own realm had surged from the 3rd level of the golden core to the 9th level, merely a step away from the nascent soul. Such fortuitous circumstances were enough to fill her with ecstatic delight. Lin Yan glanced at Qin Yu, then at Luo Li, and finally patted Luo Li's head, expressing his sentiments. Having consumed 50 Tao fruits to ascend from qi refinement to foundation establishment, you are indeed unparalleled in history. I cannot even fathom how many Tao fruits it would take to transition from foundation establishment to golden core. Such a tremendous expenditure is quite overwhelming for me. What? Upon hearing this, Luo Li's face turned pale with fear. She suddenly knelt on the ground, pitifully clutching Lin Yan's clothing, her voice tinged with a sob. Master, you wouldn't cast me out of the sect, would you? I promise I won't consume so many again. Just give me a few spirit herbs and pills, and I will do chores, stoke the fire, and even refine pills. Please don't expel me. Refining pills? At Luo Li's words, Lin Yan's eyes brightened. This chubby girl possessed the physique of a spirit-devouring pill body. He had witnessed her spirit absorption capabilities today. After consuming 50 celestial Dao fruits, she had barely managed to break through to foundation establishment. Such an astonishing ability to absorb spiritual energy truly befits the name of spirit devouring. But what did pill devouring signify? Could it be related to pill refinement? What pills can you refine? Upon hearing Lin Yan's inquiry, Luo Li eagerly extended her 10 fingers, enumerating with pride. Common grade Qi gathering pills, spirit concentration powder, lightness pills. Earth grade Qing Ling pill, Xian Yuan bone forging pill, jade marrow restorative pill. And I have even refined the heaven grade Xian Ling pill. You can refine heaven grade pills? Luo Li's declaration nearly caused Lin Yan to drop his jaw in astonishment. He had spent months immersed in pill formulas, consuming countless spirit herbs, yet had not succeeded in refining a single heaven grade pill. Yet this little chubby girl claimed to have accomplished it. Is this truly the case? Master, I genuinely have. Seeing Lin Yan's incredulous expression, Luo Li stamped her feet in desperation, her plump little hands gripping his sleeve tightly. When I was in the endless sea, I was the one stoking the fire in the pill chamber. During moments when no one was around, I secretly practiced refining those pills, and I truly succeeded. She tilted her round face upward, her large, watery eyes filled with sincerity, her voice laced with a hint of coaxing. Master, please believe me, Lin Yan. Dizzy from her persistence, hastily raised his hand to halt her. Stop, stop, stop. He rubbed his temples, scrutinizing the chubby girl before him with suspicion. It is not that I do not believe you, but if you can indeed refine heaven-grade pills, then you must be quite an extraordinary alchemist. Even if you cannot cultivate, such a skill would prevent you from being relegated to menial tasks in the endless sea. How could you end up resorting to stealing pills and fleeing? Upon hearing this, Luo Li pouted her small mouth in distress, twisting her fingers as she lamented, It's not entirely my fault. At that time, I had depleted too much spiritual energy, so after refining a high-grade elixir, I consumed it myself without anyone else knowing. As she spoke, her eyes suddenly sparkled with determination as she pointed towards the lush spiritual plants in the herb garden, asserting, Master, look at all these spiritual herbs. Just give me a few, and let me try refining them, then we shall see. I cannot lie about such matters. Lin Yan observed the chubby girl intently, and regardless of how he scrutinized her, he could not shake the feeling that she was being truthful. Ultimately, he nodded and said, Very well. I have plenty of spiritual herbs to spare. Let us see if you can refine a heavenly grade elixir today. I reiterate, should you dare to deceive me, you shall face the consequences. With that, Lin Yan prepared to lead Luo Li to the alchemy chamber. At that moment, a shadowy figure suddenly darted into the spiritual field, charging directly towards him. Who dares trespass upon the sacred grounds of our sect? Qin Yu was the first to sense the disturbance. Her body radiated a brilliant golden light, transforming into a streak of golden energy that intercepted the shadow. With her heavy sword forged from profound iron, she swung down with tremendous force, forcibly slamming the shadow into the earth of the spiritual field. Amidst the rising dust, a delicate cry of pain emerged from the haze. As the dust settled, a young girl, appearing to be around 13 or 14 years old, was revealed, having been struck into a pit. She possessed a pair of fluffy beast ears atop her head, and 9 furry tails trailed behind her. Her large eyes brimmed with tears, and her delicate face was smeared with dirt. Upon recognizing Lin Yan's visage, her tear-filled beastly eyes suddenly brightened, and she struggled to call out to him, Master, Master, please save us. Chapter 36. Dare to cause trouble here, Master? At this moment, Lin Yan finally realized what was happening. He was taken aback to hear a little girl, whom he had never met before, address him as Master. He scrutinized the young girl closely, but could not recall when he had taken her as a disciple. Thus, he approached her, crouched down, and gently poked the tip of her nose, saying, Little girl, one does not call Master indiscriminately. When did I accept you as a disciple? No, Master. The little girl, seeing the confusion on Lin Yan's face, felt tears welling up in her eyes. In a flurry, she produced a lustrous jade slip from her bosom, her small hands trembling slightly with urgency. Sister Lu Qingqing sent us to find you, she said. She said that if we show you this, you will protect us and take us as your disciples. Oh. Lin Yan took the jade slip from the little girl's hand and examined it for a moment, suddenly understanding. It must have been a month or 2 ago when he had lamented to Lu Qingqing that his female disciples consistently failed to meet the system's requirements, resulting in no rewards for accepting disciples. Upon hearing his grievances, the fox spirit's eyes had brightened, and she mentioned that in her homeland of Qingqiu, there were many beautiful and exceptionally gifted Fox Clan girls. As long as Lin Yan did not mind their demonic lineage, she could bring them to him to be his disciples at any time. Lin Yan, merely wishing to enhance his strength through accepting disciples, had readily agreed, indifferent to their origins. Now, 2 months later, it seemed that this tearful little fox spirit was indeed one of the disciples Lu Qingqing had found for him. With this thought, Lin Yan waved at Qin Yu, saying, "You error, let her go. This girl is recommended by Lu Qingqing. She is one of us." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu slowly raised her heavy sword, but continued to fix her fierce gaze upon the little girl. Especially when she heard Lu Qingqing's name, her hostility intensified, and her grip on the sword tightened, causing her knuckles to turn pale. "Master." The liberated little fox spirit immediately leaped into Lin Yan's embrace. Her fluffy ears pressed against his chest as she began to sob. This affectionate gesture caused Qin Yu's pupils to constrict, her aura suddenly sharpening. Lying in wait beside her, Luoli instinctively shrank back, cautiously stepping away. As a little girl suddenly nestled into his arms, Lin Yan found his mood surprisingly lifted. He patted the little girl's head, intending to inquire about her name. However, she suddenly lifted her tear-streaked face and exclaimed, "Please save us, Master. We encountered a group of cultivators at the foot of the mountain, and without a word, they tried to take us away. I have 4 sisters who have been ensnared by them. I barely escaped from their grasp, seeking your aid." Observing the little fox's anxious expression, Lin Yan noticed that her once exquisite attire was in tatters, large swathes of her snow-white skin exposed. She bore numerous wounds upon her body. Lin Yan's countenance darkened immediately. He gently patted the little fox's back to soothe her emotions. Then, lifting her into his arms, he coldly declared, "How dare you cause a commotion at the foot of my mountain? You truly have a death wish. We shall cease the alchemy for now. Luoli, come with me to investigate." At the foot of the Wujian Dao sect's residence, deep within the dense forest, over 20 cultivators formed a battle array, encircling 4 Fox Clan maidens. Sword lights rained down, and talismans flew, forcing the maidens into a continual retreat. The leading Fox maiden, clutching a jade flute, had blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, yet resolutely shielded her 3 younger sisters behind her. "You wretched beasts!" A burly man in a brocade robe stood outside the battle circle, his gaze fixed coldly on the 4 maidens, his rugged voice reverberating through the trees. "To dare steal from our Waihai, you truly possess the audacity of a bear's heart and a leopard's gall. Form the 9 palaces demon-locking formation and capture these beasts alive, so they may be refined into elixirs." With his command resonating like a mountain, the 20-plus cultivators swiftly adjusted their formation. They stepped in the 7 stars stance, fingers weaving intricate hand seals, their spiritual energy surging around them. In an instant, 9 chains, as thick as a bowl, erupted from the earth, the chain bodies adorned with densely packed demon-suppressing runes glowing with a sinister crimson light. With a chilling sound of metal grinding, the runes began to writhe as if they were living beings. The 9 chains intertwined in the air, swiftly forming a massive golden net that obscured the sky, bearing the weight of suppression as it descended upon the 4 maidens. Amidst the piercing cries of despair, the golden net ensnared the 4 maidens entirely. They struggled desperately, their fair skin scorched and marked by the runes. Yet they remained unable to break free from this great net. Damnable beasts! The bearded cultivator approached the net enveloping the 4 fox maidens, his eyes filled with fury. His name was Zhao Tianba, the deputy sect leader of Waihai, a newly ascended expert in the transformation stage. Months prior, a female disciple who had been working in their sect's spirit fields and alchemy chamber had audaciously absconded with all their elixirs and spirit herbs. This was an unparalleled humiliation for a celestial sect. In a fit of rage, the sect leader dispatched numerous elite golden core cultivators to capture the wayward disciple and reclaim the stolen spirit herbs. Yet to their astonishment, although the rogue's cultivation was inferior, her escape techniques were remarkably adept. Despite being pursued multiple times by golden core cultivators, she consistently managed to evade capture with her cunning methods. The elite golden core practitioners of the sect were utterly powerless against her. Ultimately, the sect leader had no choice but to dispatch his newly appointed transformation master to personally lead a group of over a dozen foundational disciples, along with 3 elite golden core practitioners, to pursue that wayward disciple. They followed the trail of the rogue and traced their way to the vicinity of the Cloud Palace. To their astonishment, upon arrival, A few earth-grade spirit fruits they carried were pilfered by a group of foxes. These fruits were among the last remaining in the Waihai, entrusted to him by the sect leader as a safeguard against unforeseen circumstances during the pursuit. Now, they had been stolen by these wretched creatures. Was misfortune to be the fate of Waihai, forever subject to thievery? Zhao Tianba fixed his furious gaze upon the four maidens ensnared in the great net, his ire intensifying. Finally, with a decisive wave of his hand, he bellowed, "Retrieve the net and bring them back." The disciples promptly set about to collect the golden net. However, at that moment, a dark light surged from the distance, crashing down upon the golden net with a resounding impact. The 9-palace demon locking formation, reputed to ensnare even the most formidable nascent soul beasts, disintegrated like snow under the sun in the wake of this dark light. Who dares? Zhao Tianba's expression shifted drastically as he abruptly looked up, only to behold 4 figures suspended in midair above them. At the forefront stood a young man with dark skin, clad in a coarse short robe. At first glance, he resembled a mere farmer, yet his eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity, and he floated effortlessly, clearly no ordinary mortal. In his left hand, he held a trembling little fox girl, flanked by 2 maidens, one as round as a ball, and the other slender as a reed. Upon recognizing the rotund girl, Zhao Tianba's eyes flared with intensity, his hair bristling in fury. Pointing at her, he shouted vehemently, "What a wicked disciple who betrays her master and ancestors! Today, I have finally captured you. Did you think that by fleeing to the Cloud Palace, you would escape unscathed? If I do not bring you back today, I shall no longer be the deputy leader of Waihai." Chapter 37. The so-called spirit devouring in the boundless sea suspended in midair were none other than Lin Yan and his companions. Upon hearing the phrase boundless sea, Lin Yan's brow furrowed, and he turned to Luo Li, inquiring, "Is it the sect from which you pilfered spiritual herbs and elixirs, now sending people to hunt you down?" Faced with Lin Yan's piercing gaze, Luo Li, somewhat abashed, nodded sheepishly. Pouting, she lamented, "It wasn't my intention to steal their belongings. I simply couldn't resist. Master, please don't hand me over to them. If they capture me, I'll surely be beaten to death." Lin Yan shook his head in exasperation. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Zhao Tianba, standing on the ground, pointed at Luo Li and bellowed, "Disciples of the boundless sea, heed my command. Seize that wayward disciple and take her back to the sect for punishment." At his command, the disciples of the boundless sea transformed into streaks of light. Rushing towards Luo Li, sensing the impending danger, she cried out in panic and instinctively turned to flee. However, her corpulent figure was no match for the others. And before she could escape far, she was encircled by the disciples. "Junior sister." As Luo Li was cornered, Qin Yu immediately reached for her heavy sword. Yet, Lin Yan restrained her shoulder, his expression impassive as he remarked, "This plump girl possesses an unusual skill. Hold your actions for now, and allow me to observe her abilities." Form the formation. With Lin Yan and Qin Yu refraining from attacking, the 20 or so disciples of the boundless sea simultaneously chanted, their hand seals shifting as they swiftly established a 9 heavens thunderfire array. As the array's pattern shimmered, countless crimson bolts of lightning intertwined in the air, the scorching waves searing the atmosphere and producing a crackling sound. The fiery net ensnared Luo Li, relentlessly bombarding her with tongues of flame. Yet, she resembled a bouncing ball, rolling within the fiery web with an agile and uncanny grace, evading every single flame. Change the formation. Seeing that the fiery net could not ensnare Luo Li, Zhao Tianba, standing below, shouted in fury. The disciples of the boundless sea immediately altered their hand seals, and the formation swiftly reorganized. Suddenly, the expansive fire net contracted, coalescing in midair into a fiery dragon over 10 zhang long. The dragon appeared vividly alive, its scales and claws distinct, with fiery eyes glaring at Luo Li, producing a deafening roar. "Burning heaven fire dragon, go!" With the disciples' furious shout, the fire dragon opened its gaping maw and lunged at Luo Li with the ferocity to incinerate all. Terrified, Luo Li curled up, her round form shrinking into a ball. However, just as the dragon was about to engulf her, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded. Luo Li suddenly opened her mouth wide, her jaw expanding to an unbelievable extent. With a mighty inhale, she devoured the entire fire dragon in an instant. A resounding belch echoed across the silent battlefield, emanating from Luo Li, who exhaled a wisp of azure smoke from her lips. The disciples of Waihai turned pale, their incantations forgotten. Zhao Tianba's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly grazing the ground. Master. Luo Li, with her large, innocent eyes, patted her round belly, and turned to Lin Yan, grinning as she declared, "It seems I have consumed their fire dragon." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu involuntarily loosened her grip on the heavy sword of dark iron, murmuring, "What manner of creature is this girl?" Yet, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Lin Yan's gaze. It appeared that the devouring spirit within the devouring spirit body not only encompassed the absorption of the spiritual energy from elixirs and herbs, but also from the powers emitted by others. "Fools! What are you standing there for? Seize that wayward apprentice at once." Zhao Tianba's senses returned, and he bellowed at the Huayahai disciples. They snapped to attention, hastily rearranging their formation. In an instant, golden light surged in the sky, and sword qi intertwined, weaving an impenetrable web of lethal intent. Luo Li's rotund figure rolled about within this deadly array. At times, she evaded the fierce sword qi like a rolling gourd, and at other times, she opened her mouth wide, swallowing the spiritual attacks that came her way with a resounding gulp. Despite the combined efforts of over a dozen elite disciples, they could not harm this plump girl in the slightest. What on earth is happening? Zhao Tianba's pupils constricted, a storm of emotions brewing within him. Although Luo Li had defected from their sect, he had never witnessed such a bizarre scene. Most strikingly, while she evaded the attacks from his disciples, he discreetly probed her energy reservoir with his spiritual sense. To his astonishment, he discovered that the spiritual energy within her reservoir had congealed into liquid form, a clear sign of entering the foundation establishment stage. Having spent numerous years in Huayahai, consuming countless rare treasures, she had failed to progress from the first layer of qi refinement to the second. Yet, after just a day or two in the Immortal Palace, she had astonishingly reached foundation establishment? How had she accomplished this? Could it be because of this person? Zhao Tianba's gaze snapped up, his eyes piercing like lightning towards the figure of Lin Yan, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. This young man, resembling a farmer, had appeared alongside Luo Li, and she referred to him as master. Was it possible that after fleeing to the Immortal Palace, Luo Li, leveraging her celestial quality spiritual root, had successfully joined the palace and, with its assistance, achieved a breakthrough to foundation establishment in a single day? And was this seemingly humble young man her esteemed mentor? As these thoughts raced through Zhao Tianba's mind, he once again unleashed his spiritual sense, intent on probing this young man's cultivation level. However, just as his spiritual sense touched upon the energy reservoir of the young man, he was taken aback. A radiant beam of supreme Taoist essence erupted from Lin Yan's body, striking Zhao Tianba's consciousness like thunder from the heavens. Zhao Tianba let out a muffled groan, retreating 3 steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. The expression in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Yan was now tinged with undeniable astonishment. What a formidable individual! He instinctively inhaled sharply, every hair on his body standing on end. After all, I am a master at the transformation stage. To probe this person's qi with my consciousness could result in a backlash from the force of the Tao. Just how powerful is this individual? Could he be the master of the Cloud Palace, the renowned Yinshan? At that moment of Zhao Tianba's shock, an unexpected disturbance arose within the formation. Lo Li's rotund form suddenly glimmered with an unusual green light, bouncing around like a pinball within the array, sending the disciples who had set up the formation tumbling. The spiritual energy within the formation, along with the spells cast by the disciples of the Endless Sea, were all devoured by Lo Li. In this manner, Lo Li continued to consume and collide within the array, causing the formation, comprised of over 20 disciples, to tremble violently, showing signs of imminent collapse. This is dire. Zhao Tianba's heart raced with alarm. This rebellious disciple intends to breach the formation. He cast a glance at Lin Yan, who stood suspended in midair, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as he made a decisive resolution. Regardless of this young man's identity, the traitor must be subdued today. Not only has this wretched disciple betrayed his sect, but he has also stolen numerous treasures from them. How can they endure in silence simply because members of the Cloud Palace are present? Wretched spawn, meet your demise. Zhao Tianba suddenly surged forth, unleashing the full force of his transformation stage cultivation. He formed seals with his hands, golden light radiating from his body, as a crystal-clear sword of righteous energy burst forth from his brow, aimed directly at Lo Li's back. This strike contained the full might of the transformation stage. And even before the blade arrived, the fierce sword aura had already stirred up dust and debris within a Tinjiang radius. Chapter 38. The Injustice of the Minor Sect. As the Tiangang Zhengqi sword was poised to pierce Luo Li's back, Lin Yan finally sprang into action. He brandished the 9-change universe Ho and hurled it with great force. The host soared through the air like a meteor, tracing a graceful arc. Just as the Tiangang Zhengqi sword was a mere 3 inches from Luo Li, the host struck the sword's tip with precise accuracy. A deafening clash echoed through the heavens. The prized Tiangang Zhengqi sword shattered into fragments upon the impact of the weathered hoe. Zhao Tianba, struck as if by lightning, spat a mouthful of blood and was sent flying several yards before barely managing to steady himself. Glancing at the remnants of the Tiangang Zhengqi sword on the ground, his heart sank with unbearable sorrow. This was his most treasured artifact, borrowed from the sect leader during his recent breakthrough to the transformation stage. How could it possibly be destroyed by this wretch? Upon returning to the sect, how could he ever explain this to the sect leader? He then glared up at Lin Yan in midair, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist, I am pursuing a rogue disciple from Huaihai. Why do you destroy my treasure and impede my efforts?" Pursuing a rogue disciple? Lin Yan looked down at Zhao Tianba from his lofty position and beckoned, causing the nine-change universe hoe to return to his hand. He first pointed the hoe at the chubby girl, Luo Li, who was breaking the formation, stating, "This plump girl you're pursuing is my disciple." He then directed the hoe towards the 4 fox girls huddled on the ground, adding, "These 4 injured foxes are also my disciples." Finally, he pointed the nine-change universe hoe at Zhao Tianba, coldly declaring, "You are on my territory, injuring my disciples and attempting to seize my people, yet you dare to question why I interfere? What a remarkable inquiry you pose. This is a misunderstanding." Zhao Tianba, a mere deputy sect master of a small sect, was not well versed in the ways of the world. Though he possessed the cultivation of the transformation stage, he did not recognize the might of divine artifacts. Nevertheless, even as Lin Yan pointed the nine-change universe hoe at him, a bone-chilling dread coursed through his spine. He sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the seemingly mundane hoe in Lin Yan's grasp, one that sent shivers through his very soul. It was undoubtedly a fearsome weapon capable of taking his life. Hastily, he pointed towards the distant Luo Li and explained to Lin Yan with a wry smile, "Fellow Taoist, please see reason. This girl indeed belongs to our Huaihai. She has trained with us for several years, yet her cultivation has never progressed. Thus, we assigned her menial tasks in the spirit fields and alchemy rooms." As he spoke, a grimace more sorrowful than tears crossed his face. Little did we expect that she would seize all the spiritual herbs and elixirs from the sect, while the alchemy room and spirit fields were unattended and abscond with them. We are merely following the sect leader's orders to pursue her. It is truly a matter of necessity. As for these foxes, Zhao Tianba's gaze fell upon the few vixens, and the bitter smile in his eyes deepened. These foxes were strangers to us, without any enmity. The reason we apprehended them was solely due to their theft of the spiritual fruits from us. As he spoke, an almost imperceptible hint of sorrow crept into Zhao Tianba's voice. Our Huaihai sect is but a small establishment, with scarce reserves of elixirs and spiritual herbs. After that rebellious disciple plundered our pharmacy and spirit fields, we were left with only a few spiritual fruits on our persons. Those fruits were intended for emergencies, yet unexpectedly, they were pilfered by these foxes. Fellow cultivator, do you think it justifiable for us to take action in our predicament? Looking at Zhao Tianba's woeful expression, Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback. He was aware of the incident involving Luo Li absconding with the sect's resources. Yet, these little foxes were also being punished for stealing from someone else. He cast a glance at the petite girl beside him, addressing her with a tone tinged with discontent. "Is what he said true? Did you truly steal from them?" "We." The little girl's eyes flickered, resembling a child caught in mischief, nervously twisting her garment's hem. Upon witnessing this, Lin Yan's expression darkened. It seemed there was no escape. These little foxes had indeed committed theft. Oh heavens! Have I unwittingly taken in a whole band of thieves? He hardened his expression, fixing his gaze upon the little girl, and questioned sternly, "Speak, why did you steal their spiritual fruits?" The little girl trembled under his severe demeanor, tears glistening in her eyes. She stammered, twisting her garment's hem, We intended to steal their fruits as a gift for you. When we, the Fox clan, seek a master, we must present a token of our respect. However, after traveling nearly 2 months from Qingxiu country, we exhausted both our spiritual herbs and elixirs, leaving us unable to offer the customary tribute. It was then we noticed that they possessed a few low-grade spiritual fruits and thought to steal them as a gift for you. But who could have anticipated? Who could have foreseen? Before she could finish, the little girl was already sobbing uncontrollably, her frail shoulders trembling, unable to utter another complete sentence. Seeing her tear-streaked face softened Lin Yan's heart. Perhaps it was forgivable. After all, they were merely children, and making mistakes was inevitable. Moreover, their misdeeds stemmed from a desire to present a gift. Upon contemplating this, Lin Yan sighed deeply within, his tone softening considerably. I am not of the Fox clan, and thus, there is no need for you to adhere to the customs of your kin by presenting me with a gift of apprenticeship. Furthermore, even if I were to accept your offering, discovering that it was procured through thievery would certainly displease me. In our Wuji sect, we possess an abundance of spiritual herbs and fruits. Why would we resort to pilfering from others? To tarnish our sect's reputation for such trivial matters would be nothing short of laughable. Such actions must not be repeated in the future. Do you understand? The little girl nodded vigorously, her eyes still brimming with tears. Observing her sincere contrition, Lin Yan's expression softened further as he gently suggested, since you have acknowledged your mistake, it is only right to return what was taken and restore the stolen fruits to their rightful owner. But we cannot return them, the young girl exclaimed, her sobs intensifying to the point of nearly overwhelming her. Lin Yan was taken aback. Cannot return them? Why not? After stealing their fruits, they pursued us relentlessly. We could not escape and were beaten severely. In order to survive, we consumed the fruits. Chapter 39. What a divine place this is. Upon hearing these words, Lin Yan found himself caught in a blend of amusement and exasperation. He cast a glance at the tearful little fox, then turned his gaze towards the distant figure of Zhao Tianba, whose face was etched with despair. And the absurdity of the scene struck him as laughable. Clearing his throat to suppress a chuckle, he feigned seriousness and began to speak. However, before he could finish, a thunderous roar erupted from afar. Everyone turned towards the sound, witnessing Luo Li finally breaking through the array formed by the 20 or so cultivators. Now panting and collapsing onto the ground, her belly swollen from the absorbed spiritual energy. The cultivators lay scattered, their faces ashen, appearing as if their spiritual energy had been entirely drained. Master, the chubby girl excitedly waved her plump arms upon catching Lin Yan's gaze. They could not withstand me. I devoured all their spiritual energy. You wretched disciple, you. Zhao Tianba, witnessing the scene, staggered forward, intent on dealing with Luo Li himself, but was halted in his tracks by a mere glance from Lin Yan. This fellow cultivator. Lin Yan leisurely stroked the 9 transformations chi harvesting hoe in his hands. No matter what, Luo Li and these little foxes are now under my tutelage. It is utterly impossible for you to act against them in my presence. But Zhao Tianba grew anxious at these words. He attempted to voice his concerns, but Lin Yan swiftly interrupted him. However, Lin, am not unreasonable. Since I have taken them in, I shall compensate for the spiritual herbs and pills they have pilfered from you. Please, follow me. With that, Lin Yan summoned Luo Li back and instructed Qin Yu and the little girl to bring along the 4 injured foxes before turning to depart. Zhao Tianba, gritting his teeth, beckoned his nearly drained disciples to follow after Lin Yan. As Zhao Tianba trailed behind Lin Yan's party along the mountain path of the sect, his astonishment grew with each step. The celestial peaks pierced the heavens amidst the swirling mist, and waterfalls cascaded down like ethereal vapors. Each breath felt as if he were consuming a potent pill, causing his meridians to pulse with vitality. The group of listless disciples behind him widened their eyes in disbelief, for they discovered that the concentration of spiritual energy at the entrance of this mountain path far exceeded that of their own sect's cultivation sanctum. The cloudy summit Immortal Palace truly deserved its title as the foremost sect of Muyun Prefecture, occupying such a blessed and ethereal domain. If only one could cultivate here. Perhaps I too might have a chance to break through to the void refinement stage, Zhao Tianba mused bitterly as he continued onward. Like Luo Li, he possessed an immortal-grade spiritual root and, upon entering the sect years ago, was regarded as a treasure. The sect had directed its most abundant spiritual resources toward his training, granting him access to the most spiritually rich sanctuaries and rare treasures. However, for a small sect, even if it exhausts its resources, how many treasures could it possibly possess? It is precisely for this reason that, despite possessing a celestial-grade spiritual root and being a rare genius within the realm of cultivation, he spent over 2 centuries merely managing to step into the transformation stage. At this rate, it seems unlikely that he will ever break through to the void refinement stage in his lifetime. Contemplating this, he let out a deep sigh. He had indeed considered severing ties with the boundless sea to seek a larger and more prestigious sect, chasing a brighter future. After all, with his celestial-grade spiritual root, even in a sacred land, he would be readily accepted. Moreover, the distinction between void refinement and transformation is vast. Entering void refinement would ensure he is revered wherever he goes. Yet, the boundless sea has shown him immense favor. The elders of the sect have dedicated nearly all their efforts to nurture him, depleting their resources in the process. He simply could not bring himself to betray the sect. This loyalty also fueled his deep-seated resentment towards Luo Li. After years of the sect pouring its resources into her development, she had audaciously absconded with the sect's elixirs and spiritual herbs. Nevertheless, perhaps it is this very loyalty to the sect that has deprived him of the opportunity to step into void refinement. How then should one judge the rights and wrongs? The gains and losses in this situation? Zhao Tianba trudged forward, lost in such thoughts. He had no way of knowing how long he walked until he suddenly heard his disciples exclaiming in awe. He abruptly raised his head and beheld, emerging from the dissipating mist, a grand and ancient mountain gate standing majestically. At first glance, the gate appeared ordinary, made of blue bricks and white tiles. With its flying eaves and upturned corners, it resembled mundane architecture. However, upon closer inspection, each brick and tile emanated an enigmatic aura of the Tao, and the bells at the eaves chimed melodiously without the presence of wind, producing a sound that resonated with the essence of the great Tao. This, Zhao Tianba's pupils constricted as the spiritual energy within him surged uncontrollably. He could distinctly feel that merely standing before the mountain gate, his comprehension of the Tao was rapidly advancing. As he followed Lin Yan through the gate, he found himself frozen in place, struck as if by lightning. What lay before him was no mere sect residence. It was an unfolding tapestry of the great Tao. A winding path of blue stones led onward, each slab inscribed with natural Tao patterns. On either side, emerald bamboo swayed in the breeze, their leaves clashing together, creating sounds akin to precious jade. In the distance, pavilions and towers were arranged harmoniously, and upon the seemingly simple blue bricks and white tiles, countless symbols of the great Tao flowed, as if alive. This is, Zhao Tianba's breath quickened, every pore trembling in awe. He distinctly saw, upon the upturned eaves sat a stone paixio, its eyes twinkling with starlight. The vines coiling around the columns bore leaves that distinctly resembled the innate Bagua diagram. What is it, my friend? Lin Yan, leading ahead, sensed Zhao Tianba's unusual demeanor. He turned his head, regarding Zhao Tianba with an air of calm, and inquired, "Do you feel unwell?" No. Zhao Tianba hurriedly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, stuttering as he spoke. "I am merely taken aback by the splendor of your celestial abode. Truly, your residence is extraordinary. Although I have yet to visit the sacred lands, I dare say that even the peaks of the 7 sacred grounds could scarcely compare." Upon uttering these words, he took a deep breath and sincerely exclaimed, "The Cloud Pavilion Immortal Palace certainly lives up to its reputation as the foremost sect of our Muyu state. Its profound heritage has truly opened my eyes." Upon hearing Zhao Tianba's words, Lin Yan remained silent, while beside him, Qin Yu furrowed her brow and interjected, "This is the residence of the Wujidao sect. What connection does it have with the Cloud Pavilion Immortal Palace?" Her sleeves brushed lightly, and her tone carried an undeniable air of superiority. How could a mere second-rate sect like the Cloud Pavilion Immortal Palace possibly match the grandeur of our Wujidao? Chapter 40. Indiscriminate Harvest. Is this not the celestial palace of Cloudy Heights? Qin Yu's words startled Zhao Batian. Qin Yu pointed towards the distant plaque on the main hall of the sect and coldly remarked, "Is the inscription on that plaque not clear enough?" Zhao Batian followed her, and his gaze fell upon the plaque adorned with vermilion paint and golden characters, which boldly proclaimed the name of the Wuji Dao sect. Instantly, he was rendered speechless. He turned to Lin Yan with a bewildered expression, his face a canvas of confusion. "Then what is the identity of this esteemed friend?" Before Lin Yan could respond, Qin Yu had already raised her chin and declared with undeniable pride, "This is my master, the leader of our Wuji Dao, the esteemed Lin Yan." Ah? Zhao Batian was genuinely taken aback. He had assumed Lin Yan was an elder of the celestial palace of Cloudy Heights, perhaps even the legendary Master Yunshan. Little did he expect that the individual before him was, in fact, the leader of the Wuji Dao sect. Was this not the territory of the celestial palace of Cloudy Heights? How could such a sect emerge alongside it? Moreover, having roamed Muyu State for over 2 centuries, he had never once heard mention of this sect. Seeing Zhao Batian's bewilderment, Lin Yan offered a calm smile. "There is no need for alarm, my friend. Our sect is of recent establishment, hence our name may not be well known. It may sound unfamiliar to you, but I must say, you are among the first external cultivators to formally visit our sect. Is Is that so? Zhao Badian chuckled awkwardly, making a feeble gesture of respect, though his demeanor remained somewhat dazed. Then it is truly our honor. After speaking, he glanced around. The ethereal energy suffused the halls and pavilions, and the rhythm of Tao resonated throughout. Every brick and tile seemed to harmonize with the celestial principles, clearly refined over eons into treasures of immense value. To claim that such a profound sect had only recently been founded seemed utterly absurd. Yet, seeing Lin Yan's reluctance to elaborate, he dared not inquire further. Swallowing hard as he followed Lin Yan through the structures towards the back mountain, the spiritual fields of Wuji Dao lay nestled in the rear. The moment Zhao Badian laid eyes upon the spiritual fields, his knees buckled, nearly causing him to kneel. The scene before him was astonishing. The fields were enveloped in a mist of spiritual energy, dense enough to almost take on a tangible form. Across the expanse of several dozen acres, various spiritual herbs flourished. These herbs ranged from mundane to earthly and heavenly grades, shimmering brilliantly in a kaleidoscope of colors. What left him astounded, however, were the dozens of ethereal trees standing amidst the herbs, their branches laden with fruits exuding a unique, resplendent glow characteristic of celestial-grade produce. How could this be possible? Zhao Badian's voice trembled as he nearly doubted his own eyes. Those fruits, which typically thrived only in perilous lands, were fiercely guarded by ferocious beasts. The celestial fruits, which were exceedingly rare, each signified a tremendous opportunity upon acquisition. Could it truly be that such extraordinary fruit trees are cultivated en masse in someone's backyard? Is this still the Starry River realm? Could it be that this is a fruit orchard from the celestial realm? What astonished him even more was that, thanks to the exceptionally rich spiritual energy in the spiritual field, all the spiritual plants here exhibited growth that defied common logic. Ordinary spiritual herbs could thrive here to a quality nearing the earthly level. Meanwhile, those already rare spiritual plants brimmed with vitality, seemingly on the verge of breaking through their ranks. My heavens! Zhao Tianba was on the brink of madness. Having cultivated for over 200 years, he had never encountered such a sight. Although there were a few large pits in the spiritual field, likely the result of scuffles, which affected the growth of some spiritual herbs, these minor flaws were utterly insignificant in the face of this wondrous spiritual field. Gazing at all this, Zhao Tianba felt a lump in his throat, almost overwhelmed by the urge to weep. If only the spiritual fields of the endless sea could possess even 1/5, or even 1/10 of what this place offers. With his celestial-grade spiritual root, he would have surely ascended to the 5th or 6th level of the transformation realm by now, rather than just having stepped into it. At this moment, it wasn't only Zhao Tianba who was astounded. Whether it was the 20 or so disciples from the endless sea or the few injured little foxes, all were rendered speechless upon their first encounter with this spiritual field. However, Lin Yan remained unfazed, strolling into the spiritual field with ease, casually gathering a few healing spiritual herbs and tossing them to the little foxes. Take these for your injuries. Once the little foxes accepted the herbs, he turned to Zhao Tianba, his tone calm, yet unmistakably authoritative. As I mentioned earlier, I shall compensate for the losses caused by my disciples. With that, he gestured towards the ethereal spiritual field before them. Here, you may freely gather any spiritual plants of all varieties until you have sufficiently compensated for the losses. Is this truly real? Lin Yan's generosity brought Zhao Tianba to the verge of tears. Such an expansive spiritual field, so many herbs of extraordinary quality available for the taking? Surely, he must have misheard. Was this person before him an incarnation of a living bodhisattva? Gazing at Lin Yan's serene demeanor, he felt an overwhelming impulse to kneel before him. Of course it is real. Lin Yan shot a sidelong glance at Zhao Tianba and replied nonchalantly. However, you are not permitted to pick any spiritual herbs or fruits of celestial grade or above. Those are reserved for the disciples of my sect. While Lin Yan was generous, he had not yet reached the level of carelessly gifting celestial grade spiritual herbs and fruits. After all, the spiritual herbs and fruits below celestial grade had grown from his own efforts, and allowing them to take those was inconsequential. However, the celestial grade and above had been cultivated from saplings and seeds awarded by the system, which held great value for him. I understand. Zhao Tianba nodded vigorously. Although he felt a twinge of disappointment at not being able to harvest the celestial grade fruits and herbs, he rationalized that it was only to be expected. The spiritual herbs and fruits of celestial quality are exceedingly rare and precious. Merely a handful could compensate for their immeasurable losses. Even if one were to cultivate a considerable amount, it would be unreasonable to part with them easily. However, one may not be able to procure celestial quality. Yet there are abundant terrestrial quality herbs and fruits available. This spiritual field is replete with terrestrial varieties, which, due to their exceptional growth, nearly rival celestial quality herbs from the outside world. A few of these could fetch an exorbitant price. In doing so, not only could they recover the sect's losses, but they might also seize the opportunity to amass a fortune. With this thought, Zhao Tianba could no longer contain his excitement and hastily beckoned his disciples to gather herbs from the spiritual field. The group surged into the field like a swarm. Observing their jubilant demeanor, Qinyu couldn't help but furrow her brow. Master, is it not too lenient to allow them to freely harvest such a plethora of spiritual herbs and fruits? Lin Yan, hearing Qinyu's concerns, chuckled dismissively and replied, "Worry not. The herbs in this field, apart from the celestial quality ones, primarily grow on their own. Even if they were to harvest them all, with a little tilling and watering in the future, they would regrow. Therefore, let them be. These items hold little significance for us." Chapter 41. I have a daughter, whose beauty is quite noticeable. Even though Lin Yan had stated this, Qinyu remained sullen, her gaze fixed intently on the group from the endless sea, fearful that they might take advantage of the situation to seize more than their fair share. Beside her, Luo Li was equally incensed, her cheeks puffed up in indignation, and her chubby little fists clenched so tightly that they turned pale, her nose wrinkling like a tiny walnut. Suddenly, she stomped her foot and shouted at the group, "Hey, don't go too far. I took your spiritual herbs and pills according to the rules, and not in excess. Don't you dare rummage through our spiritual fields." Under the close scrutiny of Qinyu and Luo Li, Zhao Tianba led the disciples of the endless sea through the spiritual fields for about a quarter of an hour before hastily returning. They placed all the spiritual herbs they had gathered before Lin Yan. As Lin Yan scanned the offerings, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Before him lay over 40 ordinary-grade spiritual herbs, more than 20 earth-grade herbs, and a dozen heavenly-grade herbs. In comparison to the vast reserves of spiritual herbs in the fields, this quantity was but a drop in the ocean, even less than what he had destroyed when capturing Luo Li. Lin Yan examined the spiritual herbs, then turned his gaze to the hunched figure of Zhao Tianba, who wore an ingratiating smile as he stood before him. "Is this all the spiritual herbs you managed to gather? With such a splendid opportunity, did you not consider collecting more?" "Enough, esteemed immortal. This is more than sufficient," Zhao Tianba replied with a broad grin, bending even lower, having shifted his address from fellow cultivator to the respectful esteemed immortal. In truth, he felt somewhat guilty in Lin Yan's presence. To him, the items they had acquired seemed ample, especially considering they had gathered over a dozen heavenly-grade herbs, each of considerable value. Moreover, the quality of Lin Yan's spiritual herbs far surpassed those found elsewhere, with heavenly-grade herbs nearly comparable to immortal-grade. Thus, the value of what they had taken far exceeded the losses incurred by Luo Li and the four little foxes, potentially by several multiples. They could certainly profit handsomely from this. As for why they did not gather more, it was not due to a lack of desire on Zhao Tianba's part, but rather a matter of caution. He understood that Lin Yan was not only the master of the sect, but also the guardian of such an exceptional spiritual field. Well aware of the worth of its herbs, the allowance to pick freely was, on one hand, a display of Lin Yan's magnanimity, and on the other, a means of preserving face. Taking advantage of this opportunity was acceptable, but to overreach and plunder carelessly would indeed be an affront. Should that occur, not only would they lose the herbs before them, but he feared that he and his 20 disciples might well find themselves buried within the very fields they had sought to exploit. One must know their limits to achieve lasting success. Is it truly sufficient? Lin Yan's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Zhao Tianba once more. Zhao Tianba hastily bowed, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, repeatedly assuring, "It is enough, absolutely sufficient. To possess these spiritual herbs is indeed a tremendous blessing. How could we dare to be greedy? The celestial being's generosity today has truly opened our eyes, allowing us to witness the true demeanor of the immortals." Very well then. Lin Yan observed his resolute attitude and chose not to press further. With a casual wave of his hand, his tone calm yet firm, he stated, "Since you have declared it sufficient, our accounts are settled. I do not entertain outsiders. You may descend the mountain at your leisure." "Thank you, esteemed immortal." "Thank you." Zhao Tianba repeatedly bowed, his face adorned with sycophantic smiles, yet he stood rooted to the spot. Lin Yan, noticing this, slightly furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is there something else you wish to discuss, my friend?" Luo Li, peeking from behind Qinyu, popped her round face out. puffing her cheeks as she exclaimed, "Did you not hear? My master has allowed you to leave. Hurry along. We do not provide meals here." Zhao Tianba ignored Lo Li and instead surveyed his surroundings. His eyes darted as a thought suddenly struck him, prompting a more fervent smile. "Esteemed immortal, encountering your esteemed sect today has indeed broadened my horizons." However, he feigned hesitation, rubbing his hands together. "Yet, after witnessing this, I find myself perplexed about one matter. Though I am uncertain whether it is appropriate to raise it upon hearing this." Lo Li immediately pouted, her cheeks round with indignation. "If you don't understand, then don't ask. Just take your things and leave." Lin Yan shot a glare at his disciple before nodding to Zhao Tianba. "Speak freely, my friend." "Ahem, ahem." Zhao Tianba cleared his throat, bowing even lower. "Esteemed immortal, your sect is indeed a land of ethereal aura, grand palaces, and vast spiritual fields. It is truly a blessed paradise. To be candid, I, Zhao, have cultivated for over 200 years and have never encountered such a magnificent locale." He shifted his tone, his eyes sparkling. "However, such a celestial abode ought to be bustling with disciples. Why, aside from these few by your side, is there not a single disciple in sight? Not even a servant to sweep the grounds? This seems rather implausible, does it not? So, it is this matter that concerns you." Lin Yan smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Did I not mention before? Our sect is newly established. I have only begun to accept disciples 2 or 3 years ago. And it was only a few months back that I took in my first apprentice." His gaze swept over the disciples at his side. "Thus far, there are only these few, which naturally gives the place a rather sparse appearance." "Ah, I see." Zhao Tianba's eyes lit up with realization, and he quickly pressed on. "So, esteemed immortal, you are still accepting disciples, then?" Upon hearing this, before Lin Yan could respond, Lo Li interjected with a sharp tone. "What? Do you wish to become my master's disciple as well? Let me tell you, that opportunity has passed. My master only accepts beautiful women. And someone as old and unattractive as you, with that big beard, is not welcome." Zhao Tianba listened to her words, casting a fierce glare at Luo Li. Simultaneously, he mused inwardly. This plump girl truly has no shame. Her physique is nearly porcine. In terms of beauty, she pales in comparison to even the village maidens. If one were only to accept stunning women, would they ever consider someone like her? However, he discreetly glanced at Qin Yu and the few enchanting foxes nearby. Observing that everyone around Lin Yan, aside from Luo Li, possessed ethereal grace and extraordinary beauty, he pondered, could it be that this chubby girl speaks the truth? Is this Lin Zongju indeed a connoisseur of beauty? Perhaps his acceptance of Luo Li is due to her unique constitution and the possession of a celestial-grade spiritual root, leading him to believe she is a worthy candidate, thus making an exception? If that is indeed the case, then this Lin Zongju is not a virtuous individual. With this thought, the notion that had initially lingered in his mind began to waver. Nevertheless, after casting another glance at the resplendent spiritual fields and the elegant sect hall, he ultimately steeled his resolve and adorned his face with a sycophantic smile. Addressing Lin Yan, "Esteemed immortal, it is not my intention to seek admission under your esteemed guidance. But rather, I have a young daughter of modest talent, who is in search of a renowned mentor." He rubbed his hands together, the corners of his eyes crinkling with feigned humility. "If your grace would deign to accept her, even as a mere servant tasked with menial chores, it would be a great fortune for her." He paused, hastily adding, "Though I cannot claim she is a breathtaking beauty, she does possess a certain charm. Even if you were to only accept beautiful disciples, I dare say she would not disappoint you." Chapter 42. Is this the acceptance of disciples, or the establishment of a harem? As Zhao Tianba uttered these words, he nearly succumbed to the ground in a gesture of profound humility. He deliberately lowered his gaze, fixating only on the tips of Lin Yan's boots, his neck bending at an almost servile angle, causing his meticulously groomed beard to tremble slightly. His posture was a reflection of his sincere hope that Lin Yan would accept his daughter as a disciple, coupled with a deep sense of guilt. After all, if Lin Yan were indeed a man who only took beautiful women as disciples, it would render him a lecherous fiend. The thought of placing his daughter in the hands of such a person weighed heavily on his conscience. However, what other choice did he have? His daughter's innate talent paled in comparison to his own, as she possessed only a heavenly spirit root, though this was already a remarkable gift among cultivators. In a place like the boundless sea, it would likely limit her to achieving only the nascent soul stage. The prospect of breaking through to the transformation stage, as he had, seemed almost impossible. In contrast, The spiritual energy along the small path leading up to Lin Yan's residence far surpassed that of their sect's forbidden grounds. Moreover, the presence of a magnificent spiritual field and the ethereal aura permeating the halls and pavilions hinted at extraordinary potential for cultivation. Here, the possibility of reaching not only the transformation stage, but perhaps even the void refinement stage seemed within reach. The disparity between the nascent soul and void refinement stages was monumental. It was akin to comparing an ant to a celestial dragon, if such an opportunity truly existed. What was this sacrifice of appearances in comparison? After all, the female disciples of the Huan sect, who sought dual cultivation with men to enhance their abilities, were not dismissed once they reached a certain level of power. Unbeknownst to Lin Yan, in Zhao Tianba's eyes, he had transformed into a lascivious specter. Lin Yan remained blissfully naive, believing that Zhao Tianba's humble demeanor stemmed solely from a father's love, wishing for him to accept his daughter as a disciple. Thus, he silently reflected on the universal sentiment of parental love. Yet, Zhao Tianba's words struck him like a revelation, illuminating the reasons behind his recent struggles in accepting disciples. He realized that his difficulty in attracting female disciples stemmed from two primary factors. First, the system's stringent standards regarding the beauty of female disciples, which left him with applicants who failed to meet the criteria. Second, the relative obscurity of his sect, compounded by its proximity to the renowned Immortal Palace, which drew away talented and attractive female cultivators who looked down upon his lesser-known sect. Before him, Zhao Tianba exhibited commendable cultivation and was likely a figure of authority within the Boundless Sea. Although the Boundless Sea was a small sect, its reputation in the Mu Yun state undoubtedly eclipsed that of his own Wuji Dao. If Zhao Tianba could assist him in recruiting disciples, offering benefits for each disciple accepted, it would alleviate his burdens and significantly enhance recruitment efficiency. Additionally, the Boundless Sea could reap its own rewards from this arrangement. A perfect solution, indeed. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Yan raised his hand slightly, signaling Zhao Tianba to rise. He then spoke softly, "If your daughter is as stunning as you claim, I shall gladly accept her as my disciple." Zhao Tianba felt a surge of joy at his words, only to be followed by an indescribable wave of complex emotions. He forced a smile and nodded repeatedly. "Thank you, esteemed immortal. While my daughter may not be the epitome of beauty, she is certainly considered quite remarkable in Muyun Prefecture." However, before he could finish, Lin Yan waved his hand, interrupting him, and continued, "Moreover, I have another matter to entrust to you." Zhao Tianba was taken aback and quickly bowed. "Please, esteemed immortal, speak freely. I shall do my utmost if it is within my power." Lin Yan's lips curled into a slight smile, his tone relaxed. "As you mentioned, our sect has few disciples and lacks popularity. We ought to recruit more followers. However, I have been quite busy lately and cannot personally sift through potential candidates. Given your esteemed reputation in the Endless Sea, would you be interested in seeking out some exceptionally beautiful female cultivators to come here as disciples? For each one you bring, I shall reward you handsomely." Zhao Tianba's heart raced at this proposition, and his expression morphed into one of confusion. What did this mean? He was to help find disciples, and was specifically instructed to seek out beautiful female cultivators? Was this not akin to facilitating a harem? He instinctively looked up, cautiously glancing at Lin Yan, and tentatively asked, "Aside from beauty, does the esteemed immortal have any other requirements? Such as talent?" "Talent, of course, is better when it is higher," Lin Yan replied nonchalantly. "But as long as they are beautiful enough, it matters not if their talent is lacking. They will still be accepted." Goodness, he was indifferent to their level of talent. Was this truly about recruiting disciples? It was blatantly about establishing a harem. Zhao Tianba suppressed the odd expression on his face, but internally, he was in turmoil. Indeed, Lin Yan was a lecherous fiend. Accepting disciples based solely on appearance and urging him to gather beauties was clearly an invitation to indulge in carnal pleasures. At this thought, he found himself wavering once more. Was it truly wise to entrust his own daughter to such a person? Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Alas, the path of cultivation is inherently harsh. It has always been a matter of might. The stronger one is, the more authority they wield. This man possessed extraordinary prowess and commanded a grand sect with vast resources. Even if he were indeed to establish a harem, what of it? There would be countless stunning female cultivators willing to come and indulge him. Assisting him in procuring beauties might tarnish his reputation, yet it would yield tangible benefits. Not to mention, if he could secure a few precious spirit herbs from that spirit field, he would reap endless rewards. Furthermore, by aiding him, Should his daughter truly become one of his disciples, perhaps he would extend her some additional care, considering Zhao Tianba's assistance. Aside from his daughter possibly having to submit to him, there seemed to be no other significant issues. However, to return to the matter at hand, if my daughter does not seek a partner in the future, that would be one thing. Yet, should she choose to find a companion, it would be far more prudent to align herself with the esteemed Master Lin before her, rather than with a mere elder from a small sect at the nascent soul or transformation stage. After all, in the realm of cultivation, the law of the jungle prevails, the strong dominate the weak. Nothing surpasses the importance of power. Today's events serve as a stark reminder. Had Lin Yan chosen to act irrationally, not only would he have refused to compensate Luo Li and the foxes for their losses, but he would have also sought to eliminate them. What recourse would they have? Who among them would rise to champion their cause? Having contemplated this, Zhao Tianba took a deep breath, forcing a respectful smile, and clasped his hands in greeting. Rest assured, Master Lin, this matter is entrusted to me. Though I am but a minor sect in the boundless sea, I do possess some connections in the Muyu state, and I shall undoubtedly find suitable disciples for you. Then I shall rely on your assistance, my friend, Lin Yan replied, clasping his fists in return. He was unaware of the tempest that had just roiled within Zhao Tianba's heart. Observing the fluctuating expressions on Zhao Tianba's face, he initially assumed that he was reluctant to assist. It seemed that a little incentive was in order to motivate him. After reflecting briefly, he addressed Zhao Tianba. How about this? If you can help me identify a female disciple of decent appearance, albeit with average aptitude, you shall receive 5 earth-grade spiritual herbs from me. Should you find one with both commendable looks and satisfactory talent, I will offer you 5 heaven-grade spiritual herbs. And if you happen upon a disciple of breathtaking beauty and extraordinary talent, I would even consider parting with spiritual herbs of celestial quality. Chapter 43. What is lust? What is pimping? Is this true? Upon hearing these words, Zhao Tianba's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliance. The benefits promised by Lin Yan, though seemingly modest, were indeed substantial. Introducing a female disciple of average talent but exceptional beauty in exchange for 5 earth-grade spiritual herbs was an offer so remarkable that it was almost beyond his belief. What does 5 earth-grade spiritual herbs signify? After becoming the vice sect master of Huayahai, he could only receive 2 or 3 earth-grade spiritual herbs annually as his allowance. For a small sect like theirs, earth-grade spiritual herbs were considered strategic reserves. They were only willingly expended for exceptionally gifted disciples' foundation establishment or for breakthroughs by elders of the sect, and even then, the quantities used were minimal. To Zhao Tianba personally, 5 earth-grade spiritual herbs could be deemed a windfall. Moreover, the quality of the spiritual herbs Lin Yan provided was far superior to those available outside. The earth-grade quality was nearly comparable to heavenly grade. In other words, this was not merely 5 earth-grade herbs, it was evidently 5 heavenly grade ones. Thus, what appeared to be 5 earth-grade spiritual herbs was, in fact, 5 heavenly grade ones. Such a price tag would make not only the vice master of a small sect like him excited, but even elders from prominent sects like Yang Xiangong would be utterly thrilled. As for the heavenly grade and immortal grade spiritual herbs promised by Lin Yan, just the thought of them made his breath quicken with anticipation. He emphasized if he could truly fulfill Lin Yan's request and find suitable beautiful female disciples, then receiving heavenly or even immortal grade spiritual herbs and fruits in return to aid his cultivation might lead him to potentially break through to the pinnacle of the God transformation stage or even the void refinement stage. With this thought in mind, his gaze towards Lin Yan became fervent once again. It is indeed true, Lin Yan replied with a slight smile. He then produced a Dao fruit from his bosom. This Dao fruit was not a direct reward from the system. It had grown from a sapling rewarded by the system. Originally, a Dao fruit might take hundreds or even thousands of years to mature on the tree. However, under the assistance of the 9 turns Qian Kuan Ho and the heavenly creation jar, it had ripened within mere months. Due to it not being a direct reward from the system, there were no restrictions on its use for disciples of his sect. Yet the annotation stating it was ineffective for the sect master remained. Thus, Lin Yan himself could not utilize it. The moment the spiritual fruit manifested, the spiritual energy in the entire space momentarily froze. Zhao Tianba and the more than 20 disciples he brought from Huayahai held their breath in unison. As if their heartbeats had momentarily halted, Lin Yan casually tossed the fruit into Zhao Tianba's hand. The fruit, as light as a feather, felt as though it bore the weight of 1,000 June when it landed in Zhao Tianba's palm, causing him to stagger forward. nearly kneeling on the ground. The esteemed figure, Zhao Tianba, trembled as he held the spiritual fruit in his hands, feeling the surging waves of spiritual energy coursing through it, his entire being quaking with excitement. Cautiously cradling this precious gem, he looked up at Lin Yan, his voice quivering. What? What does this mean? Nothing more. Lin Yan replied with a faint smile. When seeking assistance, one must first offer a sweet incentive to inspire diligence. Consider this fruit as your advance reward. As long as you fulfill your duties earnestly, such rewards will not be scarce in the future. Esteemed immortal. Upon hearing Lin Yan's words, Zhao Tianba could no longer contain his emotions. He suddenly knelt before Lin Yan, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. He, Zhao Tianba, the vice leader of a small sect, had actually grasped a complete immortal-grade spiritual fruit. His life had not been in vain. What did it matter to send his daughter over? What did it matter to engage in dubious dealings? As long as he could obtain an immortal-grade spiritual fruit, even if Lin Zongzhu desired to toy with him, he would willingly comply. If only he had encountered such an opportunity earlier, he would not have taken over 2 centuries merely to break through to the transformation stage. Friend, what are you doing? Lin Yan was taken aback by Zhao Tianba's sudden display. Just as he prepared to assist him, Zhao Tianba abruptly raised his head, his eyes ablaze with fervent loyalty. Rest assured, esteemed immortal, whatever task you assign, Zhao will traverse fire and water, sacrificing everything to ensure its flawless execution. Within 3 months, I will guarantee that this place is filled with beautiful women. Very well. Observing Zhao Tianba's fervent demeanor, Lin Yan chuckled dryly a couple of times and nodded. Although Zhao Tianba's display of loyalty brought him some comfort, he felt a peculiar sensation upon hearing Zhao Tianba's words. The notion of filling this place with beautiful women seemed oddly reminiscent of running a brothel. Standing beside Qin Yu, Luo Li observed Zhao Tianba's subservient bowing with disdain. Wrinkling her nose before remarking, "You kneel for a single immortal-grade spiritual fruit, and you still call yourself a vice leader? How pathetic. When I became a disciple today, my master bestowed upon me 50 immortal-grade spiritual fruits." 50? Zhao Tianba distinctly heard her soft voice, and his gaze towards Lin Yan ignited with fervor. He finally comprehended why Luo Li, despite spending so many years in the boundless sea, had been unable to progress from the first to the second stage of qi refinement, yet had established her foundation shortly after arriving here. It turned out, she had consumed 50 immortal-grade spiritual fruits. 50 of them. Even the 7 great sacred lands would likely struggle to produce such a quantity of immortal-grade spiritual fruits at once. Just how profound was the foundation of this Lin Zongzhu? Had he not witnessed such a spectacle with his own eyes, he would surely have deemed Luo Li's words as mere folly. And this Lin sect leader, astonishingly, was willing to invest such an abundance of resources into a disciple possessing an immortal spiritual root. Surely, the Holy Land could not afford such extravagance. At this very moment, Zhao Tianba no longer doubted the wisdom of his decision to send his daughter here. Although this Lin sect leader may have had a penchant for women, he was undeniably generous towards his disciples. Moreover, Luo Li, round as a ball, could hardly be considered a beauty. While his daughter might not rival the enchanting woman wielding a heavy sword, she was certainly superior to Luo Li. If Lin Yan were indeed as lustful as rumored, then the treatment his daughter received here could hardly be inferior to that of Luo Li. If his daughter were to receive such an abundance of immortal and even divine spiritual fruits, would her breakthrough into the realm of refining the void not be imminent? Chapter 44. The little ancestor of Tiangong City. Enough. Do restrain your words, Zhao Tianba. Still in a state of shock, struggled to regain his composure. Lin Yan had already turned away, admonishing Luo Li sharply. Startled by the reprimand, Luo Li shrank her neck and hastily concealed herself behind Qin Yu, refraining from uttering another sound. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianba resolved within himself that upon his return, he would promptly summon his daughter. Additionally, he intended to conduct an investigation within his sect, ensuring that all the beautiful female disciples, regardless of their talents, would be sent to Lin Yan. With so many high-quality spiritual herbs and fruits at hand, he was confident that both the sect leader and the elders would wholeheartedly endorse his decision. Following this, he planned to issue recruitment orders far and wide, seeking out suitable female cultivators. Such an extraordinary opportunity was indeed a divine gift for the rise of their boundless sea. How could they let it slip away? With this realization, Zhao Tianba dared not delay further. After expressing his profound gratitude to Lin Yan, he departed with his disciples from the boundless sea. Once Zhao Tianba and his group had left the sect, Lin Yan felt a subtle sense of relief wash over him. With Zhao Tianba assisting in the recruitment of female disciples, his efficiency in accepting apprentices would undoubtedly increase. Moreover, individuals like Zhao Tianba, who could help him in gathering disciples from outside, could be sought after in greater numbers in the future. This would surely expedite the expansion of the sect. With this thought, a smile unconsciously graced Lin Yan's lips. At that moment, Qinyu, who had been following closely by his side, suddenly inquired, "Master, the cultivators have departed. What shall we do next?" Her question jolted him back to reality. He glanced at Qinyu, then at Luo Li and the little foxes, clearing his throat. He replied with a smile, "Let us first hold a ceremony for these little foxes to pay their respects to their master, and then..." His gaze shifted back to Luo Li. "Did you not claim to possess alchemical skills? We were interrupted earlier. Once these little foxes have completed their ceremony, we shall continue. I am eager to witness whether you can indeed concoct a heavenly grade elixir." In the Tianyang city of Tianke State, atop a sheer precipice, fierce winds howled around a bronze ancient city embedded within the mountains, emanating a deep, cold luminescence. This ancient city had been meticulously crafted from a relic of the ancients. The Xiantian cauldron, its ears transformed into flying eaves, its belly carved into grand halls, and its feet firmly rooted in the mountain's marrow, drawing upon the true fire of the earth's veins. At midnight, the concealed 9,000 patterns within the cauldron would illuminate one by one, resembling a suspended river of stars, casting the entire mountain in a translucent red jade glow. This city is one of the 7 sacred grounds of the Star River realm, Tiangong City. Within the highest hall, the Hall of Tiangong, fierce flames illuminated the interior as if it were the heart of a furnace. The air was thick with the exotic fragrance of rare materials being refined, mingled with the charred scent of thunderstruck wood and the crisp aura of stardust. A young maiden stood before the forging platform, her delicate strands of hair dampened by sweat, clinging to her fair complexion. She pressed her lips together, her fingertips shimmering with intricate runes as she skillfully guided the bubbling concoction within the furnace using her divine consciousness. Surrounding her were heaps of rare materials, millennia-old cold marrow, celestial meteorite iron, and even a small fragment of the ethereal 9-aperture spirit jade, radiating a faint celestial glow. Such divine materials would incite a tempest of bloodshed in the outside world. "This time, it is destined to succeed," she murmured softly, her eyes reflecting the furnace flames, sparkling with brilliance. However, just as the liquid was on the verge of taking shape, boom! An ear-splitting explosion erupted suddenly, as the furnace could no longer withstand the terrifying energy contained within the divine materials. The furnace walls shattered in an instant, and the searing liquid erupted forth like magma. The maiden reacted swiftly, a silken veil shooting from her sleeve, forming a protective barrier in front of her, yet she was still knocked back several steps, her back colliding heavily against a bronze pillar. As the dust settled, the once mighty furnace lay in ruins, reduced to scattered fragments. And the only remnant was a golden-red circular ring suspended in midair, its surface adorned with delicate patterns, a faint phoenix cry echoing in the air. The heavenly grade artifact. The crimson feather ring. After examining the artifact, the maiden pouted slightly, muttering in dissatisfaction, "Why is it always a heavenly grade artifact? Can't I forge something above the immortal grade?" Just then, the hall doors were flung open with great force, and a tall man clad in dark iron armor strode in, his voice booming, "Young master, how could you have blown up the burning heaven furnace again? This is the 3rd one this month." The maiden brushed off the dust from her sleeves, casting a disapproving glance at the man. "Do you only care about that broken furnace? Aren't you even going to ask if I'm hurt?" Yu Qinyuan, one of the guardian elders of the divine mechanism city, stared wide-eyed at the pile of priceless furnace fragments on the ground, his mouth twitching. He then glanced at the maiden, shaking his head helplessly. "To be honest, I do wish you would sustain some minor injury. That way, you might settle down for a couple of days, and we could all have a breather." Upon hearing this, the maiden immediately crossed her arms, twisting her slender waist, her delicate fingers pointing accusingly at Yu Qinyuan's nose, and scolded, "How can you speak to your elder in such a manner? Have you no sense of propriety?" Yu Qinyuan sighed deeply, resigned, and waved his hand, signaling the disciples behind him to hastily clean up the mess. "Let me tell you, young Yu." The maiden ignored him, sulking as she plopped down onto the shards of the furnace. The sharp edges poked at her, causing her to scrunch her nose in discomfort. Yet she stubbornly crossed her legs. "I've finally realized." She wiggled her toes, confidently pointing at Yu Qinyuan's nose. "The fact that I cannot forge an immortal-grade artifact is entirely due to your miserable furnaces." She emphasized her point by stamping her foot. causing several fragments to crackle beneath her. The power of celestial artifacts is immense. With the subpar furnaces you provide, they can scarcely withstand a heavenly-grade artifact. And yet you expect me to forge something of immortal caliber? If only you weren't trying to deceive me with these inferior stoves. I might have already forged the celestial artifact. The veins on Yu Qinyuan's forehead throbbed violently, his smile more sorrowful than tears. My dear ancestor, the burning heaven furnace I provided for you is crafted from 9 nether mysterious iron, capable of withstanding the true fire of the earth's veins for 3 months without damage. It is indeed the finest in our storeroom. Not to mention, the value of this single furnace nearly rivals that of a beginner-level celestial artifact. If such a furnace is deemed inadequate, then no good furnace exists. Spare me your antics. The young lady suddenly sprang up from the pile of fragments, the golden bells on her skirt jingling melodiously. As if the storeroom didn't already house the esteemed 9 luminaries' divine furnace. Does she think I am unaware? She leaned closer to Yu Qinyuan, her large eyes sparkling. Surely that one is sturdy enough. Please bring it to me for use. Yu Qinyuan nearly spat blood in exasperation, his face darkening. That 9 luminaries' divine furnace is a treasured legacy passed down by our esteemed ancestor, a treasure of unparalleled quality, nearly touching the threshold of the sacred grade. Who, aside from our lord of the city or my master, your senior brother, would dare to touch it? The last time Elder Lu merely grazed its ear, he was punished to the ice cave for 3 years. How could I possibly have the authority to procure it for you? The young lady pouted. Then help me steal it. Not a chance. Yu Qinyuan hastily interrupted, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Moreover, my master specifically instructed that your inability to forge celestial artifacts is not the fault of the furnace, but rather that you have yet to comprehend the Heavenly Craft Treasure Manual, specifically the chapter on layered flames, and your fire control techniques are too aggressive. The last time you smelted star sand, you should have simmered it gently for 3 hours, Yet what? The young lady shot him a glare. With great reluctance, Yu Qinyuan replied, You directly invoke the thunderfire of the 9 heavens. That thunderfire could shatter even the protective mountain array. What furnace could withstand such turmoil? My dear young lady, I implore you to first thoroughly study the text before coming back to attempt this. Would you? Chapter 45, Celestial Quality, Tai Ching Wapil. How rude of you to dismiss me. Upon hearing this, the young girl immediately rose to her feet, hands on her hips, indignantly exclaiming, I've perused the Heavenly Craft Treasure Manual 1,000 times. How could I possibly not grasp it? I believe you are simply reluctant to provide me with a superior furnace, deliberately using words to thwart me. Yu Qinyuan sealed his lips tightly, his gaze focused inward, remaining utterly silent. Noticing his feigned silence, the girl huffed, raising her chin defiantly. So you want to give it to me? Fine, I shall seek it myself. Seek it yourself? Yu Qinyuan was momentarily taken aback. Where do you intend to look? In the entire Stellar River realm, whose refining furnace could possibly surpass that of our divine machine crafting city? That is none of your concern. The girl retorted with a sly smile. I have heard that Sister Su from the Chaos Sword Void is traveling in Muyu Prefecture. I shall first try my luck there. Muyu Prefecture? Yu Qinyuan's expression darkened. That place is tens of thousands of miles away. How do you plan to get there? Moreover, is your master aware of this significant matter? Just tell my senior brother, the girl replied with a flutter of her eyelashes, as a delicate treasure ship appeared in her hand. The ship radiated ethereal energy, its exquisite design indicating it was no ordinary item. As for the journey, with the Sky Voyager that travels 10,000 miles a day, I shall arrive in no time. Very well, it is settled then. I have great faith in you. Dear little uncle, to ensure my interests are well taken care of, young Yuezi. After declaring this, she tossed the treasure ship into the air, and it instantly transformed into a grand vessel several zhang in length. The girl leapt aboard, and in an instant, she and the ship became a streak of luminous light, whooshing away from the grand hall. Little uncle, this is against the rules. If master discovers this, he will hold me accountable. As he watched her depart, Yu Qinyuan hurriedly shouted, yet he remained rooted in place, motionless. A disciple beside him, witnessing this scene, cautiously approached and suggested, Elder, should we not activate the protective mountain formation? Since she has not ventured too far, we could likely intercept her now. Yu Qinyuan craned his neck to glance around. Only after confirming that the girl had truly left did he turn back, delivering a sharp slap to the disciple's head. Intercept her? For what purpose? To have her continue wreaking havoc with my furnaces? Do you have any idea how costly the furnaces she has destroyed these past few days are? And the worthless items she has produced? If she continues her antics, I shall be bankrupt. Do you understand? Why, yes, I apologize, elder. I realize my mistake. The chastised disciple hurriedly lowered his head. Yu Yuan, after giving him a glare, let out a deep sigh. Subsequently, she muttered, my esteemed master. Even if my junior martial aunt possesses extraordinary talents, could we not simply have the elders guide her? Why must we complicate matters with a formal apprenticeship? Bringing back such a living ancestor? As a result, the city of ingenious mechanisms is in utter chaos, not a moment of peace to be found. It might be for the best if she wanders off for a few days. The sect may enjoy a brief respite. After all, she has already attained the nascent soul stage and carries numerous divine artifacts and sect tokens, so she is unlikely to attract any ill-intentioned individuals. As for my master, I shall merely say she is in seclusion, studying the Heavenly Craft Treasure Guide. With this thought, Yu Yuan sighed and departed the Grand Hall. Days later, within the alchemy chamber of the Wuji sect, the 5 elements 8 trigrams furnace exhaled vibrant rays of light. While the ancient runes etched upon its body flickered in rhythm with the spirit flames, Luo Li stood before the furnace, her chubby little hands gesticulating haphazardly at the cauldron. Her movements devoid of any discernible pattern, resembling a shaman in trance, causing the onlookers to exchange bewildered glances. However, curiously, the spirit flames within the furnace seemed to respond to her erratic gestures, rising and falling in accordance with her whims. Such control over the flames is indeed extraordinary. Qin Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. Beside her, Lin Yan and 5 little foxes were equally entranced, their mouths agape. Suddenly, a peculiar humming resonated throughout the chamber, and the ancient runes on the 5 elements 8 trigrams furnace began to swirl of their own accord. Luo Li's chubby hands abruptly paused, and a shimmering green light enveloped her, exactly like the glow she had emitted when consuming the spirit fruit days prior. Master, look! Qin Yu exclaimed, tugging at Lin Yan's sleeve and pointing toward the furnace. To their astonishment, the spirit herbs within the furnace began to move as if animated by an unseen force, resonating in a remarkable harmony with the green light emanating from Luo Li's body. Streams of vibrant green energy flowed from her fingertips, cascading into the furnace like a gentle brook. Is this a resonance with the medicinal spirit? Qin Yu gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth. She had read in an ancient tome that master-level alchemists could experience such resonance with the medicinal herbs during the refining process, a phenomenon that often heralded the creation of exquisite elixirs. How old could her junior sister possibly be? To rival a master-level alchemist is unfathomable. Before Qin Yu could fully process her astonishment, the furnace began to tremble violently, and a blinding azure light burst forth from the seams of its lid. Under the glow of this light, emerald vines instantly crept up the beams and pillars of the chamber, while countless spirit herbs emerged from the crevices of the walls. The 5 little foxes, startled by the spectacle, shivered and scurried behind Lin Yan, yet their eyes remained fixated upon the furnace. Luo Li's face flushed crimson as she suddenly bit her finger, a drop of golden-hued blood tracing an intricate rune in the air. Congeal, she exclaimed in a bright, clear voice. With a thunderous roar, the furnace lid soared into the sky, and 9 azure beams of light spiraled forth like celestial dragons. The rich aroma of medicinal herbs instantaneously filled the entire alchemy chamber, invigorating the senses. As the brilliance dissipated, 9 pills, each the size of a dragon's eye, hovered serenely in midair, their surfaces adorned with naturally formed cloud-like patterns, shimmering with an emerald luster under the sunlight. The Tai Qinghua pill, gazing upon the floating elixirs. Lin Yan's voice quivered with excitement. After bidding farewell to Zhao Tianba and his entourage a few days prior, Lin Yan had returned to the alchemy chamber with Luo Li, eager to assess her alchemical prowess. To his astonishment, this chubby girl was no mere braggart. She had indeed succeeded in concocting a heavenly-grade Xianling pill. Overjoyed, Lin Yan promptly retrieved the celestial-grade pill formula awarded by the system and presented it to her, curious to see if she could create yet another marvel. However, the complexity of crafting celestial-grade elixirs far surpassed that of heavenly-grade ones. Luo Li remained in the alchemy chamber for several days on end. Throughout this time, he, along with Qin Yu and his newly acquired fox companions, stayed close by, filled with anticipation for the potential emergence of a celestial-grade pill, while simultaneously concerned for the chubby girl's well-being. Who could have imagined that she would truly succeed? This was indeed a celestial-grade elixir. To Lin Yan's further astonishment, just as the celestial-grade pill was completed, the system's notification chime echoed in his ears. Chapter 46. The Advancement of Spiritual Roots. Congratulations. Your disciple, Luoli, has successfully refined the celestial-grade elixir, Tai Ching Wadan, due to Luoli's unique constitution. The devouring spirit and pill body, her cultivation has ascended from the first level of foundation establishment to the second. As this is her first successful refinement of a celestial-grade elixir, she has triggered a milestone reward, a 9 nether-cracking pick. Congratulations! Your disciple, Luoli, has elevated her realm to the second level of foundation establishment, earning 3 wind of fruits as a reward. The 9 nether-cracking pick is a divine-grade artifact. Try it on the stones in the back mountain, and you may discover unexpected effects. What a revelation! It turns out that this plump girl's devouring spirit and pill body allows her to advance simply by refining celestial-grade elixirs. This setting is truly extraordinary. Lin Yan's pupils narrowed sharply, and a tempest of emotion surged within him. With a flick of his sleeve, he gathered the several floating Qinghua Dawn into his possession. At that moment, Luoli, standing before the 5 elements 8 trigrams furnace, softly called out, "Master." Her legs weakened, and she nearly collapsed. Lin Yan quickly stepped forward and caught her in his arms. At that moment, Luoli's complexion was pale, her forehead glistening with beads of sweat, appearing exceedingly frail. Lin Yan hastily produced a wind of fruit and carefully placed it in her mouth. After consuming it, some color returned to her face. "Master," she weakly smiled, her eyes sparkling like distant stars. "I did it right? Am I particularly impressive?" "Indeed, indeed." Lin Yan gently brushed her damp hair away from her forehead, his voice imbued with unprecedented tenderness. "You are truly extraordinary." Perhaps it was the ethereal glow of the alchemy room, but at that moment, this chubby girl in his arms emanated a certain ethereal charm in his eyes. "Yue." Lin Yan beckoned to Qinyu, handing her the still weak Luoli. He then placed several wind of fruits into her hands. "Please take Luoli back to her room, and let her consume these wind of fruits. She needs to rest well." "Understood." "Master," Qinyu replied softly, taking Luoli and assisting her out of the alchemy room. After Qinyu left, Lin Yan sent the 5 little foxes away and retrieved a Tai Ching Dan, swallowing it whole. The instant the elixir slid down his throat, Lin Yan promptly sat cross-legged. Focusing inward, the Tai Ching Dan transformed into a gentle spiritual power, surging forth from his dantian, nourishing his meridians like the spring rain of March. Suddenly, a series of crisp cracking sounds echoed from within his body as muscle fibers stirred and reorganized as if reborn. His senses amplified manifold, allowing him to discern even the faint sound of ant and tinny brushing the ground 3 zhang away. Most astonishingly, the spiritual root within his dantian, which had previously been dim with only a faint glow, now radiated with an emerald brilliance. As its roots expanded, the volume of spiritual energy it absorbed surged exponentially. Is this an advancement of the spiritual root? Lin Yan was deeply astonished as he observed the transformations occurring within his body. According to the elixir's recorded formula, the Tai Ching Dan was supposed to enhance one's life cultivation, namely, strength, physique, perception, and other fundamental attributes. He never anticipated that the term life cultivation would also encompass spiritual roots. At this moment, he distinctly sensed that the seemingly ordinary spiritual root was metamorphosing into a higher grade, visibly evolving into an earth-grade spiritual root under the elixir's miraculous effects. When he tentatively circulated his cultivation technique, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him like rivers converging into the sea, flowing through his meridians at a speed more than 3-fold of what it had been before. What a remarkable celestial elixir! What an extraordinary Tai Ching Dan! Lin Yan marveled internally. He then retrieved several more Tai Chi Dan and consumed them one after another. The overwhelming potency surged through his body like a tidal wave, continuously cleansing and reshaping his meridians while enhancing his various attributes. However, he felt a slight disappointment, even after consuming 5 celestial pills consecutively. His earth-grade spiritual root had yet to ascend to the heaven-grade. It seemed that with each advancement in quality, the materials required increased substantially. Lin Yan silently lamented this fact. Yet, this matter was no longer of great concern to him. Ever since he ascended from a waste spiritual root to an ordinary grade, his obsession with spiritual roots had diminished. What significance did a heaven-grade spiritual root hold? What of a celestial spiritual root? None compared to the direct benefits of cultivation provided by the system. As long as he gathered several promising disciples and rapidly elevated their cultivation, his own prowess would naturally rise in tandem. Wasn't this approach far superior to arduous self-cultivation? Thus, gazing at the remaining 3 Tai Ching Dan in his possession, Lin Yan contemplated and resolved to reserve them for Qinyu. After all, as a body cultivator, her foundation was paramount, and these elixirs, capable of enhancing physical attributes, would yield their utmost value in her hands. With this thought, he stored the remaining 3 elixirs in his spatial storage. After securing the elixirs, Lin Yan retrieved the Jiuyou Liandi pick from the system's space. The pick bore a design akin to the Jiuzhuan Qianquan Ho, appearing utterly unremarkable, resembling an ordinary farming tool. However, since it was a divine artifact rewarded by the system, it was surely extraordinary, especially as the item description suggested trying it on the stones at the back mountain, hinting at potential unexpected effects. Lin Yan was eager to discover what this unexpected effect might entail. Without further ado, he swiftly transformed into a streak of light, darting out of the alchemy room and arriving at the back mountain in mere moments. Upon reaching the back mountain, he randomly selected a boulder approximately a foot high, swung the pick in a wide arc, and struck it forcefully. Clang! The moment the Jiuyou Liandi pick made contact with the boulder, instead of the anticipated shattering of stones, it emitted a sound reminiscent of golden jade clashing. A circle of ethereal blue ripples suddenly emanated from the point of contact, spreading across the stone surface like undulating water waves. Before his eyes, the previously ordinary began to reveal a delicate network of golden patterns, its surface transforming into a crystalline transparency. To his astonishment, ethereal, milky white energy flowed within the stone as if it were a living entity, and the entire was visibly metamorphosing into a spiritual or of remarkable quality. Lin Yan gasped in disbelief. He glanced at the in his hand and couldn't help but exclaim, "This tool can actually transmute ordinary stones into spiritual ores? How incredible!" Lin Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he unhesitatingly swung the once more. With each continuous clang of the striking sound, the golden patterns on the surface of the spiritual ore began to intertwine into profound runes, and the stone gradually emanated a radiant spectrum of colors. Upon striking it for the 10th time, the stone evolved from an ordinary quality to an earthly quality. After the 50th strike, it ascended from earthly quality to heavenly quality. When he struck it for the 500th time, the entire mineral suddenly emitted a melodious sound akin to a phoenix's cry. A beam of radiant light shot up from the mineral, piercing through the clouds and reaching the heavens. Within a radius of several dozen yards, the surrounding spiritual energy frantically converged towards the stone, forming a dazzling vortex of ethereal energy above it. Chapter 47. Unclaimed Celestial Materials? This mountain is under protection. Could this radiant light signify the emergence of celestial grade ore? At that moment, a celestial vessel soared above the pinnacle of the supreme path. The maiden piloting the vessel gazed at the ascending light, her beautiful eyes instantly sparkling with delight. What a stroke of fortune to encounter such a marvel! My luck is truly exceptional. Filled with exhilaration, the young woman promptly directed her vessel toward the mountain from which the ethereal light emanated. As the vessel approached the summit, poised to descend, 2 golden streaks of light suddenly erupted from the foot of the mountain, swiftly interposing themselves before her vessel. Amidst the resplendent golden radiance, 2 formidable guardians clad in protective armor stood suspended in midair, their crossed halberds gleaming with an icy brilliance. This place is the stronghold of the supreme path. Intruders shall face death. A thunderous proclamation reverberated through the heavens. The 2 armored guardians, wielding their halberds, obstructed the maiden's path, rather than feeling fear. She widened her autumn-like eyes in astonishment. These are the celestial grade guardians of the sect, the Xuanjia Jinyue generals, and there are 2 of them. I never expected the modest young celestial palace to possess such formidable sentinels. Indeed, the guardians confronting her were the 2 Xuanjia Jinyue generals bestowed upon Lin Yan as rewards from the system. After bidding farewell to Zhao Tianba and his companions some days prior, Lin Yan had summoned these guardians and stationed them at the foot of the mountain to safeguard his domain. As the maiden approached the mountain peak where the supreme path resided, the 2 generals mistook her for an adversary and intercepted her. Yet, undeterred by their imposing presence, the maiden stood atop her vessel, gracefully produced a token from the divine mechanism city, and waved it before the Xuanjia Jinyue generals. With her chin raised and hands on her hips, she proclaimed with pride, "I am a representative of the divine mechanism city, come to pay respects to your sect leader at the Yunk Celestial Palace. You 2 metallic brutes should announce my arrival and summon your leader to greet me." Upon hearing her words, the 2 Xuanjia Jinyue generals exhibited a flicker of confusion in their golden-tinged eyes. Their mechanical voices then resonated with unwavering authority. Identification failed. Neither Divine Mechanism City nor Yunk Celestial Palace is listed in the sect directory. This area is the stronghold of the Supreme Path. Intruders shall face death. Please depart immediately. The supreme path? The maiden furrowed her brow at this response. She then opened her palm, lightly tapping the compass nestled within. The star patterns on the compass shifted, swiftly confirming her location. This cannot be right. The compass indicates that this is indeed the Yunk Celestial Palace. The celestial positioning cannot be erroneous. However, the two guardians remain devoid of emotional fluctuation. Their mechanical voices cold and resolute. Repeating warning. This area is the stronghold of the supreme path. Please depart immediately. Have the two of you rusted into oblivion? The young maiden glared at the two divine generals. Suddenly, she stowed her compass, placed her hands on her hips, and struck a defiant pose. Fine. Even if this is your so-called territory of the Wuji Dao, I distinctly saw the heavenly radiance of celestial or soar into the sky. According to the conventions of the cultivation realm, unclaimed celestial materials are to be shared by those who encounter them. What gives you the right to stop me? The golden patterns in the pupils of the Xuanjia Jinhua generals flickered, seemingly analyzing her words. After a brief pause, one of the divine generals responded coldly. All matters within this celestial peak belong to the master of the Wuji Dao. Intruders shall face death. Leave immediately. The master? The maiden blinked, suddenly intrigued. Perfect. I was just hoping to meet your master and inquire if this or is for sale. Without the master's permission, outsiders are not allowed entry. The other divine general raised his Fat Tian painted halberd slightly, issuing a clear warning. Infuriated, the maiden stamped her foot. You two stubborn metal clods. If you won't let me in, then I simply must enter. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, the spirit vessel beneath her feet surged forward, transforming into a streak of light, seemingly intent on bypassing the two divine generals and forcefully breaching the gates of the Wuji Dao. Impudent. The golden light in the eyes of the two Xuanjia Jinhua generals surged violently as they swung their Fat Tian halberds down with ferocity. In an instant, two bolts of golden lightning tore through the sky, striking the spirit vessel. Boom. The spirit vessel trembled violently, its protective shield shattering instantaneously. A deep fissure carved into its hull, scattering spiritual light in all directions. The maiden swayed, nearly being flung away, but she quickly regained her balance. Surprise flickering in her eyes. These two metal clods are formidable. That strike just now must have been powered by the strength of the transforming spirit stage. As a disciple of the city of divine mechanisms, she not only recognized the origins of the Xuanjia Jinhua generals at a glance, but also understood their characteristics. These divine generals' powers were entirely dependent on the density of the spiritual energy in their vicinity. The more concentrated the spiritual energy within the sect's territory, the more astonishing their combat prowess. In her recollection, the Yunk Immortal Palace was merely a second-rate sect, occupying a mere premium spiritual vein, not the revered dragon vein. By that calculation, the strength of these two divine generals should not exceed the nascent soul stage. Yet that strike just now had evidently showcased the might of the transforming spirit stage. Could it be that the spiritual energy of this small sect below has reached a level comparable to that of a sacred land? Regardless of the circumstances. Had she known earlier that these two divine generals possessed transforming spirit-level strength, she would never have dared to force her way into their mountain gate. After all, with her cultivation at the nascent soul stage, attempting to breach the blockade of two transforming spirit guardians was indeed a reckless endeavor. If it were only one, there might have been a chance. But now she had already begun her intrusion. If she turned back in fear of these two metal-clawed strength, would she not be ridiculed by their master, tarnishing the reputation of the city of divine mechanisms? No, she absolutely could not retreat. Even if the heavenly craft city could afford to lose this individual, she could never betray him. Humph, so what if they have reached the transformation stage? They are merely two puppets. Do they truly believe this young lady fears them? The young girl gritted her teeth, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, 3 beams of golden light erupted from her sleeve. Celestial-grade artifact, heavenly binding divine lock. Celestial-grade artifact, thunderfire pearl of the 9 heavens. Celestial-grade artifact, starlit guardian barrier. As the 3 celestial artifacts were summoned simultaneously, a dazzling expanse of golden light filled the air, interwoven with thunder and fire. The starlit guardian barrier transformed into a magnificent curtain of stars, enveloping her in a protective embrace. The heavenly binding divine lock coiled around one of the divine generals like a golden dragon. Meanwhile, the thunderfire pearl erupted with a thunderous explosion, unleashing a tempest of violent thunder and flames. "Break for me!" the young girl exclaimed with fervor. In the eye of the thunder and fire explosion, smoke billowed into the sky. Chapter 48. Would he still look upon me? As the haze of battle began to dissipate, two beams of golden light suddenly pierced through the chaos. Two formidable halberds tore through the tempest of thunder and fire, revealing the imposing figure of the Xuanjia guardian, who stood resolute and unyielding. His gilded armor gleamed as if freshly forged, devoid of even the slightest scratch. A wave of dread washed over the young maiden. The Nine Heavens Thunderfire Pearl was a celestial artifact capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas, yet it had failed to even hinder her opponent's advance by a mere step. In a flurry of desperation, she hurriedly formed a spell, intent on invoking other techniques to counter the threat. But at that moment, the heavenly binding godlock, which ensnared one of the divine generals, emitted a mournful metallic wail under the strain. The divine general's muscular arms bulged with power, and the enchanted chains forged from celestial iron began to shatter, piece by piece. The broken links transformed into a cascade of starlight, returning to the maiden's palm. Although they reformed, the luminescent glow had dimmed, indicating they could not be wielded again in the near future. This was dire. Before she could catch her breath, an overwhelming pressure descended upon her from above. Another divine general, having materialized from nowhere, hovered in the air, brandishing his halberd with the force of a collapsing mountain. The impact was catastrophic, crashing down upon her protective barrier with a resounding boom. The violent shockwave hurled the maiden violently against the deck, causing the entire spirit vessel to emit a spine-chilling cracking sound as its keel splintered like fragile glass. Gasping for air, she felt the warm flow of crimson blood spill from her lips, splattering against the battered deck. Terror gripped her heart as she realized the starlight on her protective barrier was rapidly fading. Had that strike not been mitigated by her artifact, it would have surely led to her demise. These two ironclad adversaries were intent on killing her. The young maiden was now engulfed in a profound sense of dread. No longer daring to engage with the divine generals, she struggled to rise, desperate to activate the damaged spirit vessel and flee from this perilous place. Yet, the two divine generals would not grant her such mercy. In a flash of golden light, their halberds sliced through the air, their blades shimmering with lethal intent, warping the very atmosphere around them. The shadow of death loomed over her, the fierce wind stinging her cheeks. Ah, I am doomed. In despair, the maiden closed her eyes, her delicate hands futilely shielding her face. In that moment, she could hear the frantic beating of her own heart. Just as her fate seemed sealed, a thunderous command echoed through the air. Halt. The assault from the Xuanjia guardians froze instantaneously, as if immobilized by a powerful spell. With a clang, both halberds fell to the ground, their bearers kneeling in unison, their metallic voices resonating in harmony. By the decree of the sovereign, we obey. The sovereign? As the oppressive aura of death receded, the maiden, who had resigned herself to her fate, cautiously parted her fingers from her face to steal a glance through the gaps. Above the spirit vessel, a young man stood poised in the air. The man before her, with his dark complexion and coarse cloth attire, wielded a pickaxe, resembling a miner who had just emerged from the depths of the earth. Yet, the two iron golems that had nearly claimed his life now knelt obediently before him, motionless. The young girl widened her eyes, her heart filled with confusion. Who is this individual? He appears to be only a few years older than I am. Dressed like a laborer, could he possibly be the sect leader here? The master of these two iron constructs? As she pondered, her irritation grew. Having been raised in the illustrious divine mechanism city, where her lineage was esteemed and her status revered, she was accustomed to deference from all, even from the inhabitants of the Five Directions demon domain. As the city lord's junior sister, she roamed the Star River realm with an air of authority. Typically, it was she who intimidated others. No one dared to confront her. Yet today, she had merely intended to inspect this minor sect and witness the recently unearthed celestial grade spiritual ore, only to be denied entry and beaten by the two gatekeeping deities, almost to the brink of death. How had she, Mu Yuqing, ever endured such indignity? The two puppets were mere mindless sentinels, unworthy of her time. Now that the true master had arrived, she was determined to reclaim her dignity. Resolving herself, she stood tall, brushed the dust from her skirt, placed her hands on her hips, and raised her chin defiantly. Hey, are you the sect leader here? How have you trained these two brutes to be so ruthless? She pointed at the damaged flying vessel, her voice sharp and piercing. Look at what you've done to my spirit ship. If I don't receive an explanation today, I won't let this go. The one who had commanded the two divine sentinels was, of course, Lin Yan. After consuming several Tai Qinghua pills, his perceptive abilities had transcended those of an ordinary nascent soul practitioner. Therefore, when he shattered the stone with his 9 nether earth-splitting pick, he sensed an intruder approaching the mountain. He had delayed his appearance, wanting to assess the response capabilities of the two sentinels and ascertain the identity of the intruder. Upon seeing the feisty young girl before him, Lin Yan couldn't help but smile. It must be said, her beauty was striking, appearing to be around 16 or 17. Her skin was as pale as snow, and the soot that now marred it only enhanced her liveliness. Her round, apricot-shaped eyes widened, the outer corners slightly raised, complementing her elegantly arched willow-like brows, giving her the appearance of an irritable little cat. She struck a pose as if to accuse, her slender neck held high, revealing delicate collarbones, yet her cherubic face lent her an air of innocent charm, especially when she stood on tiptoe, attempting to amplify her presence. The hem of her skirt revealed a pair of embroidered shoes in a soft lotus hue, adorned with golden threads, accentuating her youthful exuberance. In terms of sheer beauty, this girl was slightly less striking than Qin. However, the spirited and willful aura she exuded possessed a unique allure, distinctly contrasting with the resolute and decisive demeanor of Qin, showcasing two entirely different styles. Should she be taken on as a disciple, this girl's beauty would undoubtedly meet the system's standards. Yet, to this day, no prompt for apprenticeship had been issued. It was likely because this girl already had a mentor. Alas, what a pity. Meanwhile, on Mu Yuqing's side, she noticed that the man, reminiscent of a miner, was not responding to her. Instead, he fixed her with an enigmatic gaze, a smile playing on his lips that only deepened her discomfort. The weight of his scrutinizing look sent shivers down her spine, and a sense of unease began to creep into her heart. Gazing into Lin Yan's smiling eyes, an unsettling thought emerged in her mind. Is this person unwell? Why does he keep staring at me like that? His gaze. Why is it so strange? Could it be he has taken a liking to me and is contemplating some ill intentions? Chapter 49. How much are these spirit stones worth? The moment this thought crossed her mind, Mu Yuqing's heart raced, and she instinctively took a step back. Her hands protectively clasped over her chest, her almond-shaped eyes warily fixed on Lin Yan. I must warn you, do not act recklessly. Her voice quivered slightly as she endeavored to imbue her threat with greater gravitas. I hail from the divine mechanism city, even if I am naturally beautiful. I am not someone you can aspire to. If you dare lay a finger on me, our divine mechanism city will not let you go. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan finally snapped back to reality. He reined in his smile, standing calmly before Mu Yuqing with his hands clasped behind his back, and replied nonchalantly. What is the divine mechanism city? Is it truly that impressive? Ah? Mu Yuqing's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had just heard something utterly preposterous. She regarded Lin Yan as if he were a primitive savage isolated from the world. You don't even know about the divine mechanism city. How did you attain such cultivation? Lin Yan was too indifferent to concern himself with the startled girl or the so-called divine mechanism city. His gaze fell upon the 3 celestial artifacts she carried, and his eyes gleamed with interest. With a flick of his fingertip, a stream of spiritual energy as delicate as a thread spiraled around her. In the next instant, the 3 dim celestial artifacts were drawn towards him, settling firmly in his palm. Hey! Mu Yuqing hurriedly reached out to grasp them, but found only emptiness. Seeing Lin Yan turn to leave with her artifacts, her shock and fury bubbled over. What do you mean by this? You not only damaged my spirit boat, but also took my treasures. Is there no sense of reason here? Reason? Lin Yan glanced back at her with a cold smirk. You trespassed upon my mountain gate without my permission. It is already a mercy that I did not allow my guardian puppets to dispose of you. And you dare speak of reason? These artifacts of yours are rather fine. Consider them compensation for my losses. Remember, do not recklessly invade others' domains, lest you lose your life for nothing. You, scoundrel. Mu Yuqing's face flushed with indignation. Throughout her life, it was the first time she encountered someone who dared to openly bully her after she had revealed her identity. Moreover, he had never even heard of the divine mechanism city. Was he truly ignorant, or was he feigning madness? I'll tell you. Faced with Lin Yan's dismissive demeanor, Mu Yuqing's temper flared completely. She clenched her silver teeth, hands on her hips, and with her delicate fingers pointed at Lin Yan, she gritted her teeth and declared, Return my 3 artifacts immediately and fix my spirit boat. Today's incident will be forgiven. Otherwise what? Lin Yan glanced at the 2 imposing divine generals beside him. Once again, I glanced at the little girl standing upon the dilapidated spirit vessel, and a sudden wave of amusement washed over me. You think you can actually defeat me? The words of Mu Yuqing, provoked by Lin Yan, ignited a fiery rage within her. Her almond-shaped eyes widened, and her delicate face flushed crimson. You have forced my hand. As her voice trailed off, she swiftly formed hand seals, her surrounding spiritual energy surging wildly. A blinding golden light coalesced at her fingertips, transforming midair into a 3-foot-long golden sword. The craftsmanship of heaven. Slaying immortals. The golden sword, imbued with a fierce sword aura, thrust directly toward Lin Yan's face, its strike carrying the formidable might of the nascent soul stage. Lin Yan raised an eyebrow, surprised to discover that the girl possessed such abilities. However, he remained motionless, merely lifting his left hand. And a translucent shield materialized instantly before him. This was an active skill granted by the system, the spiritual energy shield, which he had yet to test. Facing the girl's strike, it was the perfect opportunity to gauge the shield's efficacy. Bang! The golden sword collided with the spiritual energy shield, producing a deafening explosion. Surprisingly, the sword did not dissipate. Instead, it began to whirl rapidly upon the shield's surface, attempting to breach the defense. This technique is rather intriguing, Lin Yan thought. A flicker of admiration crossing his eyes, though he soon shook his head. Unfortunately for you, encountering the system's gifted spiritual energy shield will surely lead to failure. Just as he contemplated this, the shield rippled, rebounding the golden sword back unchanged. Even more astonishingly, the rebounded sword aura was threefold more potent than before. What? Mu Yuqing gasped in horror, scrambling to evade, but it was too late. Boom. The golden sword aura struck her squarely, launching her from the spirit vessel. Her petite form traced a parabolic arc through the air, plummeting directly toward the back mountain of Wuji Dao. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the valley, startling a flock of birds into flight. At that moment, Lin Yan stood in stunned silence. He had merely intended to test the spiritual energy shield and impart a lesson to the girl. He had not anticipated the rebound's overwhelming power. Surely, she cannot be dead. He rubbed his nose, muttering to himself. Subsequently, he transformed into a streak of light, darting towards the back mountain. Meanwhile, amidst a thicket on the back mountain of Wuji Dao. Ouch! Mu Yuqing lay sprawled in the underbrush. Her splendid gown torn and tattered by the branches, her hair disheveled. Struggling to prop herself up, she felt as though her very bones were about to dislocate. That scoundrel! How dare he? She cursed through gritted teeth when her right hand suddenly brushed against a chilling object, laboriously turning her head. She was met with the sight of a colossal, crystalline ore. The ore measured 7 feet wide and over 10 feet tall, its surface shimmering with an enchanting, dreamlike array of colors. Even more astonishingly, within the ore, there appeared to be a swirling nebula, at times coalescing into mysterious and profound patterns, and at other moments dispersing into a myriad of dazzling points of light. This is... She trembled and withdrew her hand, only to discover that her fingertips had been tainted with several strands of tangible spiritual energy. This energy lingered around her fingertips, emanating an extraordinarily pure wave of energy. Is this the etheric void crystal? Mu Yuqing exclaimed, momentarily forgetting the pain coursing through her body. As an elder of the divine mechanism city, she was acutely aware of the immense value of this mineral. The etheric void crystal, a celestial grade ore. According to ancient texts, this substance must be nurtured in the essence of the sun and moon, bathed in the celestial rains of the 9 heavens for a millennium, and further sculpted by the rhythms of the heavenly way, before it can coalesce in the mist of spirit, due to its profound nurturing by the heavenly rhythms. The ore harbors the essence of perpetual vitality, making it an exceptional material for crafting top-tier defensive artifacts and healing relics. 3 years prior, the Purple Maple Valley and the Lingxiao Jade Mansion, 2 of the 7 sacred lands, had engaged in a fierce bidding war over 3 palm-sized etheric void crystals at a trading alliance auction, ultimately fetching a staggering price of 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. And this piece before her, its size was utterly terrifying. It was estimated to weigh at least several tens of thousands of gene. Several tens of thousands of gene of etheric void crystal. Even Mu Yuqing, well-versed and experienced, felt a shiver run down her spine. For a moment, she even forgot to breathe. Just how many spirit stones could this possibly be worth? Chapter 50. Almost a den of thieves. Mu Yuqing gently caressed the icy surface of the mineral, feeling the surging spiritual energy coursing through her veins. Her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Simultaneously, a fierce desire surged within her. No, I must hasten to bring it back. This piece of Taishu Xianjing is simply too massive, large enough to drive the entire realm of cultivation into a frenzy. If she could transport it back to the city of divine mechanisms, not only would those haughty elders be astonished, but even her typically composed elder brother, the city lord, would likely stare in wide-eyed disbelief. Her standing in the city of divine mechanisms was exalted, her lineage prestigious, and none dared show her disrespect. Yet, she understood that behind their reverence lay a sense of condescension. particularly among the elders, who, while outwardly courteous, privately regarded her as a mere child prone to mischief. Though they tolerated her, they never truly held her in esteem. However, possessing this piece of Taishu Xinjing would equate to her achieving a monumental feat for the sect. Humph, who would dare look down upon her then? With this thought, Mu Yuqing waved her delicate hand towards the Taishu Xinjing, swiftly storing it within her Shumi ring. Despite having endured a beating in this wretched place and losing 3 celestial artifacts, acquiring such a substantial piece of Taishu Xinjing was undoubtedly a tremendous gain. Elated, she was about to turn and leave when a languid voice drifted from behind her. Little girl, not only did you trespass into the mountain gate, but you also dared to pilfer someone else's spiritual mineral? Is this how your elders in the sect have taught you? Mu Yuqing turned to see Lin Yan hovering in midair, a smirk playing on his lips. Not this annoying fellow again. She shot him a fierce glare. Subsequently, she secretly retrieved a completely verdant jade shuttle from her Shumi ring. This item, known as the Breaking Boundary Green Shuttle, was a treasure surpassing celestial artifacts. Upon activation, it allowed instantaneous travel across vast distances, gifted to her by the city lord on the day she became his apprentice, intended for her protection. It was her last resort. However, with this treasure in hand, even if this irritating fellow were as formidable as her elder brother, a powerhouse of the Great Ascension realm, he would not be able to detain her. With this thought, a glimmer of cunning flashed in Mu Yuqing's eyes. Raising her chin defiantly, she declared to Lin Yan, "What if I've stolen your spiritual mineral? Can you stop me from leaving?" As she spoke, she channeled her spiritual energy into the jade shuttle. According to precedent, the shuttle should have erupted with green light, whisking her away in an instant. However, the shuttle lay motionless in her palm, utterly inert. Huh? Mu Yuqing's expression shifted slightly, and she hastily infused more spiritual energy. Yet, the shuttle remained unresponsive, akin to an ordinary piece of jade. Even more alarming, after several failed attempts, she suddenly felt her limbs grow weak, as if all her strength had been siphoned away. In a flurry, she turned her attention inward towards her energy sea, only to realize that her spiritual power was as frozen as ice, remaining utterly unresponsive no matter how she urged it. Even the nascent soul, seated within the energy sea, had its eyes tightly shut, as if plunged into a deep slumber. Hey! Mu Yuqing finally lost her composure. Her voice tinged with tremor. She widened her almond-shaped eyes, gazing incredulously at Lin Yan. What sorcery have you cast upon me? My treasures and spiritual power, why? Why can I not use them? Lin Yan leisurely took over the conversation, a mischievous glint dancing in his eyes. He was still within the 3-year novice protection period granted by the system. During this time, not only was this young girl in the nascent soul stage insignificant, even a true immortal descending to his domain would be but a mortal. Did she dare to invade his mountain and pilfer his spiritual mines? She had certainly chosen the wrong place. With a playful smirk, Lin Yan flipped his palm, and a beam of spiritual light shot forth like a soaring dragon, instantly coiling around Mu Yuqing's slender waist. With a gentle tug of his long fingers, she was lifted into the air, utterly beyond her control. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. The powerless Mu Yuqing struggled in vain, resembling a salted fish on a chopping board, entirely at Lin Yan's mercy. Lin Yan leisurely observed the flailing girl suspended in midair, a glimmer of mischief in his gaze. Originally, I was willing to overlook your trespassing and the theft of your 3 celestial treasures. However, not only did you fail to show restraint, but you also dared to steal my spiritual mines on my mountain. In that case, he dusted off his sleeves with deliberate slowness. I must apologize. If I do not teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders, I would not be worthy of my position as a sect leader. How dare you lecture me? Do you know who I am? She retorted defiantly. I am from the city of divine machinery. The current lord of the city is my senior brother. If you do not release me, our city will surely. Mu Yuqing shouted fiercely at Lin Yan. Yet, he remained unfazed by her threats, calmly carrying her back to the sect. Seeing Lin Yan's indifference toward the city of divine machinery, and realizing she had no means of resistance in his grasp, Mu Yuqing could only submit to his whims. The thought of being taken back and enduring who knows what kind of torment made the once arrogant girl feel a pang of fear. To her surprise, she felt a rush of emotion swell within her, and she began to cry out loud. Ah, immortal, kind sir, I understand my mistake. I beg you, please let me go. I should not have trespassed your mountain. I should not have stolen your spiritual mines. I will return your mines. I no longer want my 3 treasures, and I will not demand compensation for the spiritual vessel. Please let me go. I will never dare again. How curious. Lin Yan replied with a smirk. Just a moment ago, you were quite the formidable one. Now, you are aware of fear? Flying ahead. Lin Yan cast a sidelong glance at the girl. Subsequently, he smirked and remarked, "If you had known earlier, it wouldn't be too late to admit your mistake. Now that you're crying, it's far too late. I shall teach you a lesson today." As he spoke, he had already soared with Mu Yuqing to the dwelling quarters of their disciples. At that moment, Qin Yu was tending to the frail Luo Li within the room. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing Lin Yan dragging a disheveled young girl inside. Though her attire was lavish, she now appeared utterly disheveled, weeping inconsolably, as if she had suffered a grave injustice. This spectacle startled Qin Yu. "Master, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Yan carelessly tossed the girl onto an empty bed and explained, "A little thief attempted to pilfer from our spiritual mine on the back mountain, and I apprehended her. Now, she is begging for mercy. Bind this individual here for a while. Let her reflect on her actions." After uttering these words, he rubbed his temples and couldn't help but grumble, "Damn it, capturing thieves every day. My Wuji sect is becoming a den of thieves. It seems we must enhance our security measures further." Chapter 51 The Secrets of the Room. After Lin Yan finished his instructions, he departed from the room. Qin Yu obediently followed Lin Yan's orders and bound Mu Yuqing. Despite her fierce struggles during the binding, the loss of her spiritual power rendered her no match for Qin Yu, and it wasn't long before she was securely restrained. You are all bandits, highwaymen." With her hands tied, Mu Yuqing glared at Qin Yu with reddened eyes, anger flaring up again as she spat through gritted teeth. "If my senior brother finds out how you are treating me, he will not let you off easily. Our divine mechanism city will surely flatten this place." Divine mechanism city? Qin Yu was taken aback by Mu Yuqing's words. Unlike Lin Yan, she was not a traveler from another world. Having practiced since childhood, she understood the significance of divine mechanism city that Mu Yuqing spoke of. Thus, after hearing her words, she inhaled sharply and questioned Mu Yuqing with uncertainty. "Are you referring to the divine mechanism city, one of the 7 holy lands, renowned for its mastery in the art of crafting?" Seeing the name of her sect finally garner some reaction, Mu Yuqing's face brightened with a hint of pride. Her small visage lifted, exuding a touch of haughtiness as she affirmed, "Indeed, it is one of the 7 holy lands, divine mechanism city. Now you are beginning to feel apprehensive, aren't you?" Qin Yu was secretly astonished. This girl is actually from a holy land? How absurd that a disciple of such a prestigious sect would come to our back mountain to steal spiritual ore. Furthermore, if I recall correctly, there isn't even any spiritual ore on the back mountain. However, upon further reflection, she concluded that since her master deemed her a thief, she must indeed be one. Her master would never be mistaken. Thus, she chose to ignore Mu Yuqing and focused on caring for the feeble Luo Li. Mu Yuqing had anticipated that revealing her identity would elicit a complete shift in Qin Yu's demeanor. To her dismay, the other merely displayed a momentary surprise before returning to her tasks as if nothing had happened. This stark contrast left Mu Yuqing feeling a sense of suffocation in her chest. Once again glaring at Qin Yu, she exclaimed fiercely, "Hey, are you deaf? I am from Divine Mechanism City, one of the 7 holy lands. The current city lord is my esteemed senior brother. You have bound me, and you have landed yourselves in serious trouble. Do you understand? Do you realize the consequences of treating me this way? Release me at once." Upon hearing Mu Yuqing's claims, Qin Yu chuckled softly and shook her head. "You little girl, even in your predicament, you still refuse to speak the truth. If you claim to be an ordinary disciple from Divine Mechanism City, I might believe you to some extent. But to assert that you are the city lord's junior sister is simply ludicrous. The lord of the Divine Mechanism City is the master of the sacred land, a powerful being who has cultivated for thousands of years to reach the Mahayana realm. His master has likely passed away over a millennium ago. How could there possibly be such a young junior sister like you? Even if you wish for my release, fabricating lies is not the way. I speak only the truth." Upon hearing this, Mu Yuqing grew anxious. "The current lord of the Divine Mechanism City is indeed my senior brother. He took me in as his disciple on behalf of his master. If you do not believe me, you may inquire at our city. Furthermore, I possess a token from the Divine Mechanism City that attests to my identity." As she spoke, she attempted to search for the token on her person, but her hands were bound, leaving her to struggle in vain. In her desperation, a sheen of sweat appeared on her forehead. "Enough. I suggest you conserve your strength," Qin Yu remarked, casting another glance at Mu Yuqing, speaking slowly and deliberately. "The one who has imprisoned you is my master, and unless he commands otherwise, no one dares to let you go. Even if you truly are the junior sister of the sacred land's master, it matters not. You should simply remain here quietly." "Very well. How splendid." Mu Yuqing trembled with rage, the glistening beads of sweat trickling down her flushed cheeks. "If my status does not intimidate you, it seems your little Wuji Dao sect possesses quite the audacity. Qin Yu merely smiled faintly in response, offering no words. Just as Mu Yuqing was about to erupt again, her pupils suddenly contracted sharply. She realized that this chamber was not an ordinary room, but rather an extraordinary place. As the direct disciple of the Lord of the Divine Mechanism City, Mu Yuqing's perception of rare materials is unparalleled in this era. At this moment, she was astonished to discover that every single green brick in the chamber radiated the essence of the Tao, and each dark tile concealed the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. Through her spiritual vision, these seemingly mundane building materials emitted a resplendent glow, with intricate Tao patterns naturally etched upon the bricks in the corners, and the roof tiles forming a small world of their own. This was no mere chamber. It was an unparalleled sanctuary resonating with the Tao, a sacred ground for enlightenment that countless cultivators from the River of Stars could scarcely hope to find in their lifetimes. Moreover, ordinary cultivators might only sense the fluctuations of Tao contained within these materials. Yet, with her keen insight, she discerned even deeper truths. Those materials capable of spontaneously manifesting the rhythms of the Tao must be at least of celestial quality, perhaps even reaching the legendary divine quality. In other words, the bricks and tiles used to construct this dwelling were all of celestial grade or higher, and might have even attained the status of divine minerals. This. Mu Yuqing's breath quickened uncontrollably, her chest rising and falling violently. To construct a house with such an abundance of celestial and even divine minerals? What sort of jest is this? How could such absurdity exist in this world? Even if she were to exhaust all the resources of her esteemed and ingenious sect, it would be utterly impossible to achieve this. In comparison to this chamber, Mu Yuqing suddenly felt that the vast piece of void mysterious crystal she had previously been so anxious about was nothing but a farce. What is this place? Mu Yuqing opened her mouth, feeling her throat parched, rendering her momentarily speechless. The haughty demeanor she once possessed diminished in an instant. Hearing her inquiry, Qin Yu replied softly, "This is the Wuji Dao, and it was our sect leader, my master, who brought you here." With a tone akin to soothing a child, she gently continued, "My master is actually quite benevolent. You do not strike me as someone who engages in reckless behavior when you next meet my master. If you sincerely apologize, he should forgive you. However, please refrain from trespassing into other sects and stealing their possessions in the future." Wuji Dao. Wuji Dao. Mu Yuqing murmured the name, lost in thought. Meanwhile, at the Immortal Palace, atop Dongshin Peak, the esteemed Gu Xianzhen sat serenely on a cushion, his Taoist robe billowing without wind. 9 substantial vortices of spiritual energy swirled around him, each exuding the terrifying power of a peak transformation, casting a radiant glow throughout the hall. Surrounding him in a formation resembling the 9 luminaries were the master of Immortal Palace, Zhenren Yushan, the esteemed elder Qingwei Taoist, along with the heads of the other 6 celestial peaks in the inner sect elder Wu Qiyo. Seated at the celestial axis, Zhenren Yushan, at the pinnacle of the Lianshu realm, wielded a whisk made of millennium-old ice silkworm thread, which unfurled like 10,000 strands of silver mist, enveloping the entire pavilion. He cast a sharp gaze over everyone present, his voice resonating like thunder. "Fellow disciples, today marks a significant occasion as Gushiti breaks the mirror and refines the void. It is of utmost importance for our sect, and we must harness the power of the stars in alignment. I implore you all to heed my command and lend your strength to assist Gushiti." Chapter 52, A Forceful Breakthrough. As Yunshanzhenren's voice faded, the 9 elite practitioners of the Immortal Palace simultaneously performed their hand seals. In an instant, the entire Dongshin Peak trembled violently, and 9 resplendent pillars of light surged into the sky, intertwining to form a constellation of the Big Dipper in the heavens. Suddenly, Guxian let out a painful roar, as brilliant golden light erupted from his heavenly spirit, revealing cracks upon his primordial spirit. This was the most perilous tribulation of breaking through the void refinement stage, the shattering of the primordial spirit into formlessness. It required the destruction and reconstitution of a spirit honed over hundreds of years, with the slightest misstep leading to complete annihilation of both body and spirit. The 9 experts from the Immortal Palace, standing vigil at his side, dared not be negligent. As Guxian's primordial spirit fractured, they drew upon their full spiritual power, calling forth the celestial forces to descend and infuse into Guxian's being. However, at that moment, an unexpected anomaly arose. The entire Xianfeng pavilion quaked, and the once brilliant starlight seemed to be obstructed by an invisible barrier, stagnating 3 feet above Guxian's head and transforming into a distorted stream of light. The celestial power could not be smoothly channeled, instead reverberating with a piercing hum in the void, as if the heavens were resisting this breakthrough. The channeling of celestial energy was obstructed. Qingwei Doran's eyes shot open, In the star chart he was deciphering spun wildly, the needle trembling violently at a perilous position. The heavenly pivot star's position shifted, the brilliance of the ZY star became disordered, and the celestial forces could not connect. Everyone looked up. Witnessing the once bright Big Dipper stars being shrouded in a blood-red aura, their light disturbed by an unseen hand, creating a tumultuous flow of spiritual energy around Guxian. Those celestial powers, which should have gently integrated into his being, now acted as uncontrolled blades, carving deep gashes upon Guxian's exterior. This is bad. Wuqiu's complexion changed dramatically. The backlash of celestial energy would tear apart Brother Ji's primordial spirit. Indeed, the protective spiritual light surrounding Guxian began to flicker uncertainly. And signs of disintegration were evident in his primordial spirit. Yushan Jinren made a swift decision, biting his tongue to draw forth 3 drops of his life essence, which transformed into a phoenix apparition in the air, momentarily stabilizing the fracturing primordial spirit. Yet, upon completing this act, Yunshan appeared suddenly aged. "Master!" Wuqiu exclaimed, noticing the gray streaks in Yunshan's hair. "This will deplete your lifespan." But Yushan Jinren had no time to ponder such matters. He reached for the jade belt at his waist, and 3 scarlet fruits, wreathed in 7-colored radiance, materialized in midair. Each fruit was naturally engraved with runes, the legendary Wendaiguo. The elders present from the Immortal Palace gasped in astonishment. The Grand Elder Qingwei Sanin was particularly taken aback, exclaiming, "Yunshan, you would actually be willing to." Yet before he could finish his sentence, Yunshan Jinren had already waved his sleeve and thrust the immortal fruits into Guxian's body. Boom! The entire Chiefeng Pavilion shook violently as Guxian's shattered primordial spirit erupted in a dazzling golden light. Those fragments, nourished by the spiritual energy of the immortal fruits, began to float and reassemble like stars, ultimately transforming into an ethereal manifestation standing 3 inches tall. Outside the pavilion, extraordinary phenomena appeared. As the heavenly path sensed the transformation of the primordial spirit, bestowing auspicious signs, the 9 stars returned to their rightful places. With a thunderous shout from Yushan Jinren, a brilliant golden light erupted simultaneously from the bodies of the 9 masters. The diminutive Dharma avatar grew taller in the wind, swiftly transforming into a 7-foot-tall celestial manifestation, indistinguishable from Guxian's true form. As the final surge of stellar energy flowed in, Guxian Jinren slowly opened his eyes, and within them, the cosmos seemed to revolve. He suppressed the tumult of emotions within and bowed deeply to Yushan Jinren. "Senior brother, your gift of the celestial fruit has enabled me to shatter my primordial spirit and reconstruct my Dharma avatar. This kindness is beyond repayment." "There is no need for such gratitude between brothers," Yushan Jinren interrupted, though a surge of vital energy roiled within him. In his efforts to assist Guxian in breaking through, he had not only consumed 3 Dao fruits but had also sacrificed his own essence, leading to a backlash at this moment. Nevertheless, he endured the discomfort and proclaimed to the heavens, "My junior brother Guxian has successfully broken through to the realm of refining the void. Henceforth, our young Immortal Palace shall boast 2 masters of consecutive realms." Is the saintess satisfied with this outcome? At the very moment Yushan Jinren's words fell, a piercing sword cry resonated from the heavens, reminiscent of a cold spring washing over jade, instantly sweeping across the entire Dongshin Peak. The crowd looked up to see a figure clad in pure white, gracefully descending upon a sword. Her garments fluttered like snow, and with each step, she left behind a trail of frost in the air. When she elegantly landed before the pavilion, they recognized her as the saintess of the Chaos Sword Ruins, Su Qingxue. Su Qingshue's gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on Guxian. With a slight nod, her voice rang out like ice striking stone. "Congratulations, Jinren Gu, on mastering the art of refining the void." Though framed as a congratulatory statement, her words bore no warmth, instead sounding more like a mere declaration of an inconsequential matter. Guxian hurriedly returned the courtesy. "Thank you, Saintess." Su Saintess, the master of the Immortal Palace, Yushan Jinren, fixed his eager gaze upon Su Qingxue. "Now that my junior brother has successfully broken through, shall we find some common ground for our discussions?" Su Qingshue's eyes flickered as they briefly traversed between Yushan Jinren and Guxian, revealing a hint of imperceptible disappointment. Recently, she had been dispatched by her sect to engage in confidential talks with Yushan Jinren regarding a significant matter. However, due to the disparity in the terms proposed by both sides, negotiations had remained stagnant. Yushan Jinren believed that their reluctance to concede stemmed from a disdain for the young Immortal Palace's insufficient strength. Thus, he orchestrated Guxian's public breakthrough to showcase their sect's foundation. Yet, Guxian had only recently entered the realm of transformation, his foundation still tenuous. This forced breakthrough into the refining void was ultimately a flawed attainment. What was even more lamentable was that the esteemed Yunshan Jinren, a master at the 9th level of refining void, had sacrificed his own essence for such an incomplete breakthrough. Was such a tremendous cost truly worthwhile for a fractured state of the refining void? Moreover, in terms of her ambitions, what difference would the addition of another refining void cultivator make for the young Immortal Palace? In the grand scheme of things, it was but a drop in the bucket. Should the esteemed Yunshan Jinren successfully break through to the harmonization stage, there may yet be. Contemplating this, Su Qingxue silently sighed within her heart, yet maintained a facade of composure as she respectfully bowed to Yunshan Jinren and spoke with measured calmness. In this negotiation, Qingxue merely conveys the words of the sect and possesses no authority to make decisions. The matters of today shall be duly reported to the elders, who will determine the course of action. The breakthrough of Guxian Jinren into the realm of Lianshu is indeed a cause for celebration for the Immortal Palace, and I extend my congratulations. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. As her words fell, she transformed into a streak of cool sword light, vanishing swiftly into the mist. Observing Su Qingxue's indifferent demeanor regarding Guxian's breakthrough, the expressions of those present grew decidedly somber. Consequently, as soon as Su Qingxue departed, the venerable Master Jingyan of Xian Peak let out a scoff, her face etched with indignation. Merely a waning holy land. What is there to be so arrogant about? A few months prior, when Su Qingxue first arrived at the Cloud K Immortal Palace, Yunshan Jinren had summoned the upper echelons, those now gathered, to announce the imminent awakening of the Immortal Palace's dragon vein. Upon hearing this news, the assembly was initially filled with unrestrained joy, believing it to be a fortuitous opportunity that could elevate the Immortal Palace to the ranks of the Holy Lands. However, as discussions deepened, a gradual calmness settled over the crowd, leading them to realize the hidden perils lurking behind this opportunity. Chapter 53. As the spiritual veins are about to awaken, the Holy Land faces its twilight indeed. The allure of the dragon veins is irresistible to all cultivation sects across the realm. When the dragon veins awaken, the Yunke Immortal Palace is bound to encounter a tempest of blood and strife. Given the current strength of the Immortal Palace, the notion of withstanding this calamity alone to preserve both the sect's foundation and the dragon veins is nothing short of a fool's dream. The most prudent course of action would be to forge an alliance with a powerful sect, seeking their protection to navigate this perilous ordeal, and subsequently share in the benefits of the dragon veins. However, the cost of such an alliance may result in the ancient Yunke Immortal Palace, with its millennia-old heritage, being subsumed under a larger sect, or at the very least, relegated to the status of a vassal. In such a scenario, the storied Yunke Immortal Palace may very well cease to exist. Yet, for the present members of the Immortal Palace, this arrangement might be viewed as a fortunate turn of events. After all, which sects are the most formidable in the Star River realm? Naturally, they are the 7 great holy lands. By seizing this opportunity to align with a holy land, they could not only bask in the glory of being disciples of a revered sect, but also gain access to resources far surpassing what they currently possess. Thus, they weighed their options among the 7 holy lands and ultimately selected the Chaotic Sword Ruins as their preferred partner. The rationale for choosing the Chaotic Sword Ruins was not due to its strength, but rather because it is currently grappling with an unprecedented crisis. A decade ago, the sect master of the Chaotic Sword Ruins, Su Yuan, ascended to the true immortal realm after overcoming the tribulations of the Great Ascension. This should have been a moment of great celebration for the sect, yet it sowed the seeds of disaster. The most immediate consequence was the loss of the sect's sole combatant at the Great Ascension level. Without the protection of such a formidable figure, the old adversaries of the Sword Ruins began to stir. Seizing the opportunity, various demonic entities launched several surprise attacks on the Chaotic Sword Ruins, resulting in injuries to 2 of the elders at the integration stage. More critically, to withstand the tribulations of ascension, Su Yuan was compelled to draw upon the spiritual energy of the sect's ancestral veins. This led to a devastating decline in the vitality of the spiritual veins following the monumental tribulation, causing the aura of spiritual energy to wane. And even the core area's spiritual springs began to run dry. Once lush and vibrant, the Sword Tomb's secret realm is now a desolate shadow of its former self, with the sword chi dimmed. Meanwhile, the other holy lands, which should have been allies, took advantage of the situation to pillage the Sword Ruin's spiritual mineral resources. The Xiantian Pavilion seized the Zishu sword veins, while the Lingxiao Jade Palace forcibly occupied the Jiuyo Cold Iron Mine. The current state of the Chaotic Sword Ruins can be described as precarious, teetering on the brink of ruin. If it continues down this path, The chaotic sword ruins will inevitably lose its status as a holy land. The awakening of the dragon veins within the Yunke Immortal Palace represents the sole opportunity for the chaotic sword ruins to reclaim its former glory. Only by seizing this once-in-a-lifetime chance to occupy the dragon veins at the moment of their awakening and relocating the sect's foundation atop them can the chaotic sword ruins hope to weather this impending catastrophe. It is precisely because they recognize the unparalleled value of this opportunity that they ultimately chose to collaborate with the chaotic sword ruins. For the other holy lands, claiming a new dragon vein would merely be an embellishment. For the chaotic sword ruins, it is a vital lifeline. Indeed, for other sacred places, it is merely an embellishment. Yet for the chaos sword ruins, it is a timely boon. Given the nature of such a boon, it is only natural to demand a fair price. Seeking advantages from the sword ruins is entirely reasonable. As anticipated, following their discussions with the chaos sword ruins, Su Qingxue was promptly dispatched to the Immortal Palace to negotiate related matters. However, the terms proposed by the sword ruins consistently failed to meet their satisfaction. The conditions stipulated that upon the awakening of the dragon vein, the Yunke Immortal Palace would merge with the chaos sword ruins into one faction. They would retain 3 of the 7 celestial peaks originally belonging to the Yunke Immortal Palace, with the former sect leader, Yunsen Jinren, the esteemed elder Qingwei Daren, and the instructor of Dongshin Peak, Guxian Jinren, serving as elders of the chaos sword ruins. In exchange, the sword ruins would be required to assist in safeguarding the spiritual vein during the dragon vein's awakening. Yet, Su Qingxue perceived their demands as exorbitant. She agreed to allocate only 1 celestial peak to the Yunke Immortal Palace, along with a single elder position, asserting that this concession was already the utmost limit of the sword ruins' elders. At the core of the issue lay the stark reality of the Yunke Immortal Palace's feeble strength. Only Yunsen Jinren, at the 9th layer of the void refinement stage, could be considered formidable, while the other elders were merely at the incarnation realm. This implied that even in an alliance, during the inevitable disputes that would arise with the emergence of the dragon vein, the primary combat capability would rest entirely upon the sword ruins. The cultivators of the Yunke Immortal Palace were nearly incapable of offering any substantial assistance. In other words, collaborating with them would seem to sacrifice 6 celestial peaks, while in reality, they would be the beneficiaries, as they could not safeguard even a single peak on their own. Due to the vast disparity in the conditions proposed by both parties, negotiations reached an impasse. To break this stalemate and solidify arrangements before the awakening of the dragon vein, Yunsen decided to compel Guxian, who had just attained the 9th layer of the god transformation stage, to force a breakthrough, allowing Su Qingxue to witness the power of the Immortal Palace. Unexpectedly, Su Qingxue exhibited a remarkably indifferent demeanor towards Guxian's ascension. "Master, this is unacceptable," exclaimed Master Jing in indignation, then turned to Yunsen Jinren with a solemn fist salute. "In my opinion, the Chaos Sword ruins demonstrate a complete lack of sincerity. We might as well seek negotiations with other sacred places, if they offer more favorable terms. There is no need for us to persist in collaborating with the Chaos Sword ruins." Yunsen Jinren pondered deeply upon hearing this before responding gravely. "The matter of cooperation is of utmost significance. We must not act in haste. I shall approach Su Qingxue for further discussions later. If they remain obstinate, we shall reconsider our options at this point." He took a deep breath, revealing signs of fatigue. "Having just expended my own essence to aid junior brother Guxian in his breakthrough, I must return to rest and recuperate. As for the celebrations for junior brother Guxian, you may arrange them as you see fit." No sooner had he spoken than Yunsen Jinren transformed into a wisp of breeze, gracefully departing. After Yushan departed, the others also lost their celebratory spirit, hastily offering their congratulations to Guxian before gradually dispersing. Not long after the crowd left Dongshin Peak, a young man clad in a blue disciple's robe entered Tianfeng Pavilion, his face beaming with joy as he knelt before Guxian, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Master, on breaking through to the realm of refinement. From this day forth, you shall be the second most prominent figure in our Immortal Palace." The newcomer was none other than Guxian's most cherished disciple, Qi Yunfei, who had now attained the 1st layer of the nascent soul stage, distinguishing himself among the disciples of the Yunke Immortal Palace. Guxian cast a glance at Qi Yunfei, who was kneeling before him, and felt a surge of delight. Although negotiations between the Immortal Palace and the Sword Ruins had reached an impasse, his breakthrough in the refinement realm was indeed a substantial cause for celebration. For him, this was an event of monumental significance. While the refinement realm may not be flawless, what of it? With diligent cultivation and the assistance of rare materials to mend his foundation, given time, he would surely perfect this incomplete realm. Chapter 54. The Arrival of a New Disciple. All right, Qi Yunfei, rise. Gu Xian sat upright on the mat. A gentle wave of his sleeve conjuring a soft stream of spiritual energy that steadily lifted Qi Yunfei, although he maintained a stern demeanor before his disciple. He could hardly conceal the joy of having recently achieved a breakthrough in the refinement of emptiness within his heart. The swiftness of my advancement is, on one hand, due to the unwavering support of the sect leader and esteemed elders. More importantly, it is rooted in the foundation I have diligently cultivated over these several centuries. You, having practiced for merely 70 years, have already reached the realm of the nascent soul, a remarkable feat among the younger generation of the Immortal Palace. However, you must recognize that the path of cultivation is long and arduous. Only through steadfast dedication, akin to my own, can one be deemed worthy of shouldering the responsibilities of our sect. Do you understand? Disciple understands, Qi Yunfei replied respectfully, his voice earnest. Your relentless pursuit of cultivation has always been a guiding light on my path. Good, very good. Observing his disciple's obedience, Gu Xian felt a sense of satisfaction. He nodded slightly, his tone softening. In the coming days, the outer sect will be selecting a considerable number of new disciples, and many talented individuals are expected to apply. In your spare time, it would be prudent to observe and assess. Should you encounter individuals of exceptional potential, take note of them. When they enter the inner sect, I shall directly accept them under my tutelage at Dongxian Peak. As he spoke, a hint of regret flickered across Gu Xian's brow. In my fervor for cultivation over the years, I have neglected the matter of accepting disciples, resulting in many promising candidates being recruited by other peaks. Now that I have stepped into the refinement of emptiness, it is indeed time for Dongxian Peak to nurture some outstanding disciples. Disciple will comply with your wishes, Qi Yunfei said, bowing deeply to Gu Xian. Gu Xian waved his hand again, saying, enough. I have just broken through and require a moment of rest. If you have no further matters, you may withdraw. Yes, Qi Yunfei replied, bowing once more before retreating from Tianfeng Pavilion with measured steps. Once the door was softly closed, Gu Xian finally shut his eyes, entering a state of meditation, a faint spiritual light radiating from his being. Days later, in the square before the Wuji Dao Hall, the jade-green ground shimmered under the sun, and two graceful figures danced amidst the central plaza, their spiritual energies colliding in a whirlwind of power. Be careful, junior sister. With a warning from one of the figures, a heavy sword struck the jade surface, causing the entire square to tremble. The two engaged in combat within the plaza were none other than Qin Yu and Luo Li. A few days prior, Lin Yan had replenished Luo Li's spiritual energy, expended in the refinement of the Tai Chi Hua pill, using the enlightenment fruit. He then imparted the system reward, the Shumi Spirit Armor 9 Calamities Sutra, to Luo Li. Much like the 8 Desolations Battle Decision, which perfectly suited Qin Yu's undying divine phoenix body. This celestial-level technique aligned seamlessly with Luo Li's devouring spirit and pill body. In merely half a month of cultivation, Luo Li had successfully advanced this celestial technique to the 3rd level, marking a significant achievement. Thus, Lin Yan instructed the two of them to engage in a friendly spar in the square to assess the practical efficacy of this extraordinary technique. Qin Yu, wielding a sword with one hand, donned a flowing red garment, while the radiant golden light of the undying divine phoenix body enveloped her. Suddenly, she spun around, her heavy sword sweeping forth, imbued with the blazing essence of phoenix fire. Sister, beware the sword. Even before the sword reached her, the scorching wave of heat made Luo Li break into a sweat. The plump girl hurriedly formed seals, and layers of jade-like spiritual armor materialized before her. The armor, conjured from the 9 Calamities Sutra of the Shumi armor, shimmered with peculiar patterns. Unfortunately, her limited cultivation at the 2nd level of foundation establishment meant the armor only covered half her body, resembling a patched turtle shell. Clang! The heavy sword struck the spiritual armor, causing Luo Li's round face to jiggle violently as the bricks beneath her feet cracked. The 3 layers of armor she was adorned with shattered spectacularly. Sister, your sword is far too heavy. Luo Li grimaced, suddenly inhaling deeply. Swallowing the fragments of the broken armor, this was the profound essence of the devouring spirit, refining pill physique. Qin Yu's eyes sparkled, the momentum of her sword shifted dramatically, the tip like a phoenix pecking directly at the center. This seemingly simple move concealed the overwhelming force born from the fusion of the 8 Desolations Battle Decision and the undying divine phoenix body. I concede. Luo Li executed a lazy roll, narrowly evading Qin Yu's strike, yet the searing sword aura still scorched her, eliciting cries of distress. She plopped down on the ground, waving her hands in surrender. No more. The heat from my sister is simply unbearable. If this continues, I shall truly become a roasted pig." Upon hearing Luo Li's words, the 5 little foxes behind Lin Yan stifled laughter. However, Lin Yan's gaze remained fixed on Luo Li. He observed that after swallowing the armor fragments, her spiritual energy appeared noticeably denser than before. Should she reconstitute her armor at this moment? Its defensive strength would likely see considerable enhancement. This must be the special effect arising from the amalgamation of the devouring spirit. Refining Pill Physique in the 9 Calamities Sutra of the Shumi armor, he mused inwardly. Subsequently, he addressed Qinyu and Luo Li. "If you choose not to continue, then so be it. The disparity in your cultivation levels is too great. If you were to exert her full strength, victory would be assured in mere moments," rendering this sparring session devoid of meaningful insights. As he spoke, he retrieved a jade slip emanating a green glow from his robe. A couple of days ago, Zhao Tianba conveyed news that the first batch of female disciples he has been scouting for us is expected to arrive at the sect today. As future senior sisters to them, you two should descend the mountain to welcome them. Upon concluding his words, he tossed the jade slip to Qinyu. She gracefully caught it with a fluid motion and, with utmost obedience, bowed to Lin Yan, stating, "I shall attend to this matter at once." With that, she elegantly took hold of Luo Li, departing the square like a phoenix unfurling its wings. After Qinyu and the others departed, Lin Yan turned and made his way towards the quarters where his disciples resided. The female thief they had apprehended previously had already been confined there for some time. According to Ware, the girl had become considerably more docile. Although she possessed beauty, it seemed evident that she had a mentor and could not be accepted as a disciple. Her presence here served little purpose. If she truly submitted, it would be best to release her. At the foot of the Immortal Palace, the crossroads where Lin Yan had frequently set up a stall to recruit disciples a few months prior was now bustling with activity. A group of disciples clad in pristine white robes stood imperiously on the stone steps, their disdainful gazes sweeping over the throngs of seekers below. Leading them was a female disciple adorned in a flowing yellow robe, her figure graceful and her visage striking, yet her eyes harbored a subtle, venomous allure. The scale of this outer sect recruitment was indeed substantial. A disciple with a sharp face remarked, "I heard from Elder Imo that they intend to recruit over 300 individuals. To recruit so many at once, are they not inviting mediocrity among the ranks? Is this not a blemish on the reputation of our Immortal Palace?" A round-faced disciple scoffed. The reason for such a large recruitment is undoubtedly in preparation for the martial assembly of the 5 sects in over 2 years. It is said that this event will be grand in scale, with sects from other provinces, apart from our Muyun state, eager to participate. Even the Holy Land intends to witness the proceedings. As he spoke, a hint of mockery glimmered in his eyes. Such a grand affair will certainly require many menial workers. Thus, recruiting additional hands at this juncture is merely a means of securing labor for the occasion. After the martial assembly concludes, many of those admitted will surely be expelled from the sect. "Oh, I see," the sharp-faced disciple exclaimed, then disdainfully surveyed the crowd below. How pitiful these newly admitted souls must be. They may genuinely believe they are embarking on the path to immortality. At this moment, he leaned closer to the yellow-robed woman, a sycophantic smile gracing his features. "Sister Warner, with your discerning eye, how many among this batch do you believe possess genuine potential?" Chapter 55. What? Are you all going to take Lin Yan as your master? The disciple with the sharp face who referred to Jiang Wana as senior sister was none other than Jiang Wana herself. Recently, Jiang Wana successfully broke through to the 9th level of foundation establishment, forming her golden core and becoming an inner disciple of the Immortal Palace. At this moment, she donned the yellow robe that symbolized her status as an inner disciple. With a detached gaze, Jiang Wana scanned the bustling crowd below the stone steps, her voice carrying a trace of disdain. From what she observed, they were nothing but mundane mortals, devoid of even a hint of celestial affinity. Upon hearing her words, the sharp-faced disciple immediately flattered her with a sycophantic smile. "Senior sister, your discerning eye sees clearly. These commoners are hardly worthy of your attention." However, Jiang Wana suddenly shifted her tone. This year, the outer sect has expanded its recruitment, and the number of newcomers is several times greater than in previous years. I heard that even Elder Guxian from Dongshan Peak sent his prized disciple Qi Yunfei to observe. The round-faced disciple's eyes brightened. "Are you referring to that Qi's senior brother in the nascent soul stage? He is indeed one of the most exceptional talents among our generation of disciples." "Indeed," Jiang Wana replied, a flicker of eagerness glimmering in her eyes. "I have heard that Elder Guxian has recently broken through to the emptying reality stage, solidifying his position as the second most powerful figure in our Immortal Palace. Qi's senior brother, being his direct disciple, is here to observe the outer sect's recruitment, which is quite a significant event. Furthermore, with such a large number of participants this time, it is not impossible to uncover a few genuine talents among them. Senior Sister's insight is truly remarkable. You speak with such precision. As soon as Jiang Wana finished her sentence, the surrounding disciples eagerly began to flatter her. However, even if a few genuine talents are found, they would still be mere gravel compared to Senior Sister. Indeed, Senior Sister's innate talent is extraordinary. She formed her golden core in her early 20s, a rarity throughout the entire Immortal Palace. If you ask me, with Senior Sister's qualifications, she will undoubtedly surpass Chi's senior brother within 30 years. Perhaps the next position of the Immortal Palace's Holy Maiden will belong to our Senior Sister. Amidst the flattery that echoed around her, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Jiang Wanner's eyes, but she quickly regained her icy demeanor. However, she soon concealed that hint of pleasure, casting a stern glance at the crowd and coldly stating, "Preposterous. Chi's senior brother is our role model. It is a great fortune to aspire to his level. How dare anyone speak of surpassing him? As for the notion of the Holy Maiden, it is utterly absurd. Should anyone dare utter such nonsense again, be wary of my displeasure." Her words were delivered with fierce authority, yet upon closer inspection, a barely perceptible smile lingered at the corner of her lips. Yes, we shall heed your teachings." The crowd continued to wear their fawning smiles. Just then, a melodious sound of jingling bells echoed from the end of the mountain path, and a group of young maidens gracefully approached. The group of young maidens, numbering around a dozen, exuded an air of innocent charm, each in the bloom of youth. Their garments fluttered lightly, and their figures were graceful, with each one possessing a beauty that seemingly surpassed even that of Jiang Wanner. What was even more captivating was the ethereal aura that surrounded them, indicating they had successfully entered the realm of Qi refinement, possessing at least above-average spiritual roots. A few of the maidens adorned themselves with treasures that shimmered with spiritual light, glistening brilliantly under the setting sun, resembling celestial nymphs descending to the mortal realm. The appearance of this group astounded the mortals below, who were seeking enlightenment. And even the outer disciples beside Jiang Wanner gazed in awe. One outer disciple, unable to contain his excitement, flew down and called out to the maidens, "Ladies, have you come here to seek a master?" The leader of the group, a girl of merely 16 or 17, with skin as fair as snow and features as picturesque as a painted lotus, gracefully returned the greeting. Her voice, melodious as a clear spring, spoke, "Indeed, we have come here at the behest of our elders to seek apprenticeship. Before our departure, we were advised that someone would guide us upon our arrival here." At this juncture, she hesitated slightly, surveying her surroundings. "However, we have been waiting here for quite some time and have yet to see anyone to guide us." "Aha." The outer disciple laughed heartily upon hearing this, patting his chest as he exclaimed, "Fear not, for encountering me means you need no other guide. I am an outer disciple here. Follow me to register, and I assure you all will be accepted. Once you join, we shall be like siblings." With that, he reached out to lead the foremost maiden up the mountain. The other outer disciples, seeing this, paid no heed to Jiang Wanner's darkened expression and surged forward, surrounding the group of maidens. Some offered to lead the way while others engaged in cheerful conversation, inquiring about their origins, the atmosphere bustling with excitement, akin to famished wolves encountering fresh prey. The maidens, taken aback by this sudden fervor, appeared somewhat flustered. The leading maiden instinctively took a step back, resembling a startled fawn evading outstretched hands. Her long eyelashes quivered as she spoke, a hint of anxiety lacing her voice. "Esteemed brothers, are you disciples of the Wujidao?" At these words, the previously boisterous outer disciples fell silent, exchanging bewildered glances. The maiden collected herself and continued, "We have come here on the orders of our elders to seek Master Lin Yan of Wujidao. Before our departure, we were repeatedly instructed to wait here for guidance." "Lin Yan?" An outer disciple blurted out, followed by a cacophony of mocking laughter. "My dear girl, surely you must be mistaken. How could your elders have directed you to seek Lin Yan as your master? That is nothing short of a grand joke." The other disciples joined in the laughter, chiming in with jests. "Indeed, that fellow possesses a useless spiritual root and cannot even refine Qi, yet he fancies himself a master. This is truly hilarious. I have previously visited that so-called Wujidao, which is merely a makeshift hut perched upon a mound of earth. It is inferior even to an ordinary farmer's cattle shed. I reckon a slight gust of wind could easily topple it. Are you certain that your elders wish for you to pay homage to Lin Yan as your master? That being said, the lad was peddling deceit just a few days ago, and he has mysteriously vanished in recent months. Where could he possibly have gone? Who knows? He is but an ordinary mortal, and perhaps his mind is not quite right. He might have already fallen prey to the mountain spirit beasts, ha ha ha. The crowd erupted in laughter, their mirth infectious. At that moment, a sharp-faced disciple straightened his attire and stepped forward with an air of arrogance, declaring, "Ladies, allow me to enlighten you. Within a radius of 500 miles, only our Immortal Palace stands as a reputable sect for cultivating immortality. And it is the foremost celestial gate in Muyan Prefecture." His gaze lingered upon the lovely countenances of the young women, his tone shifting to one of fervor. "Currently, our Immortal Palace is actively seeking new disciples. Surely, your esteemed elders have sent you to our palace to pursue the path of enlightenment. Do not misremember their counsel and jeopardize your brilliant futures." Chapter 56. Silencing your tongue. Upon hearing those words, the leading young girl slightly trembled her long lashes. Her gaze evasive yet resolute, her voice soft but unwavering. "However, my father has repeatedly instructed us to seek out the esteemed Master Lin Yan of the Wuji Dao." She paused, summoning her courage to continue. "Moreover, my father mentioned that Master Lin's sect only accepts female disciples, so it is likely that the Immortal Palace you all speak of is not the same." As she spoke, her hands unconsciously twisted the hem of her garment. Her fair cheeks flushed with a subtle hue of anxiety. This demeanor only intensified the covetous glances from the outer disciples of the Immortal Palace, their eyes gleaming with avarice. "Ah, your father must be quite senile," one disciple quipped, "to forsake the illustrious Immortal Palace and pursue some Wuji Dao? It's utterly absurd. I suspect that Lin Yan fellow has come down to swindle you. Your father, lacking discernment, mistook a worthless spirit root for a true immortal and fell for his ruse. Indeed, it's no wonder that rascal hasn't been seen peddling his wares here lately. He must be out deceiving others." Another chimed in. "With us present, how can we stand idly by while you are duped? Dear sisters, heed our advice and come with us to seek a master. We shall not deceive you." As they spoke, they moved to seize the girls. The leading young girl hurriedly shielded the others behind her. Though she was flustered, she declared with determination, "My father is the deputy leader of Wuya Hai, a cultivator of the transformation stage. He asserts that Master Lin Yan is an extraordinary being of profound Taoist knowledge, and that the Wuji Dao he established is a realm of immense fortune, rivaling sacred lands. After we become his disciples, we must devote ourselves to earnest cultivation and sincere service. I believe my father's words to be true. I implore you, esteemed brothers, do not trouble us further. With you. Do you truly believe you are worthy of a father at the transformation stage?" How laughable. At that moment, Jiang Wanner, who had been standing imposingly on the stone steps, descended gracefully. Her gaze sliced through the air like a blade, scrutinizing each girl before finally locking onto the leader. "Wuya Hai, I have heard of it. Though a minor sect, it is not so foolish as to send its disciples to a swindler. I suspect you are not genuine disciples of Wuya Hai, but rather pawns sent by Lin Yan to disrupt our Immortal Palace's recruitment ceremony." Having said this, she turned her cold gaze upon the outer disciples. Her voice icy. "If they wish to seek Master Lin Yan of Wuji Dao, why do you impede them? Let them go. Our Immortal Palace is the foremost sect of Muyan Prefecture. Do we truly lack a few wayward girls of dubious origin? Sister, this." The outer disciples exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Just then, a voice like thunder erupted. "Who dares to say my master is a fraud?" Accompanied by the melodious sound of a sword's resonance, a crimson sword light pierced through the air, its fierce aura forcing the onlookers several steps back. A woman clad in red descended from the heavens, wielding a heavy iron sword, with the flames of the phoenix blazing fiercely along the blade, illuminating her icy, ethereal beauty. Trailing behind the red-clad woman was a rotund, plump figure, who bore no resemblance to the elegant demeanor of her companion. Supporting the woman in red, she hunched over. Gasping heavily, struggling to catch her breath, she exclaimed, "Sister, your speed is simply too fast. I can hardly keep up." "Chinyu?" Upon witnessing the descending figure in red, Jiang Wanner furrowed her brow momentarily. However, she quickly relaxed her expression, fixing her gaze on Chinyu with a mocking smile. "I almost forgot you were here. Did you not take the madman Lin Yan as your master? How has it been, spending months alongside a lunatic? Do you still dare to insult my master? A slap for you." Suddenly, a piercing cold light erupted from Chinyu's phoenix-like eyes. With a resounding clang, her heavy iron sword radiated a blazing red aura, the phoenix patterns on the blade seemingly coming to life, swirling with golden flames. "Just based on you?" Jiang Wanna scoffed disdainfully, her golden core initial stage cultivation erupting as a faint golden spiritual light enveloped her. With a graceful motion of her jade hand, a brilliant golden sword chi shot forth, carving a dazzling arc through the air. Judging by Qin Yu's appearance, it seemed she had regained some of her cultivation, no longer the waste of energy she once was. Yet, what did it matter? A few months prior, she had only been at the first layer of qi refinement. Even if her cultivation had somewhat recovered, a few months would not suffice to reach the foundation establishment stage. She was undoubtedly still in the qi refinement phase. Meanwhile, Jiang Wano had recently achieved the golden core that Qin Yu had longed for during her time in the Immortal Palace. A true golden core practitioner. With her golden core strength, subduing a qi refinement cultivator would be as effortless as crushing an ant. Such thoughts raced through Jiang Wano's mind. However, the next moment, her smile froze upon her face. Qin Yu, like a specter, flickered and directly penetrated her sword qi. With overwhelming force, the heavy iron sword descended upon her, shattering Jiang Wano as hastily conjured protective spiritual light as if it were mere paper. With a resounding thud, Jiang Wano was forcefully smashed into a massive rock, debris scattering around her. Just as she attempted to rise, Qin Yu swooped down like a phoenix, seizing her throat with her left hand and lifting her off the ground. A sharp slap echoed as it landed on Jiang Wano's face, scattering her hair. "This slap is for my master," Qin Yu said coldly. Jiang Wano, shocked and enraged, summoned her golden core's power, attempting to retaliate with a hand gesture. However, with a swift motion, Qin Yu struck her dantian, forcefully dispersing her gathered spiritual energy. Another resounding slap followed. "This slap is for those sisters you have humiliated." Jiang Wano's lips were stained with blood, and at last, terror flickered in her eyes. Never had she imagined that her golden core cultivation would prove so utterly defenseless against Qin Yu's might. "Stop," she exclaimed in a piercing voice. "I am a disciple of the inner gate of the Cloud Palace. How dare you?" Smack. The third slap abruptly interrupted her threat. With the strike, golden flames flickered in Qin Yu's eyes. "It was you who bore the brunt for the young Immortal Palace. Sister Wano." The outer disciples of the Cloud Palace finally came to their senses as they beheld Jiang Wano. Her hair disheveled and her cheeks swollen from the blows dealt by Qin Yu. They hastily drew their swords from their backs and rushed towards Qin Yu in a frenzy. Humph! A band of insignificant clowns daring to act so audaciously. Qin Yu's phoenix-like eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of her lips curled into a chilling arc. Before her words could fully escape her lips, she suddenly pressed down with the tips of her toes. With a thunderous roar, the blazing flames of the phoenix erupted from within her, crimson fire surging like waves, engulfing all in their path. The external disciples rushing forward were abruptly hurled away by the furious waves of fire, each one akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground and wailing incessantly. Simultaneously, at the registration desk in the outer plaza of the Cloud Palace, Elder Immortal, who was supervising the verification of the applicant's qualifications, suddenly paused. Narrowing his eyes, he gazed at the crimson golden pillar of light soaring into the sky, a slight frown creasing his brow. Chapter 57. Senior brother, you must stand up for us. Phoenix True Fire? Is that not the girl you are? How could she be engaged in battle near the Immortal Palace? Could it be that this was a deliberate arrangement by our master? Immortal gazed at the crimson flames soaring into the sky, a flicker of doubt crossing his brow. At that moment, a young man clad in a blue disciple's robe approached from behind him. After clasping his fist in greeting, he pointed towards the direction of the rising Phoenix True Fire and inquired, "Elder Mo, do you see that burst of spiritual light over there? It appears someone is in combat." The one who saluted Immortal was none other than Gu Xian's eldest disciple, Qi Yunfei. Immortal withdrew his distant gaze, his brows furrowing involuntarily. That familiar Phoenix True Fire could only belong to Qin Yu. The only individuals capable of engaging her near the Immortal Palace must undoubtedly be disciples of the young Immortal Palace. Yet, he could not fathom the motive behind Qin Yu's confrontation with the disciples at this moment. Was it Lin Yan's intentional arrangement, or was there another reason? Thus, he found himself at a loss as to how to proceed. Elder Mo? Noticing Immortal's prolonged silence and distant gaze, Qi Yunfei raised his voice, calling out a couple more times. Immortal was pulled back from his reverie by Qi Yunfei's voice, and a glimmer of inscrutable light flashed in his eyes. "There is no need to alarm the others. I will go and take a look myself." Qi Yunfei was momentarily taken aback, hesitating as he replied, "Elder, you bear the crucial responsibility of selecting new disciples and must oversee matters here. It would be unwise to leave hastily. Perhaps it would be better if I went in your stead?" Immortal's gaze deepened as he turned his sight once more towards the roiling Phoenix True Fire in the distance. After a moment's contemplation, he finally nodded. "Very well. Then I shall entrust this task to you, Yunfei." With that, he clasped his fist in gratitude to Qi Yunfei. Qi Yunfei returned the gesture. And in a flash of azure robes, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the battlefield. Watching Qi Yunfei's receding figure, Mo Tianwen's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of veiled killing intent. Over the past few months, with the aid of dozens of enlightenment fruits acquired from Lin Yan and through his diligent cultivation, his prowess had returned to its peak, specifically the fifth layer of the virtual refinement stage. Therefore, even without being present, he could discern the movements of Qinyu through the use of his spiritual sense. Though he was unaware of why Qinyu was in conflict near the Immortal Palace, one thing was certain: he would not allow anyone to harm her even the slightest. If necessary, he would eradicate all the disciples present from the Immortal Palace. As for the consequences, those could be deliberated later. Meanwhile, on Qinyu's side, those once brimming with arrogance among the Immortal Palace disciples were now strewn across the ground in disarray, moaning in pain. Jiang Wana sat on the ground, her hair disheveled, fixated on Qinyu with trembling pupils and quivering lips, exclaiming, "Impossible! This cannot be. I am a golden core cultivator." Suddenly, she let out a piercing scream, her nails digging deeply into the earth. "How could I lose to a worthless fool like you?" Before her words faded, she erupted with fury, a poisoned silver needle shooting from her sleeve as she concentrated all her spiritual energy into her palm, aiming directly for Qinyu's heart. "Be careful." Senior sister, Luoli, standing nearby, gasped in alarm. Yet, Qinyu's expression hardened as she wielded her heavy black sword like a dragon's tail sweeping through the air. With a resounding clang, the silver needle shattered upon impact. The momentum of the sword did not wane, releasing a thunderous sound as it thud. The sword struck Jiang Wana at her waist, driving her 3 inches into the ground. Amidst the rising dust, Jiang Wana twitched like a butterfly with broken wings, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. Senior sister is so impressive. As Jiang Wana's ambush failed, Luoli leaped with excitement, her fists clenched before her chest, her eyes sparkling. "You are my idol. I admire you so much." At that moment, the crowd of onlookers buzzed with excitement, whispers echoing through the air. "Who is this red-clad fairy? Such skills are truly remarkable. The force she exhibited just now suggests she is at least at the golden core stage. Those she fought against must be disciples of the Immortal Palace, right? To confront them at the entrance of their own palace, how audacious. Isn't she afraid of the palace's retaliation?" Qinyu paid no heed to the murmurs around her. She sheathed her heavy sword across her back and turned to the group of frightened girls, with a flick of her fingertip. The jade slip given by Lin Yan floated in the air, emanating a soft azure glow. "I am Qinyu of the Wuji sect, sent by my master, the real person Lin Yan, to rescue you." Her gaze swept over the girls' terrified faces, her tone leaving no room for argument. "Come with me." The girls exchanged glances, and one brave soul stepped forward, but suddenly, a sound of slicing air echoed from the sky. "Who dares to be so audacious before the gates of the Immortal Palace?" Before the words had fully escaped, a figure clad in blue descended from the heavens, landing gracefully amidst the crowd. The newcomer, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, exuded an extraordinary presence. He was Qi Yunfei, the personally taught disciple of the Dongxian peak of the Immortal Palace. His appearance instantly stirred a tempest among the onlookers. "Look, look! Another person from the Immortal Palace has arrived," exclaimed a young rogue in astonishment. "My goodness, he is wearing the blue disciple robe." Another whispered. "What is so special about the blue disciple robe? Only the personally taught disciples of the elders from each peak are permitted to wear it." Upon hearing the phrase personally taught disciple, the crowd collectively gasped in awe. A youth, adorned with a topknot, pushed his way to the front. His curiosity piqued as he inquired, "What exactly is a direct disciple? It sounds immensely impressive. Are they great cultivators beyond the golden core stage?" Beside him, a cultivator clad in blue scoffed derisively, his expression brimming with arrogance as he retorted, "Golden core? What a trifling matter. According to the regulations of the Immortal Palace, one must possess a cultivation level above the golden core to enter the inner sanctum. To aspire to be a direct disciple of the peak masters, one must possess extraordinary talent, or at the very least, a cultivation level of 5 layers above the golden core to qualify." At that moment, a portly merchant, lowering his voice, interjected, "I have heard that the elder in charge of the Dongxian peak is particularly attentive to this recruitment, even sending his prized direct disciple, Qi Yunfei, to witness the event. That Qi Yunfei is a prodigy who ascended to the nascent soul realm in merely several decades. Could this young man in green be Qi Yunfei?" The moment these words were spoken, an immediate hush fell over the surroundings, with all eyes fixated upon the figure clad in green. Upon seeing Qi Yunfei make his entrance, Jiang Wana, who had been rendered dazed by Qin Yu's earlier actions, suddenly radiated a peculiar brilliance in her eyes. She pointed a trembling finger at Qin Yu and cried out, "Senior brother, this vile person is causing a ruckus at our mountain gate. They have even injured us. I implore you, senior brother, please seek justice for us." Qi Yunfei paid no heed to the murmurs of the onlookers, nor did he acknowledge Jiang Wan'er. Instead, his brow furrowed in concentration, his gaze piercing as he fixated intently on Qin Yu. Chapter 58. Those who insult my master shall perish. Qi Yunfei's gaze was as piercing as lightning, lingering upon Qin Yu for a considerable time. Suddenly, he surveyed his surroundings. His cold voice imbued with spiritual energy resonating throughout the venue. Disciples of the Immortal Palace are present. All idle onlookers, disperse at once. Before his words had fully settled, a brilliant golden light erupted from within him. The oppressive aura of a nascent soul cultivator surged forth like a raging tide. The overwhelming spiritual force conjuring fierce winds that sent the gathered spectators staggering backward in disarray. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they hastily retreated. And in the blink of an eye, the once bustling intersection was left desolate. As silence fell, a burst of golden radiance exploded from his being. Once the dust had settled, Qi Yunfei's demeanor softened slightly, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. "Junior sister Qin, what brings you here?" Qin Yu had once been a paragon among the outer disciples of the Immortal Palace, a favored subject of attention from various celestial peaks. And thus Qi Yunfei recognized her instantly. Yet, before Qin Yu could respond, Jiang Wan'er abruptly interjected with a sharp voice, struggling to prop herself up. Her hair disheveled as she exclaimed, "Senior brother Qin Yu was expelled from the sect by Elder Imo several months ago. Now she returns with a group to cause trouble at the Immortal Palace. It is evident she harbors resentment. Do not let her off lightly. Pa, you vile woman. What nonsense are you spouting?" Luo Li, who stood beside Qin Yu, immediately stepped forward, her eyes wide with indignation. She pointed her plump jade finger at Jiang Wan'er, chastising her. "My senior sister is not only stunningly beautiful but also possesses unparalleled talent. Even our revered master holds her in the highest regard. What kind of wretched place is your Cloud Pavilion Immortal Palace to expel my senior sister? It was your lowly disciples who obstructed our people from leaving, forcing my sister to act in self-defense. And now you dare to turn the tables and accuse us of causing a disturbance? Your ability to distort the truth far exceeds your mediocre skills. You, Jiang Wan'er, already in a disheveled state, was nearly driven to the brink by Luo Li's scathing words, her anger threatening to erupt as she struggled to rise and strike back. However, Qi Yunfei's cold reprimand halted her. Enough. Faced with Qi Yunfei's stern countenance, Jiang Wan'er suppressed her fury, biting her lip as she silently retreated to the side, her gaze towards Qin Yu brimming with even greater malice. Qi Yunfei then turned his attention back to Qin Yu, his voice low and serious. "Junior sister Qin, have you truly severed ties with the Immortal Palace?" Qin Yu remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Sighing deeply, Qi Yunfei's brow furrowed with regret. "I have heard whispers of your sudden decline in cultivation during the formation of your golden core. I never expected Elder Imo would expel you from the sect for that reason." His gaze roamed around Qin Yu, softening somewhat as he added, "However, it appears you are now brimming with spiritual energy, suggesting your cultivation has been restored. Perhaps, in this misfortune, there lies a silver lining." "Thank you, brother Qi, for your concern." Facing Qi Yunfei's gaze, Qin Yu displayed no emotion on her face, coldly responding, "For me, leaving the Cloud Palace of Immortals brings not misfortune, but fortune." This statement caused Qi Yunfei's expression to stiffen. Jiang Wan'er, who had retreated to the back, immediately exclaimed, "Brother, did you hear that? She dares to call her expulsion from the sect a blessing. Doesn't this indicate a grudge?" She pointed at Qin Yu, her voice growing sharper. "It seems you have foolishly followed that madman Lin Yan. How dare you insult my master?" Upon hearing Lin Yan's name, a chilling glint surged in Qin Yu's eyes. In an instant, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the scene, causing the very air to grow still. The resonant sound of the Xiantian heavy sword echoed like a dragon's roar across the expanse as Qin Yu's crimson robes billowed, the sword's edge transforming into a streak of dark light aimed directly at Jiang Wan'er's throat. "Stop!" Qi Yunfei's pupils constricted, and the Qi Feng sword emerged from his sleeve in response. The two divine weapons clashed mid-air, producing a blinding spark. The profound spiritual energy of the nascent soul stage collided violently with Qin Yu's fierce sword energy, sending shockwaves that lifted the stone slabs from the ground. "Junior sister Qin." Qi Yunfei stood firm with his sword, the fabric of his robe rustling sharply. "Although you have left the Immortal Palace, you were once its disciple. Have you considered the consequences of committing violence at the gates of the palace?" Qin Yu's sword intent remained undiminished, her Xiantian heavy sword feeling weightless in her grasp. "Step aside." Her voice was as frigid as ice. "Those who dare to insult my master shall die. If you do not move, I shall strike you down as well." Jiang Wanner collapsed once more to the ground, her face pale as paper. The murderous intent from that sword had plunged her into an icy abyss. And only now did she realize her back was drenched in cold sweat. Had it not been for Qi Yunfei blocking that strike, she would surely be dead. She simply could not comprehend how Qin Yu, once a mere wastrel a few months prior, could have attained such formidable prowess in such a short span of time. Meanwhile, Luo Li clapped her hands in excitement, exclaiming, "Sister, how majestic! Defeat this foul-mouthed wretch. Junior sister Qin, think carefully." Qi Yunfei's Qingfeng sword radiated brilliance, vibrating with a clear dragon's cry. His expression was solemn as water, yet a flicker of reluctance flashed in his eyes. "It is indeed rare for you to restore your cultivation. Why must you jeopardize your future for a moment of anger? You were once a disciple of the Immortal Palace. You should understand well, this is not a place you can provoke. Precisely because I was once a disciple of the Immortal Palace, do I understand clearly." Qin Yu's eyes flickered with golden flames. In an instant, the true fire of the phoenix surged upward from her body. Her 9-layered golden core spiritual energy erupting like a volcano, the pressure of the indestructible divine phoenix body coalescing into a crimson phoenix shadow in the void. With her Xiantian heavy sword angled toward the ground, the stones beneath her melted into red magma wherever the sword passed. The momentum of the indestructible divine phoenix had reached its zenith at that moment. What is a mere immortal palace to fear? Before the words had left his lips, the heavy sword of Xiantai suddenly erupted with a blinding golden radiance. The first strike of the 8 desolate battles unleashed its full might. The sword's edge aimed directly at Jiang Wanner. Before the blade could reach her, the ferocious sword energy had already torn the ground apart, creating deep fissures. This strike, seemingly unadorned, concealed within it the terrifying power capable of cleaving mountains and splitting peaks. "Stop." Qi Yunfei's expression changed drastically as he hastily summoned the Qifeng sword to shield Jiang Wanner. He had thought that with his nascent soul cultivation, he could effortlessly block the attack, yet he was unprepared for the immense force that surged through the sword, akin to the power that could shatter mountains. A thunderous roar echoed as the two swords collided, golden light exploding in a brilliant display. To his astonishment, the protective spiritual energy of Qi Yunfei, at the nascent soul stage, began to crack. The residual force from the clash swept through the area, reducing the surrounding bluestone slabs to mere dust. How could this be? Qi Yunfei staggered back 3 steps before regaining his composure, his eyes filled with disbelief. Just a few months prior, Qin Yu, at the peak of Foundation establishment, had lost all her cultivation, plummeting to the first layer of Qi refinement. How could she have restored her power to such an extent in merely a few months? The sword strike she had just unleashed possessed a might far surpassing that of the Golden Core realm, reaching the pinnacle of Golden Core power, on the verge of forming a nascent soul. Moreover, the strength of the spiritual energy within her and the dominance of her sword techniques were so formidable that even he found it difficult to withstand. How did she become so powerful? At this moment, Jiang Wanner, slumped on the ground, felt a shiver run through her as her pupils constricted sharply. She could clearly see Qi Yunfei's right hand, gripping the sword, trembling slightly. This nascent soul elder brother had actually suffered a hidden loss in direct confrontation. With a swift motion, Qin Yu turned her sword, the crimson lava carving a searing path across the ground. A phoenix's ethereal form unfurled its wings behind her, each feather ablaze with the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. She cast a cold gaze upon Qi Yunfei. "I shall say this one last time, step aside." Chapter 59. Allow me to be your wife. At this moment, within the disciples' quarters of the Wujidao sect, Mu Yuqing sat cross-legged on the bed, her eyes gently closed, surrounded by a mist-like flow of spiritual energy. Since the day Lin Yan had brought her back, she had remained obediently at Wujidao, neither causing a ruckus nor creating disturbances. Her demeanor so tranquil it was as though she had transformed into a different person altogether, given that 2 guardian generals were stationed below the mountain. And without Lin Yan's command, she was unable to utilize spells or magical artifacts. Escape was utterly impossible. Therefore, after binding her for 2 days, Lin Yan instructed Qin Yu to release her restraints, allowing her the freedom to roam within the sect. At this moment, she was diligently channeling the supreme secret art of the great Luo cave heaven, the intricate mechanisms of the city of heavenly craft unfolding within her meridians like a cosmic tapestry, profound and elusive. Suddenly, the spiritual energy within the quarters rippled. Her eyelashes fluttered, and a faint, ethereal pattern emerged on her forehead. Thereafter, the swirling mist of spiritual energy around her began to condense at a visible pace. transforming into fine silver threads that entwined her form. Simultaneously, a subtle tremor emanated from her dantian. As the ethereal image of her nascent soul slowly opened its eyes within her sea of consciousness, glimmering with the brilliance of scattered stars, the essence of the Tao, floating within the room, seemed to possess a life of its own, spiraling around her. Each time she practiced her technique, strands of this Tao essence would penetrate her pores, merging with the flow of spiritual energy through her limbs and bones. As the Tao essence infused her, her meridians involuntarily quivered, and the spiritual energy within her radiated with a dazzling luminescence, flowing through her channels until it ultimately converged in her chi si, nourishing her nascent soul. With a sudden roar, her nascent soul released a cry reminiscent of a tiger's roar or a dragon's chant. Mu Yuqing felt a warm current surge within her lower abdomen. As the vortex of spiritual energy in her chi si expanded threefold, the once pearlescent nascent soul now enveloped in a resplendent aura, its size having increased by an inch. I have truly ascended to the fourth level of the nascent soul. Mu Yuqing's eyes flew open, shimmering with delight. Since the day she discovered the essence of the Tao circulating in her quarters, she had devoted herself to profound cultivation. Curiously, even though she could not utilize spells or magical artifacts in this space, cultivation was still possible. When her thoughts turned to cultivation, the spiritual energy within her chi si and meridians flowed freely. However, the instant she contemplated using spells or artifacts, the energy within her chi si would freeze in an instant. Despite her myriad techniques, none could be employed. She speculated that this peculiar occurrence must be the result of some formation or restriction set by the man named Lin Yan within the sect. Yet, even someone as well-read as she had never encountered such an extraordinary formation or restriction. She had spent over 10 days cultivating within her quarters, and during this time, her continuous absorption of the Tao essence and comprehension of its power deepened her understanding of the great Luo cave heaven. Moreover, she possessed a spirit root of unparalleled quality, allowing her to absorb and compress spiritual energy at a pace that far exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. Remarkably, in just a few short days, she ascended a minor realm, progressing from the third layer of the nascent soul stage to the fourth. To achieve such advancement in the city of divine mechanisms would typically require at least a year. At this moment, Mu Yuqing was acutely aware of the surging spiritual power within her, with each meridian resonating with an unprecedented clarity. Every breath she took seemed to resonate in harmony with the grand principles of heaven and earth. Such a profound experience was something she had never encountered, even during her cultivation in the forbidden grounds of her sect. This Wuji Dao truly is a remarkable place, she mused in genuine admiration. During her time here, apart from diligently cultivating in her chamber, she had also explored the entirety of Wuji Dao. This exploration left even her, the well-traveled and knowledgeable scion of the city of divine mechanisms, utterly astonished. The sect of Wuji Dao may be modest in size, consisting of merely a single celestial peak. Yet this petite mountain was astonishingly akin to a transcendent sacred land. Firstly, the concentration of spiritual energy here was extraordinarily high. The richness of the spiritual energy rivaled that of any sacred land among the 7 great sanctuaries. Secondly, not only were the disciples' living quarters exceptional, but even the most ordinary pillars and bricks were crafted from celestial-grade spiritual ore, imbued with the essence of the Tao. In other words, this sect known as Wuji Dao was constructed entirely from spiritual stones of superior quality. Such grandeur was beyond the reach of even the wealthiest of the 7 great sanctuaries. Additionally, there existed a field of spiritual crops that could only be described as otherworldly, along with a vein of, or that was, perhaps, an understatement to call it astonishing. To begin with, that vast field of spiritual crops was not only extensive but also abundant in various grades of spiritual herbs and fruits, even including numerous celestial and divine quality varieties. Furthermore, the quality of the spiritual herbs and fruits was exceptionally high, with the heavenly grade produce rivaling that of celestial quality found outside. As for the vein, she initially thought that the enormous piece of Tai Su Xianjing she had discovered was already remarkable. However, she was astounded to find that such ores of that caliber and size were scattered abundantly in the back mountain. Celestial-grade ores were even more prevalent than ordinary stones. By the end of her exploration, she found herself somewhat numb to the sheer abundance. It was no wonder that all the buildings and structures here could be constructed from spiritual ores of celestial quality and above. To her, this was not merely a sect's residence, it was a paradise that seemed to belong only in the immortal realm. Who exactly was this Lin Yan, capable of claiming such a treasure? After spending some time here, Mu Yuqing found herself reluctant to leave. Not to mention, even this chamber alone had captivated her. Every time she entered a state of meditation, the essence of the Tao caressed her like a gentle spring breeze. The flow of spiritual power was remarkably smooth, and the depth of her insights was something she had never experienced in the city of divine mechanisms. When she returned, even sitting in the most central cultivation chamber of the forbidden grounds would likely seem utterly mundane in comparison. She sat on the bed, her thoughts drifting far away, lost in a reverie. At that moment, the door creaked open, and Lin Yan entered. "How are you, little girl?" he asked, arms crossed, leaning against the door frame, a smirk playing on his lips. "You've been here for a while now. Have you come to realize your mistakes?" Mu Yuqing lifted her gaze, landing on Lin Yan's face, which always bore a hint of nonchalance. He was still clad in a coarse, short tunic, resembling a farmer or a laborer. Certainly not someone who appeared to be the head of a clan. Her thoughts wandered for a moment before she abruptly returned to the present and inquired, "Do you have a partner?" "A partner?" The abruptness of her question left Lin Yan momentarily bewildered. "You mean a wife?" Mu Yuqing, sensing his confusion, clarified, then boldly asked, "Do you have a wife or not?" "And no, I don't," Lin Yan instinctively replied, his expression darkening. "But why do you care whether I have a wife or not?" Suddenly, Mu Yuqing stood up, her skirt adorned with cloud patterns swaying as if stirred by an unseen force. She gazed directly into Lin Yan's eyes and pronounced with deliberate clarity, "If you do not have a wife, I shall be your wife." Chapter 60. We truly are quite compatible. "What did you say?" Lin Yan exclaimed, his voice suddenly rising by an octave, nearly shattering the tiles on the roof. "You want me to be your husband? Are you out of your mind?" "I'm not insane. I'm entirely serious." Mu Yuqing met his gaze, her expression solemn as she articulated each word. "I have given this considerable thought, and we truly are well suited." With delicate fingers, she began to enumerate her points. "Firstly, although your sect may be small and lacks renown, it possesses profound foundations. Even when compared to the Holy Lands, it holds its own. Marrying you would not be a step down, but rather a union of strengths my senior brother would surely not oppose. Secondly, you are the leader of your sect, and I am the disciple of the city lord of Tiangong City. Our standings are equivalent. Our union would be perfectly matched in every regard. We are well matched." "Well matched, you say?" Lin Yan, unable to contain himself, began to ridicule her. "What kind of logic is this? Our relationship is akin to that of a thief and the one being robbed. How did you even come to the conclusion that you want to marry me? Moreover, even if you wish to marry me, why should I agree?" He circled around her, suddenly leaning in to scrutinize her eyes. "Tell me, is it my spiritual mind that caught your interest?" Mu Yuqing's ears turned slightly red, yet she defiantly raised her chin. "Does the divine machine city lack your meager possessions? I simply believe we are quite compatible. Besides, marrying me would be a tremendous gain for you." Seeing Lin Yan's incredulous expression, she huffed lightly and began to count off on her fingers. "In terms of appearance," she tapped her cheek, "I may not be a peerless beauty, but I am certainly not lacking. In terms of status," she straightened her back, her expression proud, "I am an elder of the divine machine city. In the entire galaxy realm, those who meet me do not need to bow. I can count them on one hand." With a disdainful glance at Lin Yan, she continued, "And in terms of age, I am merely 17, whereas you—" She surveyed him from head to toe, her tone sly. "At your current level of cultivation, you must have lived for at least several hundred years, right? A young girl like me is willing to be the wife of a several hundred-year-old elder. You are the one who is truly gaining." "Wait, how old did you say you are?" Lin Yan's pupils contracted, his voice suddenly escalating. 17 years old? What's wrong with that?" Mu Yuqing blinked her large eyes in response. Lin Yan gasped. He was well aware of Mu Yuqing's cultivation level, nascent soul stage. This level is indeed not low. An average cultivator would spend their entire life without ever reaching it. Even those of exceptional talent often require over a century to attain such a stage. Those who can ascend to the nascent soul stage within a century may indeed be regarded as prodigies among prodigies. Take, for instance, the previous Chinyu, who possessed such remarkable aptitude. Yet this girl before him, claiming to be merely 17? Lin Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Surely, this is absurd. A nascent soul at the tender age of 17? Have you been cultivating since your gestation? Ah, indeed, a product of a humble sect. Her limited perspective is astonishing. Observing Lin Yan's astonished expression, Mu Yuqing proudly straightened her unremarkable chest. Since being brought back to the Wuji Dao by Lin Yan, this was her first opportunity to assert herself before this insufferable fellow. Witnessing his shocked demeanor brought her immense satisfaction. "Listen well," she proclaimed, raising a delicate finger, her spirit soaring. "I am a naturally gifted Wanrong sacred body, and my spiritual root surpasses the divine grade. 1 day of cultivation is equivalent to 100 days for an ordinary practitioner. As she spoke, she deliberately flaunted the gilded token at her waist, a symbol of her status. Were it not for such innate talent, how could my senior brother, as the master of the sacred land, take me on as his disciple and allow me to be his little sister? Seeing the girl's earnest conviction, Lin Yan began to believe her words. While he remained outwardly composed, a tempest of emotion surged within him. Goodness, I previously thought that Yuer could ascend merely by tilling the fields, and that was already absurd. I never anticipated this girl would be even more extraordinary. At just 17, she has already reached several layers of nascent soul. Truly, the comparison leaves one feeling inferior. If it weren't for the system, would I not be lesser than an ant before these prodigies? Meanwhile, as Lin Yan pondered these thoughts, Mu Yuqing, with an air of pride, continued, though your sect possesses numerous high-quality spiritual minds, do you understand the art of refinement? Do you know how to forge them into magical treasures? She caressed the gilded token at her waist, her tone imbued with innate arrogance. Our divine machine and artisan city is the preeminent refining sect within the Star River realm. Once our two sects unite through marriage, we can collaborate to refine the spiritual minds on your back mountain into countless immortal and even divine treasures. At that time, what place will the 7 sacred lands and 5 demonic domains hold? Her eyes sparkled with brilliance in the entirety of the Star River realm. There shall only be the dual suns in the sky. Wait, hold your excitement. Let me digest this information. Lin Yan gazed at the spirited young woman before him, rubbing his temples as if attempting to assimilate the sudden influx of revelations. Over the past few days, he had indeed gleaned considerable information about the divine machine and artisan city through subtle inquiries with Qin Yu. He knew that it was one of the 7 sacred lands and understood its expertise in refining. Yet, he had never contemplated forming any association with such a sacred entity. After all, prior to Mu Yuqing's arrival at the sect, there were scarcely any spiritual minds on this mountain. Without spiritual minds, what could one forge? The spiritual minds at the back mountain were all unearthed by him over the past fortnight with the 9 nether-cracking pickaxe. However, upon hearing the young girl's words, Lin Yan suddenly felt that a collaboration with the Divine Mechanism Workshop might not be a bad idea. After all, he now genuinely possessed a considerable number of spiritual minds. With the 9 nether-cracking pickaxe in hand, one could say that his spiritual minds were virtually inexhaustible. Moreover, he was utterly ignorant of the art of forging, and the system had never rewarded him with any relevant tools. The most crucial point is that spiritual minds differ from spiritual herbs and fruits. The latter can be consumed directly even if not refined into elixirs, albeit with slightly diminished effects. Conversely, if spiritual minds are not fashioned into magical artifacts, they serve no purpose other than appearing as mere aesthetically pleasing stones. Thus, it seems that if he could indeed collaborate with the Divine Mechanism Workshop to forge for him, it would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for the development of the sect. Not to mention, when he eventually takes on disciples, bestowing a few exquisite magical artifacts upon them would certainly enhance his standing. Chapter 61. You are despicable. And your entire family is despicable. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yan turned to Mu Yuqing and said, do not entertain thoughts of marriage. I have no intention of marrying you. As for collaboration, that is certainly open for consideration. Why shouldn't we marry? The young lady's temper flared upon hearing his words, her eyes glaring at Lin Yan, her cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish. Am I not worthy of you? Given my exceptional qualities? Suddenly, a thought struck her, her voice dropping to a whisper as a blush crept across her cheeks. Are you worried that after we become partners, I wouldn't be willing to engage in the rites of intimacy? In the realm of cultivation, partners differ vastly from mundane couples. Mortal spouses share not only companionship but also the duty of procreation. Thus, human couples inevitably partake in carnal relations. Conversely, cultivators aspire to transcendence. Their unions often stem from the need for spiritual companionship or the necessity of balancing yin and yang for certain practices. Many such partnerships do not involve physical intimacy, remaining merely as emotional support. Seeing Lin Yan's refusal, Mu Yuqing assumed he was concerned about the potential for intimacy after their union, fearing her lack of cooperation. Blushing, she murmured, although I have never engaged in such acts, I am not entirely opposed to them. I am simply still young and not fully prepared. If you truly desire it, wait a few years. I would be willing to accommodate you. You, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Yan, having traversed time and space and once been a skilled driver on the slopes of Aokigahara, was well aware of what she meant by such acts. Seeing her face redden like a monkey's rear, he couldn't help but exclaim, I have no lust for your body. Do not misconstrue my refusal. My reasons are not rooted in that. Then what are they? Mu Yuqing looked at Lin Yan with suspicion. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. and a look of disdain crossed her face. Oh, I understand. She clapped her hands and pointed at Lin Yan. You have your eyes on your female disciples. You fear I might interfere with your plans, right? At this point, the young lady wrinkled her nose in disgust and stamped her foot in indignation. I have sensed something amiss about you for quite some time. Your sect is not large, yet it boasts a plethora of enchanting female cultivators. Even the little foxes from Qingqiu number several. Moreover, your female disciples gaze at you with such longing, especially that one named Qingyu, every time she sees you. Her eyes nearly overflow with emotion. If you were to ask her to engage in such activities with you, she would undoubtedly be willing. You have intentionally established your sect in such a secluded place, exclusively recruiting such aesthetically pleasing female disciples. Could it be that you intend to create a haven of tenderness in this remote wilderness? It is truly astonishing that a sect leader of your stature harbors such sordid thoughts. She momentarily found herself at a loss for words, her cheeks flushed crimson. How utterly base. You are the one who is base. Your entire family is base. Upon hearing this, Lin Yan immediately retorted in anger. I, Lin Yan, am a paragon of virtue, mind you. The reason my disciples are all female is because of what? Mu Yuqing's interest was piqued. Her almond-shaped eyes wide with anticipation, her face eager for the answer. Yet Lin Yan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Because of what? Wasn't it simply due to the system's requirements? However, the fact that he possessed a system was a secret that must remain buried deep within. He could hardly divulge such information to this young girl. After a moment of contemplation, he impatiently exclaimed to Mu Yuqing, "Who do you think you are? Do I owe you an explanation? Humph. If you cannot articulate your thoughts clearly, it implies you have a guilty conscience, thus validating my assertions." Mu Yuqing scoffed disdainfully, then suddenly stood on her tiptoes, feigning maturity as she patted Lin Yan's shoulder. "Young man, if you are indeed lecherous, so be it. It is not an unforgivable sin. What is there to be ashamed of? Cultivators prioritize clarity of mind and spirit. Your furtive behavior may invite inner demons. I shall cover up your nonsense." Lin Yan, incensed by her pretentious demeanor, felt the veins on his forehead throb. If I were truly lecherous, I would have long since taken you for myself. Would you even have the opportunity to lecture me here? Haha, have I hit the nail on the head? Mu Yuqing's eyes sparkled with delight, and she clapped her hands triumphantly. You indeed harbor improper thoughts about me. She continued, once again adopting a pose of feigned maturity, hands clasped behind her back. Her head nodding sagely. Sect leader Lin, though your proclivities may be rather unorthodox, they are hardly a grave issue. Look at the Harmony sect. Engaging in dual cultivation openly to establish their sect, they are quite forthright about it. I am broad-minded and will not hold your little quirks against you. Suddenly, she leaned closer to Lin Yan, lowering her voice conspiratorially. Once we become partners in cultivation, I will permit all your female disciples to become your concubines. You may indulge as you wish. I promise to turn a blind eye. We are the ones indulging. Lin Yan was taken aback by her shocking declarations, feeling a mixture of disbelief and amusement as he rubbed his forehead. Miss Mu, what on earth is wrong with you? Why are you so insistent on becoming my partner in cultivation? Upon hearing this, Mu Yuqing immediately blinked her sparkling eyes, adopting an innocent demeanor. Of course it is because I hold a deep affection for you, you see. I can even tolerate your romantic escapades. Is this sentiment not profound enough? Spare me this nonsense. Lin Yan retorted with irritation, waving his sleeve dismissively. I refuse to believe that you could genuinely like me. Stop with the frivolous chatter. He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the quirky girl before him, utterly perplexed by her hidden motives. However, one thing he did not misinterpret was that Mu Yuqing's relentless pursuit to be his partner indeed harbored her ulterior motives. Primarily, it was the spiritual mines located in the back mountain. Across the realm, which craftsmen would not covet such treasures? The back mountain was abundant with exquisite spiritual ore, so plentiful that one could scarcely count them, and Mu Yuqing was undeniably envious. If their relationship were merely one of collaboration, she would only assist Lin Yan in crafting artifacts as per his requirements. While she could access the spiritual mines, there would be numerous restrictions preventing her from indulging freely. But should she become his partner? Then she would reign as the mistress of the Wujidao. The spiritual mines in the back mountain would then be at her disposal, allowing her to use them as she pleased, without constraint. Chapter 62. Senior brother, show no mercy any longer. Aside from the allure of the spirit mine, there exists another compelling reason. She yearns to remain here with Lin Yan for her cultivation. For a practitioner, Lin Yan's sect is akin to a sanctum of enlightenment. Ever since she had meditated in this chamber, which resonates with the essence of the great Tao, Mu Yuqing felt it unbearable to cultivate elsewhere. Here, Whenever she encountered a bottleneck in her practice, the profound aura of the Tao would naturally flow into her, allowing her to effortlessly break through in harmony with the celestial laws. This sense of comfort and fluidity is unmatched by any other location. She even feared that if she were to leave, she might fall prey to inner demons born from longing for this state of cultivation. However, she is not a disciple of the Wujidao. Even if the Divine Machine City were to forge a collaboration with Lin Yan in the future, she could not indefinitely linger here. Thus, this notion took root in her mind. To her, the idea of marrying Lin Yan and becoming his wife is nothing short of brilliant. It would not only perfectly fulfill her desires, but would also require a minimal sacrifice, merely offering some allure when Lin Yan desires it. In comparison to the benefits she stands to gain, such a sacrifice seems trivial. Moreover, Lin Yan is not unhandsome. He simply dresses without much care and has a slightly darker complexion. His status, though that of a minor sect leader, commands resources that rival any sacred ground. His cultivation is unfathomably profound. Allowing him to take advantage of her does not seem unacceptable. Nevertheless, she knows she cannot openly express these thoughts to Lin Yan. Yet, she is resolute in her decision to become the matriarch of the Wujidao. At this very moment, at the foot of the Immortal Palace, Qinyu is enveloped in a shimmering golden-red divine flame, akin to the eternal fire of a phoenix, distorting and vaporizing the air around her. The heavy black iron sword trembled in her grasp, emitting a low, resonant hum, reminiscent of a dormant beast poised to rend asunder any obstacle. Her eyes blazed like two blazing suns, fierce and commanding. Even the fabric of reality appeared to tremble at her gaze. In stark contrast to Qinyu's overwhelming presence, Qi Yunfei found himself in a rather disheveled state. A shallow sword scar marred his right arm, and his robe bore several slashes from the sword's aura. His once handsome visage now appeared as pale as parchment, with a trace of unclean blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. How could this be? Qi Yunfei stared intently at the figure standing with the sword, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Just moments ago, in an effort to prevent Qinyu from killing Jiang Wanner, he had engaged her several times. Although initially caught off guard by her true strength, he quickly regained his footing, leveraging his own nascent soul realm cultivation to firmly suppress her. He believed victory was assured, convinced that a short skirmish would lead to her complete downfall. Yet, the tide of battle unfolded beyond his expectations. As the conflict raged on, far from being subdued, Qinyu grew increasingly formidable. The heavy sword forged from dark iron in her grasp seemed to come alive, each strike imbued with an overwhelming force. Even more daunting was the fact that her fighting spirit surged with each clash, her swordplay growing increasingly fierce and domineering. Gradually, the once formidable Yuan cultivator found himself struggling to withstand her onslaught. How could it be that despite having attained the Yuan stage, my cultivation far surpassing hers, I feel so utterly outmatched? Qi Yunfei thought in sheer astonishment. He was not alone in his bewilderment. Everyone present, save for Luo Li, was rendered speechless. This was particularly true for the disciples of Yun Xian Gong. When Qi Yunfei made his entrance, they had exhaled a sigh of relief as if a savior had arrived. After all, this senior brother, a Yuaning master, was among the elite of his peers. Even within the entire Yun Xian Gong, only a few elders or stewards could truly rival him. Logically, this confrontation should have been a decisive victory in his favor. Yet reality delivered a resounding slap to everyone's expectations. After a fierce battle, Qi Yunfei was gradually losing ground. Qi's senior brother Qi, the disciples of Yun Xian Gong, could not fathom how events had taken such a turn. One disciple, trembling, called out to Qi Yunfei. You aren't holding back against her out of consideration for past camaraderie, are you? This statement seemed to ignite a flicker of hope in the hearts of the onlookers. Instantly, the disciples of the Immortal Palace began to chatter excitedly. Indeed, senior brother Qi is a powerful Yuaning master. How could he possibly be outmatched by a wayward disciple? He must be intentionally yielding to her out of respect for their former bond. Senior brother Qi truly values loyalty. Qinyu, senior brother Qi is being magnanimous. Do not be ungrateful. If you have any sense, you should surrender and admit your mistakes. Perhaps senior brother Qi will grant you mercy. Seated in the back, Jiang Wanner listened to this discourse, her eyes filled with a deep-seated malice. She fixed her gaze on Qinyu's fierce figure, then glanced at the wounded Qi Yunfei, her nails digging painfully into her palm. The resentment in her eyes intensified as she beheld the formidable Qinyu and the already injured Qi Yunfei. How could he choose to endure injury just to spare that wretch? Jiang Wanner's heart surged with uncontainable hatred. That wretch. Is she truly so deserving of his attention? Senior brother, she suddenly cried out, her voice laced with venom. Qinyu has brazenly intruded upon our Immortal Palace, harming our fellow disciples. What remains of our bond? Struggling to her feet, she shouted at the top of her lungs, "Senior brother, uphold the righteousness of our sect and swiftly eliminate this scourge. Do not show her any more mercy." Qi Yunfei's knuckles turned white as he gripped his sword, the veins in his hand standing out prominently. The conjectures of his fellow disciples weighed heavily on his chest. How could a dignified Yuaning cultivator be outmatched by a forsaken disciple? This was indeed a bitter pill to swallow. Yet, only he truly comprehended that from the moment he received the first strike from Qin Yu, having suffered a covert setback, he had been exerting himself with unwavering determination. The reason he found himself at a disadvantage was entirely due to the fact that this former junior sister had grown to a level of strength that instilled in him a profound sense of dread. Listening to the discussions around her, Qin Yu's lips curled into a mocking smile. She deftly twirled a heavy sword in her grasp, the blade reflecting a blinding cold light beneath the sun. "You wish to concede?" Her voice was soft, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of all present. "Then be prepared to receive this strike." No sooner had the words left her lips than the dark iron sword erupted with a glaring golden radiance. A divine flame surged around Qin Yu, and a pair of fiery phoenix wings faintly materialized behind her. With a single step forward, the entire mountain trembled. Not good. Qi Yunfei's pupils contracted sharply, and in a moment of panic, he raised his sword to defend himself. With a thunderous clash of metal, he was forced back more than 10 steps, each footfall leaving deep imprints on the hard bluestone ground. A metallic taste filled his throat, and blood surged up, which he resolutely swallowed back down. Chapter 63. Like a eunuch, the momentum of Qin Yu's sword did not wane. The heavy sword of black iron traced a blazing arc of crimson gold through the air. Her pair of phoenix wings unfurled completely, and the scorching waves of heat instantaneously reduced the surrounding flora to ashes. The fourth form of the 8 desolate battle decision, burning heaven. With a cold shout, her heavy sword erupted in a torrent of blazing flames. Where the sword's edge passed, the air twisted and shimmered, as if even heaven and earth would be consumed by this strike. The intense battle intent solidified into a palpable force, transforming into surging waves of heat that engulfed all directions. Qi Yunfei's expression shifted drastically. In a moment of desperation, he conjured an ancient bronze mirror. The surface of the mirror glowed with an ethereal blue light, forming a watery barrier before him. Upon the moment of contact, the fiery sword light met the water curtain, and a vast cloud of steam billowed forth. However, the barrier barely held for an instant before shattering with a deafening crash. Qi Yunfei was violently hurled back several dozen feet, crashing against the mountainside, his protective spiritual energy dissipating entirely, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Senior brother Qi," Jiang Wanner screamed, disregarding her injuries as she rushed forward. She supported the staggering Qi Yunfei, her eyes filled with disbelief. Qin Yu coldly surveyed the disheveled pair. Her heavy sword of black iron pointed menacingly at Jiang Wanner, her voice as frigid as the depths of the abyss. "I have warned you. Those who dare to insult my master shall perish." These words struck Jiang Wanner like a heavy hammer, sending chills coursing through her entire being, rendering her unable to stop trembling. The once boisterous disciples of the Immortal Palace fell into an eerie silence, none daring to utter a word, nor to meet Qin Yu's gaze. In the next heartbeat, Qin Yu propelled herself forward like an arrow released from its bow. The black iron sword, imbued with the might of burning heaven, traced a deadly arc of crimson gold through the air, aimed directly at Jiang Wanner. The air warped and twisted in its wake, emitting a piercing shriek. "Where? Halt." At this critical juncture, the void suddenly rippled, and a shadowy figure appeared like a specter, clad in a dark robe. Mo Tianwen gracefully materialized before Qin Yu. He curled his fingers and lightly flicked the tip of the heavy sword. With a resounding clang, sparks flew. Qin Yu's seemingly unstoppable sword momentum was abruptly halted by this seemingly effortless gesture. "Thank goodness, I made it in time." Mo Tianwen sighed in relief internally. The previously despondent disciples of the Immortal Palace rekindled their hope upon seeing Mo Tianwen. "It is Elder Mo. Elder Mo has personally intervened. Let us see how this wayward disciple can continue her rampage." Yet, before their cheers could fully dissipate, Mo Tianwen suddenly swept his sleeve, a pink mist unfurling from his fingertips. The disciples had not yet comprehended the situation when their gazes dulled, standing motionless like puppets on strings. "Elder Mo, what are you doing?" The severely injured Qi Yunfei managed to prop himself up, but before he could finish his words, Mo Tianwen had already appeared before him like a specter. Mo Tianwen's hands grasped the crowns of both his and Jiang Wanner's heads, and in an instant, a chilling and sinister force surged into their consciousness like a venomous serpent. "Ah!" Qi Yunfei barely managed to emit a brief cry of pain before he was plunged into an abyss of darkness. What an audacious fellow! How could he strike even his own allies? Imotianwen's sudden action left everyone present in shock and fear, except for Qinyu, whose demeanor remained unperturbed, as if all was as she had anticipated. After dealing with the disciples of the Immortal Palace, Missouri Tiamen turned to Qinyu, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Sister why did you engage in conflict with these individuals at the entrance of the Immortal Palace? And with such lethal intent? Was this directed by our master, sister?" Before Qinyu could respond, Luoli, standing beside her, pointed at Imotianwen in astonishment and exclaimed, You dare to call my sister sister? Are you also one of us from the Wijideo? Isn't our master only fond of beautiful women? Ignoring Luoli, Qinyu fixated her gaze on Imotianwen, coldly asserting, "My master sent me here to welcome new disciples, yet the people of Immortal Palace obstructed me, prompting my response. As for why I resorted to lethal means, it is because they insulted my master." A gleam of coldness flickered in her eyes. "Those who insult my master deserve to die. While it is true that those who insult the master deserve death, one cannot simply execute them at this moment." Imotianwen sighed in resignation upon hearing Qinyu's words, stating, "Our master has been establishing this sect here, laying plans for many years, with grand ambitions that you are well aware of." While pointing to the unconscious Qi Yunfei and Jiang Waner, he added, "Though these two may not be formidable experts, they hold notable positions within the Immortal Palace. To kill them in plain sight would surely provoke the Immortal Palace into action. Are we not forcing our master to confront them prematurely? Although our master possesses the strength to face the Immortal Palace, if this disrupts his meticulously laid plans, how can we bear the consequences?" She understood the rationale behind his words, but was unwilling to concede, merely huffing in response, "I am well aware of these truths. There is no need for your unsolicited counsel." Seeing her stubborn demeanor, Imotianwen could not help but chuckle, a soft laugh escaping her lips. Having lived for over a millennium, she could easily discern that Qinyu had realized her impulsiveness, yet her pride prevented her from acknowledging it. Thus, she refrained from further discussion, her gaze sweeping over the new female disciples who had come from the boundless sea, exclaiming in admiration, "This batch of newly initiated sisters is indeed remarkable. Our master is truly fortunate." Suddenly, she turned, an impish smile gleaming in her eyes as she teased, "Sister Yue, with so many beautiful sisters joining, do you not feel a twinge of jealousy?" As Imotianwen uttered these words, the fox's enchanting demeanor had already begun to reveal itself. Her eyes sparkled with a glimmer reminiscent of spring water, and each frown and smile radiated a captivating allure. Yet, juxtaposed with her beguiling grace was the rugged visage of Imotianwen, a middle-aged man. This striking contrast between her feminine charm and his masculine features sent shivers down the spines of the numerous female disciples from the endless sea. Luoli, emboldened by curiosity, quietly approached Qinyu, tugging at her sleeve and whispering, "Sister, does this old fellow resemble a eunuch from the scripts? Is there something amiss in his mind?" However, before Luoli could finish her thought, Imotianwen materialized before her like a specter, extending a finger towards her with a tone laced with mockery. "Ah, you must be the third junior sister Luoli, renowned for your alchemical prowess. You certainly possess a distinctive charm." He leaned in closer, exhaling softly, "In a few days, do prepare a few batches of the celestial grade Tai Ching Wadan for me. I would love to savor the experience." Chapter 64, A Grand Gift for the Master Goodness Gracious. Under the frivolous teasing of Imotianwen, Luoli's rounded figure trembled violently, her body bristling with alarm as if she were a startled, plump cat. "Get away from me, you perverse fiend!" she shrieked, instinctively pushing forward with her chubby hands in an attempt to shove Imotianwen away. However, she found herself firmly ensnared in an invisible spiritual force, completely immobilized. What have you done to me?" Panic engulfed Luoli as she realized her inability to move. Desperately, she called upon her inner spiritual energy to struggle against the confinement. Yet her efforts were as futile as an ant shaking a tree. Frustrated, she glared at Imotianwen, only to meet a pair of eyes that danced between amusement and malice. Those captivating yet chilling eyes seemed capable of piercing through her very soul, sending another tremor through her corpulent form. "Enough. You should know when to stop." Suddenly, Qinyu, standing beside Luoli, shouted sternly. Imotianwen cast a nonchalant glance at Qinyu before relinquishing her hold on Luoli's chin. Instantly, Luoli felt a lightness envelop her as the binding force dissipated. It was only then she became aware that her back was drenched in cold sweat. Heavens! Luoli stealthily cast a glance at Imotianwen, thinking to herself with a shiver, "What sort of demons and monsters does my master attract? This is utterly terrifying." Seeing that Imotianwen had released Luoli, Qinyu coldly declared, "I still need to escort the newly initiated junior sisters to report to the master." You can handle the aftermath here. With that, she turned to lead the others away. Not so fast. Immortal Yan suddenly interjected, her voice halting their departure. Her gaze shifted to Qi Yunfei, whose eyes were devoid of life, and a glimmer of insight flashed in her eyes. Given the circumstances, rather than feign ignorance of what had transpired, it would be far more advantageous to seize this opportunity to present a grand gift to the master. In the Immortal Palace, atop the Dongshin Peak within the Tianfeng Pavilion, Guxian sat cross-legged upon a mat, engaged in tranquil meditation. The pavilion was suffused with a mist of purple energy, swirling gracefully around him. With his eyes gently closed, a shimmering aura hovered 3 inches above his head, marking the early stages of his entry into the realm of void refinement. His breath synchronized with the rhythms of the universe, each inhalation and exhalation causing the spiritual energy within the pavilion to ebb and flow. Void refinement. Void refinement. Guxian turned his focus inward, observing his primordial spirit, which appeared both ethereal and illusory, seated upon a lustrous jade platform. The platform had taken shape, though its edges were still marred by numerous spiderweb-like cracks, indicating that it had yet to fully solidify. This was a sign of a nascent realm with an unstable foundation. He formed hand seals, channeling the essence of the great void true solution, transforming his inner spiritual energy into delicate golden threads that continuously entwined around the burgeoning jade platform. With each successive wrapping of the golden threads, the cracks on the platform appeared to solidify somewhat, yet it remained a considerable distance from complete formation. Thus, after more than 10 hours passed, Guxian finally opened his eyes. It appeared that employing the true understanding of the void to mend the incomplete realm was indeed a viable approach. A sense of clarity dawned upon Guxian. Yet a hint of bitterness arose within him. Without the assistance of rare materials and treasures, achieving a complete restoration of his realm might take several years, perhaps even over a decade. If only he could acquire 1 or 2 celestial-grade enlightenment fruits, this duration could be significantly reduced. Contemplating this, he let out a silent sigh. Although celestial-grade enlightenment fruits were exceedingly precious, the Immortal Palace still had a few in reserve, albeit all under the possession of the sect leader, Master Yushan. Previously, in his endeavor to assist Guxian in breaking through to the refining void realm, Master Yushan had already made considerable sacrifices, offering 3 enlightenment fruits. Now, should Guxian dare to request more, it was likely that Master Yushan would be reluctant to part with them. A decade was indeed a lengthy span. He would need to contemplate alternative solutions. While lost in thought, Guxian suddenly noticed a figure stumbling into the Tianfeng Pavilion. Although the daylight had waned, Guxian, as a powerful being of the refining void realm, possessed extraordinarily keen senses. In an instant, he discerned that the intruder was his eldest disciple, Qi Yunfei. Yunfei? Master. Before Guxian could utter more, Qi Yunfei had already knelt before him. It was then that Guxian noticed the blood at the corner of Qi Yunfei's mouth and the numerous sword wounds on his disciple's attire, presenting a woeful sight. Yunfei, what has happened? Seeing Qi Yunfei in such a pitiful state, Guxian's brow furrowed deeply. Did I not instruct you to observe the outer sect's recruitment? How could you end up in such a predicament? Master, I am unworthy. I have brought shame upon you. Upon hearing Qi Yunfei's words, Guxian's frown deepened, and his expression darkened significantly. Speak. What transpired? Could it be that someone in this Immortal Palace dared to insult you? However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Guxian sensed something amiss. His eldest disciple had always been composed and, with his nascent soul cultivation, was among the elite of the younger generation. In the entire Immortal Palace, aside from a few stewards and elders, who would dare to humiliate Qi Yunfei, what on earth was happening? Guxian's brow tightened further. Qi Yunfei pressed his forehead to the ground, his voice hoarse. I was instructed by the master to observe the recruitment in the outer sect and to select some promising candidates for our Dongshin Peak. Unexpectedly, I encountered some ruffians causing a disturbance. A disturbance? Guxian's anger turned into a sardonic smile, his hand clenched tightly within his sleeve, knuckles turning pale. The Immortal Palace, esteemed as the foremost sect of Muyu State, had individuals audacious enough to act recklessly during the recruitment ceremony? Such audacity. Speak. Who dares to be so brazen? Where's Immortal Yan? And how did you sustain these injuries? The instigator is named Lin Yan, the leader of a minor sect, who seems to have an old acquaintance, and Elder Mo Qi Yunfei remains prostrated on the ground, his shoulders trembling slightly. He claims that several months ago, during a fierce battle with the Blood Fiend, Elder Mo, having been defeated, promised 10 Earth-grade spirit pills in exchange for assistance. Lin Yan, coveting the pills, thus breached the Blood Fiend's protective talisman, aiding Elder Mo in vanquishing the formidable foe. Now, several months have passed. and with Elder Mo unable to produce the promised 10 Earth-grade spirit pills, he sought to negotiate for a little more time. Yet, Lin Yan unexpectedly turned hostile, insisting on abducting several exceptionally gifted and beautiful female disciples as collateral for the debt. Elder Mo and I refused to acquiesce, leading to a confrontation with that rogue. However, Lin Yan's cultivation is unfathomable, at least above the divine transformation realm, and together, we were no match for him. Qi Yunfei's voice grew increasingly faint, ultimately leaving him helplessly watching as Lin Yan took the disciples away. "What did you say?" Guxian exclaimed, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. His spiritual power surged violently, and the table before him was instantly reduced to dust, causing the entire Tianfeng Pavilion to tremble. Chapter 65, The Trap in the Esteemed Yunxian Palace, the foremost sect of Muyan Prefecture. It is a profound disgrace that several female disciples were abducted right before their very gates. Such an affront is utterly intolerable. Guxian's hair stood on end, his eyes ablaze with fury, as he bellowed, "How dare you allow the thieves to escape unchallenged? Knowing we are outmatched, why did you not promptly report to the sect?" Qi Yunfei knelt upon the ground, his forehead pressed against the azure bricks, trembling as he spoke. "I intended to report immediately and requested for the sect to dispatch elite forces to capture Lin Yan. But what? Elder Mo obstructed me." His voice quivered. He argued that since this incident occurred during our watch, if the sect were to be alerted, he would face punishment. And I would likely not escape blame. Even if it is merely a reprimand, it could greatly hinder my future prospects. At that moment, the recruitment ceremony had already concluded, and the area was sparsely populated. Elder Mo suggested that as long as Lin Yan was found and the abducted disciples returned before dawn, it could all be concealed as if nothing had transpired. "So you decided to sneak back, hoping to have your master clean up this mess for you?" Guxian's gaze turned icy, each word enunciated with a chilling clarity. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly grew heavy. Qi Yunfei remained rigid, even halting his breath, as if he had been transformed into stone. "You, sigh." Guxian's expression shifted several times, ultimately settling into a deep sigh. He understood all too well, Mo Tianwen's obstruction of Qi Yunfei's report was merely to evade punishment himself. However, Qi Yunfei's concerns were not entirely unfounded. After all, among their peers, only two had reached the nascent soul stage. One was Qi Yunfei, and the other was Gu Tong, the personal disciple of the sect leader, Yin Shan. The strength of Qi Yunfei and Gu Tong was nearly equal, making it difficult to discern who was superior. Now, having reached the refinement void stage himself, he firmly held the second highest position in Yunxian Palace. Should no unforeseen circumstances arise, Qi Yunfei had every opportunity to contend with Gu Tong for the title of Holy Son, potentially replacing the Yunshan lineage and eventually assuming control of the palace. Yet, if this matter were reported, even if the primary responsibility did not lie with Qi Yunfei, it would be an indelible stain on his reputation that a disciple of the esteemed palace had been defeated at their gates. Helplessly witnessing their comrades being abducted, such humiliation would haunt him for life. At that point, not only would his aspirations for the Holy Son position be dashed, but the reputation of Dongxian Peak would also suffer irreparable damage. With these thoughts, Guxian's fingers clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white, as flames of anger surged within him. "Curse be Mo Tianwen. His incompetence has dragged my disciple into this quagmire." Guxian sighed deeply and slowly shook his head. "Very well, I shall personally intervene to rectify this situation for you." With that, his gaze sharpened, and he coldly inquired, "The one who dared to cause trouble in my palace is named Lin Yan, correct?" "Indeed, master," came the reply. "Humph." Guxian's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Months prior, he had crossed paths with this individual. At that time, this arrogant young man dared to accept Qinyu from their celestial palace as a disciple. Even more infuriating was that when Master Jingyan intended to take Qinyu away, this individual audaciously demanded 40 pieces of celestial-grade spirit fruits. Had it not been for the presence of Su Qingxue, the saintess of the Chaos Sword Ruins, he would have struck this person down on the spot. He originally planned to settle the score with this man upon returning to the sect, but was delayed due to a breakthrough in the void refinement realm. Little did he expect this fellow would dare to come and provoke him, truly showing blatant disregard for the young celestial palace. "Where is Lin Yan now, do you know?" Guxian inquired coldly, an aura of menace surrounding him, nearly solidifying the very air around. According to Elder Mo, this man took the abducted disciple back to his sect. Qi Yunfei promptly replied, "Elder Mo mentioned that this man's sect is situated on a mountain near our celestial palace, and it can be reached in a moment." "What?" Guxian's brows furrowed sharply. "This Lin Yan, how dare he establish a sect right under the nose of young celestial palace? Such an event cannot be permitted." Why did Immortal conceal such a significant matter? Scoundrel! Gu Xian cursed inwardly. Not only did he cause trouble outside, bringing shame to the sect, but he also dared to hide something of such importance. This outer elder has truly overstepped his bounds. He resolved that once this matter was settled, he would certainly remove Immortal from his position. However, the immediate priority was to rescue the abducted female disciple and restore their lost dignity. With this thought, Gu Xian swept his large sleeves, enveloping Qi Yunfei within his robe, and transformed into a streak of flowing light, departing from Dongshan Peak. For cultivators in the void refinement realm, the distance from Dongshan Peak to the outer sect was merely a step away. Thus, in no time, Gu Xian arrived at the mountain gate of Yung's celestial palace with Qi Yunfei. Outside the gate, Immortal had long awaited their arrival, bowing respectfully as he saw Gu Xian and his disciple approach. However, before he could come closer, Gu Xian angrily waved his sleeve, unleashing a powerful surge of spiritual energy that struck directly at Immortal's face. With a resounding thud, Immortal was sent flying several feet, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood immediately spilling from the sea, yet he ultimately suppressed his fury and managed to utter through clenched teeth, "Lead the way." The subordinate complied promptly, as if granted a reprieve, hastening forth like a shooting star towards the mountain's edge. Gu Xian let out a cold snort, his sleeves billowing as he followed closely behind Qi Yun. The trio traversed the skies, covering a distance of merely 10 miles before arriving at the foot of a spiritual peak. The night sky was as dark as ink, with a radiant full moon hanging high, its cool luminescence cascading down like water. The majestic contours of the mountain loomed in the moonlight, appearing both tangible and elusive, with its summit piercing the heavens, seemingly connecting with the celestial realms. Mist of ethereal mist twirled like gossamer among the mountains, occasionally coalescing into clouds, then dispersing into wisps of smoke, reflecting a soft, pearlescent glow under the moon's illumination. Here, Gu Xian paused before the mountain, feeling as though the entire spiritual peak was inhaling and exhaling the essence of the universe, with every blade of grass and every tree steeped in the quintessence of nature, exuding an otherworldly aura. What astonished him further was the richness of the spiritual energy here, which surpassed that of his own Dongshan Peak by a third. Gu Xian's brow furrowed, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Beside him, Immortal hurriedly stepped forward, bowing respectfully, in response to the elder's inquiry. This is the location of Lin Yan's sect. Lin Yan is currently atop the mountain. Gu Xian's expression darkened as he ascended the steps alongside Immortal. However, with each upward stride, his apprehensions deepened. The spiritual energy in this mountainous region surged like the tides, and the winding paths were adorned with various spiritual herbs and vines. Under the moonlight, the eaves and corners of the mountaintop were faintly discernible, with the glazed tiles shimmering with a delicate celestial radiance. This was an entirely extraordinary sight, surpassing even that of the celestial palaces above the clouds. How could such an aura exist near the vicinity of the cloud palace? Suddenly, Gu Xian halted, his sleeves fluttering as if stirred by an invisible wind. He whirled around, fingers like hooks gripping Immortal's throat, and coldly demanded, "Speak. Where exactly is this place? When did such a spiritual peak arise near my cloud palace? What intentions do you harbor by bringing me here?" The mountain wind abruptly stilled. A clear, melodious laughter echoed from the clouded heights. "Elder Gu, why must you be so enraged? Since you have arrived, why not ascend the mountain for a cup of tea?" Gu Xian looked up, and there, descending gracefully through the moonlight, was a young man clad in a flowing azure robe, none other than Lin Yan, who had once requested 40 exquisite spiritual fruits. Behind Lin Yan stood Qin Yu, bearing a heavy black iron sword, along with a plump young girl. Chapter 66, An Opportunity to Kneel and Serve Very Well. As Lin Yan approached from the horizon, Gu Xian, consumed by fury, forced a smile, his gaze darting like lightning between the suspended Lin Yan and Immortal, whose throat he had seized. His fingers gradually tightened, producing a series of unnerving cracking sounds. "It seems you have lured me here with meticulous planning. Yet, I never anticipated that an elder of the outer sect of the Immortal Palace would betray the sect and become your lapdog." The chill in Gu Xian's voice was palpable. "It appears that the so-called disturbance at the recruitment ceremony and the abduction of female disciples were merely a grand performance orchestrated by you." High above the clouds, Lin Yan clapped his hands and chuckled. "Elder Gu, you truly embody the intellect expected of the second-in-command of the Immortal Palace. Your wit is commendable. You hardly resemble a villain from a typical tale. Speak," Gu Xian demanded sharply. "What is your true intent in luring me here with such elaborate schemes?" "Nothing much," Lin Yan replied with a smile. "I merely heard that Elder Gu recently broke through to the void refinement realm, so I wish to invite you here to celebrate. At the same time, I wanted to offer you an opportunity to kneel and serve our sect. Impudent! Guxian roared, his spiritual energy surging violently, prepared to strike at Lin Yan. Yet, at that moment, a sudden, piercing pain shot through his waist. He turned to find Qi Yunfei, with a dagger plunged deep into his lower back. Cold, terrifying light flickered in Qi Yunfei's eyes. Qi Yunfei? Guxian gasped, disbelief etched across his face. He could scarcely fathom that his prized disciple, whom he had nurtured with great care, would betray him at such a critical moment. Do not panic, Elder Gu, came the soft, seductive voice of Immortal Palace, who was still in Guxian's grasp. The voice was unmistakably feminine. Your beloved disciple has not betrayed you. He has merely fallen under my soul-binding spell. Before Guxian's eyes, Immortal Palace's form began to dissipate into wisps of azure smoke. As the smoke cleared, a breathtakingly beautiful woman appeared, suspended in midair. 9 pristine white foxtails swirled behind her, each hair shimmering with a luminous glow. As she parted her ruby lips, her gaze was filled with a captivating allure that could ensnare any heart. You are not Immortal Palace. You are, from the Chongqiu Fox clan. Guxian's pupils constricted in shock. Hastily, he unleashed his divine sense for inspection, only to be met with a grim revelation. This 9-tailed fox demon was not only a being of the void refinement realm, but possessed strength far surpassing his own. With a sudden surge of anger, Guxian kicked Qi Yunfei away with great force. A sharp sound echoed as the dagger was violently extracted from his waist, blood gushing forth like a fountain. However, at that moment, Guxian could scarcely afford to dwell on his own injuries. He raised his gaze towards the lofty Lin Yan, casting a fleeting glance at the 9-tailed fox demon that danced in the air. His back instantly drenched in cold sweat. This was the first time since entering the void refinement realm that he truly felt the chilling grip of death. Where's Immortal Palace? Guxian suppressed his rage, his voice hoarse. Has he already fallen victim to your hands? Indeed, my esteemed master was not mistaken. You are quite astute. Lu Qingqing, having returned to her true form, covered her lips with a delicate laugh, her 9 foxtails swaying gracefully under the moonlight. Immortal Palace was slain by my master several months ago. She tilted her head, revealing an innocent smile. Throughout these months, the outer elders of your Immortal Palace have been under my purview, despite his prior suspicions. Hearing such grim news delivered directly struck Guxian like a blow to the heart. He grimaced against the pain, gritting his teeth as he demanded, Who are you really? What is your intention in targeting the people of my Immortal Palace? What is the purpose? Lu Qingqing feigned surprise, blinking her eyes. Elder Gu, could it be you do not know? Guxian's pupils constricted suddenly, a dreadful thought flashing through his mind. You are after the dragon vein of our young Immortal Palace? Lu Qingqing laughed heartily, saying, It is a pleasure to converse with an intelligent person. I need not say much, for you have already deduced it yourself. As Lu Qingqing affirmed his suspicions, Guxian felt as though his heart had plummeted into an abyss of icy despair. Months prior, when the real person Yunshan informed them of the imminent awakening of the dragon vein, he had sworn by his primordial spirit to keep it a secret, for the matter bore significance to the survival of their sect and must not be divulged. The preciousness of the dragon vein could incite madness across the entire cultivation world. A careless word could invite utter calamity. Yet now, this earth-shattering secret was known to others, and they had commenced their schemes months ago, first assassinating the outer elderly Dai Taojiang, then meticulously luring him to this very place. Such premeditated efforts would not allow him to escape lightly. The more he contemplated, the more alarmed he became, his spine growing cold. Nevertheless, he had to maintain his composure, gritting his teeth as he shouted at Lin Yan and Lu Qingqing, If you have indeed come for the dragon vein of my young Immortal Palace, then you shall be sorely disappointed. The Chaos Sword's virtual saintess, Su Qingxue, resides within my palace, and she is determined to seize our dragon vein. Though I am unaware of your origins, can you truly contend against the Holy Land? The Holy Land? Upon hearing these words, Lin Yan could not help but chuckle. At this very moment, a little ancestor from the Holy Land was crying and begging to be his wife. He had become entirely indifferent to the notion of the Holy Land. Why does Elder Gu feel the need to intimidate with the Holy Land? In response to Guxian's inquiry, Lin Yan was disinclined to speak, merely exchanging a glance with Lu Qingqing, urging her to articulate on his behalf. To be honest, today's ambush on Guxian was entirely orchestrated by Lu Qingqing, with no involvement from him. Earlier, he had dispatched Qinyu and Luo Li to welcome the new disciples, only to return with an unexpected addition, Lu Qingqing. This cunning vixen whispered incessantly in his ear, proposing a brilliant scheme if they could manipulate Guxian, the second in command of the young Immortal Palace, transforming him into a hidden pawn within the palace. It would greatly facilitate their future ambitions of annexing the palace and seizing the dragon vein. To be honest, Lin Yan was unclear about the specifics of his grand design to conquer the Immortal Palace and claim the dragon vein. These matters were likely components of a hidden quest issued by the system, the details of which remained a mystery to him, leaving him entirely in the dark. Propelled forward by the unfolding narrative. However, since Lu Qingxing was the pivotal figure in triggering this hidden quest, he decided to indulge her whims. Thus, Lin Yan complied with her request to play along. As for how to navigate the intricate process and advance the task storyline, he preferred not to ponder or concern himself with it. Therefore, prior to arriving, he had informed Lu Qingxing that he would merely set the stage, leaving the specifics of dialogue and action entirely to her discretion. Lu Qingxing, under the impression that Lin Yan's acquiescence was a testament to his absolute trust in her, felt a surge of delight. Consequently, upon receiving a subtle cue from Lin Yan, she smiled radiantly, her gaze brimming with allure. Since we dare to undertake such endeavors, why should we fear any sacred ground? I trust Elder Gu will recognize the situation and cooperate willingly, lest we all find ourselves in an awkward position. Wouldn't you agree? Gu Xian's face darkened upon hearing her words. What manner of cooperation do you seek from me? Has my master not already articulated that? Lu Qingxing stifled a laugh, her voice sweet enough to be compared to honey. All that is required of you is to obediently kneel and act as a good dog. Chapter 67. The master is truly powerful. How outrageous. Gu Xian, filled with rage, his eyes gleaming with cold light, exclaimed furiously, I am a cultivator of the void refinement stage, the second in command of the Cloud Palace. How can I endure such humiliation, Elder Gu? Yet Lu Qingxing lightly interrupted him, a hint of mockery dancing in her smile. It is precisely because of your status that you are qualified to serve as a dog for my master. She tilted her head slightly, her smile bright, but her voice was chillingly cold. Otherwise, do you think you deserve to stand here? Very well, very well. Gu Xian repeated the words thrice, the murderous intent in his gaze surging. I have practiced for hundreds of years, enduring countless life and death struggles. If you wish for me to serve you as a dog, let us see if you possess the ability. As Gu Xian spoke, he quickly calculated in his mind. Although this nine-tailed fox demon was also of the void refinement stage, the enigmatic Lin Yan, suspended in mid-air, was inscrutable, making it impossible to gauge his depth. Since the nine-tailed fox referred to Lin Yan as master, it indicated that Lin Yan's cultivation was at least above the void refinement stage. Surrounded by two experts above the void refinement stage, his current predicament could indeed be called desperate. Yet, Gu Xian had not survived to this day by mere fortune. The hidden life-saving measures within his grasp were sufficient to ensure his escape from such a dire situation. Moreover, the distance to the Cloud Palace was merely a few miles. As long as he unleashed his full power, he could summon the sect's strong allies in an instant. With this thought, Gu Xian swept his sleeve dramatically, roaring, Today, I shall let you know what the wrath of the void refinement stage truly means. He suddenly raised his hand, his finger like a sword. As a brilliant golden light coalesced at his fingertip, dazzling like heavenly retribution, the signature ultimate technique of the Cloud Palace, Nine Heavens Catastrophe Finger. Once unleashed, this finger could invoke the might of the nine heavens, capable of shattering mountains and rivers. Any ordinary cultivator struck by it would perish instantly, their very souls unable to escape obliteration. However, just as he was about to strike fiercely, the golden light at his fingertip extinguished with a soft puff, as if a candle flickering in the wind. Gu Xian's pupils suddenly constricted, his expression changing drastically. He was horrified to discover that the spiritual energy within his dantian had vanished without a trace, completely solidified. No matter how he urged it, his true essence remained utterly motionless, as if bound by some invisible force. How could this be possible? His heart trembled violently, cold sweat instantly soaking his back. In all his years of cultivation, he had never encountered such a bizarre occurrence. The sealing of his spiritual energy meant that he was now no different from a mortal. Not only could he not unleash his divine powers, but even the most basic escape techniques were beyond his reach. As he stood there in shock, Lin Yan, hovering in midair, gazed at him with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Elder Gu, why are you not making a move? That voice was light and airy, yet it plunged Gu Xian into an icy abyss. It seemed that the sealing of his spiritual energy was entirely the work of this young lad. But how could this possibly be? Since his appearance, this young man has neither formed seals nor chanted incantations, nor has he even stirred the hem of his robe. What manner of technique allows one to silently suppress the cultivation of a formidable being in the void refinement stage? Even more terrifying is the fact that he remains completely unaware of it. Guxian's peripheral vision flicked towards Qi Yunfei, and a dreadful suspicion began to take root in his mind. Could the issue lie with the dagger embedded in his body? However, there was no time for further contemplation. The most pressing matter at hand was to find a way to escape. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the shock within, his hand reaching for the Qian Kuan pouch at his waist. Inside that pouch lay a life-saving treasure known as the Purple Sky Escape Talisman. This talisman was forged using the secret methods of the Cloud Palace, with the rare Purple Sky Thunderstone as its primary material. Once activated, it could tear through space for a short distance jump, and even when one's spiritual power was sealed, it could still be reluctantly summoned. He quietly retrieved the Purple Sky Escape Talisman, mentally reciting the incantation in an attempt to activate the talisman. Yet, after repeating the incantation several times, the talisman remained utterly still, like a mere piece of paper, devoid of any reaction. Gradually, a chill crept up his spine, cold sweat silently soaking through his robe. A horrifying suspicion began to grow wildly in the depths of his heart. Could it be that the opponent had not only sealed his spiritual power but had also bound his treasure? How could this be possible? How could such a heaven-defying technique exist in this world? Guxian's heart raced as he suddenly recalled a passage he had glimpsed in an ancient, fragmented scroll, the Great God Sealing Technique. This so-called Great God Sealing Technique was a forbidden spell from ancient times. It required no seals or incantations. The practitioner merely needed to stir their thoughts slightly to instantaneously seal the spiritual power of the target, even severing the spiritual contract between the target and their treasures, rendering those treasures mere mundane iron. It was precisely because of its unparalleled dominance that any practitioner of this technique would be universally condemned by the entire cultivation world. Over time, this divine ability was completely lost to the annals of history. According to the ancient texts, to wield the Great God Sealing Technique, the practitioner's cultivation must be at least one realm higher than that of the target. If indeed he had fallen victim to this technique at this moment, then it would mean that the one suspended in midair, casting a cold gaze upon him, Lin Yan, was at least a terrifying existence of the integration stage or beyond. Guxian's breath nearly halted, an unprecedented chill surging from his feet to the crown of his head. The integration stage, that is a pinnacle of existence, scarcely found throughout the entire cultivation world. Even the master of the Cloud Palace is merely at the peak of the void refinement stage, a hair's breadth away from the integration stage. And this seemingly youthful cultivator had already stepped into such a realm? In that instant, Guxian finally understood why the other party dared to act so recklessly, even dismissing the Chaos Sword Ruins, one of the 7 sacred lands. It seems Elder Gu has finally come to realize that there is no point in resisting with force anymore. Lu Qingqing chuckled softly, yet her eyes held not a trace of warmth. Elder Gu truly is a clever man, though she was a disciple of Lin Yan. She remained oblivious to the concept of the novice protection period and was entirely unaware that within the domain of the Wuji Dao sect, no outsider could wield spells or activate magical treasures. However, she possessed a naturally astute disposition and a keen intellect. Observing Guxian as he secretly gathered spiritual energy and quietly grasped a talisman, exuding an air of desperation, she soon realized that he ultimately could not mobilize even a fraction of his spiritual power, nor could his magical treasures function. Immediately, she came to the same conclusion as Guxian, that Lin Yan must have employed some arcane technique, silently severing all of Guxian's avenues of escape. In Lu Qingqing's eyes, Lin Yan was far beyond merely being at the integration stage. He was unmistakably a great being who had already ascended to the stage of ascendance. Crushing a cultivator of the void refinement stage took but a fleeting moment. Nevertheless, even so, she was utterly captivated by Lin Yan. After all, with her keen senses as a 9-tailed celestial fox, she had failed to discern when Lin Yan had made his move. Such unfathomable prowess truly left her profoundly enamored. Gazing at Lin Yan's upright silhouette, Lu Qingqing's crimson golden eyes sparkled with adoration. Simultaneously, her heart fluttered, her legs grew weak, her 9 fox tails swayed involuntarily, and she felt a fervent heat enveloping her. Truly, her master was. Lu Qingqing fervently mused. He is simply too powerful. Ding dong. Your disciple Lu Qingqing has developed romantic feelings for you. Congratulations on achieving the title of Rascal Master who plays with disciples' emotions. Reward: 50 Spirit Stones. Reward: Dragon and Phoenix Auspicious Pill. This will elevate the host's cultivation to the 2nd layer of the nascent soul. The Dragon and Phoenix Auspicious Pill, a celestial-grade elixir, can be used during intimate moments, enhancing the bond with a partner and rendering them utterly unable to resist. Chapter 68. The Seal of the Heart. A series of crisp system notifications suddenly erupted in his ears, as if they feared he might not react in time, filling his mind with a cacophony of sounds. Lin Yan wore a bewildered expression. Instinctively, he turned to glance at Lu Qingqing, who was slightly biting her lower lip. Her cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, her gaze laden with a hint of shyness yet fixed intently upon him. She resembled a cat that had gone 3 days without food, fixated on a freshly cooked fish. Lu Qingqing harbors desires for me. Is she not simply craving my body? But I have done nothing to provoke this. Why has she suddenly taken a fancy to me? How have I become the heartless master who toys with the affections of his disciple? And what on earth is this dragon and phoenix harmony pill? Could the system not bestow upon me a more sensible reward? Noticing Lin Yan's gaze upon her, Lu Qingqing returned a fleeting look. Her eyes sparkled with a mesmerizing brilliance, her gaze rippling like gentle spring waters, sending a shiver down Lin Yan's spine, momentarily halting his breath, leaving him in a daze. Goodness, this vixen is far too alluring. I must not gaze too long. Lin Yan hurriedly averted his eyes, striving to maintain his composure. Yet, the enchanting look in Lu Qingqing's eyes lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate, though Lu Qingqing felt an emotional stir. She was acutely aware that this was not the time for flirtation. She bit her tongue lightly, using the pain to temporarily quell the surging heat within her. As her gaze shifted to Elder Gu Xian, her lips parted slightly. So, Elder Gu, what are your intentions moving forward? Gu Xian swallowed hard, the veins on his forehead bulging. Having cultivated for centuries, he had never faced such a predicament. Yet now, with his spiritual power sealed and his treasures rendered useless, he was akin to a fish on the chopping block. Ultimately, he clasped his hands towards Lin Yan, who hovered in the air, gritting his teeth to utter, Lin, Senior Lin, I have been blind to your might and have offended your celestial authority. I deserve the gravest punishment. If you could kindly spare this old man, I would be eternally grateful and repay you in due time. Elder Gu. Lin Yan in midair merely regarded him, remaining silent. However, Lu Qingqing, standing on the ground, responded with a smile. It seems you have yet to grasp the situation. Today, having entered our master-disciple snare, you have no choice but to bow to my master. There is no second path for you. We would not let you escape so easily. I hope you will cooperate and refrain from any futile struggles. As her words faded, Lu Qingqing's figure flashed like a specter before Gu Xian. She extended her delicate hand, pressing it against the crown of his head. Then she forcefully infused her spiritual energy into his mind. Gu Xian's complexion contorted instantly, feeling a torrent of scorching spiritual power surge into his consciousness, violently colliding with his very soul. His body trembled violently, veins bulging on his forehead, as beads of sweat rolled down like pearls. What do you intend to do? Gu Xian's voice quivered, his body rendered nearly immobile under Lu Qingqing's spiritual pressure. Lu Qingqing's fingertips glimmered with an enchanting pink light, yet her face retained a seductive smile. Relax, Elder Gu. I assure you, I mean you no harm. I merely fear that you may not be sufficiently compliant in the future, which is why I shall employ the soul-binding technique of our nine-tailed fox clan to refine your spirit. If you cooperate willingly, the experience shall be far less painful. You are dreaming. Gu Xian roared, his expression twisted with rage. Although his spiritual power had been sealed, as a formidable practitioner of the void refinement realm, his soul force was not to be underestimated. Suddenly, a golden seal appeared at his brow, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth like a tempest. Ugh! Lu Qingqing let out a muffled groan, her delicate form shuddering. The two forces of soul energy clashed fiercely within Gu Xian's consciousness, proving to be evenly matched. What a formidable elder of the void refinement realm! His soul force is astonishingly powerful. Lu Qingqing was inwardly alarmed, gritting her silver teeth. She urged her spiritual energy once more, only to find Gu Xian equally resistant, the golden seal at his brow glowing even brighter. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion. The golden seal shattered. The violent shockwave forced Lu Qingqing back 3 steps, her white skirt trailing chaotic marks upon the ground. Gu Xian's face contorted in fury, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Across from him, Gu Xian's own lips also bled, his countenance twisted like a malevolent spirit. You wretched fox demon. Do you think you can refine my soul? Such delusions. Seeing Gu Xian's ghastly visage, Lu Qingqing's expression darkened. The recent clash of soul energies had inflicted significant injury upon her as well. She had anticipated effortlessly controlling Gu Xian with the soul-binding technique, but to her astonishment, after advancing to the void refinement realm, Gu Xian's soul proved to be remarkably resilient. Even with her cultivation several levels below his, she was unable to refine his soul. Yet, if she could not completely subdue Gu Xian, the events of the day could not reach a conclusion. Should they release him, their clandestine schemes would be exposed. Should they kill him, the sudden demise of Gu Xian, a prominent figure in the Celestial Palace, would certainly provoke an investigation, potentially jeopardizing Lin Yan's covert arrangements. Just as Lu Qingqing found herself in a predicament, a cool voice suddenly interjected. Is it not simply a matter of making this old fellow obedient? Why go to such lengths? Lu Qingqing turned to see Lin Yan had appeared beside her, holding a translucent jade seal in his palm. The seal, no larger than a hand, radiated a chilling pressure, its surface shimmering with multicolored light, faintly revealing the inscription Heart Control. This is the Heart Control seal? Gu Xian's pupils constricted abruptly, his tone shifting dramatically. Impossible. This artifact has long been lost to the sands of time. How could it possibly be in your possession? Lu Qingqing was momentarily struck dumb. As a member of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, she understood the terrifying power of the Heart Control seal better than anyone, an ancient artifact specifically designed to subdue the soul. It is said that even practitioners at the Great Ascension stage find it difficult to escape its grasp. To think that such a treasure lies in the hands of her master. Ah, you are familiar with this item. Observing the expressions of shock on Gu Xian and Lu Qingqing's faces, Lin Yan couldn't help but chuckle. This was a treasure awarded to him by the system when he initially subdued Lu Qingqing, possessing the capability to forge a celestial contract with a designated target, establishing a master-servant relationship. When the target's cultivation is inferior to that of the user, it can be enforced. However, if the target's cultivation surpasses that of the user, the target must willingly accept the contract. In other words, with his current cultivation at the nascent soul stage, Lin Yan could only control Gu Xian through the Heart Control seal if Gu Xian consented. Otherwise, it would remain beyond his reach. Yet, his inability does not imply that others are similarly constrained. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the jade seal to Lu Qingqing, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. You desire to fully dominate this old fellow, do you not? Why not give this a try? Chapter 69. Spiritual Pet Gu Xian. The moment Lu Qingqing grasped the Heart Command seal, a tingling surge of electric energy coursed through her fingertips. This legendary artifact of ancient origins trembled gently in her palm, its iridescent hues flowing like rippling water, illuminating her bright eyes. Master, her voice quivered, and 9 foxtails unfurled involuntarily. Such a treasured possession you have bestowed upon me to wield. Alas, it is merely a stamp. Does it not serve equally well in either of our hands? Lin Yan waved his hand nonchalantly. The reason he entrusted the Heart Command seal to Lu Qingqing was twofold. Firstly, his own cultivation was insufficient to exert control over Gu Xian through this artifact. Secondly, the task of annexing the Cloud Palace was entirely spearheaded by Lu Qingqing. In her eyes, this endeavor was a grand strategy to seize the dragon vein of the Cloud Palace. In truth, he was entirely unaware of the specifics of the mission. Thus, rather than meddling in the process, he deemed it prudent to relinquish full authority to Lu Qingqing, allowing her to act freely, while he would ultimately benefit from her success. However, unbeknownst to Lin Yan, Lu Qingqing remained oblivious to his inner calculations. She was unaware of his mere nascent soul cultivation level. To her, Lin Yan was an unfathomable celestial being, a paragon of wisdom, with unparalleled insight. With his abilities, controlling the refining void realm Gu Xian would be a trivial matter. Yet, he chose not to intervene directly, instead placing the Heart Command seal, a rare and precious treasure, in her capable hands. What did this signify? It indicated that he harbored unreserved trust in her. Master, Lu Qingqing gazed intently at Lin Yan, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. This single call was filled with profound emotion. Her delicate fingers gripped the Heart Command seal tightly, her knuckles whitening from the exertion. That he would entrust such an important artifact to me. This faith, I, Lu Qingqing, shall never betray, even at the cost of my own life. Taking a deep breath, her 9 foxtails fanned out behind her, each hair radiating a soft glow. The Heart Command seal trembled violently in her palm, its kaleidoscopic light surging forth, transforming into a beam that soared into the heavens. Gu Xian, Lu Qingqing called out sharply, her voice imbued with unassailable authority. With a graceful lift of her jade hand, the Heart Command seal ascended, casting a colossal golden symbol in the air. The symbol slowly rotated, emanating an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. The character's Heart Command at the base of the seal burst forth in blinding golden light, enveloping Gu Xian entirely. No. Gu Xian let out a piercing wail. He struggled desperately, only to realize in horror that his very soul was grotesquely contorting within the golden light, as if he were bronze thrown into a furnace, being remolded anew. His once proud cultivation in the refining void realm now rendered him powerless to resist, leaving him to watch helplessly as the golden symbol seared deeper into the essence of his spirit. A chilling scream reverberated through the mountains, startling a multitude of beasts and birds. Gu Xian's Taoist robe was drenched in sweat, and his once imposing visage now twisted into a grotesque mask of agony. He knelt on the ground, cradling his head in his hands, with trickles of blood seeping through his fingers. Lu Qingqing observed with a cold gaze, her 9 foxtails gracefully swaying behind her. With a flick of her fingertip, the radiance of the heart-conquering seal intensified. At last, the golden talisman was fully absorbed into Guxian's brow. In that instant, his body convulsed violently, his pupils reflecting countless swirling golden runes. When the final rune vanished, Guxian abruptly fell silent, rising slowly to his feet, and deeply bowed to Lu Qingqing. Master. The reverent address was a stark contrast to his earlier struggles, revealing a transformation in his demeanor. The shrewd glimmer in his eyes had dissipated, replaced by unwavering devotion. Lu Qingqing's lips curled into a satisfied smile as she gracefully withdrew the heart-conquering seal. The vibrant hues of light gradually retracted, ultimately coalescing into an ancient seal that settled back into her palm. Turning to Lin Yan, her previously fierce demeanor softened into tenderness. Master. Guxian's spirit has been thoroughly refined by the heart-conquering seal. He is now our most loyal servant. Lin Yan nodded calmly on the surface, but tumultuous waves surged within him. Although Lu Qingqing's cultivation was slightly superior to Guxian's, they both operated within the same realm of void refinement, rendering their gap negligible. Had it not been for the novice protection period that restrained Guxian's spiritual power and magical artifacts, a confrontation would likely have cost Lu Qingqing dearly, even if she could triumph over him. Yet now, with the mere presence of the heart-conquering seal, she could effortlessly compel Guxian to submit. The system's reward of this item was indeed overwhelming. Lin Yan pondered silently. At that moment, a system notification chimed in his ears. Ding. Your disciple Lu Qingqing has subdued a spirit beast of the void refinement realm, greatly enhancing the power of the Wuji Dao sect. Reward, 40 Dao fruits, 10 bags of celestial-grade beast food, and a blueprint for the 9 heavens Xianyan armor. The celestial-grade beast food, a premium meal favored by spirit beasts, could significantly enhance their cultivation and quality. The 9 heavens Xianyan armor, a divine-grade armor, housed within its palms the true sun fire cannon, capable of moving mountains and seas, while its star-shift wings allowed for instantaneous travel over vast distances. To his astonishment, subduing Guxian had triggered a system reward. As he listened to the system notification, Lin Yan felt a surge of joy. However, he found the classification peculiar. A prominent elder of the void refinement realm was deemed a spirit beast. As he internally critiqued this judgment, he opened the system inventory to examine the rewards bestowed upon him. 10 intricately woven pouches of purple gold thread were neatly arranged, exuding an enticing aroma that stirred one's appetite. Most captivating of all was the holographic projection of the 9 heavens Xianyan armor. Slowly rotating in midair, a suit of full-body armor blending celestial secrets with modern aesthetics, strikingly reminiscent of Iron Man's armor. The streamlined armor glimmered with a starlit sheen, each joint concealing intricate patterns of profound significance, exuding an overwhelming aura as light danced upon it. Lin Yan let out a heartfelt exclamation of admiration within. Who could possibly resist donning a suit of Iron Man-like armor and galloping through a realm of cultivation? The exquisite design seemed to elevate the art of artifact forging to its zenith. Alas, the system provided merely a blueprint for crafting, rather than a finished suit of armor. How splendid it would be if a completed product were bestowed. Lin Yan couldn't help but grumble inwardly. The system was rather stingy, offering only a blueprint while requiring him to gather materials and forge it himself. He gazed at the faintly visible patterns of the true sunfire in the palm of the gauntlet projected before him, along with the pair of star-shifting wings on the back that seemed capable of rending the fabric of reality, sighing with a mix of longing and resignation. Chapter 70. I consider myself quite clever. Lin Yan closed the system's inventory, his thoughts returning to reality. His gaze drifted between the respectfully bowed Guxian and the charmingly smiling Lu Qingqing. Suddenly, he cleared his throat and feigned profundity, saying, "Hey, Elder Gu, do you still remember me?" Upon hearing this, Guxian immediately turned towards Lin Yan and, without hesitation, knelt on both knees, exclaiming, "Guxian pays his respects to the sect master. It is an immense honor for me to serve the sect master." This display of reverence nearly caused Lin Yan to choke on his own saliva. He forced himself to remain composed and waved his hand, saying, "Rise." He then turned to Lu Qingqing and inquired, "Qingqing, what are your plans moving forward?" Noticing Lin Yan's question directed at her, a glint of cunning flashed in Lu Qingqing's eyes as she replied, "The Cloud K Palace is currently engaged in negotiations with the Chaos Sword Ruins. But due to unresolved terms, both sides have reached an impasse." She paused momentarily before continuing, "As the second-in-command of the palace, Guxian holds significant influence. I plan to have him act as a saboteur, thoroughly undermining the collaboration between the two factions." Once the Cloud K Palace is unable to ally with the Chaos Sword ruins, they will find it impossible to safeguard the Dragon Vein solely with their own strength. And they will inevitably seek alternative paths. A subtle smile graced Lu Qingqing's lips, her eyes shimmering with a cold light. Given the current circumstances, the only allies they could possibly turn to would be other sacred grounds. However, she cast a meaningful glance at Lin Yan. With us in the picture, their efforts are destined to yield nothing. When they find themselves at a dead end, our master will extend a timely hand. And the initiative and negotiations will naturally rest with us. At that point, how to handle them will depend entirely on our master's will. Lin Yan nodded thoughtfully. Lu Qingqing's elaborate discourse had left him somewhat bewildered, as he could not fully grasp her intentions. Yet, whether he understood or not was inconsequential. What mattered was that Lu Qingqing knew precisely what to do. His role was to offer unwavering support and reap the rewards without effort. Naturally, he had to conceal these thoughts. Thus, after nodding, he looked at Lu Qingqing and asked gravely, "Is this all of your plans?" Lin Yan's question was merely intended to prompt Lu Qingqing for confirmation. However, as she met his profound gaze, her heart skipped a beat. Having just laid out the entirety of her plan, the sect master's inquiry made her wonder, did her scheme harbor any flaws? Or was there something lacking when compared to the master's grand design? Furrowing her delicate brows, her mind raced as she reconsidered the current situation. Suddenly, clarity dawned upon her. Could it be that the sect master's ambitions extended beyond just the Cloud K Palace, encompassing the Chaos Sword ruins as well? Once this thought took root in her mind, it spiraled uncontrollably. The Chaos Sword ruins, currently beset by internal and external strife, still bore the title of a sacred ground. Yet it was on the brink of losing its esteemed status. Only by seizing the Dragon Vein of the Cloud Palace can one hope to ascend to greatness once more. However, the Master is determined to claim the Dragon Vein for himself. Not only does he possess the profound cultivation of the Great Ascension, but his wisdom is unparalleled in the world. In his quest for the Dragon Vein, he has meticulously orchestrated such a grand scheme in the shadows. Competing against him, the Chaos Sword ruins stands no chance at present. Should the Chaos Sword ruins falter in this contest for the Dragon Vein, it will inevitably face decline. At that juncture, as the Chaos Sword ruins wanes, the Master will seize the opportunity to absorb it into his own domain. This move is indeed astutely calculated. The more Lu Qingqing contemplated, the more her heart surged with fervor, and her gaze towards Lin Yan brimmed with reverence. While she was still devising ways to control the Cloud Palace, her master had already set his sights on the Holy Land. The Master's sagacity and stratagems truly surpassed her by 100-fold. Rest assured, Master. Lu Qingqing took a deep breath and solemnly knelt before Lin Yan. Gazing up at him with fervent eyes, her voice resolute and sincere, "I have comprehended your deep foresight, Master. I shall return and realign my plans according to your grand vision, dedicating myself wholeheartedly to assist you in achieving your monumental aspirations." "What do you mean by realigning my plans according to your grand vision?" "I said nothing of the sort." The earnest demeanor of Lu Qingqing startled Lin Yan. Her eyes sparkled, and her cheeks flushed, clearly having just undergone a mental whirlwind. Although Lin Yan had no inkling of the splendid narrative she had concocted in her mind. As her master, he could not inquire how degrading that would be. Yet upon reflection, he had intended to let her narrative tasks unfold effortlessly. So let this clever fox indulge in her imagination. Moreover, as Lu Qingqing's mentor and leader, even if he was utterly oblivious to the work plan, he had to maintain an air of expertise and composure. How else could he lead the team in the future? With that thought, Lin Yan cleared his throat and pretended to be profound as he nodded. "Indeed, it is commendable that you can grasp your master's intentions." He stood with hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing, exuding an ethereal grace. "Proceed as you see fit. I shall fully support you." "Thank you, Master." Lu Qingqing beamed with joy at his words, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Simultaneously, she privately rejoiced, "Although my wisdom and strategy pale in comparison to Master's, being able to deduce his plans makes me somewhat clever as well." After clumsily arranging the tasks before Lu Qingqing and successfully maintaining his exalted image, Lin Yan shifted his gaze to Guxian, who usually exuded an imposing presence as a senior elder of the palace but now stood like a wooden post, obedient to an almost ludicrous degree. Observing this, Lin Yan was suddenly seized by a mischievous impulse. Since the system had designated him as Lu Qingqing's spiritual beast, Lin Yan stroked his chin, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. If I were to feed the celestial beast food rewarded by the system to him, would he consume it? This thought, once it emerged, proliferated like wild grass. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Yan truly retrieved a packet of celestial beast food from the system's space. The moment the packaging was torn open, An enchanting fragrance instantly permeated the mountains. The previously listless Guxian suddenly widened his eyes, fixating intently on the beast food in Lin Yan's hand. His gaze filled with longing akin to that of a starving wild dog spotting a bone after 3 days of hunger. Goodness! Lin Yan was left speechless. The effect of this heart control seal is utterly astonishing. Could it truly have transformed him into a spiritual beast? With the intent to verify, Lin Yan casually tossed the beast food over. In an instant, Guxian pounced on the food like a famished tiger. Disregarding his image as he buried his head into the bag, relishing it with abandon, completely shedding any semblance of the dignity befitting an elder of the celestial sect. Subsequently, as he devoured the food in large mouthfuls, a faint golden glow began to emanate from his body. Chapter 71. The blessing of being a dog. The golden light enveloping Guxian grew increasingly radiant, cascading over his form like molten gold. While countless arcane symbols flickered beneath his skin, intertwining and pulsating with a life of their own. His aura surged with each passing moment. The spiritual energy around him swelling like a tempestuous tide, culminating in a veritable storm of power that sent clouds swirling and rocks trembling in its wake. Simultaneously, a spectral projection of his primordial spirit slowly emerged from behind him, seated upon a jade platform. Initially fragmented and marred by a web of cracks, the platform now healed at a discernible pace, mended by the golden symbols as if sculpted by divine hands, restoring the shattered foundation to its pristine state. Is this the restoration of the foundational path? Lu Qingqing's pupils dilated in shock. She was acutely aware that Guxian, due to his forcible breakthrough, possessed a flawed void refinement realm. This understanding emboldened her to employ the soul capture technique with her own soul at the 5th layer of void refinement, for normally, the disparity in soul strength among practitioners of the same realm rendered the success of such techniques nearly impossible. Restoring a fragmented realm was a feat defying the heavens, typically requiring years, if not decades, of relentless cultivation and refinement. Yet, Lin Yan merely produced an unassuming bag of provisions, and Guxian's fractured foundation was poised to mend instantaneously. Such a method defied all logic and left Lu Qingqing utterly astounded. However, as she was enveloped in awe, an even more extraordinary event unfolded. The golden light surrounding Guxian abruptly contracted, coalescing into a resplendent beam that shot skyward. Above, the clouds roiled, revealing the faint outline of an ancient and enigmatic phantom, a colossal beast coiled in the heavens, resembling a gluttonous creature yet imbued with the majesty of a true dragon. Even this mere projection sent tremors through the entire mountain. A bloodline reversion. Lu Qingqing gasped in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment. Bloodline reversion was an exceedingly rare phenomenon within the cultivation world, typically manifesting among those with ancient demonic lineage. The Star River realm has endured through infinite ages, during which humanity, demonkind, and the demonic race have relentlessly pursued the great path, embroiled in constant conflict. Nevertheless, a select few practitioners transcended racial boundaries, uniting with other races to procreate. Such hybrid practitioners were often referred to as half-demons or half-demons by humanity. Despite their mixed heritage, they frequently identified as human due to their more human-like appearances. However, while titles may shift, the power of bloodlines does not fade entirely. Deep within the bloodlines of certain hybrid practitioners lies the dormant strength of their ancient ancestors. When a specific opportunity arises, these slumbering bloodlines awaken, allowing the practitioner to momentarily wield the formidable prowess of their forebears. This is the essence of bloodline reversion, and the phenomenon exhibited by Guxian at this moment was unmistakably a harbinger of bloodline reversion. Within him coursed the blood of an ancient ferocious beast. Lu Qingqing was profoundly shaken, her gaze fixed upon Guxian with a mixture of complexity. The ethereal figure swirling above the heavens bore a resemblance to a voracious beast yet emanated the formidable aura of a true dragon, evidently embodying an exceedingly powerful ancient fiend. Such a lineage, even among the demon race, is undeniably of the highest caliber. No wonder he occupies a high position in the celestial palace of Cloud Heights. Lu Qingqing pondered quietly. Were it not for his formidable bloodline, with his qualifications, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to step into the realm of void refinement. However, what astonished her even more was that Lin Yan could completely awaken Guxian's bloodline merely with a bag of provisions. In other words, it must be that the esteemed master discerned the ancient ferocious beast's bloodline within Guxian, which prompted him to present that pouch of sustenance. A tiny pouch of grain not only mended the tattered realm of Guxian, but also awakened the beastly bloodline within him. Such a method is truly astonishing. Lu Qingqing felt an even deeper sense of reverence. After a considerable time, the divine light subsided. Guxian's previously fragmented foundation of Tao was now entirely restored, even more complete than before. His aura was as steadfast as a mountain, with his primordial spirit's ethereal form seated upon the jade platform, surrounded by golden Tao patterns, subtly emanating a pressure reminiscent of ancient ferocious beasts. Yet, his eyes remained hollow and devoid of spirit, as if he were merely a puppet. "Thank you for the benevolent gift, Sect Master." Guxian slowly knelt, his voice low and mechanical, as if he were merely executing a predetermined program. Lu Qingqing observed this scene with a heart filled with both shock and complexity. The second in command of the illustrious young Immortal Palace, a formidable being possessing the bloodline of ancient demonic beasts, had now become a mindless dog under their command. This appears somewhat lamentable at first glance. Yet, upon further reflection, although Guxian is forcibly controlled and bound by his spirit, he has been granted the enlightenment of his master, allowing him to mend his foundational path and even awaken the extraordinary manifestations of his bloodline. Is this not, in itself, a remarkable twist of fate? In the vast realm of cultivation, countless practitioners find themselves ensnared by obstacles, unable to progress further throughout their lives. However, Guxian, through an unexpected twist of fate, not only attained a state of perfection but also faintly grasped the opportunity to ascend to even higher realms. To be a humble servant beneath the esteemed master, perhaps, is indeed a form of fortune. A fleeting thought crossed Lu Qingqing's mind, prompting her to silently reflect. Ding dong. Your disciple Lu Qingqing's spirit beast, Guxian, has consumed the celestial grade beast fodder, mending its shattered void refinement realm and awakening the ancient ferocious beast lineage of Qiongqi. The strength of the Wujidao sect is rapidly ascending. Rewards include 40 Dao fruits, 10 bags of celestial grade beast fodder, a spirit beast sanctuary, a blueprint for the Xuanji gun, and a strand of Taichu holy radiance. The Spirit Beast Sanctuary, as its name suggests, is a paradise for nurturing spirit beasts, allowing them to grow up healthy and joyous within its confines. The Xuanji gun, a divine-grade artifact, is a formidable weapon of immense power, capable of independent charging without depleting the wielder's spiritual energy, enabling even the uninitiated mortals to wield it and vanquish immortals. To my astonishment, this individual actually awakened his bloodline after consuming the beast feed. After a considerable amount of time, he truly turned out to be a beast. Listening to the system's prompt, Lin Yan could not help but voice his disdain. He quickly accessed the system space to examine the rewards bestowed upon him. There was little to comment on regarding the Spirit Beast Garden and the primordial holy radiance. However, upon gazing at the design of the mysterious firearm, Lin Yan nearly burst into laughter. The blueprint depicted a jet-black artifact, uniquely shaped, complete with a trigger, magazine, and sight. Even the rifling of the barrel was intricately detailed. Was this not merely a handgun for modern society? Were it not for the annotations on the blueprint indicating that it was made of mystic iron and embedded with a spirit array, Lin Yan might have doubted whether the system had mistakenly sent him the schematics of a military arsenal. Chapter 72. Celestial Days. This item. Is it truly a divine treasure? Lin Yan's lips twitched as he silently criticized the absurdity of it all. The aesthetic was utterly discordant. However, as he meticulously examined the inscriptions at the bottom of the blueprint, his expression gradually turned grave. Mystic gun, forged from a millennium of mysterious iron as its core. Complemented by star-patterned steel for the barrel, it can withstand the backlash from the explosive force of spirit-breaking bullets. The grip is embedded with a spirit vortex crystal, which automatically absorbs the natural spiritual energy for charging, allowing even a mortal to unleash its power. The magazine is inscribed with a miniature congealing formation, capable of compressing absorbed spiritual energy into 3 spirit-breaking bullets, with a range of 10,000 zhang, shattering the meridians of anyone struck. If wielded by a cultivator, one may infuse their own spiritual energy to enhance its potency, capable of penetrating the protective barrier of a harmonization realm expert. Good heavens! Lin Yan gasped in astonishment. It could actually pierce the protective aura of a harmonization realm practitioner. This was nothing short of a formidable weapon capable of turning the tide against higher realms. If he were to possess such a treasure, would he not have the opportunity to vanquish even a formidable opponent of the harmonization realm? At this thought, a vivid image sprang to Lin Yan's mind, an esteemed harmonization expert standing majestically in midair, casting spells, their spiritual energy swirling around them like a tempest, exuding an aura as deep as the ocean. And then he would suddenly draw forth the pistol and with a single shot, deliver a fatal blow. Blood would burst forth, and the mighty would fall. Merely envisioning this scene sent exhilarating shivers down his spine. What was even more astonishing was that this device could be activated even by non-cultivators. This meant that if it could be mass-produced, he could easily assemble an army capable of exterminating celestial beings. At that time, every disciple of the Wujidao sect would wield one. even after the novice protection period ended. Any cultivator daring to invade their sect would meet their demise under a hail of bullets. The Wujidao sect would, henceforth, rest easy. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. The more Lin Yan contemplated, the more his excitement surged. He yearned to return to the sect immediately, gather the materials, and forge this handgun. Master? Lu Qingqing. Noticing Lin Yan's shifting expressions as he stared into the air, couldn't help but softly call out. Is there a new decree? Cough. Lin Yan quickly composed himself, feigning profundity as he swept his robe. Qingqing, I have, by chance, stumbled upon a fragment of heavenly insight that necessitates my immediate return for contemplation. As for the matters concerning the young Immortal Palace, you may decide for yourself. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. I shall fully support you. Before his words had fully settled, Lin Yan was already impatiently whisking away Qin Yu and Luo Li, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the sky. Leaving Lu Qingqing and Gu Xian exchanging glances, standing dumbfounded. A month later, before the grand hall of the Wujidao sect, a dozen enchanting female disciples and 4 or 5 fox maidens were rehearsing a sword array in the plaza. Each disciple possessed skin as delicate as jade and features as picturesque as a painting, their hair flowing and skirts billowing with every movement of their swordplay, forming a captivating tableau. Lin Yan languidly reclined on a zetonwood lounge chair. The warm rays of sunlight cascaded upon him, illuminating the enchanting figures of his disciples before him, while the melodious chirping of birds filled the air. Master! At that moment, a sweet and gentle voice broke through. Dressed in a flowing red gown, Qin Yu approached Lin Yan, gracefully holding a jade bowl. Her steps as delicate as a lotus flower. The translucent snowflake ice cream within the glass bowl was adorned with a few ethereal fruits, cradled in her slender fingers. She knelt beside the reclining chair, carefully scooping a spoonful of the ice cream with a jade spoon and gently offering it to Lin Yan's lips. With a charming demeanor, she added, this is a special ice cream made from a millennium-old cold spring water and spirit bee nectar. Please, master, savor it. As Lin Yan tasted the ice cream, a refreshing sweetness burst upon his tongue. The flavor was not only delightful but also infused with a trace of spiritual energy that coursed through his meridians, bringing him immense comfort as he closed his eyes in satisfaction. Delightful, Lin Yan nodded in contentment. Secretly marveling at his circumstances, even a true celestial being would not trade such a life. Qin Yu, elated by his praise, eagerly scooped another spoonful and offered it to him, saying, I'm glad you enjoy it, master. I shall prepare it for you every day. As Lin Yan savored the ice cream she fed him, he stretched lazily. Over the past month, the development of the Wujidao sect had been nothing short of spectacular. Since the arrival of the group of female cultivators sent by the Endless Sea, Lin Yan generously poured resources into their training, providing an abundance of heavenly materials. Celestial-grade enlightenment fruits were distributed as casually as candy, while various rare elixirs were freely supplied. In this lavish environment, within just over a month, these female disciples, who had initially only attained qi refinement and foundation establishment, had all made breakthroughs to the golden core stage. Even the most resource-intensive Luo Li was forcibly elevated to the golden core. Meanwhile, the exceptionally gifted Qin Yu had successfully condensed her yuaning, becoming a true yuaning master. Lin Yan's extravagant cultivation methods had garnered profound admiration from these young women. When they first arrived, doubts lingered in their hearts, after all. The standards for disciples set by Master Lin were rather perplexing. He disregarded talent and temperament, accepting only those of striking beauty. Such a practice naturally led to suspicions that he was merely gathering a harem for himself. They even harbored fears that instead of gaining benefits, they might lose their virtue in vain. However, in just over a month, Lin Yan's image in their hearts had undergone a dramatic transformation. Especially for those of modest talent but striking appearance, Lin Yan had ascended to a status akin to that of a deity in their eyes. Their original sects, being small and resource-limited, had offered them little in terms of advancement. Coupled with their own limited potential, they had merely relied on their beauty. The scarce resources of their former sects could hardly be swayed by mere looks. Thus, their lives in those sects had been far from pleasant, with some never even brushing against the threshold of the golden core stage throughout their lifetimes. There are indeed several individuals whose extraordinary beauty belies their meager cultivation, often subjected to the frivolous advances or humiliations by the less scrupulous elders within their sect. However, upon entering Lin Yan's domain, everything changed. In the premier realms of cultivation, they were afforded the opportunity to train at will, with precious elixirs available for their use. In the span of just over a month, they ascended to heights they had never dared to dream of. Such benevolence compelled them to revere Lin Yan as if he were a deity. Initially, they harbored trepidation, fearing that Lin Yan might tarnish their purity. Yet now, that anxiety has transformed into a clandestine anticipation. Despite the rumors portraying their master as a connoisseur of beauty, he has consistently upheld decorum since their arrival, never overstepping any boundaries with his disciples. This delicate dance of proximity and distance has only heightened the intrigue among these female cultivators. They privately speculate on whom their master might favor first. Simultaneously, they engage in a subtle competition. Some rise at dawn to adorn themselves before the mirror, skillfully weaving their tresses into the most enchanting of hairstyles. Others deliberately don gossamer skirts, allowing their garments to slip during sword practice. There are even those who, under the guise of seeking guidance on techniques, purposefully bow before Lin Yan, revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin between their robes. Their motivations are clear. Whoever first captures their master's affection will soar to unparalleled heights within the infinite Tao sect. At that juncture, treasures of heaven and earth, along with sacred texts, would be effortlessly within reach. After all, even the ordinary disciples enjoy such generous treatment. To become the favored one by their master, that would surely awaken them from dreams of unimaginable wealth and fortune. Chapter 73, The Mystical Gun of the Immortal, plus addition. The cultivation levels of Lin Yan's disciples soared at an astonishing rate, and as their master, he reaped considerable benefits as well. His own cultivation had ascended from the second tier of the nascent soul realm to the sixth tier, a true testament to his effortless success. To celebrate this, he had sent a substantial batch of spiritual herbs and elixirs to Zhao Tianba at Waihai a couple of days ago, serving as an encouragement for that fellow to continue his endeavors in bringing beautiful women to the sect. Of course, Lin Yan, being a man of flesh and blood, could not completely disregard the allure of his young and enchanting disciples, who often cast flirtatious glances in his direction. Yet, to take that final step, he found himself unable to lower his pride. After all, they referred to him as their master. Although Lin Yan hailed from a modern background and did not place much weight on traditional master-disciple ethics, the thought of directly inviting a female disciple to his bed, proclaiming the need for shared cultivation, was a phrase that remained unuttered on his lips. The mere contemplation of such a scenario made his cheeks burn, painting him as an impatient lecher. Moreover, as the sect flourished, the presence of charming female disciples increased, and the undercurrents of rivalry among them became ever more pronounced. Should he become involved with any one of them, the entire sect might soon transform into a battlefield. At that point, leading a team would become a daunting task. And even the pursuit of tranquil cultivation would be an extravagant wish. A naturally occurring opportunity was essential. Gazing at the clouds drifting across the horizon, Lin Yan mused inwardly. Balancing the integrity of master-disciple relationships while allowing things to develop organically seemed a far more challenging endeavor than achieving enlightenment in the Great Ascension realm. "Hey, Lin." A clear and melodious voice interrupted Lin Yan's reverie. Turning, he found Mu Yuqing had appeared at his side, her almond-shaped eyes wide with surprise as she stared at him. Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "Didn't I ask you to focus on crafting the magical artifact? What brings you here?" After receiving the blueprints for the mystical gun from the system rewards, he had promptly entrusted them to this young lady from the divine crafting city, hoping she would assist him in the forging process. The moment she laid eyes on the designs for the divine artifact, her excitement was palpable. She quickly ceased her earlier proposal of becoming Lin Yan's wife and hurried to gather the necessary materials from the back mountain, transforming the alchemy chamber into her forging space with the 5 elements Bagua furnace. However, after a month of diligent effort, she had only produced 2 or 3 versions of the mystical gun, each merely of heavenly quality. Not only were their powers lacking, but they also failed to achieve automatic charging and activation without spiritual energy, leaving a vast chasm between her creations and the blueprints. Fortunately, the abundant spiritual ore and low cost from the mines in the back mountain allowed Lin Yan to indulge her whims without concern for waste. Seeing Mu Yuqing emerge once again, Lin Yan had grown accustomed to it. He languidly opened his mouth to enjoy a bite of the snowflake ice cream that Qin Yu had fed him. Then, with a casual demeanor, he remarked, "Have you failed once more? No worries, failure is merely the mother of success. The more one fails, the more one can reflect and glean valuable experiences, ultimately leading to success. We have ample resources and can afford the losses. How absurd, it is you who has truly failed." The young girl, stamping her feet in frustration, could not conceal the pride glimmering in her brow. She raised her chin with an air of superiority and, as if unveiling a treasured artifact, retrieved a pistol-shaped magical instrument from her storage ring. At the moment it was drawn, a cascade of vibrant, rainbow hues emanated from the weapon, weaving a resplendent curtain of light in the air above the plaza. The disciples, who had been practicing their swordplay, halted their movements, drawn in by the spectacle. Wow! Is this a celestial artifact manifesting? What a beautiful display of light! Amidst the whispers, Lin Yan sprang up from the lounge chair with a sudden lurch. Disregarding the ice cream that Qin Yu had offered to his lips, he squinted to examine the entirely black Xuanji gun, his heart initially swelling with joy, only to be followed by a quiet sigh of resignation. What now? Mu Yuqing proudly waved the magical artifact in her hand. Surely, it is far superior to those previous scraps, wouldn't you agree? Lin Yan grasped the Xuanji gun, and the moment his fingertips made contact with the barrel, a warm spiritual energy surged through his arm's meridians and flowed into his dantian. With practiced ease, he pulled the trigger, and a soft hiss echoed as a bowl-sized transparent hole appeared on the boulder 30 yards away, its edges as smooth as a mirror. The spiritual force, having pierced through the stone, retained its momentum, soaring skyward and etching a lingering white streak across the azure expanse, akin to a celestial blade cleaving the heavens. As for its power, it was quite satisfactory, Lin Yan nodded. It should pose no challenge to a cultivator in the early stages of the transformation god realm. Yet it still fell short when confronting the protective aura of those in the late stages of the transformation god realm or the early stages of the void refinement realm. It could indeed function without the activation of spiritual energy, but if infused with such energy, its potency would undoubtedly increase. Then, he shifted his tone. However. What? Mu Yuqing sprang up like a startled kitten. After all, this was the pinnacle of celestial artifacts. I am on the brink of transcending to a divine level. Do you have any idea the immense effort I have exerted? Merely adjusting the spiritual pattern array resulted in 17 failures. Mu Yuqing exclaimed in frustration, her heart brimming with both anger and annoyance. The mystical gun she had forged was, after all, the celestial artifact she had long sought after. Moreover, it is an extraordinary celestial artifact that is on the verge of reaching the threshold of divine quality. Even in the city of divine craftsmanship, one who can forge celestial artifacts would be revered as an elder. How much more so for a treasure of such extraordinary caliber? Yet this fellow still presents a semblance of reluctance. It is utterly infuriating. Lin Yan stifled a laugh, feigning seriousness as he shook his index finger. The blueprint clearly states the words divine quality. What you possess could at best be considered, celestial quality plus? PLU. Plus? Mu Yuqing widened her eyes, clearly perplexed by the unfamiliar terminology of the time traveler. It signifies an enhanced version. Lin Yan casually tossed the Xuanji gun back to her. Has it acquired the capability for automatic recharging? Mu Yuqing's confidence immediately diminished, but she straightened her chest and declared, I have identified the root of the problem. Although the spiritual mines behind your mountain boast a comprehensive variety, they are all of celestial grade. However, the two most crucial materials for the Xianyuan gun, Lingwo crystal and Ningxia crystal, must be of divine grade or higher to achieve the desired effect as outlined in the blueprint. She spoke as she retrieved a fragment of shimmering mineral from the Sumera ring, exclaiming, Behold the shard of the spirit vortex crystal. A divine remnant I brought from my home. I have utilized it to recalibrate the core formation, and its power has surged by 30%. Lin Yan took the shard of crystal, immediately sensing the surging spiritual energy contained within. He pondered thoughtfully while stroking his chin. So you are implying that it is not a matter of my lady's lack of skill. Mu Yuqing stamped her foot in frustration. It is indeed an arduous task for a skilled artisan to create wonders without the necessary materials. If only I could acquire exquisite materials. I assure you I would be able to forge a truly divine Xianyuan gun. Chapter 74. Mu Yuqing is an understanding person. Lin Yan furrowed his brow slightly. The spiritual mines on the back mountain were all excavated by him using the 9 nether cracking pick, and although the reserves were abundant, as Mu Yuqing had pointed out, the vast majority remained at the celestial level, with very few achieving the divine grade. The specific reason eluded him. Perhaps it was due to the insufficient concentration of spiritual energy in this locale. Expecting this girl to forge divine-grade treasures from celestial materials was indeed asking too much. However, where could he possibly acquire the lacking divine materials? Lin Yan pondered deeply, frowning in contemplation. Just as he was lost in thought, Mu Yuqing suddenly lifted her small face. Her nose slightly wrinkled, resembling a peacock displaying its feathers. If you cannot find divine-grade Lingbo crystals and Ningxia Xianjing, this young lady could benevolently provide them for you. You? Lin Yan was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter and realization. How could he have forgotten that this little ancestor hailed from the divine mechanism city, one of the 7 sacred lands and a leader in artifact crafting? While other places might not possess the divine spiritual or he sought, divine mechanism city certainly would. However, even if Divine Mechanism City had these materials, could the girl procure them? Would she willingly part with them? Lin Yan voiced his concerns. And Mu Yuqing proudly lifted her chin, her slender neck forming an elegant curve. What position do you think I hold in the Mechanism City? Acquiring some divine materials is as easy as pie. Saying this, she suddenly flashed a cunning smile, a glint of shrewdness dancing in her eyes. Of course. Divine materials are so precious, they cannot be given for free. She deliberately elongated her tone. You must exchange them for the celestial spiritual or from the back mountain. That way, I can justify it to my sect, right? As for the exchange rate, how about 1,000 liang of celestial spiritual or for 1 liang of divine spiritual or? Before her words had fully settled, she discreetly gauged Lin Yan's reaction, her heart racing involuntarily. To be frank, the price she had offered was exorbitantly high, although divine spiritual or was indeed precious. According to the market in the Star River realm, the typical exchange rate was 1 to 100. By proposing such a rate, she was effectively multiplying the cost by 10. It was truly a case of a lion demanding a large sum. If it were anyone else, she would never have dared to propose such terms. But Lin Yan was different. In his back mountain, celestial ore was as common as ordinary stones, and to him, it held little value. Moreover, Lin Yan was determined to acquire the divine artifact named Xuanji Chong. The two materials he lacked just happened to be available in his sect, and finding them elsewhere would be quite challenging. Hence, she felt emboldened to demand such a steep price. Furthermore, once the materials were gathered, the one forging the Xuanji Chong would still be herself. It was only reasonable to charge him a bit more for the materials considering she would be putting in the hard work. All right. Indeed, without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yan readily agreed. Let it be as you suggest. Whatever type of spiritual or you desire, allow Luoli to guide you to the back mountain to retrieve it. All I require is the Xianyuan gun. How delightful. Upon finalizing the transaction, Mu Yuqing's spirit soared, her entire being radiating joy as if she were on the verge of leaping with delight. I shall venture to the back mountain to mine, and then return to the sect to exchange for the materials you require. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she fervently added, once the materials are gathered, prepare yourself to witness the emergence of the divine artifact. Before her words could fully escape her lips, she suddenly reached out, snatching the exquisite Xuanji Gun Plus edition from Lin Yan's grasp. A sly smile danced at the corners of her mouth as she remarked, Since you have no interest in this trinket, why not bestow it upon me? She blinked playfully, her tone imbued with a hint of mischief. Once I return to the sect, I shall wield it with great authority. Having spoken, regardless of whether Lin Yan agreed, she bounded away like a joyful fawn, tugging at Luoli, and made her way directly toward the back mountain. The Xianyuan gun in her hand swayed slightly, reflecting the light of the sky, as if it too had been imbued with her exuberance. Master, after watching Mu Yuqing depart, Qinyu, standing beside Lin Yan, inquired with a hint of concern. Do you truly place such trust in this girl? Are you not concerned that she might abscond with your spiritual minds and never return? Rest assured. Lin Yan reclined languidly in his chair, remarking, though this girl is eccentric, she possesses a keen intellect. He accepted the icy treat that Qinyu offered, savoring a delightful taste, and continued, the advantages of working alongside me far surpass the value of mere spirit minds. She is astute and would certainly not act foolishly. After speaking, Lin Yan stretched comfortably. Meanwhile, Qinyu attentively fed him spoonfuls of the icy delicacy. Everything felt serene and tranquil. In stark contrast, within the grand hall of the Huayahai sect, a heavy atmosphere permeated the air, thick enough to be palpable. Zhao Tianba sat at the vice sect leader's position, beads of sweat forming on his brow. On either side of the hall, the gazes of the elders and representatives from various factions pierced through the tension like daggers, leaving him feeling as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Vice sect leader Zhao, Elder Lu of the Rain Pavilion, abruptly slammed his palm on the table, his voice resonating throughout the grand hall. We have sent our sect's female disciples over 2 or 3 months ago, by all accounts. They should have arrived at the so-called Wujideo by now. Yet, why has the promised spiritual herb still not made an appearance? Surely, you Haven Tea sold our female disciple to the Hahuan sect, have you? Indeed. Elder Li from the Su In Being Peak echoed. Our Su In Being Peak has dispatched the chief disciple of the inner sect, as per our agreement. We should at least receive 4 heavenly-grade spiritual herbs comparable to divine treasures in return. His hands trembled slightly within his sleeves, and his voice carried a suppressed fury. If there is any deceit in this matter, I shall certainly demand an explanation. Elder Li's words sent shockwaves throughout the great hall, igniting a fervent uproar among the representatives of various sections. Each faction rose in indignation, exclaiming, to disregard the innate spiritual roots and qualifications merely to send over beautiful female disciples, only to acquire such an abundance of superior spiritual herbs. Where in the world can one find such a stroke of luck? That Lin Yan, mentioned by Vice Sect leader Zhao, is nothing but a charlatan. Surely, Vice Sect leader Zhao is not colluding with him to deceive us all? The representatives exchanged heated accusations, their words nearly drowning out Zhao Tianba. Elder Zhou from the Qingxia sect, in a fit of rage, shattered the tea table, sending fragments of porcelain scattering across the floor. "Everyone, please calm down and allow me to speak," Zhao Tianba exclaimed, rising in desperation, his wide sleeves drenched in cold sweat. Several months prior, upon returning to the sect with the compensation bestowed by Lin Yan, he had sparked a sensational uproar within the sect. Since its inception, the Boundless Sea sect had never witnessed such an abundance of high-quality spiritual herbs and elixirs. The elders within the sect were so overjoyed that their dentures nearly flew from their mouths. And the sect leader of the Boundless Sea was almost brought to his knees in excitement. Chapter 75, The Arrival of the Medicine Deliverer throughout the entire sect. There was unanimous praise for Zhao Tianba's remarkable achievements. After basking in the accolades bestowed upon him, Zhao Tianba recounted his extraordinary adventures during his recent expedition. He elaborated to the sect leader and the esteemed elders about his serendipitous encounter with Lin Yan and his visit to the Wujidao, candidly revealing the agreement he had forged with Lin Yan to recruit exceptionally beautiful female disciples for Wujidao in exchange for high-quality spiritual herbs. The arrangement between Zhao Tianba and Lin Yan sounded almost like selecting courtesans for a brothel. After all, which reputable sect would trade rare spiritual herbs for merely aesthetically pleasing female disciples, even disregarding their innate talents? This transaction appeared to be a losing venture. Beauty alone could not be converted into combat strength. Even the renowned Hehuan sect, famous for their dual cultivation practices, would likely not engage in such a disadvantageous deal. However, the spiritual herbs Zhao Tianba brought back were undeniably real. His experiences at Wujidao were far from fabricated. Over 20 elite disciples who accompanied him could attest to that. Following a fervent debate, the higher-ups of Huayahai ultimately resolved to honor the agreement and dispatch a contingent of female disciples to test the waters. Initially, this was merely an internal matter for Huayahai. Yet, for reasons unknown, the news spread like wildfire. Smaller sects within a 1,000-mile radius swiftly responded, sending forth their own female disciples, who, despite lacking exceptional qualities, were merely endowed with beauty, all eager to partake in this lucrative arrangement. What was intended to be a mere 2 or 3 candidates eventually ballooned to nearly 20. Of course, Zhao Tianba was no naive benefactor. As he facilitated the connection between these smaller sects and Wujidao, ensuring the delivery of female disciples in exchange for spiritual herbs, he certainly did not do so out of sheer altruism. For each female disciple sent, he would extract a commission from the agreed-upon terms with Lin Yan. This transaction was undeniably profitable for him. However, as the female disciples had been dispatched for over 2 months without the promised spiritual herbs materializing, the smaller sects could no longer contain their frustration and collectively approached him to demand answers. Faced with the outraged elders of various sects, Zhao Tianba spoke soothingly, while internally cursing vehemently. "Damn it. It was you who insisted on having me facilitate this connection and send your women to Wujidao. I repeatedly warned you of the risks. Yet you all chose to leap into the fire. How long has it been? And you're already as restless as ants on a hot pan. Do you truly believe I owe you anything?" Despite his inner turmoil, Zhao Tianba understood the necessity to placate these sections. After all, a multitude of ants could indeed bring down an elephant. While these smaller sects were of average strength if they decided to stir up trouble, even those at the Transformation God stage would find it challenging to safeguard themselves. With this in mind, he suppressed his anger and explained to the assembly, Senior Lin of Wujidao is a reclusive master, and his actions follow a distinct protocol. Have any of you considered that if he truly harbored nefarious intentions, would he require the elaborate ruse of using spiritual herbs as bait? Would it not be far more convenient to simply abduct people outright? Thus, I kindly ask everyone to remain calm and exercise a bit more patience. I firmly believe that the person sent by Senior Lin to deliver the spiritual herbs will arrive shortly. Nonsense. Elder Zhou of Qingxia sect suddenly smashed the nearby tea table, scattering fragments of rosewood. Everyone can talk nonsense. We have waited for far too long and have lost our patience. If the spiritual medicine is not presented today, we shall demand repayment in the form of your spiritual herbs from Huayahai. Precisely. Elder Lu from Listening Rain Pavilion stroked his beard ominously. Wasn't Vice Sect Master Zhao supposed to have brought back a considerable amount of high-quality spiritual herbs? Present them to us, and we shall believe your words. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense as 7 or 8 elders simultaneously released their oppressive auras, their various magical artifacts shimmering subtly from within their sleeves. The elders from Waihai hastily moved to shield Zhao Tianba. "Are you all plotting rebellion?" Zhao Tianba bellowed, yet cold sweat began to beat on his back. These elders from various sects were not to be trifled with. Should a conflict arise, it would likely turn the century-old Hall of Waihai into ruins in an instant. Just as the situation reached a critical point, hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the hall. A young boy with an upright bun rushed into the hall. His small face flushed. "Report. The celestial envoy from Wujidao has arrived at the mountain gate, requesting an audience with the vice sect master." This announcement was like music to Zhao Tianba's ears, and he immediately felt a weight lift off his shoulders, his tense demeanor visibly relaxing, suppressing his overwhelming joy. He feigned calmness as he stroked his beard. "Quickly, please." "No, I shall go to welcome them personally." The previously tense atmosphere within the hall momentarily paused. The elders exchanged glances, collectively retracting their spiritual energy. Elder Zhou of Qingxia sect huffed disdainfully, yet the radiant light of his magical artifact within his sleeve quietly dimmed. Elder Lu's grim expression softened slightly, and his hand ceased its stroking of his beard. "Everyone, please remain calm." Zhao Tianba adjusted his attire, his voice regaining its usual composure. "Since the deliverers of the medicine have arrived, shall we not proceed together to verify?" "There is no need to trouble Vice Sect Master Zhao." A cool, clear voice echoed from outside the hall. With the sound of tinkling ornaments, a woman clad in a moon-white celestial gown gracefully entered the hall. She was enveloped in a shimmering celestial light, resembling a heavenly maiden descended from the ninth heaven, with a single vermilion mark on her brow glowing brilliantly. Lu Yu. Elderly of Xianbing Peak widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the woman within the hall. This was clearly Lu Yao, the former chief disciple of the inner sect of Xianbing Peak. Over 2 months ago, when he sent Lu Yao to Wujidao, she was at the peak of her foundation establishment stage. Yet now, she radiated the light of the golden core. Elderly hastily released his divine sense to investigate. And upon doing so, he gasped in astonishment, golden core stage 5. In just 2 months, Leo not only formed her golden core but also broke through 5 realms. Such a pace of cultivation is truly extraordinary, even among the 7 great sacred lands. At this moment, Lu Yao also spotted Elderly and offered him a slight nod. Subsequently, she turned her gaze towards Zhao Tianba and stated, "I have come at the behest of my master, Lin Yan, to deliver the first batch of spiritual herbs." Her voice, though cool and composed, resonated with an undeniable authority. She then gracefully raised her delicate hand, tossing a sumi ring into Zhao Tianba's palm. "Moreover, my master has remarked that Deputy Sect Master Zhao has performed commendably on this assignment. He is exceedingly pleased. The surplus spiritual herbs and elixirs are considered a reward for you. I hope Deputy Sect Master Zhao will continue to strive for excellence and abundance. Thank you for the generous gifts, Senior Lin." Zhao Tianba received the sumi ring with both hands, immediately bowing deeply to Lu Yao, his posture nearly reverent. "To serve Senior Lin is truly a privilege for me, Zhao. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly and live up to your expectations." Logically speaking, Lu Yu was a disciple of the Xianbing Peak before joining the Wuji sect, thereby making her Zhao Tianba's junior. Thus, he need not show such deference towards her. Yet, Zhao Tianba paid little heed to these considerations. In his view, regardless of Lu Yao's former status, since she now represented Lin Yan, bowing to her was akin to bowing to Lin Yan himself. After all, Lin Yan was his benefactor. It was entirely reasonable to be courteous to one's benefactor. Was it not? As Zhao Tianba pondered this, he opened the sumi ring. The moment the ring's opening was unleashed, a torrent of potent medicinal aura surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam. In an instant, the entire hall became enveloped in a rich fragrance of spiritual essence. The scent coalescing into a tangible form, transforming the air into a vibrant mist of colors. Even the dust between the beams and columns was tinted with sparkling spiritual light. The elders closest to the source widened their eyes in astonishment. The spiritual energy within their meridians began to circulate autonomously, stimulated by the enchanting aroma.